This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 862. Finally dead? Wu Hung exhaled heavily. His highly tense spirit and his body that kept fighting made him feel as heavy as if he was about to die. Fortunately, he was the winner in the end, otherwise he would have to consider escaping and returning to the zombie world. The power of heroes began to make people feel terrified. Especially the Pope, who has been fighting non-stop since he landed on the island. If it were any other professional who had not become a hero, he would have been exhausted long ago. At the last moment, the Pope was able to release a huge holy sword move, which was simply unimaginable. Now thinking back, it was still a bit lucky. Originally, the electromagnetic cannon was intended to bombard the opponent's fleet, but it was unexpectedly used to bombard the opponent's big move. In the battle, in addition to becoming a hero himself, the corpse core potion also played a huge role in the increase of the body. At the beginning, I was able to take so much beating. It was definitely because of my basic attributes. Wu Hung exhaled again. During this period, the resentment towards the church that had been pent up in my heart was also relieved. Of course, things would definitely not end like this. Now that the Pope is dead, even if there is a direct confrontation with the church. But there is no way, I can't just stretch my neck and let the other party chop it. Wu Hung, are you okay? Glenda and Benny flew back, floating in the air, looking at him with some concern. It's okay, I'm just a little tired. Wu Hung said. Take a rest first, we help you keep an eye on it. Glenda floated over and said. Wu Hang's mind moved, and he let Xiao Xiao out. Xiao Xiao looked around and asked curiously, Uncle, did we escape? Glenda and Benny both smiled, and then looked at Wu Hung. We won. Wu Hung forced a smile. Xiao Xiao looked at the other two ghosts curiously. What do you mean? Your uncle defeated the Pope, and the ghost was also swallowed by us. Glenda explained with a smile. Wow! Xiao Xiao exclaimed, I told you that you can do it, Uncle. Wu Hung rolled his eyes at her. He didn't say that before. Xiao Xiao, go back and tell Minnie and the others that they don't have to leave. Then ask Anweer to call some skeletons over to collect the weapons dropped on the battlefield. Wu Hung said. Okay. Xiao Xiao agreed and flew out directly. Wu Hung lay on the ground again, help me keep an eye on the surroundings. I take a rest. The two ghosts nodded, and Wu Hung closed his eyes and began to rest. Island Master's mansion. At this time, Shannara sat on the roof, her shawl and hair fluttering in the wind. Minnie and several other maids evacuated to a safe place. If there was really danger, they would use the ticket to evacuate at the first time. Shannara was the elder of the Wood Elves. She was not worried that the church would make things too difficult for her, so she stayed to look after the house. Looking at the night sky, he couldn't help but recall the scene of their acquaintance. At that time, his ship was hijacked by pirates, and he was a small deputy deacon. He was also sealed in amber by the effect of oak amber. From the deputy deacon to the island owner, and the construction of the island. He never let me down. I fell in love with him because of the side effects of the oak amber pendant, and now I have a little admiration in my heart. I hope that this time, a miracle will be created. Even if it is I really can't beat him, I must come back alive. Sitting on the roof waiting for the result, Sister Chanella. Xiao Xiao appeared from the side. Chanella, who recalled the sweetness of the two, trembled violently and almost fell off the roof. Seeing that it was Xiao Xiao, she patted her chest, and then showed surprise. Xiao Xiao, are you okay? She and Xiao Xiao also met recently. After Xiao Xiao got the doll, she went downstairs to play every day, so the two naturally got to know each other. However, there were not many opportunities to talk. Of course I'm fine. Xiao Xiao continued, where are Sister Minnie and the others? They are not in the room. Sanera did not answer the other party's words, and asked in a somewhat hurried tone, is Wu Hung okay? Did the Pope leave, or what happened? Xiao Xiao said, the Pope was killed by Uncle, so I came back to tell you that you don't have to run. Sanara's eyes widened, and she was stunned. A hero will die? How could a hero be killed? Or Wu Hung killed him? Sister, where are they? Uncle is still waiting there, and said that Sister Wire would take the skeleton to clean up the battlefield. Xiao Xiao reminded from the side. Okay, I go call them back. Sanera came to her senses, and walked quickly downstairs. As he walked, he asked Xiao Xiao, how did your uncle kill the hero? I don't know either. Is the battle over? In the central square, everyone looked at the quiet night sky. After the explosion in the distance, the world seemed to be quiet. The night sky, the stars, except that the street lights were not on, everything seemed to have returned to a normal night. People waited for a long time, but there was no sign of fighting. Who won? Someone asked the ranger next to him. The ranger also shook his head and said, "It's all ruins, no one is there, I don't know who won." "Is it possible that it's the island owner?" One person covered his mouth. "You're not going to die. How could it be possible?" Inside the association, the two elf sisters were still standing at the window, staring blankly at the sky outside. After a long while, Shilogwi suddenly said, "Go to the house and see if the skeleton is still there." Shiryali also reacted and ran out quickly. Not long after, she rushed back. Her face was full of excitement. "It's still there, and the soul fire is still there." Shilogwi's eyes lit up instantly. The summoned creature is still alive, which means Wu Hung is fine. In other words, Wu Hung won. The two sisters looked at each other, their eyes widened instantly. Wu Hung won. Shilogwi's voice was full of inquiry. Shiryali said, "Maybe he left first." Ring ring ring. The phone in the butler's study rang. The two sisters' eyes lit up, and after Shiryali answered the call, she asked, "Hello." "Don't worry, the master won." The sky was slightly brighter. Anvir and Annette ran over with the skeletons. The high-level skeletons on the island were all arranged to fight a war of attrition with the Pope. The lower-level skeletons could not even withstand the holy light around the Pope, so they did not participate in the battle. The two maids threw themselves into his arms, sobbing. Wu Hung patted the two on the back and comforted them for several words before starting to clean up the battlefield with the skeletons. Not only were there broken bones all over the ground, but the most important thing was the abandoned guns and ammunition. If this kind of thing were spread out and mass-produced by some force, it would bring great changes to the entire world situation. It's better to put it on yourself. Wu Hung sat on a boulder, watching the skeletons busy. "Wu Hung, a hero is coming, be careful." Glinda's voice sounded in his ears. Wu Hung's eyes focused, and he looked to the side, and saw Lilith flying over with bat wings spread out, falling in front of him. After the wings were folded, they disappeared, glanced at the devastated ruins, and then looked at Wu Hung. He said indifferently, "How did you survive?" Wu Hung scratched his head. "Is this caring?" Lilith looked him up and down and said, "Where is the Pope?" "How did you know the Pope was here?" Wu Hung asked curiously. "Two wounded members of the church were fished out of the sea," they said. Lilith took a deep breath. Her tone was filled with suppressed anger, and said, "I will report this matter to the headquarters." He dared to do such a thing, and has violated the agreement with the association. Wu Hung nodded. "Yes, he violated it first. I was passively counterattacking. It is legitimate defense anyway." "So why did he let you go?" Lilith narrowed her eyes. From his tone, he didn't sound like he was wronged. Wu Hung hesitated, feeling that he couldn't hide this matter, and still needed to make it clear with the association. He organized his words, and then said, "He died. I killed him after I broke through to the hero level." Lilith's eyes turned cold. "It's time now. No one is kidding you." Clatter. The skeletons all looked over. "Keep working." Wu Hung waved his hand, and then continued, "He's really dead. He probably couldn't hold on until the end of the battle last night, so I killed him." Lilith frowned tightly, her eyes full of suspicion and weirdness. She felt that Wu Hung didn't seem to be joking about this, but she also felt that this was impossible. "You became a hero?" "Yes, I made a breakthrough last night," Wu Hung said. "How old are you?" "You mean age?" 25. Wu Hung replied. Lilith frowned even more, looking at him as if he were a monster. Wu Hung continued, "Let's go back to the island master's house first. I tell you in detail." Lilith nodded, and was about to walk towards the island master's house. Wu Hung walked over and grabbed her arm. The magic circle under his feet took shape in the blink of an eye, and the two figures disappeared. When they appeared again, they had already arrived at the island master's house. Now Lilith really believed that he had become a hero. "Master!" Minnie and Rob ran out of the room and threw themselves into his arms. She started to cry softly. Lilith felt a little embarrassed and turned her head away. "Where's Chanella?" Wu Hung asked. Sister Chanella just went out and said she was going to meet the local Chamber of Commerce representatives and try to spread some positive news. Minnie answered. Chanella was still thoughtful. "Don't cry, say hello to the leader." Wu Hung patted the two of them. The two maids saluted. "Leader Lilith." "Yes." Lilith nodded. Wu Hung took Lilith to sit in the living room. After the maid brought tea, he roughly recounted the battle of yesterday. From the imprisoned Vatican Knights breaking into the dungeon and killing people, to the Pope rushing into the treasure island and directly starting the battle. He told it in relatively detailed details. Later, He relied on the robe of the 100 soldiers to hold the opponent back, and he became a hero. The Pope was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and was killed by him in the end. Of course, he did not go into too much detail about the details of his battle with the Pope. The content was not important. The most important thing was to let the headquarters know that the other party was wrong first. Lilith took a sip from the teacup and asked in a puzzled tone, "Are you really a hero now?" This is what she cares about. "Yes, a hero, otherwise I can't kill him," Wu Hung answered seriously. Lilith just stared at him for a long time before saying, "Okay, I got it. I will write a letter to report to the headquarters. Don't leave the island during this period, and don't conflict with the church again." "Okay." Wu Hung nodded in agreement. "Then I go back to my residence first." Lilith stood up and walked out. "Come to dinner tonight to welcome you." Lilith looked back and said, "We talk about it later." Wu Hung sent her to the door, and Lilith returned to her mansion. After returning, he chatted with the two maids for a while, and went upstairs directly. After taking a bath, Wu Hung returned to the study and sat down. Judging from the speed at which Lilith came, she was also in a hurry. The association still attaches great importance to this matter. At least from the actions, it is to protect itself. This is good. If the association doesn't help the church, I won't be so worried when I face the religious leader. One-on-one, if I make some preparations in advance, I may not be defeated. I don't know if the church will be like the kingdom, where the leader dies and there will be a power grab and split. If so, then I will be even less worried. I thought about it in my mind. I looked at the panel again. Name, Wu Hung. Level 20. Faith, 15/50,000. Attributes, Strength 51, Agility 44, Constitution 55, Intelligence 62, Perception 48, Charisma 49. Features, Hero's body. Wu Heng's eyes condensed. The reputation on the panel disappeared and was replaced by faith. As expected, being a hero is not the end of the level. You can still upgrade after reaching the faith conditions. Wu Heng's heart was beating violently. He stared at the faith column. Faith, extremely pious reverence and offerings to body shaping can shape gods. Extremely pious reverence, offerings to body shaping. Wu Hung murmured again. As expected, this is the way to become a god. Offerings to body shaping. You don't have to set up a statue for yourself, do you? I study it later. Then, Wu Hung looked at the newly unlocked feature Hero's body. Hero's body. 1. Your body is no longer as weak as that of a mortal, and the use of your abilities will also be improved. 2. You affect the things around you all the time, and the items you often wear will have special effects. Seeing the feature, Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. Hero's body has 2 effects in total. The first one is that your body is different from that of a mortal, which should mean that you cannot be killed by ordinary means. The use of abilities has been improved, and this point is also deeply felt. All skills can achieve instant effects, and the effects of teleportation can also be completed instantly. Moreover, the magic power consumed by itself is very small, and there is basically no consumption in ordinary battles. The second point, Wu Hung knows what it means after seeing the introduction. Strange items. The energy emitted by the hero will affect the surrounding things. Over time, the items worn may have some special effects. In fact, Wu Hung had known about this for a long time. There are 3 types of strange objects. One is the hero's strange object, one is produced by the natural environment, and the third is produced by some high-level professionals after their death. The third type has the greatest side effects and the largest number. Those produced by the natural environment basically have no side effects. You can think about whether you can create some strange objects. After reading the newly unlocked attributes, Wu Hung closed the panel. With a wave of his hand, a wrapped corpse was taken out. The straw mat wrapped around his body was opened, revealing a naked corpse with an arm and chest missing from the upper body. The Pope, this hero who almost pushed himself into a desperate situation. All the equipment on his body was smashed to pieces by the battle, and his body was also grown after him. Wu Hung thought for a while, opened the door and shouted, "Minnie, call 2 skeleton coroners over." "Okay, master," Minnie responded. Not long after, there was a knock on the door, and 2 skeleton coroners with tools walked in. Wu Hung didn't plan to let them take the body out. Open mansion technique with a thought, an operating table was formed, and he said, "Carry it in, remove the organs and store them." The coroner carried the body in, and began to remove the organs. The 3 ghosts floated aside and watched. "Is his organ useful?" Grinda asked. "Keep it for now. What if it's useful?" Wu Hung said. Xiao Xiao touched his chin and said, "Isn't Uncle not dead? If it's useful, you can cut yourself, it will grow back anyway. Damn it. Wu Hung stared at her with wide eyes. You are a devil, right? It's a ghost. The body was put into the organ jar after the organs were removed. Wu Hung looked at the remaining body and considered whether to transform it into a skeleton. Priests are different from normal professions. Their power mainly comes from the gift of gods. Once they die, the gifted power will be taken back. This point has been recorded in the Book of the Dead. Except for the priests, sorcerers, and witches, all of them are given power by the gods. Once transformed into a skeleton, it is just an ordinary skeleton. But the corpse in front of him has reached the level of a hero after all, so maybe there will be some differences. Moreover, if it is not transformed into a skeleton, this corpse is useless. Bury it, and cultivate a strange thing. This thing will only come out in a certain time, and I can't wait. After thinking it over, directly release bone service technique. The flesh and blood on his body fell off, and the skeleton with one arm and missing several chest ribs stood up shakily. Skeleton Mage, level 16. Level 16. Attributes: Constitution 32, Strength 22, Agility 28, Intelligence 35, Perception 31, Charisma 17. Features: Hollow Skeleton, Advanced Soul, Hero Skeleton. Skills: Dead Soul Sword Chi. Hero Skeleton: a skeleton transformed after the hero dies, with the hero's power remaining in the bones. Dead Soul Sword Chi can condense the power of the dead into a sword. Looks pretty good. Level 16 can be placed in the zombie world to upgrade. The hero's skeleton, with the remaining hero's power, seems to be able to cause damage to the hero. The dead sword energy is the Pope's trick of condensing the lightsaber. And any profession, after being transformed into a skeleton, can only use the power of the dead. It can also be regarded as a means of killing. You go out first, and I will assign you a job later, Wu Hung said. The skeleton saluted and walked out directly. Everything was over. Wu Hung breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the three ghosts and went downstairs to have breakfast. At noon, Wu Hung led the skeleton team to the central square and swaggered into the church. Entering the church gave people a solemn feeling. The high dome was painted with religious patterns, and the sun shone through the stained glass of the window. It must be said that the decoration of the church still has a sacred atmosphere. No wonder the Vatican spent a long time on the decoration when it planned to build a church on the island. There was no statue in the church, which was somewhat different from the body shaping mentioned in the panel. Wu Hung focused on the paintings on the dome. In one of the paintings, a god with a blurred face exuded a soft light and held a key in his hand. Chapter 863. Wu Hang's eyes narrowed. That key was particularly eye-catching at this moment. An inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. He took 2 steps forward and looked up at the painted key carefully. It was very similar to his bronze key, but the shape of the handle was obviously different. This made Wu Hung a little unsure whether the details of the painting were not shown, or whether they were 2 different keys. After all, the shapes of keys in this world are similar, and each one is not much different. Wu Hung took out his phone and took a photo. When there is a chance, find someone who knows about it and ask. It is not too obvious to ask, because the bronze key is his biggest secret. After reading here, Wu Hung walked through the building and went to the backyard. As soon as he stepped into the backyard, he saw the bronze bell hanging in the middle. He walked over quickly. As expected, the item information appeared. Holy Bell, strange item. Effect: dispel negative status, and have a restraining effect on the dead and filthy evil. Side effect: sincere repentance. Description: the Holy Bell rings every day to drive away evil and avoid disasters. The church rings the bell every day, and the skeletons passing by will be affected. Trembling, sluggish, the lower the level of the skeleton, the more serious the effect. Needless to say, it is this bronze bell. From the effect of the strange object, it is indeed more beneficial to living beings. It can dispel negative effects, and it also has a restraining effect on the dead and filthy evil. But it is really not suitable for a place like Treasure Island. Ringing the bell has an effect on the skeleton, and ringing this kind of bronze bell in Treasure Island also has a provocative meaning. See where I can use it later. After putting away the bronze bell, Wu Hung continued to walk around the church. The local clergy thought yesterday that they were only going to meet the Vatican's fleet and had no intention of leaving. In the room, you could also see daily necessities, some scrolls, and money. These clergy are quite rich. After searching casually, they found more than 10 gold coins and hundreds of silver coins. After confirming that there were no other valuable items, guard this place and keep an eye on the things inside. Wu Hung said to the skeletons. All the skeletons dispersed and guarded the entire church. Now that he and the church have been in such a mess, the local church will definitely not allow him to continue to run the business. As for what to do with this location later, Wu Heng's initial idea was to promote his faith. After all, the level 20 panel was updated. There was no need for experience points and reputation, but there was a requirement for faith. According to the introduction of faith and his own understanding, a church is likely to be needed. If I had known that when I first wrote the story, I would not have chosen the Great Detective, but a story about the reincarnation of a god, maybe I could directly transform some faith. After the church was arranged, Wu Hung released teleportation, the magic circle took shape in the blink of an eye, and his body disappeared. The leader's mansion. Lilith, in her lowly form, sat on a chair, her eyes wandering, looking blankly ahead. This trip to the island shocked her too much. Wu Hung became a hero overnight, a hero in his 20s. Moreover, he killed the Pope. Even now, when he thinks of it, his heart is still in turmoil. Recalling the last time he asked about heroes. I thought he was a little too ambitious, so I advised him to try to reach level 18 first. At that time, he was probably already preparing to become a hero. A great detective story, the instructions in the pills. Now that I think about it, everything makes sense. He really fooled everyone. Lilith muttered. Actually, it's not anyone else's fault. Whether it's the heroes of the headquarters or the Pope of the church, they all know that Wu Hung has a very high talent and his level rises quickly. But no one would have thought that he could become a hero in less than 2 years. Otherwise, what are those races that are hundreds of years old? What are professionals stuck at level 18? But everything happened just like that, and it completely overturned her understanding of level upgrades. Ah! Lilith sighed heavily. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. The Pope is dead, and the church will definitely not give up. I just hope this matter won't be difficult to resolve. In addition, Wu Heng's ability to kill the Pope is surprising, but also somewhat fearful. Recollecting his thoughts, Lilith took out an exquisite velvet box and placed it on the wooden table. She opened the lid of the box and found a black crow lying in it. Its shriveled body looked like it had been dead for a long time. Lilith looked at the crow and tapped the tip of her little finger with her fingernail. She pierced the tip of her finger and held her finger above the crow. When the first drop of blood fell, one eye opened on the crow's head. When the second drop of blood fell, another eye opened. The third drop, the fourth drop, a total of 6 drops of blood. The crow opened its 6 eyes, fluttered its wings and stood on the table, looking at Lilith with its green eyes. Lilith said, the Pope and Wu Hung fought on Treasure Island. Wu Hung was promoted to a hero, and the Pope died. I will be in charge of Wu Hung, and you stabilize the church. After saying that, she waved her hand slightly. The crow flapped its wings and disappeared into the void. Lilith exhaled heavily, took out the coffin again, and planned to lie down in it to rest. Outside the courtyard, there was a knock on the door and a shout. Sister Lilith, are you here? Come in, Lilith said. The courtyard door opened, and the puppet walked in with a few skeletons. Why didn't you look for me when you went to the island owner's mansion? Xiao Xiao said with some complaints. Lilith smiled coldly. It's your uncle who has so many things to do. I scold him when I get back. Xiao Xiao pinched her waist and said. Lilith smiled and looked at the items in the hands of the skeleton behind her, and asked curiously, what is the skeleton holding? Xiao Xiao said, these are the racing suits and helmets prepared by your uncle for you. This is the sound system I found. You can play some music when you sleep in the coffin in the future. Lilith smiled. Xiao Xiao also prepared a gift for me. Of course. Xiao Xiao raised his head. I teach you how to use it. Association Headquarters. Hatarai, the Sword of Justice, was sitting at the desk looking at the documents sent to him. Winter was about to come, and many places needed to transfer supplies, and some personnel also needed to be transferred after the new year. Suddenly, Hatarai stopped what he was doing and looked to the side. There were ripples in the air, and a black-feathered crow flew out of the void and stood on the table. He tilted his head and stared at him for several times. As if confirming the other party's identity, he said like a parrot, the Pope and Wu Hung fought on Treasure Island. Wu Hung was promoted to a hero, and the Pope died. I will be in charge of Wu Hung, and you stabilize the church. After the message was finished, the crow's body stiffened and fell down directly. After listening to what the crow said, Hatarai suddenly showed a surprised expression and was stunned. Even if he heard that Wu Hung was dead, he didn't feel surprised, but Wu Hung became a hero and the Pope died. This is absolutely impossible. But the news was sent by Lilith. She couldn't have made up such a thing. What's going on? Someone come. Hadalai shouted coldly, and put the crow into the space ring. The door opened, and the deputy walked in from outside. Hadalai said solemnly, notify the other leaders to come to the conference room and hold a leaders' meeting. Yes. Deacon study. Wu Hung pushed the door and walked in, and the two busy elf sisters were stunned. Sure Yali immediately ran up and threw herself into his arms. We were so worried about you. Shi Lagui's eyes were also full of surprise. She glanced at her sister in the other's arms, hesitated, and did not jump on her immediately. Wu Hung glanced at the other and waved. Shi Lagui walked over a little shyly, and buried her head in his arms on the other side. Be good, I'm fine, I made you worry. Wu Hung patted the sisters on the back, and comforted them softly. The two girls were still buried in his arms, and did not leave. Wu Hung pinched Sher Yali's chin, and lifted her head up. Sher Yali's eyes were filled with tears, and full of affection. Wu Hung lowered his head slightly, smooth and cold. On the side, Zalagui glanced at him from the corner of her eyes, and reached out to pinch him at the waist. Wu Hung let go of Sher Yali, and lifted Zalagui's head up. Humph! Zalagui snorted coldly, and turned her head aside. Wu Hung turned her head back again. After the kiss, there was no resistance, and she took the initiative to cater to him. Sher Yali brewed tea on the side, and said softly, Okay, let Wu Hung come to dinner tonight. Do you two really plan to start here? Hearing her sister's words, Zalagui reluctantly separated. She lightly hit the other party, and reached out to fasten the open collar. Wu Hung sat down on the sofa nearby, and Sher Yali asked directly, Wu Hung, are you a hero now, and you killed the Pope? Chapter 864. Haragui looked over curiously while tying her clothes. Becoming a hero was what the two of them guessed from the strange phenomenon in the sky, but it was hard to say whether it was true or not. As for killing the Pope, the island owner's mansion called them last night to inform them. Being able to kill the Pope means that he is very likely to be a hero. Wu Hung coughed lightly and straightened his chest. He did become a hero, and the Pope is dead. Even though they guessed the answer, the two of them still looked at each other in disbelief. A hero in his 20s. Oh my god, the man the sisters fell in love with on Treasure Island suddenly became a hero. Especially Zalagui. I remember that at this time last year, they were both deputy deacons, and privately discussed how to catch pirates and earn merits. Now he has reached this level. Zalagui is also trying hard to catch up with him. But now it seems that I am afraid I can never catch up. It's okay, fortunately it's my man. Sher Yali asked, Holy, the Pope is dead, isn't it more dangerous? The Holy See will definitely not give up. Zalagui retorted, it's that time now. If he doesn't die, Wu Hung will die. That's not what I mean. I mean what to do next. Sher Yali glared at her sister. Zalagui also looked at him again, waiting for an answer. The church has 2 heroes in total, and as the only Orthodox church in the world, it must have more people to mobilize than Wu Hung. Killing the Pope is not the end of the matter. Maybe there will be greater revenge. But as Zalagui said, one of the Pope and Wu Hung must die, there is no way around it. Wu Hung smiled and consoled her, Don't worry, Lilith arrived this morning, and will explain the matter to the association. We see how it goes. Lilith has arrived, that's pretty fast. So the association knew about this in advance? Sher Yali asked curiously. Wu Hung explained, the Vatican asked the headquarters to arrange people to follow up the investigation, and Lilith came here in advance when the news was delayed. The fleet is expected to dock in the afternoon. Oh, Lilith is really good to Treasure Island. Zalagui nodded. Sher Yali continued to ask, Do you want to make your becoming a hero public? This has a significant impact on Treasure Island. With a hero in charge, it may be possible to reverse some of the situations. Wu Hung took a sip from the water cup, then said, Let's wait for the news from the headquarters. I guess this matter can't be concealed. Sooner or later, people outside will know about it. It's okay to wait and see the time. Zalagui nodded, and then said, Where does Chief Lilith live? We go visit her later. It's still the place I prepared for her. The new mansion hasn't been decorated yet. Wu Hung said. Sher Yali didn't care much about Lilith, and asked, How do you feel after becoming a hero? Wu Hung smiled and said, I have endless energy. Sher Yali raised her eyebrows and her eyes moved. Come to my house for dinner tonight? Not today, I have to receive Lilith at the island owner's mansion and talk about the future. Let's wait 2 days, I go directly there. Wu Hung thought for a while and said. The two women felt a little pity, but there was nothing they could do. After all, Chief Lilith had just arrived, so they still had to entertain her. That's fine. Sher Yali nodded in agreement. Wu Hung continued to ask, Where's Slater? He's the deacon who came to Blackstone Town and the island. Sure, Yali said. I went to see her. She left a note in her room saying that she was worried about Yuli's safety and left first. If you are done here, notify her. Left, that's normal. Slater would never let Yuli take risks with him. They must have regretted bringing her out last night. Well, I tell her then, Wu Hung said. Then, the three of them continued to discuss the future development of Treasure Island, and some changes to be made. The murder in prison also reminded them. The enemies Wu Hung had to face had already exceeded what the local association could resist. Even Shi Logui could not stop the enemy from breaking into the prison and killing people. The results of the discussion were mainly 2 points. Important positions are guarded by high-level skeletons. Important matters require documents from both the deacon and the city hall to be implemented. The second point is to delete the information that Wu Hung left in the local association as much as possible to avoid leaving any traces. Now that he has become a hero, to a certain extent, he is no longer subject to the supervision of the association. He will not be transferred around, and will be rooted in Treasure Island in the future. As for the affairs of the Holy See, it depends on how the headquarters handles them. After chatting in the room for a while, he looked at the time, and got up to leave. When leaving, Sir Yali said, Don't forget, come to our house for dinner when you have time. Okay, I miss you too, Wu Hung replied. Both women smiled. Island Master's mansion. Is the master back? Wu Hung entered the living room, and Minnie came over to help him take off his coat. Well, isn't Shannara back yet? Minnie shook her head. Not yet, wait until she comes back, I let her find you. Wu Hung said, No, Lilith will come to our house for dinner tonight. Prepare some delicious food, and tell Shannara. Okay, master. Wu Hung nodded and walked upstairs. Come to the radio room. Wu Hung picked up the radio. Slater, can you hear me? Slater's voice came from the other side. I can hear you. Before he finished speaking, Yuri shouted, Wu Hung, are you okay? I want to help you, but my aunt won't let me. You just reached level 9, you're going to die. Slater said angrily. Yuri stopped talking. Wu Hung asked, I'm fine here, Leader Lilith is coming. He didn't mention the Pope's death or his becoming a hero. It won't be too late to tell them when the news is announced later. Has Lilith gone? Slater was a little surprised. Wu Hung and Lilith knew each other, and it was Slater who introduced them. Well, where are you two? Wu Hung asked. If they return to Blackstone Town, according to the time, the two should be on the train, and they can't use the radio to receive the news. Slater said, Yuli and I are in Netail City. Wu Hung said, Did everything go well along the way? It went pretty well. Slater said. Yuri shouted from the other side, I'm not feeling well, my butt hurts. Wu Hung asked, why does your butt hurt? Go away. Slater said angrily, and then said, If you don't listen, I beat you. Wu Hung didn't dare to say more after hearing the other party's tone. Just take a pill, and you be fine. Slater continued, Will the Holy See go over there? Wu Hung pondered for a moment and said, The headquarters will coordinate this matter. The possibility of a fight is not high, but it's also a little uncertain. Is the decoration on your side finished? Not yet. Do you want to come over and continue the renovation, or go back to Blackstone Town first? Slater hesitated, then said, Let's go to Treasure Island. I also visit Chief Lilith, and finish the renovation. Wu Hung nodded, Then I send you the ticket later. Okay, but it will probably be tomorrow. We just woke up. No rush. In the afternoon, the association's fleet arrived. Wu Hung did not show up, and Zalagui and the association members arrived at the port to greet them. Several large ships of the association were parked at the port, which still brought a great sense of security. After landing at the temporary port, the people of the association were all shocked when they passed by the port area that looked like a ruin. Normal professional battles, even between mages, could not reach this level. In addition to being surprised and exaggerated, it was also funny that the flag bearer of the association and the church had fought. And the fight reached this level. Leaving the port, Zalagui led everyone to the association and arranged accommodation. Dusk. Lilith was received in the island owner's mansion. Sanera also accompanied him. The person in charge of the island's business, and the elder of the Wood Elves were also qualified to sit here. After dinner, Xiaoxiao took a few people to the courtyard to play. Wu Hung and Lilith sat in the living room and chatted. Chief Lilith, how do you think the association will deal with this matter? Lilith glanced at him, and said, It's hard to say. It depends on Saidu's attitude. After all, a hero died, and this matter is difficult to coordinate. Saidu is the religious leader. He is still dealing with the affairs of the Yeko Kingdom. The hero, who was in charge of his hometown, died. If he hadn't died at that time, I would have died. Wu Hung said seriously. I know that this department will not favor them, but some things still depend on the final result. Lilith took a sip from the teacup. Wu Hung also smiled, as long as it is handled fairly. We see what happens then. Wu Hung leaned forward, and Lilith felt that he was a little close, so she glanced at him. Chief, didn't you say that he and the Pope are the same person? Will the Pope die inside who also has some sequelae? Chapter 865. After Effects, Lilith raised her eyebrows. Others are worried about the Vatican's revenge on this side, and now he is thinking about Saidu again. Shaking his head, he said, I am just guessing. No one can say whether the two of them are related. Besides, it's enough to know about this kind of thing in your heart. Don't spread it outside. I will only ask you privately, how can I spread it everywhere? Wu Hung said seriously, indicating that he knew what to say and what not to say. Lilith didn't answer. From her expression, she seemed to be thinking about what Wu Hung said. In terms of race and profession, the vampires were not considered a positive race in the eyes of the church. Therefore, neither of them had a good impression of the church, and they could say something behind their backs. Moreover, whether the Pope and the religious hero were the same person, Lilith was definitely more interested. After all, she was in charge of intelligence, and as a woman, she always liked to inquire about some secrets. After 2 or 3 seconds of silence, Lilith continued, after Saida gets the news, he will definitely rush back. We will know when we see it. Wu Hung asked, will he come directly to Treasure Island? You are also a hero. I don't think he dares to come, not to mention I am here. Lilith answered directly. Now Wu Hung also has the means to kill the opponent. Naturally, he dare not go to the island with a few people like he did at the beginning. If he can kill the Pope, maybe he can kill him too. Besides, Lilith is here too, so she is more likely not to come and dare not come. I know you will help me, Chief. Wu Hung said flatteringly, and then asked, how does he go back, by boat or something? Lilith frowned and looked at him puzzledly. Why are you asking this? This department will handle this matter. Don't make things worse. How can I? I'm just asking casually. If he takes a boat, I have someone escort him, so that if something happens in the Emerald Sea, I won't blame it on me. Wu Hung avoided the other party's eyes and explained. If he went back by boat, Wu Hung would definitely use an electromagnetic cannon on him. Now, he has also initially figured out a way to kill the hero. First, use an electromagnetic cannon on him, and when his body recovers, teleport and then use the hero's power to kill him. The range of the electromagnetic cannon can also avoid direct combat with the opponent. Of course, this is a method in his mind, and cannot be spoken out. Lilith rolled her eyes at him, showing a look of I don't believe you, and muttered, kid. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows, not quite understanding why the other party said such a sentence. Besides, you look like a little loli every day, and you play so well with Xiao Xiao, who looks like a child. Wu Hung did not continue to talk about the church. He had said what he needed to say, and then asked, Leader, where can I learn skills after becoming a hero? My skills are a bit lacking. Where is the skill book I gave you? Have you learned it? Lilith looked at him and asked. The skill book has been unlocked, but the learning speed is a bit fast, so I can't say it yet. So I just said, still looking, are there any skills for necromancers? You? Lilith didn't know what to say. He can't do anything, he knows nothing, but he levels up quickly. How could there be such a person? The association has no example of a necromancer becoming a hero, and I don't know if there are any hero-level skill books. I keep an eye out for you when we get back to the headquarters. Lilith replied. Please help me check out the skills of other factions, and the high-level ones. I really want to improve. I know, Lilith said unhappily. She looked at the sky again, and saw that it was getting late outside. She stood up and said, okay, I go back first. I have to go to the new residence tomorrow. Don't you want to stay and watch a movie? I've asked the chef to prepare snacks. Wu Hung tried to persuade her. Tomorrow, Lilith said and walked out. Wu Hung didn't stay for long. He sent her all the way to the other side's residence and said, Leader, have a good rest and come back tomorrow. Lilith nodded and went back to her residence. Lilith returned to her residence. After sitting in the bedroom and waiting for a while, ripples appeared in the air, and a six-eyed crow flew out of thin air. It landed on the table, and the 6 green eyes looked at her several times before they began to imitate her. The leaders' meeting discussed it. Claudio will go to the Holy See. You investigate the whole incident on the spot, and record it in full and detail. This department will handle it normally according to the procedures. After saying that, the crow's body stiffened and fell down again as a mummy. Lilith put the crow's body back into the brocade box and put it away. She continued to sit in the chair, thinking about this matter. Judging from the attitude of the headquarters, it seems that there is no intention to favor the Holy See. Claudio is the leader of the Hongwen Society, and Wu Hung is the leader who personally approved to join the Hongwen Society. Arranging him to go to the Holy See shows some inclinations. But this is only for now. It is hard to say whether there will be changes when the religious hero side returns. Having been the leader for such a long time, Lilith also understands the principles of the headquarters in handling matters. The church is not right in the whole matter, and Wu Hung has been discussed a lot in the headquarters recently. In particular, the price of the medicine has been reduced by improving it into tablets, and it has spread among various countries and races. Now that the news of becoming a hero has spread, it will definitely attract more attention. And if the association is biased towards the church because of the church's power, it will easily lose the image of fairness that it has maintained for so many years. The opposite is also true. If Wu Hung is favored, not only will the church disagree, but believers everywhere will also boycott the association. Now we have to see which side the evidence leans towards before making it public. You are promoting yourself everywhere. Isn't it also to prevent today? Lilith narrowed her eyes. This person is really afraid of death. He arranged so many things. But from the current point of view, it is not too bad for Wu Hung and Treasure Island. Dong dong dong. While thinking in his heart, there was another knock on the door outside. The door opened, and Xiao Xiao jumped in with a box in his arms, saying, "Sister, play games." The island owner's mansion. After Wu Hung came back, Shannara and the maids also came back and began to prepare for rest. Especially Shannara, after all, she has a husband and is the elder of the Wood Elves, so she needs to act like a guest here and will leave soon. Now that people have left, she can be more casual. Go back to the room to change into pajamas and prepare to rest. After Wu Hung washed up, he returned to the bedroom. Shannara was already lying in the quilt, and Wu Hung also got in, with his lower abdomen pressed against the other's hips, his palms wrapped around her slender waist, and stretched in along her waist. Shannella shook her head uncomfortably. Then she turned around and looked him in the eyes. Wu Hung looked at her and asked, "What's wrong? It feels weird." Shannella suddenly had tears in her eyes, and buried her head in her arms. "Yesterday, I thought you were going to die." The worry and grievance of last night suddenly came out when the two were alone together. She was no longer a shrewd president of the Chamber of Commerce, but more like a worried little woman. Wu Hung patted the other person's back. "Okay, I made you worry. I'm a hero now, and I'm not afraid of anyone. You are a hero now, and more women will be attracted to you in the future. You can't leave me." Sayonara sniffed and looked up. "We agreed that I will treat you well for the rest of my life." Wu Hung comforted her softly. "Yeah." Sayonara forced a smile, and the sadness in her heart dissipated, and she felt a little sweeter. My little lover was raised to be a hero. More of a sense of pride. I really have a good eye for investment. At that time, I thought you would never come back, so I had an idea that it would be great if we were of the same race, so that I could at least give you a child. Sayonara pouted and said. Wu Hung smiled. "Try it now, maybe it will work." Sayonara looked up and wanted to say how it was possible, but she saw the other party's fiery eyes, and turned her head away with a blushing face. Wu Hung touched the other party's smooth cheek, lifted up the nightgown, and revealed her creamy skin, kissing along the shoulder bone all the way down, picking up the white legs, pressing directly on them. Shannara gently stroked the man's chest, looking at her slender feet swinging on his shoulders. The night was deep. Wu Hung glanced at the messy bed, and the mature and plump wood elf beside him. Shannara fell asleep in a strange shape, and her snow-white skin was still stained with a bright red. After becoming a hero, this ability is even more terrifying. The constant supply of energy replenishes oneself, and there is a feeling that one can keep fighting. If it weren't for the fact that Shannara looked like she was being played with, he could have continued. Turning Shannara over, she had no reaction at all. Covering the two with a blanket, he played with each other's bodies while thinking about the plan behind. From the current point of view, he was mainly waiting for the attitude of the association. Judging from the speed at which Lilith arrived, the association intended to stop the action of the church. It was just that they arrived too late. When Lilith arrived, the fight between the two had already ended. It feels like the headquarters still doesn't want to let him die in the hands of the church. Wu Hung took a deep breath and began to think about several possibilities. The worst-case scenario is that the association stands on the side of the church, and then the pressure he faces is from the many heroes of the association. On the contrary, the situation that is favorable to him is that the association stands on his side, and holds back the remaining heroes of the church. Wu Heng also doesn't want to really go to war with the church. After all, the church is just the thugs of the gods in this world. Oh, and there are gods. Being targeted by the gods is also very dangerous. Especially since faith is mentioned on the panel. It proves that gods really exist to a large extent. And my plan later is also very simple. The first point is to complete the collection of faith. I forgot to ask Lilith just now. I just talked about the vernacular church and forgot about faith. I will ask again when I see it in the next 2 days. To collect faith, we need to establish an organization like a sect. Before, I always felt that those sects were not good people, but I didn't expect that I would also collect faith now. The second point is to learn heroes' skills. When fighting with the Pope, the skills released by the opponent are powerful and effective, which are definitely not the skills learned by ordinary professionals. Although my own skills have also been amplified, the power and effect are much worse. Among the heroes, there is an immortal emperor who is a necromancer. I wonder if I can buy a few books to read. I can rent it, anyway, I will return it to him after reading it. As for the zombie world, the main thing is to train a few zombies to level 20, and there is also the satellite, which must be launched as soon as possible. I thought about a few things in my mind. I felt that becoming a hero didn't seem to make me feel much better. Snap! Shannara slapped his hand and said angrily, "Just touch it, why are you always pulling it?" Wu Heng glanced at her. "You're awake, are you okay?" Shannara frowned. "You want to kill me?" Wu Heng lifted the quilt, spread her legs with his feet, and pressed on her again. Shannara, the whole person was wrapped around him. The next day, early morning, Wu Heng came down from upstairs. Minnie looked up and said, "Master, breakfast is ready. Is Sister Chanella still awake?" "No need to wait for her for breakfast. Let her sleep a little longer," Wu Heng said as he walked down. Minnie came over and put her arm around him. "Was Sister Chanella very disobedient last night?" "What happened?" Wu Heng asked back. Minnie smiled and said, "It was the first time that Sister Chanella screamed so loudly." Wu Heng put his arm around her waist and said, "That was a cry of happiness." Minnie laughed and said she understood. There was no need to wait for Shannara. Wu Heng and the maid sat down at the table and started to eat breakfast. Underwire talked about the progress of cleaning up the battlefield last night. "Master, do we need to build houses directly from the ruins we have sorted out?" Underwire asked. Wu Heng thought for a while and said, "No, I have trained a few skeleton builders here. Let them try to see if they can do it." "Understood." Underwire agreed, and then said, "Master, we have also collected some corpses of the church staff. Do you want to take a look?" In addition to the Pope, there were 5 ships of Vatican clergy. They were smashed to pieces by machine guns from the Treasure Island frigate. If they died at sea, it would easily attract ferocious beasts in the sea, and there should not be many complete bodies that can be collected. "Where are they?" "I fought in the ruins, and the area around them is blocked by skeletons, so the bodies can't be preserved for long." Anweer said. "I go and see after dinner," Wu Heng said. "Okay." After talking about this matter, Wu Heng didn't want to affect everyone's appetite, so he didn't say more about it. Instead, they chatted about the resettlement of residents on the island. Treasure Island had originally expanded the residential area, and Andeville planned to arrange people there first, and consider the rest later. They chatted and ate, and soon finished breakfast. Andeville and Annette went to the city hall, while Minnie and Robe discussed planting some new flowers and plants in the courtyard. Wu Heng returned to the bedroom, and Chanella was still sleeping. He walked over and kissed her cheek gently, and she opened her eyes dazedly. "Is it dawn?" "I have someone bring breakfast in," Wu Heng said. "No need, I get up soon after sleeping for a while, and go downstairs to eat later." Shannara yawned and said, "Okay, I'm going out for a while, you can rest for a while." "Yes." Shannara nodded. Wu Heng kissed her on the face and left the bedroom. He took the skeleton and called the ghost, and used teleportation to go directly to the ruins area after the battle. The figure appeared again, and had arrived at the ruins area. All that was left was a ruined building, with burnt bricks and beams intertwined. Groups of skeletons were moving stones to fill up some deep pits on the ground. Wu Heng walked over and asked one of the skeletons, "Where are the collected bodies?" The skeleton turned its head, and pointed in a direction with its skeletal finger. Wu Heng walked over and saw a simple wooden frame in the distance, which was used to build a temporary wooden shed. Inside were corpses covered with straw mats. However, the corpses were a bit miserable, and the more intact ones were also missing arms and legs. "There are quite a few." Benny appeared at the side. Glinda was reading in the study. Xiao Xiao had gone somewhere, Wu Hung only brought Benny out to take care of some security work. Wu Hung said, "There are 5 ships, and it is estimated that many people were blown to pieces, eaten by sharks or something, otherwise more could be fished out. That kind of machine guns will blow people to pieces, and it is useless to fish them out. This kind of relatively intact ones are good," Benny said. "That's right." Wu Hung nodded. "What are you going to do? Transform directly? It looks like they are missing arms and legs, so it's hard to have any fighting power." Benny looked at the corpse, a little dissatisfied. "As a senior necromancer, I naturally have a way," Wu Hung said confidently. Then he opened the mansion spell, and said to the inside, "You come out first." Inside the mansion spell, the skeletons transformed by Shanshan, Caxiu, and the Pope walked out one after another, and stood in the open space outside the wooden shed. Shanshan's huge horn was broken, with a clear cut, and the right side was missing a forearm and a leg. It looked like a rhinoceros beetle turned into a cockroach with black shell wings. Caxiu lost both arms, which was quite miserable. The Pope's skeleton lost an arm, and several ribs. The 3 skeletons standing there looked very miserable. Especially Caxiu, who was a boxer. Without both arms, he basically lost his fighting power, even if his level was there. Wu Hung released bone transplant to the 3 skeletons and said, "Go find the parts that suit you." The 3 skeletons stood up and walked out, and began to search on the corpses on the ground. The Pope's skeleton found a corpse dressed like an archbishop, removed the arms and ribs, and directly put them on his own body. Shanshan and Caxiu also found different parts, and spliced them on their bodies. Then the power of the dead souls completed the connection. However, the bones that were spliced later were obviously different from the original bones, just like different fabrics were sewn on the original clothes. There was no other way. Wu Hung only knew this spell to restore the skeleton. After his 3 skeletons had selected the parts, he released the bone service technique on the more than 10 relatively complete corpses below, and then let them go to the remaining corpses to find parts. After a busy period, there were nearly 20 more skeleton warriors from level 15 to 18. "You guys continue to clean up the battlefield here," Wu Hung said directly. Crash! The transformed skeletons walked out and joined the working skeletons. Zombie World, South Korea's main base. Near the military airport, many survivors in the base gathered, and vehicles were loaded with goods. At this time, a plane landed in the sky. The door opened, and several men with Western faces got off the plane. After getting off the plane, they looked around. He held his head high and chest out, and he didn't look malnourished like a survivor. After getting off the plane, he looked at the people waiting to greet him not far away. When he saw that the leader was a woman, his eyes narrowed. "What's your name?" the Westerner in the lead asked. "Chi Han Kai, deputy leader of the base. What's your name?" Chi Han Kai asked back in a flat tone. "It's a good name, and I also like you Orientals, especially beautiful women like you." The other party glanced up and down. Chi Han Kai's eyes narrowed, and he said, "Just this once, I think you are joking, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." The smile on the other person's face also faded a lot, and he asked, "I like hot women. What superpowers have you awakened?" As he spoke, a fire snake suddenly rushed out and exploded in front. "You are the deputy leader of a small base, and you are qualified to warn me?" Chapter 866. Suddenly releasing superpowers in the base, it attracted the attention of everyone nearby. "Caw caw caw." The skeleton in charge of guarding pointed the black muzzle of the gun at the opposite side. The few people who were showing off just now suddenly froze, and did not continue to show any action. Chi Han Sai's face remained unchanged, and he said indifferently, "This is indeed a small base. If you plan to discuss cooperation and come to trade, we welcome you here. If you come here to show off, please go back." The superpower released by the other party just now is considered well developed among fire-type superpower users. But in the eyes of Chi Han Kai and others, it is just SOSO, and it has no great use except for showing off. After all, I have seen Wu Hang's abilities. In addition to the skeleton, lightning, fire and some things that can be transformable are all very common abilities. The Westerner raised his eyebrows, looked at the other party carefully, and smiled. "It seems that this deputy leader doesn't care much about my superpowers. I wonder how much you have developed your superpowers? Or, there is no awakening of superpowers at all?" Chi Han Kai asked calmly. "So, you have no cooperation to discuss? Then you can leave here." "What's your attitude?" Someone suddenly shouted from the opposite side. "Dare to talk to our captain like this? Do you know what the consequences will be?" The leading man waved his hand calmly, and said with a smile, "Why are you scaring a woman? I like the deputy leader's character very much. Let's talk about cooperation." Shi Hankai gestured, "Please come in." The two sides walked into the building behind. Inside the conference room, no refreshments were prepared, and the two sides sat on both sides of the conference table. The captain asked directly, "What is the deputy leader's name?" "Shi Hankai." The other party suddenly realized, it turns out to be the deputy leader Chi who is always mentioned on the radio. "My name is Engel, the person in charge of this negotiation. This period of time has passed. The base under my feet has also completely changed. Shelters from all over the country not only come to exchange supplies, but also form a large trading market here. Market areas are divided, and various shops are set up to sell the products of each shelter. The currency used for transactions is the food coupons issued by Chi Hankai, which can be directly exchanged for food, which is quite convenient. These people in front of them took the initiative to contact the base a few days ago and mentioned that they had important cooperation to discuss. It was also decided today, and Chi Hankai took people out to greet them. Chi Hansai's attitude remained cold, and he said, "Let's talk about the content of the cooperation." He had no interest in the other party's name. Engel stretched his hand behind him, and someone handed him a document, and then said, "Our Muo's company has established the Dawn base. The shelter has advanced technology and a variety of military weapons, and has satellite positioning and long-distance and short-distance strike capabilities. It can easily destroy any existing shelter." Shi Hankai and the others narrowed their eyes, feeling the threat in the other party's words. After the other party introduced the situation of his shelter in a long speech, continued, "This time, we have made deeper progress in the research and development of superpowers. We hope to cooperate with your shelter to jointly develop superpowers." Shi Hankai and others have heard of the Dawn base. Before the Korean base had a conflict with their side, they mentioned this base. They planned to introduce their side to the Dawn base and join some alliance organization. However, Wu Hung had never thought of cooperating with other shelters, so he directly refused. This time he came here himself. Moreover, the cooperation with supernatural powers mentioned was not as much as when the other party mentioned long-range missiles. It was obviously a different way of saying robbery. Chi Hankai asked directly, "What are the conditions?" Engel looked at the document and said, "The conditions are not too harsh. It's just that we are responsible for research, and you need to provide some food and supplies. If it is signed, we hope to take back 60 tons of food this time and transport it later." As soon as the voice fell, the people on Chi Hansai's side began to curse. I was listening to it seriously, but it turned out to be a beggar. "Why don't you go and rob? It's faster than here. The base can definitely afford the food. But now it is still the end of the world. Food is a necessity and hard currency. Without guns and ammunition, as long as the base is safe, we can survive the coming winter. Without food, there is only one way to go." He asked for 60 tons of food, but he didn't explain the specific purpose. "This is taking advantage of me. Moreover, the maximum load of the plane they came with was only about 70 tons, so they left with a full load." Engel asked in confusion, "Your base sells so much food every day, it shouldn't be a big deal, right?" The other party wanted to continue talking. Chi Hankai interrupted and said, "Tell me what you can provide?" Engel raised his eyebrows. "Provide you with safety, we will not harm our partners, and we can also use the superpower technology we have mastered to help some of your personnel improve their superpowers." "Are you sure it will improve?" Chi Hankai asked with a frown. Engel sneered and said, "What the deputy leader said is true. Who can say that something will definitely succeed? Even if the technology is mature, there will be risks when it is used on people. We can improve the success rate by 20%, which is already a very high success rate, and it will increase as we continue to study. It sounds like it hasn't improved much. Moreover, Wu Hung has never been interested in the development of superpowers and genes." Chi Hankai refused directly, "The success rate is too low, we don't agree." Engel narrowed his eyes, and his attitude instantly became strong, saying, "Before coming, our leader specifically told us that if you don't agree, the missiles will destroy the several bases that are fixed on you. The development of superpowers is just an excuse to make the cooperation between the two sides look more civilized. In fact, it is a threat of force. In less than a month, winter will come. No food will kill everyone." Chi Hansai's eyes also turned cold. "Then I will kill you all first. Since I dared to come here, I am not afraid to stay here." Engel sneered. "The purpose of the cooperation has been fully stated, and there is no need for the last bit of cover-up. I want food, otherwise I will attack you. It's that simple." Someone from Chi Hansai's side stood up and said directly, "Are you crazy? We are also a military base here, and we also have long-range missiles. We can destroy your base when the time comes. Engel shrugged. So where are you going to attack? Do you know the location of our base? Or, do you know the location of our real base? The room fell silent. Honkai fell silent, but the people on the other side gradually relaxed. It seems that this meeting is simpler than expected. The strongest base rumored on the radio is just like this. Honkai glanced at the people on the other side with cold eyes and said, "We have many bases. As long as you launch missiles, we can capture your location in the first time, and then we can counterattack. Then everyone will be homeless and have no food and starve to death." Engel was a little surprised by the other party's courage and said, "Deputy Chief Chi, are you really going to do this? Don't you want to see your leader's opinion? It's just some food, you have it." The other people all looked at Honkai. Honkai had a cold face and didn't say anything. This was different from the dangers and difficulties he encountered in the past. The other party was robbing nakedly. Inwardly, he felt humiliated, the humiliation of being despised and threatened. Engel continued, "Don't be sad, we have indeed made breakthroughs in the research and development of superpowers. Maybe your leader can get deeper development through our methods." Honkai said coldly, "Then I will discuss it with the leader and let you know when the time comes." Engel smiled, "That's right, you are a woman, why do you have to resist this matter, and we don't need much food." Then he continued, "One day, if there is no definite answer by this time tomorrow, just wait for the missile attack. Secondly, in addition to the 60 tons shipped back for the first time, we need 3,000 tons of food before winter, so let your leader know in advance. Don't even think about evacuating. Your people and supplies won't be able to escape in one day. You will be in a worse situation then." Honkai grabbed the men who were about to take action and said directly, "Then you stay here first. I will contact the leader and ask for his opinion." "Okay, I look forward to a result that we can all be satisfied with." Engel smiled and nodded, and then he took his people away. The meeting room was still quiet. "They are here to rob," someone said angrily. "What a bullshit cooperation. To put it bluntly, they are threatening to get food. Anyway, they can't survive the winter without food, so they come to the place with food to ask for it, then we will all die together. Even if we can't bomb it completely, we can just destroy the built base and the stored food. Moreover, the amount offered is within the acceptable range for the current base. After all, it is exchanging food for shelters all over the world. Sister, these guys are bloodsuckers, we must not agree to them. We have finally survived the apocalypse, and we still have to endure their anger. They are not afraid of death, and neither are we. They have missiles, and so do we," asked the main station. "Are you afraid that we can't find their location?" Several people spoke up, expressing their anger. They all survived the mouths of zombies, and they all carried some blood. Naturally, they couldn't swallow this breath. Honkai still sat in the chair, listening to the anger of the others. Said, "I will talk to the leader about this matter first. Keep an eye on their people in planes, and don't let them cause any trouble." "Okay." Several people nodded. Honkai led a few people, and walked out directly. In the afternoon, the news still spread. First, some shops and large bases discussed this matter, and then it spread to the entire market area. The Dawn Shelter came to steal food, and if they didn't give it, they would bomb this place with missiles. It still caused quite a stir. Do you still need to check? This is a very beautiful country? Don't fight, it's not easy to exchange some food to eat. If a fight breaks out, everyone will starve. Go and persuade those bandits. What can you do if they don't listen? Where is the leader of the base? I heard he is very powerful. Those who have offended him have been killed. Who killed them all? How come I don't know? Where do you think this South Korean base under your feet came from? No matter how powerful he is, what can he do? Can he resist missiles? These people are damned. Instead of researching how to save the survivors, they are just thinking about stealing things everywhere. It all depends on how the negotiation is done in the end." Inside the hotel. After Engel finished the call and walked back, he said, "We have already agreed with the base. Let's wait until this time tomorrow." "Will they agree to this?" someone asked. Engel exhaled and said, "The deputy leader can't make the decision. Let's wait for the leader here to come back and test his bottom line." One person said, "I heard that this leader is not easy to mess with, and his ability development is also quite powerful." Engel turned on the air conditioner and said with a smile, "We have achieved our goal. The rest is nothing more than bargaining. They have enough food, so they don't need this little bit. They definitely don't want to fight with us. As long as we can bring back some food, it will be a credit." "How are you going to test it?" Engel touched his chin and said, "For example, the deputy leader just now, I think she is not young anymore, and the outside world rumored that she was alone, with a fierce personality, and was sent out by her leader. Will she still be as tough as today? Several people in the room frowned. This will cause trouble, and Orientals care about these things the most. Engel continued, I know, I just said it casually. Then let's see what happens tomorrow. Engel continued, we are just waiting for that leader. Even if he has great abilities, and can turn all the corpses in the world into skeletons, he can only bow his head. Modern warfare is not the era where skeletons can carry swords and slash around. Dusk. Wu Hung passed through the gate, and went to the prison in the zombie world. Sitting in front of the monitor, he took a look at the zombies in the cell. From the monitor, there was not much change. At this time, Xiao Xiao and Benny flew back together, and Xiao Xiao muttered, they are so stupid, why are they still level 19? Benny smiled and said, you are too anxious. How can it be so fast? Uncle has become a hero. In the whole world, only your uncle has improved so quickly. The two talked aside. Wu Hung heard it, and confirmed that he had not reached level 20, so he stopped paying attention to this side. He picked up the phone beside him, and planned to ask Li Yong about the cement factory drawings. As soon as he turned on the phone, he saw more than 10 missed calls on it. Something happened. If it was normal, he would not call himself so urgently. Wu Hung called back, and when the call was connected, he said, Shi Han Kai, are you looking for me? I have some problems here, and I don't know how to deal with them. Chi Han Sai's voice was serious. What's wrong? Tell me in detail. Wu Hung also noticed the uneasiness in the other party's tone. Someone from the Shuguang base came in here. At first, they said they wanted to cooperate and come over to talk in detail. After they came, they said they had missiles and asked us to provide food. Then, Chi Han Kai recounted what happened in the morning in detail. After Wu Hung heard this, his eyes widened, and he was a little surprised. They just robbed him. This was the second time he was threatened with missiles by the enemy. The first time was at the South Korean base, where they collected information about Wu Hung and planned to carry out a precision strike and decapitation operation. At that time, the reason given by the other party was that the skeletons had occupied their local land. This time, there was no reason at all. If you don't give me food, I will blow you up, and we will all starve in the winter. There is also an excuse, saying that they are developing superpowers, and we provide food to maintain their development needs. Chi Han Kai said, where are our missiles? What they mean is that we don't know their location and can't hit them. Chi Han Kai said impatiently. This situation is really like when zombies break out. People with weapons go to grab the food of other survivors. Even if they can't grab it, they will burn it with fire or pour zombie blood on it. If I don't live well, you won't live well either. During that time, such people often lived better than normal survivors, and others were afraid of such lunatics. Now it's just the type of weapon that has changed. The method hasn't changed much. Chi Han Kai said uncertainly, what should we do next? They said they would launch missiles directly if there's no news until tomorrow noon. Otherwise, I arranged for people to evacuate first. I don't think they will really launch missiles. Wu Hung has seldom contacted them by phone recently, and today he only answered the phone after so many calls. It seems that he has something important to do. And this incident happened at this time, which made Chi Han Kai feel helpless and anxious. Wu Hung thought for a moment and said, don't worry you. Negotiate with them first, and tell them I will go there tomorrow, and I will take care of it then. In terms of time, it may not meet his requirements. Chi Han Kai still said, what they want is food, not really wanting to attack us. Just tell them that I can agree, but I am not satisfied with the weight of food they said, and will arrive the next day, and tell them in detail. Wu Hung said directly. Okay. Chi Han Kai agreed seriously. Since her man said so, there must be a way. Moreover, from his tone, he was not worried about this matter at all, so she felt relieved. Don't let them go for now. The possibility of danger is not high. I will leave immediately. Got it. Then I will deal with this matter first. Okay. The two hung up the phone. The three ghosts came over, and they could hear the content of the phone call. Glinda said, are you being targeted by missiles again? They've targeted the base. If you don't give them food, they bomb the base. Wu Hung said helplessly. Uncle, you become a hero, but you're still being bullied. Xiao Xiao said on the side. After hearing Xiao Xiao's words, Wu Hung also got angry. In the other world, the church targeted him. In the zombie world, he has reached the level of immortality, but there are still people who dare to threaten him. This is too bullying. Wu Hung said, I go over and kill them. Glinda reminded on the side, it's just right. Let's see if there is a chance to collect faith. Yes. Wu Hung went downstairs and rode the skeleton flying dragon to the central turntable. Li Yahong's office. Li Yahong, who was looking at the documents, looked up and saw Wu Hung coming in, and asked, "Did Chi Hankai call you?" "Yes, I also talked about this matter." "Is the train here?" "I'm going there now," Wu Hung said directly. "Yes, I arrange a convoy to take you there now. You call and arrange it, and I take the flying dragon to go there." Chapter 867. In the zombie world, in addition to various modern means of transportation, Wu Hung can also use the skeleton dragon and his own teleportation. Teleportation is the most efficient, and can be used to teleport to a familiar place. But the farther the distance, the more unstable it is, and the more likely it is to have problems. The most reliable way to teleport is to teleport to a place that can be seen by the eyes, or the distance is not too exaggerated and is relatively familiar. As for the ghost train, Wu Hung has never used it in this world, and he does not intend to use it unless it is absolutely necessary. The reason is very simple. The first point is that this world is different from the other world. Not to mention whether it can be summoned. Even if it can be summoned, there is still a worry of problems on the way. The second point is the ghost train's record of the location. The zombie world is his biggest trump card. As long as this world exists, he will always have a way out and almost inexhaustible resources. Once the ghost train is summoned, the location is recorded, and it is hard to say whether there are any tickets outside. Or he can find out about this world in some way, and use the ghost train to come here. Besides, the plane is fast, and the time difference is not too big as long as you take the plane. After leaving the Central Mall, Wu Hung took the train to Yantong City. He began to think about what happened this time. Based on the current situation, his base is already the richest in the world. At the same time, there must be people who are jealous and eyeing this place. Even if there is no Shuguang base to steal food this time, it will be targeted by others next time. Problems will arise sooner or later. Wu Hung poured himself a cup of tea, and Granada flew over to remind him, "You should still focus on the Holy See. The people here are no longer a threat to you. No matter how advanced the modern weapons in this world are, they are only an increase in power. I have become a hero, and no matter how powerful the weapons are, they cannot really kill me. The real threat still comes from another world. After all, the affairs of the Holy See have not been completely resolved. I know, I will deal with this matter as soon as possible," Wu Hung said directly. Glinda didn't say much, and asked him to take out the book he brought and read it aside. Ring, ring, ring. Soon, the satellite phone rang. Chi Hansai's voice came over. "I told them that the negotiations will be postponed for one day." "What is their attitude?" Wu Hung leaned on the chair and asked. "No attitude. I will let someone notify them. I don't believe they dare to throw a missile at me," Chi Hankai replied. It seems that this matter also made Chi Hankai very angry. "Don't be angry. I handle it when the time comes," Wu Hung advised. "Okay." Chi Hankai also agreed. After hanging up the phone, Wu Hung laid down on the berth beside him, waiting to arrive at the destination. 2 more days passed. The negotiation between the two bases had spread thoroughly in the market area. Some gossips and some internal intelligence were also known. The Korean base had basically compromised, and the reason why it had not been finalized was that they had to wait for the leader to make the final decision. It's probably just a bargaining to see how much food can be given to avoid this conflict. "You gave in so quickly? What else can you do? Take out missiles to threaten you, and bomb you if you don't give me food. Who can do that? Isn't this just encouraging the bandits? When whoever has missiles and bombs comes to follow suit and ask for food, is there any way? Chi Hankai is a woman after all, so it's okay to let her manage it. In matters of life and death, men are more courageous. Let's see the final result," people discussed in a low voice. In the office, Chi Hankai opened the document handed over, which contained some details of the negotiation with the Dawn Shelter. The first clause was to provide 3,000 tons of food, and to provide enough food for transportation to them every year in the future. The second clause was to make the cooperation agreement public, stating that the two parties were in a cooperative relationship, and that the South Korean base was voluntarily providing food, not blackmail as rumored by the outside world. The third clause was to insert their personnel into the management of this base. There are 3 in total. Except for the first one which was mentioned at the beginning, the last 2 were added temporarily. "Big sister, these guys will not give up. We promised them that they will become more aggressive later," a confidant said. Another person also said, "These days, they have been wandering around the base like thieves. Maybe they are up to something bad again." Chi Hankai raised his head, looked at the several subordinates, who were full of grievances, and said, I have discussed it with the leader. There will be no problem. If you don't believe me, you don't believe the leader? Several subordinates were a little embarrassed and hurried to explain. Sister, what are you talking about? We must believe you. Yes, we are just angry with those people. Chi Honkai waved her hand. Don't think too much. Prepare for the subsequent negotiations, and wait for the leader to come and deal with the rest. Okay. Several people nodded and left the room directly. Chi Honkai picked up the phone and dialed again. Asked Wu Heng's specific location. Hotel. Engel held the phone and said, the management of the base is a woman, and their leader needs to confirm in the end. There is enough food here. We can bring back at least 50 tons of food. Just wait for us to welcome you and open champagne. From the subsequent negotiations, the people here have basically compromised on the terms of the deal. Engel and his friends were also very happy. This matter is simpler than expected. As long as they bring food back, they will be the heroes of the entire base, and their status will rise sharply. On the other end of the phone, there was a deep male laugh. Speaking in English, it seems to be similar to what we think. I guess they are also thinking of easing the time, and then finding a way to deal with this matter. The people here can build such a large base, and they will definitely not be willing to hand in food regularly as required. It happened suddenly, so they thought of giving some food first to delay and find a solution. Engel sneered. What can they think of? We have marked all their bases. At least they can't migrate on a large scale this winter. Even if they migrate, they are being watched by our satellites, and they can be locked wherever they go. As long as they exist, they can't get rid of us. The other party smiled and said, you are right. Engel continued, I feel that this deputy leader is really good. I wonder if it can be an additional condition to ask him to come over. The other party said seriously, don't ruin this deal. For the rest, you can test their leader later. Engel nodded, then wait for their leader to come over in the afternoon. I am also curious about who this leader is. For the next negotiation, they still have great expectations. The looted supplies gave him a sense of satisfaction. After hanging up the phone, Engel continued to look at the others and said, get ready. We are going to have the final negotiation with them. Finally, it was afternoon. Outside the market building, many people from other bases gathered to watch the fun. 3 people from the Dawn base came and walked through the crowd with a proud look on their faces. Originally, the others were still wondering whether the news circulating outside was true. Now looking at the appearance of these people, it is basically certain that the news outside is true. Entering the meeting room, Engel and the other 2 glanced at Chi Honkai and the others. Frowning, he said, Deputy Leader Chi, your leader hasn't arrived yet? Not keeping time is not a polite behavior. Chi Honkai glared at him. The leader is on the way, and will be here soon. You have been waiting for a long time, so you should not be in a hurry for a while. Ha ha. Engel smiled and sat down opposite. Since he is on the way, we can still wait. After that, he continued, by the way, someone from your base openly insulted us outside yesterday. I suggest that we kill them if necessary. People who don't know the overall situation and try to destroy our relationship will only increase the danger if they stay. The people on Chi Hankai's side gritted their teeth and stared at the other party. He is really pushing his luck. Chi Honkai said expressionlessly, wait for our leader to come over, and you can talk to him. In fact, there is no need to trouble your leader. As long as Deputy Leader Chi helps his subordinates say a word, this matter is not a big deal. You say. Before Engel finished speaking, the door was pushed open. Wu Heng walked in directly. Everyone in the room looked over at the same time. Chi Honkai showed a happy expression, and the subordinates beside him stood up and called him leader. Engel frowned. So young. Moreover, from the appearance, he didn't look like someone who lived in the end times. They looked at each other and smiled. A pretty boy? Engel felt more relieved, crossed his legs, and said, are you the leader of the base? This is our agreement and conditions. Please confirm it. Chapter 868. As he spoke, he pushed the prepared agreement over on the table. The content on it was exactly the same as what Chi Honkai saw in the morning. The first point was 60 tons of food, the second was to clarify to the outside world that it was a voluntary donation, and the third was to arrange for personnel to enter here to act as management. Wu Heng sat down, picked up the agreement handed over and just looked at the content on it. Engel kept saying, you little leader, you are really ignorant. You don't even follow the agreed time. Do you know English? If not, ask someone to translate it for you. He looked at the other person again. You have contacted each other in advance, don't waste time. Just take a look and it will be fine. The other person was still chattering. Wu Heng raised his hand and pointed, and the other person's mouth disappeared instantly. Engel found that he could not speak suddenly, and touched his closed mouth in panic. The other people also showed a look of horror. The other person's mouth just disappeared suddenly. The appearance was indeed a bit weird and scary. Some people stood up and wanted to move, but found that their bodies were also frozen in place, as if they had lost control of their bodies. "Damn it, what did you do?" another person roared loudly. Wu Hung waved his hand casually, and the mouths of the remaining 2 people disappeared immediately. The 3 people just sat on the chairs, motionless, with fear and panic on their faces. The people on Chi Hansai's side also showed a look of horror. Is this a new superpower? Ability to change other people's organs? From the end of the world to now, many kinds of superpowers have appeared, but without exception, they are all for the development of oneself. For example, strengthening the body, or being able to release some abilities. This is the first time I have seen someone's mouth disappear. Even if it is used on others, it still gives people a scary feeling. After Wu Hung finished reading the list in his hand, he looked at Chi Han Kai and asked, "How many people are there in total?" "There are 5 people getting off the plane, and there is probably a pilot on the plane, so there are not many people." Chi Han Kai thought for a while and answered, "Is he the captain you mentioned?" Wu Hung glanced at angle opposite. "Well, he spoke to us in Chinese, and when he was on the phone, he used English." Chi Han Kai continued, "He would call back every hour or so to report the situation here. When he came in, he had just finished calling." Wu Hung nodded, glanced at the people beside Chi Han Kai, and said, "You stay outside, and don't tell anyone about what happened here." "Yes." Several subordinates nodded, and left the room directly. In the meeting room, only Wu Hung and Chi Han Kai were left, and the 3 people opposite them, who were sitting stiffly with their mouths gone. Chi Han Kai said, "He flirted with me before." The eyes of the people opposite them widened. This is a complaint, and the serious and indifferent deputy leader suddenly showed a little woman's demeanor. "Go and give him 2 knives to calm down." Chi Han Kai smiled, "Forget it, why should I bother with a dead person?" Wu Hung looked across, and the 3 people's mouths disappeared, but their expressions were still determined and tough. It looked like what Chi Han Kai said on the phone, a group of desperate people who were not afraid of death. They came to force food, and they had no intention of leaving alive. Wu Hung glanced at Engel in the middle, and then looked at the other 2. With a wave of his hand, the mouths of the other 2 people reappeared except Engel. "You are crazy, you want to destroy the cooperation, right? You die together." The 2 looked nervous, but still cursed. They spoke in Chinese, albeit a little poorly. Wu Hung said, "Kill them both and ask about the bodies." Crack, crack, 2 sounds of bones rubbing against each other were heard, and the necks of the 2 people cursing instantly turned 180 degrees and looked forward again. Engel in the middle had his eyes wide open, and with his dark skin, it seemed as if his eyeballs were about to fall out. Wu Hung released talking to the dead to a corpse. The corpse on the left sat up suddenly. The cloudy eyeballs looked over here. Wu Hung asked, "Do you really have the ability to attack us?" The corpse replied, "Yes." Chi Hansai's heart tightened. Before, I also suspected that the other party was lying, but now it seems that he really has this ability. And Engel's eyes turned to the side. "Damn it, this is not a supernatural power, it is oriental witchcraft." Wu Hung continued to ask, "Where is your base?" The corpse replied, "A base in the city of Gas Height, Mexico." "Mexico? I vaguely remember that Mexico should be in North America, close to the United States. I seem to have always seen news about gangs on TV before the end of the world. Mexico has such long-range precision missiles?" Wu Hung thought about it and then asked, "Where did you get this weapon from?" The corpse replied, "Found it in the US military base." Sure enough, it is a weapon of a big country. The 4th question then asked, "If it is normal, after the transaction with us is completed, how do you contact the people in the base?" Engel will report to the base regularly. If it takes too long or we can't get in touch, we will be sure that something has happened to us. It seems that this Engel is a relatively important person. He is needed to stabilize the enemy's base. The last question is, when you talk, do you have any code or method to identify your identity? Not sure. After the 5 questions, the body lay back on its back. Wu Hung continued to release talking to the dead to the next body, and the body sat up suddenly. After thinking for a while, he began to ask questions. After all 5 questions were asked, the body also lay back down. The information collected was almost the same. The Dawn Base, a base in the city of Gas Height in Mexico, has advanced weapons and equipment, as well as a laboratory and scientific researchers, which is the power development mentioned several times. The leader is the former gang leader, and has a certain amount of armed forces. It is also the largest refuge in the local area. Of course, the other party has long-range attack weapons, and Wu Hung does not think that he can attack so many of his bases. It's probably just a few key ones. But I have to admit that the other party is a real terrorist. If you don't give them food, they might really throw those missiles at us. The two corpses were asked. The only one left alive, Engel, with sweat on his forehead, looked terrified and suspicious. Wu Hung looked at him and thought about countermeasures. This person can't be killed yet, and he has to call the base over there regularly. Let him go and force him to cooperate with me. Wu Hung was still a little worried, so he told the other party directly that something happened. Find someone who can speak English to pretend to be the other party and call. It is difficult to find a substitute for the voice and accent. Maybe they have some secret code. I was a little confused for a moment. What should I do? Kill him and ask the corpse? Chi Honkai said on the side. Wu Hung shook his head. No hurry, let me think about it. As he said, he immersed his consciousness in the space ring to see if there was any props that could make the other party cooperate with him. After all, so many level 18 professionals have been killed during this period. I got a lot of scrolls and props. Slave scrolls are one kind, but if the other party resists, there is no way to force them to sign. He looked at them one by one and took out a scroll from inside. Magic Scroll of Loss of Consciousness. Description: it can make the user's memory of the nearby time period blurred. If the level is too low, it is easy to cause damage to the soul. Wu Hung looked at the opposite side again, and had an idea in his mind. He took out the spinal snake bone staff, and said to the opposite side, "Look at me." Engel looked over subconsciously. Wu Hung continued sleep. Engel rolled his eyes, and fell on his back. Chi Honkai was a little confused and frowned. What next? Go get the curtains, and wrap up the two bodies. Wu Hung ordered. Chi Honkai took down the curtains, and wrapped up the bodies with broken necks on the ground. Wu Hung opened the mansion technique, and wrapped up the area of the electromagnetic gun, and built the same conference room at the other end. With a thought, the two people whose necks had just been broken appeared in the space, sitting on both sides. Chi Honkai's eyes widened, and he also understood what Wu Hung was going to do. After the scene was constructed, Wu Hung used the magic scroll of absence of mind on the unconscious Engel. A ray of light penetrated into his forehead. Dong dong dong. The sound of knocking on the table sounded. Engel opened his eyes from the table, touched his mouth subconsciously, and then looked across. Wu Hung handed the signed agreement to the other party. I agree to all your conditions. Engel opened his eyes, scratched his head, and looked around again, a little confused. Chapter 869. Knock, knock, knock. Wu Hung knocked on the table and pushed the signed agreement over. I have accepted all the conditions. Do you have anything else to say? Engel rubbed his temples and looked at his two companions beside him in confusion, and whispered, Why did I fall asleep? Speaking in accented English. The companion said, They were reading the information, and you fell asleep on the table. Engel only felt a little dizzy, and it seemed like he had a dream. In the dream, the other party's leader was as scary as a devil. But when he saw the agreement signed by the other party, his face showed a victorious expression again. You are not bad. Chi Honkai raised his eyebrows, not knowing what to say. Just sat there waiting. Wu Hung continued, The third clause mentioned that we need to leave people here. Do you plan to stay this time, or will we talk about it later? Engel spread his arms, and patted the shoulders of the two companions beside him. Of course we will stay now. I have brought the people here. Just as I guessed. These two people can speak Chinese, and they were brought here to participate in the negotiations to satisfy the third person who stayed here. Okay. Wu Hung readily agreed, and then said to Chi Honkai, You take them out to familiarize themselves with the environment first, and Mr. Engel and I will talk a few more words. Okay. Chi Honkai nodded and said to the two people opposite, Let's go, I take you there first. The other two stood up and followed them out. Engel did not stop him. As things had developed to this point, the attitudes of both sides were completely certain. This leader was weaker than expected, even weaker than the female deputy leader. The three left. Wu Hung and Engel continued to sit in the room. Engel asked, When will the food be ready? People are already preparing it. Wu Hung said. Engel nodded and asked curiously, Your ability can only transform into a skeleton? Wu Hung leaned back in his chair and said, Well, how are your abilities being developed? Engel showed some pride on his face. Of course our base will be better at developing superpowers. You should do the things in the agreement well, and then let the base help you develop superpowers again. Okay. Wu Hung still kept a calm smile. The two chatted for a while, and confirmed that the time was almost up. Wu Hung stood up and said, The food should be ready, let's go out. Engel also stood up and said as he walked, I like you more and more. We should have more contact in the future. And your deputy leader, is she your sister? He looks good. Wu Hung ignored him and just took him out. Engel became more and more excited as he spoke and kept muttering to himself, ignoring the other stone door outside the conference room. He just followed him out. Outside the building, a lot of people gathered. When he saw bags of food being moved onto the plane, he guessed the final answer to the negotiation. He must have agreed to the food the other party wanted, otherwise he wouldn't have moved the food directly onto the plane. Chi finally compromised. No one can do anything about it. I hope that after blackmailing here, they won't target our base. See, missiles are still useful. Go back and look for missiles. It's much faster than exchanging for food. Engel walked out of the building. When he saw the cargo hold of the plane full of food, his face was filled with joy. The feeling of something wrong before was completely gone because of the harvest. This trip was really smooth. Captain! At this time, the other two people who stayed outside came over. They all looked happy to get food. Engel nodded and said, Have you checked? We checked. It's all white flour, no problem. One person whispered. Okay. Engel suppressed his joy and continued, I call the base and tell them you check again. If there's nothing wrong, we leave here. The two went to check the warehouse, and Engel walked aside and made a phone call. He said, they compromised, and 60 tons of food were transported onto the plane. A man's voice came from the other side, Well done, I will propose you as the third leader after you come back, specifically responsible for the food issue over there. Thank you, leader, thank you, leader. Engel thanked him ecstatically. This is really his lucky place. Not only did he get the food, he would also become the leader after he returned. Come back as soon as you have dealt with it over there. The man on the other side urged. It was obvious that he was also anxious to send this batch of food back. Understood, I'll be leaving right away. Engel said. Keep in touch on the way so I can confirm your location and safety. Understood. After a brief chat, Engel hung up the phone. Walking back to the plane, the final handover was completed. He held his head high and waved to the onlookers in the distance, then turned and entered the cabin. The plane started and began to move along the runway. In the building, Wu Hung stood at the window, watching the starting plane. Benny flew back from outside and said, That person has finished his phone call, and there is no one in the cargo hold of the plane. Let's go, let's follow them, and see where their base is. Wu Hung said. The three ghosts got back into their bodies. Wu Hung glanced at the plane, and the magic circle under his feet quickly took shape, and his figure disappeared. The next second, he appeared in the dim cabin full of cargo. There was a bump under his feet, and there were bundled food all around. Release the three ghosts again. Xiao Xiao asked, Do you want to kill them directly? No hurry, let's talk about it when we get there. Wu Hung said directly. Okay. Xiao Xiao shrugged. Then, the three souls stayed in the cabin, reading books and tablets, waiting for the plane to arrive. A few hours later, Benny flew down from above and said, Wu Hung, they seem to be landing, but I don't understand what they are saying. Wu Hung looked at the time. Almost 10 hours have passed. They should be over Mexico. See if the plane is landing? Wu Hung said. Xiao Xiao leaned his head down, then quickly flew back. We are landing. I can see the airport. It seems that we are indeed going to the destination. At this time, the sound of the announcement from inside the plane can be vaguely heard. It should be about the upcoming landing. Wu Hung put away the books, tablets, and the food in the warehouse, and began to assign tasks. Xiao Xiao, protect me. Grinda, go to the command room, and Benny, go to the weapons depot, especially the missile warehouse, and don't let them launch it. Okay. The three ghosts nodded immediately. The feeling of weightlessness came from the rapid descent, followed by the violent turbulence during landing. When the plane stopped, there was the roar of cars, and the noise of people outside the cabin door. Tap, tap, tap. A sound came from behind, and Engel led people down. As soon as he stepped into the cargo hold, he looked at Wu Hung in surprise. How did you get up here? Kill them. Wu Hung said directly. Crack, crack. With a few crisp sounds in succession, the necks of the people who came down were all broken, and their bodies fell down. The front door slowly opened. The forklift was ready, and the black-skinned crowd was excited. However, when they saw the empty warehouse, and Wu Hung standing in the middle, the cheers stopped abruptly. The whole place was silent. Wow, wow, wow. A black-skinned, bald man was leading the way and roared loudly, saying something incomprehensible. Ziz! The silver-white lightning snake shot out fiercely, instantly hitting the opponent's chest. His body was emitting black smoke, and he flew backwards, knocking over a large group of people. In an instant, the surroundings became noisy. The people gathered outside began to take out their weapons in the chaos and prepare for battle. In the sky, dark clouds covered the sky. Crack, lightning fell from the sky, and all the people outside fell to the ground. Then, a shrill alarm sounded in the base. A small voice also sounded in my ears. "Uncle, there are a lot of people gathering over there." Wu Hung looked up. Then he saw 4 off-road vehicles with heavy machine guns rushing in first, followed by soldiers in dark blue combat uniforms and holding guns. The muzzle of the gun turned, and Wu Hang's figure disappeared in an instant. The next second, he appeared in the middle of the crowd, summoning thunder magic, with himself as the center. Thunder and lightning spread from the air to the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, all the surrounding troops were submerged, turning into charred corpses on the ground. Dead corpse battlefield release, the gray-white light circle spread out, and the targets killed by the aircraft position were transformed into rotten corpses together, and stood up staggeringly. "Pick up the weapons." The rotten corpses bent down, and picked up some weapons nearby, and held them in their hands. Following Wu Hung, he walked inside. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and dense lightning and thunder fell like a punishment from heaven. The reinforcements that came several times were all killed, and transformed into dead servants. In a building, Grenda passed through several buildings in succession. Finally found a room that looked like the one in power. A man in camouflage uniforms, holding a walkie-talkie, kept roaring. From time to time, he issued orders one by one. Grenda didn't understand, and didn't think much about it. Those who could be here were not ordinary survivors, so he directly possessed and controlled the body. In the command room, the roaring leader suddenly became quiet, then took out the pistol from his waist, pointed it at the back of the heads of the people controlling the equipment in front, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots were deafening, and everyone in the room fell to the ground. Then, the door opened, and 2 soldiers looked in with horror. The next second, the neck was twisted again, and the body fell to the ground. On the other side, Benny was guarding in front of an armory. In the warehouse, there were several missile vehicles equipped with huge cylinders. Near the missile vehicle and the armory, there were also dead bodies lying. After confirming that there was no one, he looked up at the silver-white thunder falling from the sky in the distance. "Killing some ordinary people, what's the big deal?" Benny muttered. "War zone." Wu Hung walked all the way over. Dark clouds covered the entire base, and thunder kept falling from the sky, like a divine punishment. At this time, no one continued to rush over. Wu Hung walked forward along the street with a large number of undead servants behind him. "Uncle, the gate over there is open, and many people are driving away." Xiao Xiao pointed to the distance. "Did they take away any weapons?" Wu Hung asked. "I saw a few cars. There should be machine guns," Xiao Xiao said uncertainly. "Cars should refer to ordinary vehicles." "It's okay, as long as they don't drive away the missile vehicle," Wu Hung said indifferently. Xiao Xiao said, "Oh." While talking, Benny flew back and said, "Wu Hung, the armory has been cleaned up. Are the missiles over there?" "There are several vehicles similar to the missile vehicles we saw last time. They should be the missiles you mentioned. We didn't find any other threatening things." Benny thought for a while and said, "Okay, let's go there first." Wu Hung waved his hand and rushed over with the undead army. All the way to the warehouse, he saw the missile vehicles that Benny mentioned. There were also several multi-purpose vehicles. "Guard this place," Wu Hung said. Hua la la. Half of the undead servants surrounded the armory in the middle. Then, Wu Hung continued to the building in the middle. As soon as he stepped into the gate, he saw the soldier with a broken neck. Grenda also flew out from inside. "I don't understand what they say. I can only kill them all to avoid any danger." "Which room has the most equipment?" Wu Hung asked. "In a room on the 3rd floor." Grenda led the way, and Wu Hung followed him up to the 3rd floor. The smell of blood filled the air. A man in the middle, dressed as a senior officer, had his neck broken, and several people around him had their skulls cut open. Wu Hung released talking to the dead to the man in the middle. The corpse sat up. Wu Hung thought for a moment, and tried to communicate in English. "Are there other bases involved in the matter regarding the South Korean base?" The corpse replied, "No." The second question, "Do you have the ability to control satellites?" The corpse replied, "This base originally had the right to use fixed satellites." In other words, this was originally a military base of a major power stationed here. Even if the apocalypse breaks out, some of the equipment here can still be used. Wu Hung thought for a moment and then asked, "What about the gangs that others are talking about?" "The base has 2 leaders, and the second leader is the biggest local gang leader. Wu Hung didn't quite understand the logic and asked, "Why do we have a second leader? The base has recruited a large number of people, and we need someone who is good at this to suppress and manage them." The corpse said. Some people didn't understand the role of the gang leaders, but they didn't care. The last question, where are the people who develop superpowers? The corpse replied, there is a separate experimental area at the back of the base. After 5 questions, the corpse lay back down. Wu Hung took out his phone and dialed Chi Hansai's number directly. After 2 rings, Chi Hansai's voice came out, "Hello." Wu Hung said, "I have solved it here. Let's announce it to the public. The Dawn base no longer exists." "You are not injured?" Chi Hankai asked. Chi Hankai no longer felt strange about occupying the base alone. It has happened before. No injuries at all. Wu Hung replied with a smile. That's good. Chi Hankai then asked, does Mexico have its own satellite? Or did someone provide them with help to trick us? Wu Hung had this idea before. But the result of questioning the corpse was that they had control. I asked the corpse, and the corpse said that this base had control over the satellite. It should be a base left by the Americans, but this matter has nothing to do with the Americans. Wu Hung said. Chi Hankai said, okay, then I notify them. Wu Hung continued, I've taken over this place. You arrange for someone to come over and see if you want to take over or just abandon it. Okay, send me the address, I go there later. Okay. The two of them said a few words and hung up the phone. Just after hanging up the phone here, Xiao Xiao flew over, Uncle, there are a lot of people gathered at the door. Wu Hung put the phone away and frowned. I didn't go to kill them, but they came to die? It doesn't look like an army. Xiao Xiao said. Let's go out and take a look. Wu Hung took the ghost and went out directly. When they walked to the first floor gate, they saw at least a few hundred people standing densely in the open space outside, wearing ordinary clothes and looking depressed. Someone said something in a gibberish. Then, a large group of people knelt down. South Korean base. Chi Hankai asked someone to write the notice and posted it directly on the bulletin board in the market. In the past, notices would be posted on the notice board to announce some important things. Today, instead of posting, people walked along the streets and shops, shouting with loudspeakers. It attracted a lot of attention. What notice was posted? It's probably about food. Find a reasonable excuse. Otherwise, what can I do? I'd be embarrassed. Yes, other bases will follow suit in the future. There's no need to open this market. Anyone can come and ask for food. Let's take a look. Several people were talking and chatting as they walked towards the direction of the notice. As soon as they approached, they heard a lot of discussion. It's only been a few hours? The base was destroyed already? So they are playing the long game. Chi Hankai and the others are too domineering. After all, it's the end of the world, they won't let others destroy the base. The people on the periphery were stunned. They looked at each other. Their eyes were full of surprise. Chi Hankai and the others were domineering? The base was destroyed? Look at the content on the notice board. Announcement. The Dawn base in Mexico openly violated the base's peace principle and threatened to use force to demand food, which seriously disrupted the trust and cooperation between bases. Adhering to the position of maintaining peace and justice, the safety and peace of this base, the Dawn base will be eradicated. So far, the Dawn base has officially divided the ownership of this base. Future. Our base will continue to work closely with all bases to jointly protect the hard one. People looked at it, and their faces became solemn. What strength do Chi Hankai and the others have? Judging from the distance, the other party's plane just landed. Was it destroyed? The announcement has been issued. Radio. Chi Hankai took the microphone and adjusted the frequency band to the World Public Frequency Band area. Accompanied by the gentle singing, the bases in the World Frequency Band discussed some cooperation matters. Chi Hankai said in a deep voice, this is the South Korean base. I want to say something. The music stopped, and some conversations remained quiet. Chi Hankai continued, the Mexican Dawn base used long-range missiles to threaten our safety. We have taken corresponding measures to destroy the base. In the end-time environment, peace should be the main thing. After that, the radio station remained silent. But everyone listening to the radio in each base was surprised and hurriedly passed the news to their respective leaders. The Dawn base was destroyed. No one questioned the possibility of this matter. They dared to say it on the radio, and the other party did not refute it, which proved the authenticity of this matter. At this time, someone coughed lightly and said, Deputy Leader Chi, did you use long-range weapons? No, We found the opponent's location and removed the opponent's base. Chi Honkai answered and then said, as far as we know, someone provided them with satellite support. This is the first time. If it happens again, we will classify the forces behind it as the mastermind and take strong measures. The radio station fell silent again. There are only a few people who own satellites, and people are also speculating who provided satellite support. Of course, Chi Honkai just said it casually. Let the bases that have satellite control also manage the satellites themselves, and not let others use them indiscriminately. The radio station started playing music again. Chi Honkai put the microphone back and said, gather the people. The heads of the technical department should also attend. I have something to say. Yes. The subordinate answered and went down to call people. Mexico base. Wu Hung frowned and watched as a group of people knelt down below. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing glasses was pushed out directly, raising his hands to indicate that he had no weapons. After walking closer, he spoke in Japanese, Chinese, and Korean. Wu Hung said, what do you mean? The middle-aged man looked happy, knelt down directly, and said, Master, we are not from the army, but ordinary people in the shelter. Please don't kill us. Master, why does it feel so strange for a black-skinned person to say this word? Chapter 870. Wu Hung looked at the man who came out again. His clothes were dirty, he was wearing glasses, and his attitude was respectful. The gate of the base is open, why don't you run away? The man looked a little nervous, and said stiffly in Chinese, we won't live long if we run away. Please allow me to stay here, Master. Wu Hung understood what the other party meant. If they go out, they will face a more dangerous environment. These people don't want to leave, so they gather here to see his attitude. What's your name? Wu Hung asked. The man replied, Valentin Portillo. You can speak so many languages? Wu Hung asked. Because of some family reasons, I learned the languages of some countries, but I don't speak them well. The other party continued to answer. Do you also know the title of Immortal Master? Wu Hung asked curiously. The man's attitude became more respectful, and he said carefully, I have read some books from your country, and what is recorded in them is indeed true. I know a lot. Wu Hung didn't pay too much attention to these. He glanced at the remaining people below and said, Go and tell them that those who don't want to leave can stay, but don't do anything dangerous, otherwise they will end up like those soldiers. The man looked happy and immediately turned around and spoke loudly to the people below. The people kneeling below also showed some joy and whispered. Wu Hung continued, Let them go back to their residence first. I will arrange for someone to take over here in the next 2 days. There will be a curfew at night, which means they are not allowed to go out at night. If there is no problem, they can go back. Yes. The man immediately agreed and gave instructions to the crowd below again. At first, they wanted to stay, after all, the base was safe. Now, there is only one more condition. They are not allowed to go out at night. For these people, it is not a condition at all. After standing up carefully from the ground, they whispered and left. Don't leave yet. Wu Hung said directly. The man forced a smile and said, Master, do you have anything else to tell me? Follow me first, and go back when everything is fine. Okay. Next, Wu Hung called in some of the undead servants and led them to the base gate. The wall here is more than 4 meters high, and there are watchtowers and searchlights every 3 or 4 meters. The gate is open, but the surrounding area should be cleaned up, and no zombies rushed in. Guard here, don't open the gate without my order. Wu Hung ordered. A sound of bones rubbing against each other was heard behind him. The transformed skeletons and corpses walked up from the back, closed the gate, and some climbed up the wall to take over the watchtowers and machine guns above. Valentine followed beside him, watching the skeletons and corpses moving carefully. These were definitely the ghost soldiers of the underworld. The things recorded in their books were indeed true. After arranging the location of the wall, Wu Hung turned around and walked to the back. He asked casually, Do you know the location of the laboratory? Yes. Valentine followed carefully. Take me there. Okay, here, a distance away. Valentine began to lead the way in front like a guide. The laboratory is located in a separate area behind the military base. At this time, the building was empty, not a single experimenter was seen, and the building looked like it had been looted. It seemed that the previous battle had made these people realize the danger, and they ran away with their belongings. Originally, I was thinking of gathering a group of scientific researchers, but it seems that there is no hope. What do you know about this? Wu Hung asked. Valentine scratched his head and whispered, I heard that it is for the development of superpowers. Ordinary people like us have no chance to get in touch with other aspects. Wu Heng walked into the building and looked around. Some equipment was left behind after the people left. However, unlike the props in the other world, there was no corresponding explanation, so we could only guess some of their uses. When Shihonkai comes over, we can ask the relevant personnel to check and see if they still have any use. Going up to the second floor, Valentine followed behind him from a distance. Bernie's voice sounded in his ears. Wu Heng, there is a corpse here. You can ask the corpse to see what's going on. Where is it? Wu Heng tilted his head and asked in a low voice. Benny whispered in her ear, in the innermost room on the first floor. Wu Heng turned around and went downstairs directly. Walking to the room at the end of the corridor on the first floor, the door was open, and inside was a room similar to an observation room. Outside were tables and chairs, messy papers, and instruments, and in the middle was a glass partition. Inside was a body tied to a bed. Master, it can't be a zombie. Valentine stood at the door and looked out. Didn't you say that this is where we study superpowers? Who knows if there are other things sneaking in? Valentine said uncertainly. Wu Heng ignored him and walked directly into the inner room. On the bed, there was a brown-skinned woman. Her hair was shaved, her eyes were closed, her body was tied to the bed in a straitjacket. From the skin, it was not rotten and gray like a zombie. On the exposed head and neck, you can see traces similar to needle holes. It seems that when she was alive, she also suffered some special treatment. Master, she was injected with poison and died. Valentine walked in with a report he found in the room outside. What's written on it? Death report, no life signs after injection of barbiturate, confirmed dead. Valentine said directly. Are there any other information? Wu Heng continued to ask. Valentine flipped through the other papers again. No, there is only this one with words on it. It seems that the person who died from the injection of the virus is the one on the bed. The world is so chaotic right now that criminals are released to serve as populations, and yet they have to kill one before they leave. Wu Heng glanced at the corpse and asked before he left. He decided to try the resurrection technique. The corpse had not been dead for long, and since he had become a hero, he should be able to be resurrected. After thinking it over, he released the resurrection technique, and the corpse tied to the bed trembled violently, and then began to tremble and struggle. Wu Heng took out a bottle of antidote, pinched her mouth open, and poured it down directly. With the life support technique and the medicine, the woman on the bed also became quiet. A pair of bloodshot eyes, full of hatred, stared at this side. Valentine, come and translate. Wu Heng looked back. Valentine, wearing glasses, was standing outside the door, staring at the scene with wide eyes. Valentine! Wu Heng whispered again. Valentine came back to his senses and walked in immediately. She's here. Ask who she is? Why is she here? Wu Heng said. Valentine immediately translated, and the person on the bed still stared, but still said something. She asked who we are. Valentine looked over and said. Wu Heng said, I am the leader of the Chinese base. The people in this base have conflicts with me and have been cleared out. If she wants to survive, she should answer the questions honestly. Valentine translated again. The woman's eyes were a little suspicious, but she nodded and answered the questions. It's just that her mental state seems to have some problems. Tense, prone to madness and anger. After communicating, Valentine turned around and said, her name is Tasha Allison. After being captured, she was used as an experimental subject for some experiments. Superpower experiment? Valentine relayed. After the woman answered, Valentine translated it into Chinese. It's a superpower experiment. What superpower do you have? Valentine relayed, and replied, she said the superpower effect is that she can control some metals. Wu Heng narrowed his eyes and asked in a puzzled tone, electromagnetic king? She said that the experimenters named her metal nerves, which can allow some metal parts to be controlled like normal limbs. Valentine answered. It sounds pretty powerful. Ask her why she was locked up here, and let her tell the truth. Wu Heng continued to ask. She originally had her own base destroyed, and was captured as an experimental subject. She also had a grudge against the gangs here. Valentine continued to retell. There are gangs in this base, which is consistent with the previous one. Wu Heng asked Valentine, do you know her base? I haven't heard of it, and I don't know her. Valentine shook his head. Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, tell her that she has two choices now. One is to leave the base, the second is to stay, but she has to be honest. Valentine nodded and told the woman. After hearing what the other party said, the woman's expression was also surprised. Then, Valentine turned around and said, she asked how the gang leader here is doing? I don't know. There are many deaths, and I don't know if the people he said are dead or not. Wu Heng replied. Valentine told the woman about the changes that happened in the base today. The woman made her choice in surprise. She wants to stay and promises to abide by the order here. Wu Heng nodded. Untie her. Valentine went up and untied the ropes on the iron bed. After the woman came down, her legs were weak, and she had to adapt for a while before she could move normally. Wu Heng took the two of them to continue walking around the experimental building. After confirming that there was no leftover information, returned to the command building of the center. Valentine returned to his residence, and the rescued woman was also arranged in a room. In the bedroom, Wu Heng continued to call Shihan Kai, who was already on the plane. After hanging up the phone, Benny flew back from outside and said, that woman didn't move much, she was just staring out the window. Keep an eye on her. Wu Heng said. Okay. Benny agreed and flew out with Xiao Xiao to monitor the target. The next day, early in the morning, the plane that Shihan Kai was on landed smoothly at the airport of the Shuguang base. The hatch opened, and Shihan Kai was the first to come down, followed by the skeleton attendants who protected her, and 100 or so people from the Korean base. The two walked into the base together, and Shihan Kai said, the market has issued an announcement, and I have also announced the news of the occupation here on the world frequency radio. I guess no one dares to trouble us again. As long as it takes a while, new people will start to become uneasy. Wu Heng said as he walked. Only when you are strong, you will not be afraid of these people causing trouble. Shihan Kai said. Walked into the office of the command building. Here you can see the surveillance of the entire base, and there are many equipment. After the two sat down, Wu Heng told her the details of what happened yesterday. Shihan Kai listened carefully, and then asked, what do you plan to do here? I think it can be preserved first. There are many weapons and equipment here. It is difficult to take them all back. Secondly, I plan to use this place as a base to clear out the zombies. Wu Heng expressed his thoughts. Shihan Kai thought for a moment. Okay, what about the language? We mostly use Spanish and English here. Find some corresponding personnel in the base. There is one here who can help you translate temporarily, but it may not be reliable. Wu Heng said. That's the only way. Shihan Kai nodded. Wu Heng shouted to the door, Valentine. A man wearing glasses and a somewhat old suit walked in. Master, madam. Wu Heng said, she will be the leader of the base in the future. You will be responsible for translating for her. Yes, master. Valentine answered respectfully. Wu Heng stood up and said, come on, I will take you to some important places. By the way, I rescued a person yesterday, a superpower. You should also pay attention to him. Where is he? In the room on the first floor. He has not come out. I will go and check later. As they talked, they walked out of the door, called the others who came with them, and walked outside. Another world, the association. The door was pushed open, and Shiryali strode in, saying excitedly, guess what I found? Shilagui's expression became serious, and she said in a deep voice, is there any news from the Holy See? Not this. Shiryali immediately said, I'm going to look at Wu Heng's information. Today is his birthday. After becoming a hero, Wu Heng asked the two to clear out the information he left in the database. Shiryali also found out the other party's birthday when she was dealing with this matter. Birthday? Zalagui looked at the other party in confusion. Is it necessary to be so excited about this kind of thing? Shiryali said, let's hold a birthday celebration for him. He will definitely be very happy then. Zalagui looked at her sister unhappily and muttered, look at you now, it seems that you can't live without him. Shiryali raised her eyebrows. Then do you want to celebrate it for him? Come on. Call the island owner's mansion first. Don't do it like last time and say you can't come. Shiryali smiled and said, then I call and ask now. Lilith's residence. Slater sat in the living room, sitting upright, reporting his work to the younger-looking Lilith. She is a deacon in the association and also a secret speaker. Lilith is her superior. After a brief chat, Lilith nodded and said in a flat tone, was Wu Heng so outstanding when he was in Blackstone Town? Slater held back the rest of his report. It sounded like the other party was more curious about Wu Heng. I also know why the other party asked this. When she returned to Treasure Island from Natalia City, she was stunned when she heard Minnie say that Wu Heng became a hero. After confirming it again from Shannara, she temporarily accepted it. Came to see Lilith, who was still talking about Wu Heng. Slater smiled and said, when Wu Heng was in Blackstone Town, his performance was not outstanding. Later, he was transferred to Rantam City as the captain, and his promotion speed became much faster. Lilith took a sip of tea, her expression indifferent. At that time, you were not a deacon. I was the deputy deacon at the time. I took over the position of deacon after the original deacon died of poor health. Slater recalled. Lilith nodded calmly again, and then asked, in Blackstone Town, or during this period of contact, did you find anything wrong with him, or anything suspicious? Slater frowned and wanted to answer immediately. He felt that he was too impatient. He sat in his seat and thought for a while before shaking his head. No, when I was in Blackstone Town, I was confused and curious about many things, and I stole my permit certificate with Yuri and secretly investigated the case. Lilith nodded subconsciously. So, Wu Hung is really talented. However, no matter how talented he is, he can't become a hero in 2 years. How long do you plan to stay in Treasure Island? Lilith continued. I go back after the decoration is completed. He's very nice to you. Slater still kept smiling. The island master of Wu Hung is very caring to his former companions. Well, after things are handled here, go back early. If the resident deacon leaves for too long, it will easily affect the future promotion. Lilith reminded. Yes, I will return in the next 2 days. Lilith nodded. The two continued to chat for a while, and Slater stood up to say goodbye. After handing over the Mexican base to Chihan Kai, Wu Hung found a room, opened the door, and returned to the alien world. Walking down from upstairs. In the lobby on the first floor, I saw several maids busy. Master. Seeing Wu Hung coming down, several maids greeted him with a smile. Wu Hung smiled and nodded, and asked, Is there anything going on the island? I was away for several days to deal with the zombie world. Besides, I have many things to do on Treasure Island. Minnie said, Master, Lilith has contacted you, and Assistant Shiryali called me this morning. Both of them are looking for me. Is there any news from the headquarters? I know. Wu Hung walked to the phone and dialed the number of the association's deacon's study. Shiryali's voice came from the other side. Hello. Hearing the voice, Wu Hang's mind appeared with a beautiful elf sister with short hair and tall figure, and she smiled and said, You called me. You promised to come for dinner, come in? Shiryali said with some complaints. I'm going to go to Lilith's place later. I go there when I come back. Wu Hung said. After he promised the two sisters, he never found the time. Okay, let's go back and prepare. Yes. Wu Hung agreed with a smile and hung up the phone. Then, he went upstairs to wash up and changed into clean clothes. He went out to Lilith's residence. Standing at the door and knocking on the door. After hearing the response, he opened the door and walked in. In the hall, Lilith, in the form of a little lowly, sat in the living room and drank tea leisurely. Good evening, leader. Wu Hung walked in and took the initiative to greet him. Lilith's face was serious and asked, Didn't I tell you not to leave Treasure Island? What have you been doing these days? I went to a small island nearby where no one was, and I came back after the test. Wu Hung said casually. Lilith glared at him and told him, Don't go out recently to avoid problems. Okay, I stay at home tomorrow. Wu Hung answered honestly. Lilith poured him a cup of tea and then said, Some news came from the headquarters. What did you say? Wu Hung also became serious. Sayu rushed back from the kingdom of Yeko. Chapter 871. The religious hero went back. They moved quite quickly. Feeling a little sorry, he continued to ask, Will it affect the judgment of the headquarters? Saidu is one of the heroes, and it will definitely have a certain impact on the entire decision. Let's wait and see the result. Lilith replied lightly. In other words, if the other party goes back, things will develop in a way that is unfavorable to him. Wu Hung frowned slightly and just nodded. Lilith observed his expression and saw that he did not look too angry. She asked with a curious tone, Aren't you worried? I am also worried, but I have thought about it carefully these days, and I don't think it is that serious. Wu Hung showed a relaxed smile. Lilith was even more curious. What do you think? When the two chatted before, he still cared about the attitude of the association. When they met again today, he sounded a little less concerned. Wu Hung thought for a while and said, It's not good for me to say this, but since you asked, I can tell you what I think. Lilith nodded. Just say it, I won't tell you. Wu Hung leaned back in his chair, stretched his back, and then said, In fact, I have met the Dragon Chief of the Snake Emblem Group, as well as the Immortal Emperor. I heard that he has a large territory, and the Necromancer will be more popular. Lilith's calm face suddenly became serious, and her eyes were full of doubt and uncertainty. Although it was just a casual mention, she also understood the meaning of the words. If the association cannot make a fair decision on this matter, he can choose other forces. For example, the Snake Emblem Group or the Endless Desert. The dragon of the snake emblem group is recognized as the strongest hero and has always been tough. If he joins the snake emblem group, he will definitely find a way to keep him. The other immortal emperor is a representative of the undead faction. If he joins them, there will be no professional hostility. This is something Lilith has never thought of. Not only him, I am afraid that other leaders of the headquarters have not thought of this aspect. Throughout history, no hero trained by the association would say such a thing, or consider joining other forces. But Wu Hung is different, he is free. In addition to some ordinary shelter, not much support and help are provided. Lilith speculated for a long time before saying, "So you plan to leave?" "I just said that, don't take it to heart, leader," Wu Hung said with a smile. In fact, he has no contact with either force. The Snake Emblem Consortium is a big customer. The Immortal Emperor has only heard of this name, but he doesn't know where it is. But it's no problem to use it to increase some bargaining chips for himself. If things really come to this, Wu Hung will really consider joining other forces. Lilith couldn't laugh at all, and even felt that with Wu Heng's personality, he would make such a decision. The headquarters will make a fair decision, so you don't have to worry. Lilith picked up the teacup and covered up her uneasy mood. Of course, I believe in the fairness of the headquarters. Wu Hung nodded, and then asked, when will the results come out? I guess there will be a result in the next few days. Lilith answered. Wu Hung nodded and stopped talking about this matter. He continued, Chief, the newly developed area in the west has not been inhabited yet. The road conditions are very good. Let's ride motorcycle racing together when we have time. Racing? Race? Lilith didn't want to talk about the association anymore and asked curiously. Yes, it's on a fixed racing track to see who rides faster, Wu Hung explained. Lilith asked, who are you racing with? Wu Hung smiled awkwardly, the two of us. What's the comparison? Lilith said unhappily. Just treat it as a way to relax in your spare time, Wu Hung said. Lilith thought about it, and felt that riding a motorcycle was not a problem. So she agreed, okay, wait until this matter has a result. Yeah. Then, the two chatted about Slater's coming. When it was getting close to dusk, Wu Hung got up and said goodbye. Chief, I'm going back first. I have someone install a phone for you in 2 days. Just call me directly then. Lilith didn't know what the call was about, but she nodded yeah. Wu Hung waved and left her residence directly. After Wu Hung left, Lilith's expression immediately became serious. Although she didn't think Wu Hung wanted to leave the association, her words just now also reminded herself and the association. Wu Hung was free, unlike other people who were bound to the association. If he really felt that the association was not suitable for him, or was treated unfairly, he could leave. Possessing the strength of a hero, plus the ability to create and improve various items, it shouldn't be difficult to join a force. Alas, Lilith sighed softly. The church has indeed been a little too radical in recent years. Of course, there are reasons from the church and the association's laissez-faire attitude. After sitting on a chair and thinking for a while, he took out a brocade box from the space ring, revealing the shriveled crow corpse inside, pierced his fingertips with his nails, and dripped blood on the crow. Deacon's mansion. Wu Hung appeared in the courtyard and took out 2 bouquets of flowers from his space ring. Shi Logui Shiryali? He stepped into the building and shouted to the quiet living room. Not back? Before going to Lilith, he talked to Shiryali on the phone. Wu Hung walked into the building and heard rustling sounds from inside. With his senses open, he could hear the 2 sisters talking in a low voice. Not at home, go to the association to check, Wu Hung said deliberately. Shiryali's voice came from the kitchen direction immediately. I'm here. Sit on the sofa and wait for a while. What are you doing? I help you. Wu Hung walked over with the flowers. After not seeing them for a few days, Wu Hung missed them. Don't come over, it will be ready soon. Shiryali's tone became anxious. Wu Hung was a little confused, so he returned to the sofa and said, I brought you flowers and put them in the vase for you. No response came from the kitchen. Wu Hung put the flowers in the vase in the living room and the windowsill and watered them, waiting for the 2 sisters to do something mysterious. Are you ready? Shiryali's voice came from the kitchen again. What are you preparing? Wu Hung asked immediately. As soon as the voice fell, the 2 sisters came out of the kitchen. Wu Hung was about to say hello when his eyes froze. Zalogui walked in front, holding a tray with exquisite patterns in front of her chest, which was smeared with cream and dotted with fruits. It seemed like carefully prepared food was presented solemnly. Zalogui walked slowly, lowered her head, and her whole body was red because of shyness. Shiryali followed behind, wearing a chef's hat and an apron. Wu Heng, happy birthday. Sure, Yali said softly. Wu Heng's eyes widened, surprised that the two sisters remembered his birthday, and a little touched that they prepared all this. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Sure Yali smiled and said, "Do you like it?" "I like it, thank you." Wu Heng also smiled. "Try the cake, my sister will be angry later," Sure Yali reminded from the side. Wu Heng walked over, and Shi Logwi's face became even redder. She didn't dare to look directly into the other's eyes, and said softly, "Sure Yali's idea." "Thank you, it's great to have you," Wu Heng suddenly said. Zalogwi stopped talking abruptly, her face still shy and somewhat satisfied, and she whispered, "Would you like to try it?" Wu Heng lowered his head, and began to enjoy the carefully prepared pastries. The next day, early in the morning, squeak! The bathroom door was pushed open, and Zalogwi, who was wearing protective gear, glanced at the two of them and complained, "I only have one sister, do you want to kill her? Then why don't you come to help?" Wu Heng bit his toothbrush and muttered, "The association still has a lot of things to do." Zalogwi continued, "I go to the association first, Sure Yali, you take a good rest, and come over at noon." Sure Yali, who was hanging on the other person, stroked her hair and said, "Well, you go first, I come over later." "I can't stand you." Zalogwi muttered and turned away. "I don't know when it started. I also accepted this kind of relationship, and was willing to do some bold things with my sister. It doesn't matter, just like Sure Yali said. They love each other, and Wu Heng has become a hero again. If they didn't have feelings for each other in advance, they might not have had the chance to develop this relationship later." He didn't think about it anymore. He continued to walk towards the association. After breakfast, Wu Heng put Sure Yali back on the bed, kissed her forehead, and said, "Have a good rest, I will come to see you later." Sure Yali hummed softly, then closed her eyes and fell asleep. After Wu Heng put on his clothes, he walked out of the courtyard and released teleportation to return to the island owner's mansion. Wu Heng appeared in the courtyard. Robe, who was watering the flowers, was frightened and trembled. After seeing Wu Heng coming back, he smiled. "Master, where are they?" Wu Heng asked. Sister Wire and Annette went to the city hall, Sister Chanella and Deacon Slater also went to the entertainment city to supervise, and Minnie was cleaning the room. Robe said while thinking, "Deacon Slater, when did you come back?" "I came back the day before yesterday." "You were not here. You have been living in the association dormitory now," Rob replied. "Okay, I got it." Wu Heng nodded. Rob said with a smile, "Master, have you had breakfast? These days, the butler sent some cream cakes from the elves. Would you like to try some?" Hearing about cream cakes, I thought of yesterday's scene again. You can eat it as dessert. I've tried it at the butler's place. It's greasy if you eat too much. If I eat more, I feel that my blood sugar will rise." Rob also agreed with a smile. Wu Heng walked into the room. "I'm going upstairs. If there is anything, please write it down and notify me when the time comes." "Okay, Master." Robe nodded. Wu Heng entered the house, said a few more words to Minnie, and then went upstairs to the study. In the study, Glinda was reading a book, and Bernie was looking at the tablet. "Did you go to the Elf Sisters last night?" Glinda glanced over here. "Well, I promised them last time to go and see, and I happened to be free last night." Wu Heng sat down and asked, "Did Xiao Xiao go out to play again?" "She went to Lilith's place." "Let her go. For the sake of the child, Lilith will help you," Granda said with a smile. "It's weird to hear that," Wu Heng whispered. He didn't object to Xiao Xiao playing with Lilith. Moreover, he still didn't understand how the two could become friends. One was hundreds of years old, and the other was in the senior class of elementary school. How could they play together, and they were so close? He sat on the chair and rested for a while, and took out a few Spanish learning books brought by Chi Han Kai from the space ring. Now that they have occupied the Mexican base, they have to know some languages. It will be convenient to communicate then. Divide the books into several parts. With a thought, the ability attached to the 100 soldiers' robe was activated, and 7 Wu Hengs with the same appearance and wearing the same clothes appeared in the middle of the room. The two ghosts looked at it and didn't care. The 7 Wu Hengs each picked up the divided books and found a place to study. Now that I have become a hero, my intelligence, concentration and learning ability are not comparable to before. These knowledge are also easier to learn, and reading them twice is enough. Time passed by little by little. At noon, Xiao Xiao ran back with the puppet jumping. Pushing the door open, he saw Wu Heng in the room and was a little stunned. "Why did Uncle crack so much again?" Benny whispered, learning a new language. "Why do some people like to read books?" Xiao Xiao was a little puzzled. Controlling the puppet's body back to the display cabinet, he returned to the ghost form, flew out, and continued to watch the movie with Benny. He did not disturb Wu Hung from reading. By the afternoon, I had mastered almost all the content. After removing the ability, all the clones returned to their original bodies. Then came a lot of knowledge, and I felt a little dizzy. After a short rest, I recovered. Wu Hung took a deep breath, stood up and stretched his body. Uncle, have you learned it? Xiao Xiao turned his head to look at him. I have learned it. Wu Hung answered. Xiao Xiao looked at Glanda on the side. Auntie, do you want to learn it too? Glanda said, I don't think it will be of much use, so I won't learn it. Yeah, Uncle will learn by himself. Just translate for us. Wu Hung put away the books that were divided into several parts. Sitting in the study, he continued to chat with a few people. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door, and Minnie's voice came over. Master, dinner is ready. Wu Hung said something to the ghosts, opened the door, put his arm around Minnie's shoulders, and went downstairs to eat. In the restaurant, several women in the family were already sitting at the dining table. Sayonara said unhappily, Where have you been recently? Going out to do some things. Wu Hung sat down at the dining table. After a simple meal, Chanela asked, Is there any new news from the Holy See? I only know that the religious leader has returned to the headquarters, but there is no result yet. Wu Hung replied. Chanela nodded, and then said, Many dignitaries on the island left because of this incident. This incident still has some impact on Treasure Island. And we are also added, some residents on the island have also left. The fact that Wu Hung became a hero was not announced to the public. Except for the association headquarters, the Holy See, and the few close people around him, no one outside knew the news. All they knew was that there was a big conflict between Treasure Island and the Holy See. If they continued to stay on the island, they would be in trouble. Wu Hung said, It's okay. Once this matter is resolved, it will recover. Sayonara looked at him. What are your plans next? Wu Hung took a sip of the wine glass, then said, Let's wait for the association's decision. Also, I plan to reestablish the building of the Holy See Church as a church. Several people looked over in confusion. Who is it dedicated to? Shannara asked. Wu Hung pointed at himself. Me? You? Shannara was a little surprised. Aw, am I unworthy? The maids were a little curious. Shannara pondered for a moment and said, There is indeed a building dedicated to heroes, but it is called the Hall of Heroes. Will it attract bad things if it is directly set up as a church? It should be fine. There are so many sects outside. If it is so easy to get into trouble, there won't be so many. Help me decorate the building first, and I will consider it later. Wu Hung expressed his own analysis. Shannara's words about attracting bad things probably refer to the attention of the gods. Wu Hung has also thought about this. During this period, he has also come into contact with many sects. There are many such as the Divine Punishment sect and the Destiny sect. Many people start to establish sects at level 18, and I have never heard of any sects being destroyed by gods because of establishing a sect. They are all identified as cults by the association and the church and then destroyed. There should be no problem, otherwise there would not be so many sects. Okay, I arrange it then. Sayonara agreed immediately. Wu Hung continued, Also, I plan to speed up the serialization of the great detective story in the newspaper, and then serialize other people's stories to help our people accumulate fame in advance. Sayonara raised her eyebrows, and several maids looked over in surprise. This is to help them plan in advance. In addition, Wu Hang's ability to be promoted to a hero so quickly also proves that this system is effective. Master our level. And we are hesitated. They haven't even reached level 18 yet. It's too early now. Wu Hung said, Let's plan it this way first. We will sort them according to their levels and accumulate reputation for you. Wire and Annette will also give their work appropriately and train them as soon as possible to improve their levels. Okay, Master. The two women replied. They were all very happy, and everyone hoped that their level would be higher. Moreover, they saw hope now. After dinner, they sat in the living room and chatted for a while. Shannara asked, Will you go back to your room to rest tonight? I have some things to deal with today. I will accompany you tomorrow. Wu Hung said with a smile. Who said I asked you to accompany me? Go and get busy. You don't have to worry about the things on the island. Shannara said. After the chat, Wu Hung went upstairs, called a few maids, and went to the zombie world. On the other side of the gate. It was still the room in Mexico. Wu Hung looked at his watch and compared it with the time on the wall of the room. The two worlds were about 13 hours apart. It was night on Treasure Island, and early morning here. Wu Heng walked out of the room and went downstairs, just in time to see Chi Honkai coming out after giving instructions. His original subordinates and the arranged translator Valentine were beside him. "Master!" Valentine was the first to shout. The others also looked over, shouting for the leader. Chi Honkai motioned for the others to get busy first, and then asked with a smile, "Why are you up so early?" "Well, is there nothing going on here?" Wu Heng walked over and asked. "Nothing, I report to you." Chi Honkai reopened the door, and Wu Heng followed him in. The two sat down at their seats, and Chi Honkai said, "There are a total of 742 local people in the base, technical workers, including medical staff and water and electricity workers, and no very advanced scientific researchers. You can arrange it." Wu Heng said, and then said, "I want to spread my identity as a fairy master in the base. What do you think?" "Fairy master? The fairy master of the gods?" Chi Honkai widened his eyes. Chapter 872. Chi Honkai looked at the other party with some surprise. "I heard the local translator call him the title of Immortal Master yesterday. At that time, I just thought it was interesting that a foreigner could say this word." Unexpectedly, Wu Heng really wanted to spread this title. Looking back, the King of Hell that was first spread seemed to be no different from the Immortal Master. "Why do you want to promote this?" Chi Honkai asked curiously. When in Xinfu City, the nickname of King of Hell was only mentioned by Li Yang and others, and Wu Heng himself hardly mentioned it. Later, he asked the others to call him leader. Wu Heng didn't know how to explain it, so he could only say, "I'm trying something, just help me promote it." "Okay, I arrange it later." Chi Honkai didn't ask any more questions. "I mentioned the woman I rescued before, is there any problem?" Wu Heng asked. He resurrected a woman in the superpower laboratory. The superpower is the ability to control metal, which is quite special among the superpowers he knows. "I talked to her, and she was willing to live in the base, but she also put forward a condition," Chi Honkai said, lifting up one leg. "What condition?" Wu Heng looked up. "If the gang leader here is not dead, she hopes to help kill him," Chi Honkai said seriously. "When she rescued him yesterday, she mentioned that she had a grudge against the gang, but she didn't mention revenge. Maybe she remembered it after she came back. If the time permits, I can help her get revenge," Wu Heng answered. Wu Heng had a grudge against the other party, and if they really met, it didn't matter how he killed the other party. Chi Honkai nodded, indicating that he understood. Wu Heng continued, "Her ability feels that she has great potential. See if you can recruit her to be your subordinate." "Okay." Chi Honkai agreed with a smile. Wu Heng continued to ask, "How is the arrangement of the satellite going?" "The satellite is almost ready, and can be launched at any time," Chi Honkai said directly. "The satellite has been prepared for a long time, and it is time to prepare for launch." Wu Heng continued, "When things are stable here, let's go back to the Korean base and take care of the satellite first." "Okay, we can go back in the next 2 days." The two chatted in the office for a while, then got up and walked around the base. Unlike Wu Heng's casual stroll, Chi Honkai summarized the functions of different areas of the entire base, which was quite reliable. He stayed here until the afternoon. Wu Heng returned to his room and returned to the other world. The next day morning, the island master's mansion. "Wu Heng, you became a hero? How did you do it?" Yuri followed Slater in, shouting exaggeratedly. Luckily, this is the island master's mansion, otherwise the noise would be heard by the neighbors. Wu Heng sat on the sofa, speaking in a relaxed tone. "Basic operation, just stay at home every day, read comics when you have free time, and you will naturally become a hero." Yuri frowned and was stunned for several seconds. "Are you laughing at me?" "I'm just kidding you. I think I'm the result of hard work. They say I'm gifted." Wu Heng answered seriously. "There are many people who work harder than you, but I haven't seen anyone become a hero so quickly." Yuri muttered, a little depressed. "When we were in Blackstone Town, I was still protecting you, and now you become a hero." Wu Heng looked at the other person's expression and felt a little funny, and said, "You're wrong to think so. You should think that if I become a hero, you will be the overlord of Blackstone Town in the future, and no one will dare to bully you." Yuri's eyes lit up. She glanced at her aunt, who was sitting not far away, and winked at Wu Heng, as if to say, "She is the one who bullies me." Wu Heng followed her gaze, and shook his head, saying that he didn't dare to do that. "Humph," Yuri snorted coldly, saying that you can't do that. Then, she brought the topic to Treasure Island and said, "I want to apply to be transferred to Treasure Island. You will protect me when the time comes." "Forget it, Slater won't agree." Wu Heng didn't believe it at all. "I'm discussing with her, or the growth rate outside is faster, I also want to become a hero. Yuri's face said, I want to work hard. Wu Hung still said, you want to go out to play, and if you get hurt outside, she will tear me apart. Aren't you going to protect me? How can you get hurt? I can't take you with me every day. You should go to Blackrock Town, and you can level up if you work hard. No, I want to go out. Yuri's tone was firm. While the two were chatting here, Shannara and Slater not far away were also discussing things while comparing the drawings. After a while, the two stood up, and Shannara said to this side, Deacon Slater, and I will go to the entertainment city. Go! Wu Hung nodded. Yuri also stood up and walked out with him, not forgetting to turn around and wink at him. After the few people left, Wu Hung looked at the time. He greeted Minnie, walked to the courtyard, and put on the conductor's hat. The next second, the ghost train appeared. Wu Hung got on the train and filled in Lopez City on the itinerary. The door closed, and the train disappeared into the void. The train reappeared. It had already stopped at a wasteland outside the city of Lopez. Wu Hung confirmed the direction of the city and walked in directly. Snake Emblem Consortium, VIP room. Wu Hung sat in the room and waited for a while. Soon the door opened, and the beautiful elf Lidalai, wearing a dark blue low-cut long dress, walked in. Seeing Wu Hung sitting in the room, the smile on the beautiful elf's face froze. She left the room, looked at the doorplate again, and then walked in again. After taking a quick look at his appearance and clothes, he asked uncertainly, the owner of Treasure Island? Wu Hung smiled and said, I'm not wearing the mask. Don't you recognize me? Lidali's eyes lit up first, and then she showed an expression that it was you. She walked over with a smile and said, I'm just a little surprised. Do you want me to continue to call you a guest, or the owner of the island, or something more intimate? Lidali is a person who is good at using her beauty. With blonde hair and blue eyes, plus the beautiful face of the elves, she is indeed more lethal to the opposite sex. But last night, I fought hard with the two elves of my family all night, and now I feel at ease. He took a sip of the water cup on the table, and said with a smile, just call me by my name, Wu Hung you should know. Then I will call you by your name from now on, and you call me by my name too. Seeing that the other party's expression did not change much, Lidali said with a little coquettishness, last time I asked you to bring me the signed version of The Great Detective of Treasure Island, you hesitated, which was too much. Before, when Lidali asked him to bring the Great Detective books of Treasure Island, he still wanted the one signed by the island owner. Wu Hung brought her the first volume, and found some reasons not to bring her the rest. It's not that he was reluctant to give it to her, but he felt that Lidali was using this method to test his identity. At that time, he was not a hero yet, and the action had to be kept secret as much as possible. Wu Hang's face was normal, and he said, you need to be more careful then. If you still want it now, I will sign it for you now. Then? Lidali's pretty face flashed a trace of surprise. It was only 2 or 3 months since they last met, but it sounded like a long time had passed, and she had changed a lot. Then she smiled and said, of course, I like your stories very much. Do you have a book? Wu Hung looked at her and asked. All along, Lidali has indeed provided him with a lot of help. Secondly, he also wants to get closer to the Snake Emblem Consortium. Yes, please wait a moment. Lidali said, turned around and asked someone to get the remaining collection of great detective stories. Soon, the staff came back and brought 3 collections of stories. They were the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th volumes. The first volume has a signature, and now there are only 3 left. Lidali pulled the single sofa and leaned forward. The latest collection of stories is now the 4th volume. She really likes great detective stories. She took out a pen and signed each book, and Lidali beside her was also smiling. After the signing was finished, Wu Hung didn't chat with her too much, and led the topic to the purpose of this visit. How is the collection of the commission I issued last time? Lidali smiled and said, everything is ready for you. I take you to see it. It has been a long time since the last commission was issued. At that time, Wu Hung went to the kingdom of Yek to deal with the affairs of the second prince. He has not come yet, and Lidali is a little anxious waiting here. After all, the orders are all corpses. In this weather, it can't be stored for long. Storage props also need to be used to handle other commissions, and can't always be used to store corpses. Okay. The two stood up, walked out of the room, and walked along the corridor. Continued to walk down the stone steps to the basement. In the cold and spacious space, there were corpses wrapped in coffins or straw mats. Lidali took out the documents and compared them and said, a total of 72 corpses, 3 mages, one of which was level 16, 1 level 11 and 1 level 13, 1 level 3 array master, 3 level 2, and alchemists. Wu Heng stood aside and listened. It can be seen that a lot of corpses have indeed been accumulated during this period. Among them, the magician and array master were specially requested, and they also received several bodies. Although not many, they can still play a role. The remaining bodies are of many types, and they can all be used. After the other party finished introducing, Wu Heng said, "I will collect them first, and I will give you the money later when I go back." Of course. Lei Dilly smiled and nodded. Wu Heng walked in and collected all the bodies into several space storage props. After collecting all the bodies, the two chatted and returned to the VIP room. Sitting back down, Lettelai smiled brightly. "Do you need to continue filling out orders?" "Fill out 2 orders, one to continue collecting corpses, mainly those above level 15, special professions, and the second order to collect some props or strange objects that can help with training and level up." Wu Heng said what he had prepared before. He still had to collect corpses, but not all of them like he did at the beginning. After becoming a hero, combat corpses were no longer of much help to him, and he mainly collected special professions such as arrays and alchemy. The props that can help with training are prepared for the people around them, so that they can upgrade their levels faster. Wu Heng also doesn't want to reach the level of a hero, but the people around him will grow old little by little and then die. Hearing the request, Lettelai's expression froze. She could imagine that Wu Heng wanted to use it to upgrade his level, but such a thing would not be so easy to get. She reminded him softly, "Wu Heng, props that improve training efficiency have always been very scarce. Not to mention that it is difficult to find outside. Even if there is a consortium, they will buy it themselves." Wu Heng asked, "Is there any way?" Lei Dilly thought for a moment, then said, "I heard that there is a training ground at the headquarters of the association that can increase the speed of cultivation." Headquarters training ground? I haven't heard of this, but recalling that the Deacon Yini Luo mentioned going to the headquarters to practice when he left Treasure Island. At that time, I was a little curious. He was an elf prince, and it would be so comfortable to practice in his tribe. Going to the headquarters, where level 18 was not considered a high level, why bother? Listening to what Lettelai said, it seems that it is because of the training ground. Is it built or a strange object? Wu Heng asked. It should be a magical building. Lettelai thought about it and answered. Wu Heng looked at the other party. Can you build it? No, I can help you find out, but this technology may be in the hands of the headquarters, and I am not sure if I can find someone. Lettelai's tone was a little unconfident. Okay. Wu Heng nodded. Then I will write you a commission first. Letty took out the order form, leaned forward slightly, and began to write. The loose collar of her shirt was opened, revealing a large area of white and tender skin inside, and a red bra with patterns. It was smaller than Zalagui's, but not as big as Shiryali's. Letty had the image of a slender elf, and she fit the impression of being able to shuttle quickly through the forest with a nimble figure. After writing the order, she handed it to the staff at the door. Letty sat down again and started the topic like a small talk. Wu Heng, why don't you place the order at Treasure Island? Isn't it more convenient there? Seeing her gossiping look, Wu Heng said, I am the flag bearer of the association. It must be a bit bad to always go in and out of the local consortium. And when I first went to Treasure Island, the consortium of Treasure Island did not stand on my side. Lei Dilly raised her eyebrows and said with a thankful tone, so, I have to thank them, otherwise you would not come to me. Obviously, the consortium of Treasure Island stood on the wrong side. In some previous matters, it did not give Wu Heng any help, and it may have caused some obstacles. I am also very satisfied with you. Wu Heng answered appropriately. Lei Dilly smiled even more, thank you. Wu Heng looked at the time, and stood up and said, I still need your help and worry about the commission, I will go back first. Okay. Lei Dilly followed him out. She walked him all the way to the door of the hall, waved goodbye, and watched him walk away. This time, Wu Heng appeared with a normal face, which was still a bit surprising. Looking at the back of the figure walking away, Lei Dilly had a feeling that the other party was more confident. It was the kind of confidence that didn't worry about the dangers around him. Moreover, the last intelligence about Treasure Island was that it was attacked by the church. How did he survive? The whole person changed. Thinking in his heart, the figure in the distance disappeared, and he returned to the consortium. After returning to Treasure Island, Wu Heng went directly to the association. The two sisters packed up and prepared to go home. They were a little surprised to see Wu Heng coming. Zalagui stared with big eyes and asked curiously, What's wrong? If they come to eat, they usually go directly to their residence. They come here for work. Wu Heng said, I just happened to pass by and came here to take a look. Shiryali came over and sat down beside him, You always use teleportation to go back. This excuse is too bad. Wu Hung smiled and said, I really miss you too. Sure, Yali hugged his arm with a happy face and subconsciously smelled him. The smell of mountain dream flowers. The northern elves like this smell. Do you have other elves? Zalogwi also looked up. Sure, Yali usually likes flowers and plants, and she has a special skill of smelling them. Wu Hung hugged her and explained, I just went to the Snake Emblem Consortium, and the person who received me was a female elf. What's there to be jealous about? Who is jealous? I just asked casually. Sure, Yali smiled again. Wu Hung looked at Zalogwi and asked, What level are you? Zalogwi replied, Level 15. I feel like I'm almost at level 16. Sure, Yali? I just reached level 9. Sure, Yali replied. Wu Hung said, I plan to add a new position in the newspaper to increase your reputation. You can have people write some stories about your experiences, which are more exciting. The two sisters looked at each other, and knew that this was to help Zalogwi prepare for the upgrade after level 18 in advance. However, it was a bit too early. But on Wu Heng's side, Zalogwi was the highest level among the girls. I don't have your experience in solving cases. Zalogwi couldn't think of any experience that could be written into a story. Wu Hung smiled and said, It's okay to make some. There's plenty of time. Let's prepare first. Okay, thank you. Zalogwi whispered. Why are you being polite? I'm supposed to be nice to you. Zalogwi was touched and came over to hug her other arm. Island Lord's Mansion. After dinner, Wu Hung took out all the corpses he bought in the backyard. Dead corpse battlefield released, flesh and blood fell off. The skeleton pushed open the coffin lid and straw mat, and stood up. Wu Hung confirmed the professions, and assigned the skeletons to their corresponding positions. Only 3 wizard skeletons were left. They were level 16, 13, and 11. Follow me. Wu Hung gave the order, and took the skeletons to a room on the first floor. He took out 3 books, Dead Corpse Battlefield and Bone Servants and Corpse Servants, and gave them to them. Read the books here, and come out after you have learned them. The 3 skeletons took the books, and found their own places to read. Walk out of the room. After saying hello to the maids, and asking Benny to go out and call Xiaoxiao back. Open the door and walk in. Mexico, base. Wu Hung sat in the room, and waited for a while, and Chi Honkai came in with her little owl. Chi Honkai said to the little owl, Go play by yourself, don't eat anything. The owl tilted its head to look at her, and flew out through the window. The matter of the Immortal Master has been publicized in the residential area, and the matter of rescuing the survivors in the original base has been made. Chi Honkai sat down and said directly, How is the effect? Wu Hung asked. With a thought, he opened the panel and took a look. Faith, 17/50,000. It has indeed increased, from 15 points to 17, but I am not sure whether it is effective with this publicity. If you think about it carefully, if you can increase faith by just promoting it, those people in the association will not just stay at the hero stage. The heroes in power in this headquarters, except for the religious heroes, take the religious route. The rest of the heroes, which one is not a long-lived race, it's so easy to collect, and they have all broken through the hero stage. What do you mean by effect? Chi Honkai asked curiously. Do they believe it? It seems that they believe it, but it's hard to say how much of it really believes it. Chi Honkai thought about it and answered. Wu Hung nodded and continued. Keep promoting it, and you should also prepare on your side. We will return to the Korean base tomorrow. Okay. This is easy. Chi Honkai just agreed, and a slight electric current came from the walkie-talkie attached to her body, followed by a serious voice. Big sister, someone was found shooting at the base in the dark, and a skeleton was injured. Chapter 873. A sneak attack? Chi Honkai said to the intercom, I'd be there right away. After that, he explained to Wu Hung, Since last night, we found some people wandering around. They might be the ones who escaped from the base. They dare to come back? Wu Hung was a little surprised. They were so anxious when they escaped, and now they come back to make trouble? I guess they are unwilling to give up, and don't you think this is more in line with the style of the gangsters? Chi Honkai stood up and continued, I go and take a look first, and try to solve this matter before we return to the Korean base. I go with you to take a look. Wu Hung also stood up and walked outside. The two had already decided to return to the Korean base to prepare for the satellite launch. The escaped gangsters took away some weapons, which was indeed dangerous. Before leaving, we still have to deal with this matter. Chi Honkai nodded, and the two went out together. The location of the gate. When Wu Hung and Chi Honkai arrived, some people had already gathered here. In addition to some old people in the base, there were also Translator Valentine and the rescued woman Tasha. After not seeing each other for a few days, Tasha's shaved head has grown some hair, but it is still very short. Chief, Sister Chi. The old people in the base greeted. Valentine came over, Master, Deputy Chief Chi Han Kai. Tasha also followed behind, and saluted the two slightly. Wu Hung and Chi Han Kai nodded, and looked towards the gate. Several skeleton dogs were guarding not far away. On the ground was a corpse wearing combat uniform, and hanging a sniper rifle. The corpse looked miserable, with its limbs torn apart and thrown aside, and its body was in tatters. Chi Han Kai glanced at the corpse and asked, "Who shot the skeleton on the wall?" A subordinate replied, "There should be 4 or 5 people who shot the skeleton on the wall." The skeleton dogs were released to search immediately, but only one was brought back. The skeleton dogs came with Chi Han Kai and her friends by plane. In addition to these skeleton dogs, there were also some skeletons who could do technical work. This time, the skeleton dogs rushed out to look for targets and caught one. The rest should have run away after shooting. Chi Han Kai nodded and asked, "Did the skeleton suffer any damage?" The subordinate replied, "No damage, just some bullet marks on the outer clothes." After saying that, he pointed to the skeleton not far away, with 2 tattered bullet holes on his clothes. Chi Han Kai looked at Wu Hung. "I will arrange for someone to go out and search now." Wu Hung glanced at the corpse, and was also thinking about this. Going out to search would not be very useful. Even if the remaining few were found, the remaining people would still be in danger. Said, "I asked the corpse first." Talking with the dead after being released, the corpse suddenly sat up. The torn face was facing this side. The old members of the base had seen the corpse suddenly sitting up, and there was no big reaction. Only Tasha, who was standing at the back, changed her face, and subconsciously took a few steps back. Translator Valentine looked at her strangely and muttered in his heart, "What are you afraid of? Have you forgotten how you survived? What a fuss." Valentine took 2 steps forward, ready to translate. Before he walked over, Wu Hung asked in Spanish, "Are you the ones who escaped from the Dawn base?" The corpse replied, "Yes." Everyone turned to look at him. Before we needed a translator to communicate, but today we can use this language to talk? Wu Hung then asked, "How many of you are there?" "There are more than 40 people." "Who is the leader, your current leader?" "Second chief." "The second chief is the gang leader, and he is still alive." These people are really better at staying alive than ordinary people. In the back, when Tasha heard the second chief, hatred appeared in her eyes. She wanted to say something, but hesitated for a moment, and did not move. The fourth question, "Where are you hiding now?" "In an abandoned factory building in the east." After knowing this, she did not continue to ask. The magic was dissipated, and the body lay back on the ground. Wu Hung bent down to collect the weapons from the corpse. Chi Han Kai said, "I will arrange the troops and catch them right away. There may be secret guards on the road. If they get the news and evacuate, it will be more troublesome for us." Wu Hung continued, "I will handle it. You can leave in 10 minutes. Chi Han Kai felt that what the other party said made sense. Nodding in agreement, "Okay." Wu Hung said no more, and used teleportation to leave the base directly. Abandoned factory building. The broken concrete wall exposed rusted steel bars. Behind the window, in the shadows behind the collapsed wall, you can see the muzzles of guns and guards. They are called local gangs, but their clothes and weapons are not much worse than those of normal soldiers. Inside the factory, several burly men sat together, eating canned food and bread. They communicated in the local language. If we had known earlier, we should have launched missiles directly to destroy the Korean base. The cars all had their own radios, and they also heard the news that the Korean base announced that the Mexican base had been occupied. Needless to say, it is known that this is an action taken by the Korean base. This is our territory. As long as we keep an eye on them, and make them afraid to even leave the door, they will give up here. Their superpowers are too terrifying. When there is a chance, shoot him in the head. No matter how powerful he is, it will be useless. They really don't dare to attack the base head-on, but they also have their own strengths. Familiar with the terrain, assassination and cold shooting. Persist for a few days, those people will not even dare to leave the door, and will naturally leave here. Even if it really doesn't work, it won't be too late to leave then. Let's see what news the people who were sent out can bring back. People ate and chatted while waiting for the people who were sent out to come back. At this moment, one of them suddenly turned the assault rifle on the window and pointed it towards the room. Without waiting for others to ask, he pulled the trigger directly. Bang, 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 bullets rang in the factory, and the people next to him fell in a pool of blood. The rest of the people reacted and hastily fired. shooting the people who raised their guns and fired randomly into a sieve. The next second, 3 more people, their faces full of panic and calls for help, started to shoot randomly in the room. For a moment, the whole factory was in chaos. Wu Hung walked into the factory, and a smell of gunpowder and blood hit him. He looked at the corpses all over the floor and asked, "Who is the second leader?" Xiao Xiao appeared from the side, pinched her waist, and said, "I don't know. We didn't understand what they said, so we killed them all." Okay. Wu Hung then asked, "Are all the people here?" Then he said, "Some people hiding in the dark were also found and killed. No one must have escaped." Wu Hung nodded. At this time, the roar of a car came from outside the door, and Chi Han Kai and his men hurried over. When they stepped into the factory, they saw corpses all over the ground. Wu Hung looked at the few people who were a little stunned and said, "Let them collect all the weapons, and look around to see where they hid their cars." Chi Han Kai immediately gave instructions, and the people dispersed, collected the bodies, and searched for hidden vehicles around the building. "Master." Tasha came over carefully. Wu Hung remembered her and said, "Identify who the second leader is." Tasha pointed to the corpse not far away, and said in a low voice, "Can I go and shoot him twice more?" Wu Hung took out a gun and handed it to her. "Wait a moment." As he spoke, resurrection technique was released, and the corpse with a bullet in the chest suddenly woke up, vomiting blood, and looked over here with horror in his eyes. "Go kill him, blow his head off." Tasha took the gun, her face full of the excitement of revenge, and walked closer under the gaze of the other party. She stared at him for a long time, as if she wanted to say a lot of things, but she never said a word. Finally, she fired several shots at the head, smashing the head. After a burst of gunfire, Tasha returned the gun to Wu Hung, walked to the side, squatted on the ground, and cried bitterly. Soon, the sorting work was completed, and Chi Han Kai said, "We found the car, hiding it nearby. These bodies, there is no other use, right?" Wu Hung continued to ask. Chi Han Kai shook his head, "No more." Dead corpse battlefield release. All the corpses on the ground turned into skeletons, and stood up. Prepare some supplies, and start to return to the base. After returning to the base, Wu Hung returned to his room. Dong dong dong. After waiting in the room for a while, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." The door opened, Chi Han Kai walked in, and said, "The plane is ready, and we can leave at any time." The original plan was to go back tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. The gangster issue was resolved today, and the entire base was no longer in danger. On the way back, the two decided to return to the Korean base in advance. Wu Hung didn't have much to pack, so he got up and followed him outside. "Let's go back early." The two walked out together, boarded the plane, and started to go back. On the plane, Wu Hung sat on the leather seat, closed his eyes, and rested his mind. After more than 10 hours of travel, he could rest for a while. At this time, the cabin door slowly opened, and Wu Hung opened his eyes and looked over. Chi Han Kai, wearing a blue and white stewardess uniform, walked in gracefully. Her skirt wrapped around her plump buttocks, with a narrow waistline, a lady's shirt tucked into her skirt, and her legs straight, wearing black stockings. "Where did you find the clothes?" Wu Hung asked with a smile. "Don't worry about it. Is it good looking?" Chi Han Kai walked towards this side with a smile, and a teasing look in her eyes. She walked slowly, her waist swayed slightly, full of charm. Walking to the side of the seat, she squatted slightly and asked softly, "Sir, do you need something to drink?" "Oh my goodness, there's also role-playing. What's there to drink?" Wu Hung said with a smile. Chi Han Kai twirled her hair with her fingers, and said with a seductive look, "Drinks, orange juice, beer, and milk." Wu Hung glanced at the side. Glinda took the other two ghosts to another cabin to chat. Wu Hung gently stroked her hair and said, "Is the milk fresh?" "It's fresh, sir." "Then choose this," Wu Hung said with a smile. Chi Han Kai had played the role of a little fox before, and this time she played the role of a stewardess, with quite a few tricks. Wu Hung himself was also enjoying it, and enjoyed this treatment. "Sir, you are really good at choosing," Chi Han Kai said softly, and then squatted in front of him. Wu Hung pulled his belt and said with surprise, "No, you drank mine?" "Sir, please cooperate with us, or I will call the police." Treasure Island, Association. Deacon Study. The soft sunlight shines through the window and sprinkles on the desk piled with documents. After the two elf sisters walked into the office, they chatted for a while, and sat in their respective seats to prepare for today's work. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Yali opened the door, and a staff member of the association said, "Here is the latest instruction from the headquarters. Sure Yali's eyes condensed, and the only thing that could make the headquarters send instructions was the matter between Wu Hung and the Holy See. Okay. Sure Yali walked back to the room with the specially packaged letter. Shi Logui also heard the conversation at the door, stood up, and waited anxiously. Sure Yali handed the letter to her, and Shi Logui took a deep breath, then tore open the letter bag and took out the letter inside. As the letter was opened, the document with the headquarters seal also appeared in front of him. After the preliminary investigation of the association, it was confirmed that the Pope was at fault first, and Wu Heng's counterattack was excessive, causing serious consequences, and he must bear the corresponding punishment and responsibility. In order to make the whole incident clearer and fairer, the association will send a second investigation team to Treasure Island for investigation, and the local association must fully cooperate. The association will strictly follow the investigation results, and make a final judgment based on the principle of fairness and justice. Zalogui's eyes gradually became solemn, and her face was full of thoughtfulness. How is it? What did the headquarters say? Sure Yali asked anxiously. Shi Logui handed her the letter and said, the preliminary result is that they are on Wu Heng's side. After all, it is unreasonable for the Holy See to come to Treasure Island to take action, but they have arranged a second investigation team to come. Sure Yali frowned. What does the headquarters mean by this? I feel that if the second batch does not find any loopholes, the headquarters intends to help Wu Heng suppress the Holy See, but mentioned that Wu Heng's counterattack was excessive, and he still has to bear some responsibility. Zalogui leaned back in her chair and analyzed. In that situation, one of them had to die. After all, a hero died, and the headquarters also has to consider the feelings of the Holy See. Sure Yali quickly read the instructions and said, I call him and tell him. Zalogui did not stop her. After Sure Yali finished the call, her brows were still furrowed. Zalogui asked, what's wrong? Minnie answered the phone and said he was not in the island owner's house. Then I talked to him later. Lilith's residence. In the study, Lilith held 2 letters in her hands. After reading the decision of the headquarters, her expression did not change at all. She just put the letter aside. Then, she took out the second letter and read it. The news said by the secret whisperer of the temple. The new pope succeeded and identified Wu Heng as a pagan and blasphemer. Any person who had contact with Wu Heng, any chamber of commerce that cooperated with Wu Heng, would be regarded as a blasphemous associate. The church would impose severe sanctions, and it would be within the scope of the crackdown. Seeing this message, Lilith's eyes condensed. Treasure Island is over. What entertainment city auction? No one would dare to have any connection with Wu Heng anymore. Chapter 874. The plane landed at the Korean base. The people who stayed here were waiting on the tarmac to greet them early. Shi Honkai changed into her original clothes, and the two got off the plane together. Leader, Sister Chi. Everyone came up to greet her. Wu Heng nodded, and Shi Honkai said, let's talk in the conference room. The few people did not stay outside, but went directly to the conference room. They sat around the long and narrow conference table. Shi Honkai asked seriously, is there anything wrong these days? At this moment, she was no longer the crazy baby on the plane, and she became a serious deputy leader again. It's all normal. The day after you left, representatives from some large bases came to visit you. Since you were not there, they were sent back first. The subordinates reported immediately. The direct destruction of the Mexican base still brought a great shock to other bases. If it is said that the skeleton army was used to destroy the Korean base, after all, Shi Honkai and others had been developing in Korea for a while. But the Mexican base was different this time. The distance was far, and the location was kept secret. As soon as the people left, they reported that the base was destroyed. This means that in addition to weapons of mass destruction, they have the force to quickly eliminate the target. It is very likely that they are new psychics, with more direct and efficient psychics than summoning skeletons. Several people briefly talked about the situation at the base, and Shi Honkai looked at the middle-aged man in the second position on the left. Minister Jean, how are the preparations for the satellite launch going? The middle-aged man reported solemnly, it's ready. As long as the launch platform is built at the location where it needs to be launched, the launch can be carried out. Wu Heng asked, can it all be done by the skeletons? Yes, the deputy leader has given us an order to train skeleton technicians, who are fully familiar with the process. There should be no problem with a successful launch. The middle-aged man looked at Wu Heng with a more respectful attitude. He had seen Wu Heng, who killed all the senior officials of the Korean base alone that night with the skeletons. If they were not responsible for the technology, I am afraid they would have died in the hands of the other party. The launch pad you mentioned, is it made on site? Or what should we do? Wu Hung continued to ask. Prepare it in advance and assemble it when the time comes. The middle-aged man replied. Wu Hung was quite satisfied with this answer. Okay, prepare everything in advance, and I will take it to the launch area and launch it when the time comes. Okay, leader. The middle-aged man replied. After Wu Hung finished talking about his affairs, Shi Hankai continued to assign the rest of the tasks. Wait until the meeting is over. The two walked back together. Wu Hung said, I go back to my room first, come tomorrow to get the equipment for launching the satellite, and have everyone prepare it. Okay. Shi Hankai nodded. Wu Hung returned to his room, and Shi Hankai went to deal with other things. Open the window in the room to ventilate, then close the window. Open the door to return to the other world. Treasure Island. After Wu Hung returned, he released the ghost to move freely, and went into the bathroom to take a bath. When I walked out of the bathroom, I saw Minnie waiting at the door with 2 letters in her hands. Master, the association sent you a letter. Deacon Zalagui and Chief Lilith called you yesterday. Wu Hang's expression immediately became serious. It must be that the matter of the Holy See has come to a conclusion. Looking at Minnie's anxious expression, he touched her head. It's okay. I'm a hero now. They dare not do anything too much. Yeah. Minnie nodded seriously. Wu Hung took the letter, tore open the first one, and took a look at the letter inside. After the preliminary investigation of the association, it was confirmed that the Pope was at fault first, and Wu Hang's counterattack was excessive, causing serious consequences, and he must bear the corresponding punishment and responsibility. The association will send a second investigation team to Treasure Island for cooperation, and Wu Hung must fully cooperate. Seeing the content of the letter, Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. The association has confirmed that the Pope was at fault first, but it also gave itself accusation of excessive counterattack. It feels like both sides are punished with 50 strokes. But it's not a bad thing. As long as the association doesn't find me guilty of a major fault, it won't affect me. Before, I was most worried that the association would stand on the side of the Holy See. I was hardly able to face all the heroes of the association and the Holy See. Now the association thinks that I'm not wrong. The only thing left is to face the Holy See. It's not a big problem. Then, Wu Hung opened the second letter, which was written to him by Claudio, the leader of the Honglin Society. The content was also very simple. First, he congratulated himself on becoming a hero, and then mentioned the matter of the Holy See. After all, the Holy See is an important part of the association. I hope Wu Hung can ease the situation, and not let it get worse. He has already gone to the church, and will help him ease the conflict between the two sides as much as possible. The 2 letters seemed to be not bad for him. He looked up at Minnie, who was waiting for the result, and said, It's okay. The headquarters has determined that the Pope was wrong first, and we are responsible for the excessive counterattack. Minnie also breathed a sigh of relief. Great, the headquarters is still fair. Let's go down and call them. Wu Hung put his arm around Minnie's shoulders, and walked down from upstairs. As soon as he entered the hall, Chanella, Slater, Yuri, and several maids in the house were all sitting in the living room. When he came downstairs, they all looked at him. Wu Hung handed the letter to Chanella, who was closest to him, and said, It's okay. The association has determined that the Pope was wrong first. Chanella took the letter and looked at it. Her eyes lit up. Then, she passed it to several other people and turned to read. As the letter was passed down, the somewhat depressing atmosphere in the room began to ease. A smile appeared on his face again. Wu Hung said, I call outside first and talk to you later. After that, he walked to the phone and dialed the number in the deacon's study. After 2 rings, Sher Yali's voice came from the other side. Hello. Sher Yali, it's me. Wu Hung said directly. Sher Yali immediately said, The headquarters has received a letter, and it is determined that the Pope was wrong first. Wu Hung listened, and the content of Shilagui received was not much different from his own. I also received a letter, and the content is similar to what you said. I will write back to the headquarters later. It's okay, don't worry. Wu Hung comforted him softly. You received the letter too. I was thinking of telling you in advance. Sher Yali sounded as if she regretted that she was not the first one to tell him. Wu Hung smiled and said, I just received it too. When Shilagui comes back, I tell her so she doesn't have to worry. Wu Hung continued, Okay, I call Lilith, and we talk when I'm free. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Wu Hung continued to call Lilith. A few days ago, someone was arranged to connect the phone to Lilith's residence. After 3 or 4 rings, the other side was connected. Lilith, it's me. Have you received the news from the headquarters? Lilith's cold voice came over. Wu Hung said, I got it. It seems that the Pope was wrong first. Lilith's tone was still serious. Come over, I have something to tell you. Wu Hung also heard the seriousness in the other party's tone, and frowned. I go over now. Hang up the phone. Shannara asked, What's wrong? Leader Lilith asked me to come over and see what's going on. Wu Hung said. Minnie walked over quickly and helped him put on his clothes. He waved to a few people and released the teleportation spell to leave. The light flashed. The next second, he appeared in the courtyard of Lilith's mansion. The door of the residence opened, and a voice came from inside, Come in. Entering the room, Lilith was still in the image of a little lowly. Pick up the teacup and make tea for him. Wu Hung pulled out a chair and sat down. Chief, do you have any special news? Lilith put the teacup in front of him and said in a deep voice, Some news came from the Holy See, which is not very favorable to you. She is responsible for the association's intelligence, and the Whisperers have their own system. There is more information, and it is more credible. Wu Heng's face was solemn. Chief, just speak directly. Lilith said seriously, The new Pope of the Holy See has succeeded to the throne and issued a papal encyclical, defining you as a pagan and blasphemer. As she said that, she put a letter on the table and dragged it in front of him. Here is the letter. Wu Hung picked it up and took a look. There was not much content. But there was a second half of the letter that Lilith did not say. Any person who had contact with Wu Hung, or any chamber of commerce that had traded and cooperated with him, would be regarded as a blasphemous associate. The Holy See would impose severe sanctions, and it would be within the scope of the crackdown. Wu Hung narrowed his eyes, and immediately realized the importance of it. The last battle with the Pope had caused most of the dignitaries on Treasure Island to leave the island to avoid trouble. If the news of the Holy See is released, Treasure Island will become an isolated island, and no one dares to do business with it. No wealthy merchants will come to the island to spend money. The newly built commercial streets, cinemas, and entertainment cities will only become decorations. In terms of power, no one will offend the Holy See because of Treasure Island. After reading it, Wu Hung returned the letter to her. Thank you, leader, for informing me of this news. Lilith nodded and asked calmly, What are your plans? Wu Hung leaned back in his chair and said casually, Of course, I will cooperate with the association's arrangements. Lilith glared at him. I'm talking about the Vatican. What official language are you talking about? Oh! Wu Hung smiled and continued, I haven't figured out what to do yet, but I might try to deal with this matter. Lilith took a sip of tea and said, I don't like the Vatican either, but some things still depend on the power behind them. Be patient for a while, and the headquarters will help you adjust. There should still be room for easing. Relaxation. Wu Hung doesn't think there is room for relaxation. But Lilith must have good intentions. From her point of view, even if Wu Hung has the power to kill a pope alone, it does not mean that Treasure Island is qualified to compete with the Holy See. One has been developed for less than a year, and the other has been passed down to this day. I know, I will find a way to deal with this matter. Wu Hung nodded, then leaned forward. Chief. Lilith looked at him strangely. What? If you have something to say, just say it directly. What rank is the new pope? Wu Hung asked the question that he was curious about. It was said before that the Holy See announced two heroes. One was the pope, and the other was the religious leader. After he killed one, a new pope took the throne so quickly. In addition, in Wu Heng's worst plan, the Holy See would launch a large-scale attack on Treasure Island. But the other party didn't react as much as he imagined. The current intelligence cannot be confirmed, and the possibility that the other party is a hero cannot be ruled out. Lilith answered casually. It could be a hero? Lilith replied, It's just a guess. Whether it has reached the level of a hero or not, we have to wait for the specific information to be sent back. Good man, this hero is endless. Satellites and missiles should be deployed as soon as possible. Wu Hung thought about it, and then asked, Leader, is there anything I should pay attention to when establishing a sect? Lilith asked back, You want to establish a sect? Is it okay? Lilith did not answer immediately, but looked at him suspiciously. You say he doesn't know anything. Every time he reaches a level, there is a clear direction for development, which allows him to plan ahead and directly advance to a hero without telling anyone. But if he says he knows, he always asks some basic questions. Looking at his appearance, he doesn't seem to be pretending. It's like he got a guide and knows what to do next, but why he does it, and whether there are any problems. He stared at him up and down for several times, and then explained, Yes, as long as you are not identified as a cult by the association and hold normal and reasonable religious activities, we will not interfere with you. Of course, The Holy See does not recognize the existence of other sects in name, but generally does not care. After a short pause, he added, "It's hard for you to say. Who does the Ash Church worship?" Wu Hung hesitated, but still asked. The Ash Church is the church of the blood race. He was appointed as the official of the executioner by Lilith in the church. Lilith glanced at him and said, "The first-generation ancestor worshipped also has my hero statue." Then she asked uncertainly, "You don't want to set up your hero statue, do you? Is it okay?" Wu Hung asked. Lilith's eyes widened. She had never seen such a thick face. "You are not from our race, and you have no legitimate identity unless..." She stopped talking here, looked away in a panic, and coughed lightly, "Unless you become a vampire." Wu Hung just wanted to tease her, and still wanted to establish his own sect, so he asked, "Do I need to report to the association to establish a sect?" "It's okay to report. You can try to establish the Hall of Heroes first, and wait until the matter of the Holy See is stabilized, and then prepare for the sect." Lilith made her own suggestion. Wu Hung listened and nodded. Suggestions are suggestions. As for what to do, we will talk about it later. Wu Hung sat here and chatted with her for a while, and Lilith had already told him what she wanted to tell him. The two continued to chat for a while. Wu Hung continued, "Chief, let's go to the island owner's house for dinner tonight. I asked Minnie to prepare more delicious food to celebrate the decision of the headquarters." Lilith looked at him with some amusement. "You are so old, you still want to celebrate this kind of thing. Don't go today, wait for 2 days." Wu Hung didn't say much. He did need to discuss the conversation after he returned. "That's fine." Leaving Lilith's mansion, Wu Hung returned to the island owner's mansion. Shawnera and the others went out to deal with things. Wu Hung said hello to Minnie, and went upstairs to his study. Xiaoxiao and Binny were not in the room. Grinda was floating at the window, watching the maid pruning the branches outside. "Go out for a walk too. You're bored at home every day." Wu Hung walked in and said to Grinda. Grinda turned around and said, "There's nothing fun outside. I'm afraid you're suffering from depression." "What is that?" "It means you're in a bad mood, and then you develop a mental illness." Grinda thought for a moment. "Is it a disease in your world? Is a bad mood also considered a disease?" Wu Hung shrugged, not knowing how to explain. Grinda then asked, "Did the headquarters write to you? What did it say?" Wu Hung handed her the latest letter and said, "It is preliminarily determined that it is the Pope's responsibility. We have taken the blame for the counterattack. There will be a second investigation team coming to investigate. If they don't find anything, the matter will basically be over." Grinda glanced at the letter and said, "This department still favors the Holy See. The Pope launched an attack on Treasure Island, which was seen by everyone at the scene. It cannot be concealed, so his fault has been determined. It is a bit unreasonable to accuse you of excessive counterattack." Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. According to Granda's analysis, it seems to be correct. The Pope's responsibility is fixed. So many people saw it, and Lilith also arrived soon after, so he can't deny it even if he wants to. It was more like giving an explanation to the church to give Wu Hung an excessive counterattack. "It doesn't matter, as long as the heroes of our department don't plan to attack us, the rest is not important." Wu Hung said, and then said, "The church has a new pope who has designated us as pagans and blasphemers. Anyone and any force related to us will be attacked by the church." Glinda's expression also changed, and he cursed, "These robbers. Write 3 letters for me later." Wu Hung said, 3 letters? "Yes, 1 letter from the headquarters, saying that they are willing to cooperate with the headquarters investigation and invite religious heroes to lead a team to the island for inspection. The second letter is written to the leader of Hongwenhui, which means to thank them for their help. The third letter is written to the Holy See, saying that if they intend to implicate other people, we will also take corresponding countermeasures." Wu Hung expressed his thoughts. Grinda nodded. "Okay, I write it first, and you can take a look at it later." "Okay." Dusk. The family sat at the dining table to eat. Minnie prepared a sumptuous dinner to celebrate that the department did not favor the Holy See. Wu Hung did not tell the others about the Pope's encyclical. The news was still uncertain, and telling them now would only make them worry. The design of the church is out. Take a look. After dinner, Shannara took out the hand-painted drawings. They were very beautiful, and had a strong wood elf style. Wu Hung looked at them, and then looked at the beautiful wood elf in silk pajamas, revealing her white shoulders and collarbones. Said, "It looks good, but it doesn't match my identity." "What is your identity?" Shannara thought he was showing off. Wu Hung said, "I am a necromancer. Isn't such a lively style a bit too abrupt for my profession? My idea is to dilute the anxiety that you, the necromancer, bring to people. You don't think that necromancers are very popular, do you? Sayonara asked back. Wu Hung scratched his face and said, that doesn't feel good either. Let's change it again. Which direction should we change? Shannara continued to ask. Make it more solemn, reduce the tendency of some unique styles, and make it a style that other races can accept. Wu Hung said thoughtfully. Okay, I change it later, Shannara said. After the two discussed for a while, Minnie took her to the training room for training, and Wu Hung returned to the room in advance. When it was late at night, Shannara came back from outside, and the two fell asleep in each other's arms. The next day, the zombie world. 6 commercial vehicles were parked on the street outside a row of warehouses, with a large number of skeletons guarding nearby. Wu Hung, Chi Honkai, Minister Jean, and several scientific researchers came to the warehouse and opened the door. Various equipment and prepared satellites were exposed inside. Minister Jean said, Chief, everything is ready. As long as these equipment are assembled, the skeleton technicians can complete the entire launch process independently. We have conducted 7 simulated launches, and the skeletons can complete them all. Chapter 875. In the warehouse, there are already packed containers. It gives people the feeling that they are going to be shipped across the ocean. Minister Jean followed closely and said, Chief, the equipment in each container is already built. After it is transported to the place, it can be used after connection and debugging. It is very thoughtful. Connection? Can the skeleton also complete it? Minister Jean smiled confidently. It can be done. Well done. Wu Hung praised casually. Thank you, Chief. Minister Jean immediately saluted, and then quickly followed the pace. Wu Hung thought for a moment, and then asked, how many days will it take to install? If it is installed at the same time and all the equipment is complete, it will take 3 days. What equipment is needed? Minister Jean said, it is mainly the construction of the launch tower, which requires engineering vehicles, which are also ready and parked outside. It sounds like every aspect has been considered. After all, it takes several months to arrange this matter, and they are just asking them to arrange the launch, not to produce satellites. If we don't prepare well, it will be unacceptable. Is there anything else you want to tell me? Wu Hung stopped and looked at Minister Jean. No, the skeletons will be completed normally by then. Just don't interfere with their work. Minister Jean reminded him, and then said, it's better to bring some technicians with you, it's safer. Wu Hung glanced at him and continued, I know, I will consult you if I have any questions. Yes, leader. Minister Jean did not say much. Wu Hung walked out with a few people and said to Chi Honkai, you take the people back first. I will arrange for someone to handle the transportation. Okay. Chi Honkai nodded, took the others out of the warehouse area, and left in a business car. After everyone left, Wu Hung looked at the air area, where hundreds of skeletons wearing vests of different colors gathered. The control skeleton wore a blue vest, the skeleton of the construction launch tower wore an orange vest, and the technical skeleton wore a gray vest. They stood in the open space, and waited for orders according to different divisions of labor. Wu Hung chose one of the warehouses, opened the gate and walked in, and went from the island owner's mansion to the base that had been prepared long ago. Then, he used the wide gate of the warehouse to connect the two worlds. The prepared vehicles began to pull the numbered containers into another world. In the other world, there were also skeletons disassembling the goods and starting to assemble them. After all the arrangements were made, Wu Hung had nothing to do. He took out a recliner in the warehouse and lay aside to watch the skeletons busy. The 3 ghosts circled the warehouse and flew back again. Xiao asked curiously, Uncle, why did you go to such great lengths to transport it to the sky? You've become a hero. It still has a great use. It can observe the movements of fixed positions, the positions of our treasure island ships, and make satellite calls. Most importantly, some weapons also need satellite positioning. Wu Hung thought about it and explained. The role of satellites is more of an auxiliary function. It won't improve yourself like level and skills. Of course, in addition to the satellite phone, the most important thing is to locate the missile. The power of the church is his advantage, but it is also their weakness. Can the church's cathedral withstand missile bombing? Of course, this is a means, and Wu Hung does not really intend to do so. If he did it, he would only kill those ordinary believers, and heroes are immortal. Moreover, he would definitely be defined as a dangerous element by the heroes of the association, and he would not be able to survive in the other world if he became enemies with so many heroes. Not using it is one thing, not having it is another. Xiao thought for a while and said, Uncle, can I watch TV then? Wu Hung said, it should be possible to play TV. One person and one soul chatted, and Grinda and Benny also joined the chat, asking questions such as why it can be hung in the sky and what magic was used. He asked this question, but he didn't know how to answer it. With the transportation of various vehicles, so many equipment were still transported to the next morning. The remaining work was for the skeletons of different types to start installing the equipment and setting up the launch pad. Tap tap tap. In the distance, dense footsteps sounded. Many came over from a distance with a team of skeletons. Master, the skeletons you need are here. Wu Hung nodded and ordered the skeletons, guard this place, do not allow anyone or trainers to approach, and do not disturb the work of the skeletons inside. Clatter. The skeletons took action instantly and surrounded the entire area. This area is the wasteland behind Treasure Island, which is quite far from the central area. Normally, no one would come here. I am afraid that some rangers will be idle and fly here with trained animals. I am not afraid that they can see anything clearly. The satellite is placed there, and people in this world don't know what it is. I am just afraid that someone will do something to damage it. After all, they are all sophisticated equipment. If there is a problem in any link, it will be very troublesome to repair and replace it. After the skeletons surrounded this place, Wu Hung took many back. Let's go back first. Afternoon. Return to the island master's mansion. Several maids are training in the training room. The training suits outline their slender but powerful figures. After Wu Hung made a plan, Anweer and Annette also handed over most of the work to the people below, and they were only responsible for some major decisions. The remaining time should be more inclined to training to improve the level. In addition, Wu Hung also arranged high-level skeletons to give them special training. There are sufficient resources and time, and the rest depends on their own efforts. Wu Hung sat in the training room and watched the maids train, thinking about the plan for the future. There was a sound of footsteps, and Slater, Yuri followed Shannara and walked in from outside. Passing by the training room, he saw Wu Hung sitting here. Yuri waved her hand, then ran out of the courtyard to find Xiao Xiao, who was controlling the puppet. Slater walked over and sat down beside him. You're back, Wu Hung said with a smile. Slater nodded, raised his long legs in front of him, looked at the maids training in the distance, and said, It's great here. Stay, I'm a hero now, I can support you without being a deacon, Wu Hung said directly. With the current strength of Treasure Island, Slater's income as a deacon in Blackstone Town is nothing. Moreover, since he has become a hero, the identity of a deacon is not that important. Slater said calmly, My identity is very important to the tribe. I can't be as carefree as you. This is the first time she mentioned the tribe. It seems that Yuli and the others are from the same place, and Yuli's druid and Slater's tamer are also very tribal. Without waiting for Wu Hung to speak, Slater continued, Things here are basically finished. I will take Yuri back tomorrow. So soon? Wu Hung looked at her with some surprise. Because of the affairs of the Holy See, he has been a little busy during this period. I originally planned to take her to play on the island, but I didn't spare much time. It seems that she came all the way here just to work here. It's been half a month. Slater glanced at him, and then continued, After I go back, I will arrange someone to come and manage the Golden Cat, don't worry. I can't bear to leave you. You can arrange the Golden Cat's affairs, Wu Hung said. Slater took a deep breath and continued, I plan to report to the headquarters and transfer Yuli to Treasure Island as the captain. It just so happens that her merits are enough. Wu Hung frowned and looked at her with some surprise. Yuli mentioned this to him, saying that her promotion in Blackstone Town was too slow and she wanted to come to Treasure Island. At that time, Wu Hung also said that your aunt would never let you come. I didn't expect Slater to really bring it up. Wu Hung said, Yuri's level is a bit low for Treasure Island, and she faces greater danger. Just don't let her become a pirate, and don't show her your comics. Slater stared at him. Why are you still angry? Wu Hung didn't answer immediately, and was still thinking about it. If it were before, Yuri would have come, but now the conflict between him and the church is still serious. If you can't kill yourself, it doesn't mean you can't kill the people around you. Just like they can't do anything to Treasure Island, so they issued a papal encyclical to prevent any other forces from interacting with this place. After looking at Slater, he said, It will take some time. The Vatican is crazy. Yuri might be implicated if she comes here. Slater raised his eyebrows. You are a necromancer, and you say that the Vatican is crazy. Hasn't the headquarters already made a conclusion? Wu Hung said, That is the result of the headquarters. The Holy See has also issued an encyclical. The Vatican will impose severe sanctions on forces and people related to Treasure Island. Slater's heart tightened, and he said in surprise, Isn't it over? It was the Pope who died. not the Lord of Blackstone Town. It's not that easy to get over it. Slater said, then just ignore what I said. When things are stable, I pick up Yuri. That's fine. Dusk. Slater and Yuri stayed for dinner, chatting about some things that happened on the island in the past few days. If it weren't for the Vatican, Slater's trip to Treasure Island would definitely be a good vacation. Unfortunately, the Pope broke into Treasure Island and witnessed a high-level battle. After dinner, several people went to see a movie. Wu Hung returned directly to the study. Grinda flew over from behind the desk, gently hooked her hand, and 3 letters flew over. Look at the 3 letters you asked me to write. Is there anything to be revised? The 3 letters were written to the association headquarters, the leader of Hong Wenhui, and the religious leader. Wu Hung first read the letters from the association and the leader of Hong Wenhui. There is no problem with the content. The letter from the headquarters mainly states that they will fully cooperate with the second investigation team in the investigation, and although they are completely passive in the whole matter, they also respect the decision of the headquarters. The letter from the leader of Hong Wenhui mainly expresses gratitude. It is beneficial to the overall situation to be able to win over the other party to stand on your side. Then, Wu Hung set his eyes on the 3rd letter from the religious leader. Leader Saidu, at present, the dispute between Treasure Island and the Holy See has become an obstacle to the development of each other. We hope to resolve the dispute with the Holy See in a peaceful way, rather than making the situation worse. We should resolve this incident peacefully and actively based on the association. Saidu is the name of the religious leader of the association. The letter was delivered by the association, and I don't know how to send it to the Holy See, so it must have been handed over to the religious leader. And Granda's words don't seem to have any problems, and they are very much like official words that an assistant or secretary can write. Wu Hung looked at the letter and paused for a long time. Granda said, I only wrote a few words. Why did you take so long to read it? Wu Hung raised his head. It's well written. Can he understand it? What do you mean? The Holy See may not understand what we mean. I say you should write it down. Keep it simple. Wu Hung said directly. Okay. Glinda floated behind the desk and controlled the pen. You tell me. I write it down for you. Wu Hung thought for a while, then looked at Granda's letter, sorted out the content, and said, I ask the Holy See to withdraw the slander against me as a pagan and blasphemer, and at the same time not allow any forces or individuals who are not related to this matter to harm. Otherwise, I will destroy all the church buildings of the Holy See, and any clergyman will be within my target range. Glinda was still recording the first half of the sentence, and the second half of the sentence suddenly stopped. Looked up at him in surprise. You just said it so directly. It's euphemistic. I'm afraid they will be embarrassed. Glinda looked at the letter in his hand and continued, You are a hero. It would be bad to say this. Just write it like this. It's simple and easy to understand. Wu Hung confirmed it directly. Okay, it's written in your name anyway. Glinda didn't say much, and wrote the original sentence in the letter according to what he said. Wu Hung smiled and said, We advance and retreat together, and we bear the blows together. You are depressed. Glinda rolled her eyes at him. That's not how the word is used. After the letter was written, it was put into the envelope and sealed with wax. Glinda continued to float aside and said, Wu Hung, you have become a hero, and the matter of the possessed doll. Wu Hung said, I will ask Lilith tomorrow, and after finding out clearly, I will customize dolls for you and Benny. Thank you. Glinda smiled and thanked him. I wonder if a layer of silicone can be added to the outside, which is the kind of soft touch, almost like skin. Wu Hung thought. Before the end of the world, someone in the Q group shared this product. Glinda raised her eyebrows and pointed at him to warn, Just be normal, don't be abnormal. Wu Hung smiled and nodded. While talking, Benny flew back from outside and saw the person in Seoul chatting and asked, What are you talking about? Wu Hung wants to customize a doll for us that can be possessed. Glinda said. Really? When you customize it for me, make the legs longer. Benny said. Okay, you can think about what you want first, so that there won't be any omissions. Okay. The 2 souls nodded. Benny continued, I saw Deacon Slater sitting in the courtyard. I wanted to say hello to her, but I thought better of it because I was afraid of scaring her. Benny was also from Blackstone Town, and the place was small, and everyone was familiar with each other. Wu Hung walked to the window and looked out. From this angle, he didn't see Slater. Aren't they watching a movie in the audiovisual room? Why did he come out again? I go down and take care of it for you. Wu Hung said. Okay. Benny nodded. Wu Hung released the teleportation spell and appeared directly in the courtyard. The sky was dark. Slater sat quietly on the stone bench in the pavilion, slightly raised his head, and looked at the bright moon hanging high in the sky. "Why are you sitting here alone?" Wu Hung walked over and asked softly. Slater retracted his gaze and forced a smile. "I'm not interested in those movies. I just came out to enjoy the cool air. Benny saw you just now and wanted to say hello to you, but she was afraid that you would be scared at night, so she asked me to take care of you." Wu Hung sat down next to her. Slater raised his eyebrows. She knew everything about Benny, whether it was in the newspaper or what happened originally. Forced a smile and said, "I'm not that timid." Wu Hung took her hand and said, "Are you in a bad mood?" Slater pulled his hand back, his tone gloomy. "No, I just have to leave, and I'm a little reluctant. Anyway, I have the ghost ticket. I come next time, or I come to see you." Wu Hung took out the tea and put it on the stone table in front of him. Slater glanced at him and said, "Does Yuri like you?" "I like her too. She's lively and righteous. The kind of love between men and women," Slater said directly. Wu Hung suddenly didn't know how to answer. "After all, Slater and I have a special relationship, and now my niece likes me. Just tell her that I'm her uncle. Aunt, if you dare to say that, I fight you." Slater glared at him like a madman, and then said, "Actually, in terms of age, you two are more suitable. You always bring this up, and you're not that old." Slater continued, "If you also like Yuri, I think you can give it a try. As for the two of us, just treat it as a memory." Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. It turned out that Slater was upset about this matter. "I'm going to tell Yuri about our relationship now." "You're crazy. That's not what I meant." Slater immediately stood up and grabbed her in panic. Wu Hung said in a serious tone, "If you dare to say this again, I will go to your tribe to discuss this matter. I'm a hero, and I dare to kill the Pope, but I don't want you, a woman." Slater's eyes widened. He didn't expect the other party to be so angry. She wanted to say something, but she didn't. The other party was a hero, not to mention herself. The tribe was willing to get closer to him. This was a hero. He was a god before. Wu Hung saw that she was still trying to quibble, and said, "Not this time. Stand up." Slater lost the seriousness of a deacon and stood up a little aggrieved. "What are you doing?" Wu Hung raised his hand and slapped her on the buttocks with a sound, and the sound echoed in the courtyard. Slater gritted his teeth and was about to speak. Others heard it. "Stand still." Slater stood up again. Wu Hung raised his hand and slapped her twice, warning her, "Don't say such things next time. Do you hear me?" Slater muttered, "Got it." "Sit down," Wu Hung said. Slater sat down again. Wu Hung took her hand and stopped resisting. They sat together in the courtyard and chatted for a while. The maids and Yuri came out of the building bouncing. "Aunt, let's stay here tonight," Yuri asked for advice. Slater glared. "No, let's go back." "Oh, okay," Yuri pouted and responded. "Come for breakfast tomorrow." Wu Hung arranged for Skeleton to take them back. "Okay," Yuri agreed readily. Slater and Yuri left, and Wu Hung also took the maids back to the room to rest. The next day, early in the morning, Slater and Yuri came here to have breakfast. Wu Hung gave each of them 5 ghost train tickets. "Keep these. If you are in danger or want to go somewhere, use the ghost train, but keep this secret from the outside, especially Yuri." "I know." Yuri was a little dissatisfied. "We will keep it a secret," Slater promised, and glanced at Shannara, who was wearing a nightgown and looked a little tired, with some curiosity. "This Shannara also lives in the island owner's mansion? She should have nothing to do with Wu Hung. She has a husband, and she is from an orthodox wood elf noble family." After breakfast, Slater and Yuri stood in the courtyard, ready to use the ticket. Yuri ran back, gave Wu Hung a hug, and whispered, "Wu Hung, I have agreed with my aunt that I will be transferred to Treasure Island when the time comes." Wu Hung touched her head. "It will take some time. The church has been targeting Treasure Island these days. If you come here now, they will easily target you." "I'm not afraid of them," Yuri said unconvinced. "Consider your aunt. The church has heroes in charge of the headquarters. Your aunt's future promotion is related to them," Wu Hung explained. When he mentioned Slater, it seemed like he had caught Yuri's weakness. She reluctantly said, "Okay, it will be okay after some time." Wu Hung took out another space ring. "There are snacks prepared for you in it. Go back and eat them." "Okay," Yuri nodded. Slater looked at the two, took a deep breath, and then said, "Yuri, we're leaving." Yuri ran over and tore the ticket, and the ghost train appeared. She waved again, got on the train, and disappeared. After the two left, the others also dispersed and started to do their own things. Wu Hung said hello to the maids and released teleportation to the association. Deacon's study. Wu Hung walked in, and the two sisters lowered their heads and busied themselves with their own things. "You came so early today," said Sister Shiryali with a smile. "I wrote 3 letters. Send them out early." Wu Heng took out the 3 letters. Shilagui, with her long hair tied up, asked curiously, "3 letters? Who are they written to?" "The association, the leader of Hongwen society, and the religious leader." Wu Heng sat down on the side. "You also wrote to the religious leader?" "Yes, just write something hoping to maintain peace." Shilagui nodded. Shiryali walked out from behind the seat. "Give me the letter. I take it to the front desk." Wu Heng handed it to her, and Shiryali took it and went out directly. Shilagui said, "Recently, a fleet mentioned that there are ghost ships on the route. Have you heard about this?" "Ghost ship? What do you mean?" Wu Heng frowned. Chapter 876. Shilagui said, "The news brought back by the ships at the port said that an old and dilapidated ship appeared in the fog, and the sailors all thought it was a ghost ship." Wu Heng asked uncertainly, "Is it our Treasure Island ship?" "When I heard the ghost ship, I always felt that they were talking about my own ship. The cruise ships of Treasure Island are all covered with skeletons. They look more like ghost ships when sailing on the sea." Shilagui shook her head. "The ships of Treasure Island all have flags, and the type of ship they are talking about is older than the current one, not the kind of ship you have. In other words, they encountered other unusual ships on the way." "Does the term ghost ship mean that there are ghosts on it?" Wu Heng looked at the blonde elf. Shilagui explained, "Not necessarily. It's a vague term. In addition to ships controlled by undead, sailors also call some incomprehensible or strange ships ghost ships." Wu Heng nodded to show that he understood, and then said, "I check it out when I get back. If there is really such a ship, I ask Philippa to check it out. As long as this kind of ship is solid, Philippa's frigate can sink it from a long distance. No big problem." "Okay, let Philippa be careful too," Shilagui said. Squeak! While the two were talking, the door opened and Shiryali, who had gone out to deliver the letter, came back. "The letter will be delivered by ship at noon," Shiryali said with a smile, and went straight to her side. Wu Heng opened his arms and hugged her shoulders. Shiryali continued to ask, "The second batch of investigation team, there should be no problem, right?" Wu Heng looked at Shilagui and asked, "Who will lead the investigation team?" "I don't know yet. What difference does it make?" "It doesn't make any difference. I'm honest and upright, so they can investigate whatever they want. I'm just afraid that they will slander me in secret," Wu Heng said confidently. "It's not that they will slander me. After all, Chief Lilith is still on the island." Shilagui thought for a while and said. Wu Heng also agreed with this statement, but didn't say much. After talking about this matter, the 3 of them started chatting. Shiryali said as if she was complaining, "I asked Shilagui to pass on the tasks and spend more time on training, but she didn't listen to me." Wu Heng looked at Shilagui and said, "I think what Shiryali said makes more sense. When did you two unite as one?" Shiryali hugged Wu Heng's waist and said to her sister, "You didn't listen to me. And you didn't listen to Wu Heng either. He has become a hero." Shilagui rolled her eyes at the 2 of them in anger. "Okay, I listen to you. I pass on some tasks, and I train the rest of the time. Shiryali also needs to train, and must reach level 12 within half a year." Wu Heng looked at Shiryali again, and said seriously, "Ah, how could it be possible to improve so quickly? Do you want me to die?" Shiryali exclaimed. This time it was Shilagui's turn to smile. "What are you shouting about? You still don't listen to Wu Heng's words? He is a hero. I am your sister. Why didn't you think of us sisters just now?" Wu Heng chatted with the 2 of them for a while, and then left the deacon's study. After leaving the association building from the back door, he stood in the courtyard of the deacon's mansion and thought for a while, then released teleportation and went to Lilith's mansion. The magic circle quickly took shape, and Wu Heng's figure also appeared in the courtyard. "Chief Lilith, I brought you some elf flower tea." The door opened, and Lilith's voice came from inside the house, "Come in." Walking into the living room, Lilith came down from upstairs in the image of a lowly. Wu Heng put the prepared flower tea on the cabinet beside him. Then he sat down on the sofa. "Is the new mansion not decorated yet?" Lilith sat on the chair and said calmly, "It will be almost done in a few days. I will ask Skeleton to install electrical appliances for you, and I guarantee it will be more comfortable than living in the headquarters," Wu Heng said with a smile. Lilith nodded, but did not refuse. As a leader, Lilith definitely has no shortage of resources, but the special props provided by Treasure Island still provide a lot of comfort in life. Especially the air conditioner, electric lights, and shower in the bathroom. The lives in the chief's mansions in the headquarters are not as comfortable as here. seeing that the other party did not refuse. Wu Hung continued to lead the topic to the purpose of this visit. Chief, I want to consult you. Lilith hummed calmly. Wu Hung said, who made the doll for Xiao Xiao? Can I customize it? I promised Xiao Xiao that I would customize different types of dolls for her according to the time. You don't have to worry about it. Lilith answered casually. It was like the tone of grabbing the custody of the child after the divorce, and everything has nothing to do with you. Then thanked the leader on behalf of Xiao Xiao. Wu Hung continued, I still have a ghost, and I want to customize one for her. Lilith didn't feel strange. The newspapers had made public the news that Bernie had been transformed into a ghost. The only thing Lilith suspected was Bernie's level. She had also been to the island owner's mansion and lived nearby. She could only sense Xiao Xiao's presence and never noticed other ghosts. She was a little curious. Did this Bernie never come out? Lilith took a sip from the teacup and said, the 19th level puppeteer of our headquarters is named Mortimer. He has a weird personality and doesn't accept orders from the outside. Level 19 puppeteer. When I saw the little puppet, the item information mentioned the description of the puppeteer. I just didn't expect that the other party was level 19. He was only one step away from becoming a hero, and it was also the most difficult step. Don't accept the order? I can give you more money. Wu Hung said directly. I had already promised Glinda and Benny, and it was a bit unreasonable to go back and say that the other party didn't accept the order. Lilith glanced at the other party and deliberately delayed for a few seconds before saying, I have two suggestions for you. One is that I will help you send the order, and the second is that you can wait for the headquarters to recognize and disclose your identity as a hero, and he may consider accepting your order. In other words, this puppeteer only gives face to the hero. Wu Hung thought for a moment and said, if he doesn't accept my order, I ask the leader for help. Lilith nodded. Wu Hung then asked, what about the appearance? The little puppet is very similar to Xiao Xiao in the ghost state, and it is obviously not made by the puppeteer based on his feelings. Lilith replied, I provided the portrait of the little puppet and described the characteristics to him on the spot. His craftsmanship is quite good. Portrait, what a primitive craft. I can use my mobile phone to take pictures to provide the appearance. No, the ghost state cannot be photographed by electronic products. I understand. The little doll will be handed over to the leader. I will be responsible for other ghosts. Wu Hung said directly. Yes. Wu Hung continued to ask her about some things about the sect. Then he left the other mansion. In the afternoon, Wu Hung took the ghost to the place where the rocket was launched. In the whole venue, the skeletons were working hard. Wu Hung walked in to check, then sat under the temporary awning and watched the skeletons work. The launch site was originally planned to be on several deserted islands nearby. But the supply of electricity is still a troublesome matter. After thinking about it, he chose the current location. Although it may be seen by local residents during the launch. But it is not a big problem. Even if they see it, they don't know what it is, it doesn't matter. Moreover, try to complete the launch of the rocket before the second survey team arrives. In order to avoid being thought by those people that this is a Necromancer's experimental base. It will be troublesome for the investigation team to come in and check. They stayed here until the afternoon, before returning to the island owner's mansion. After dinner, the maids went to training, and Shawnera also went to the training room for regular training. Wu Hang's becoming a hero was still a certain encouragement to them. In the past, level 15 and level 18 were unattainable goals. Since Wu Hang became a hero, they also felt a hope of becoming heroes. Wu Hang's example is here, and according to his method, it can't be too bad. After watching for a while, he went upstairs and returned to the room. When passing the room of the prophet's skull on the second floor, he paused and walked in to take a look. On one side of the window of the room, there was a strange object, the Emerald Sea sand table. The sand table showed the ships in the entire sea area. Wu Hang took a closer look and saw the fleets coming and going, some fishing boats in the offshore area, and the fleet that Philippa was managing. After carefully identifying all the ships, I didn't see the ghost ship that Zalagwi mentioned. If the sailors who came ashore were not making up the topic after drinking, then the ghost ship might have left the Emerald Sea, or the Emerald Sand Table couldn't find the ship. After confirming that there was really no special ship, I closed the door again and walked upstairs. Returned to the study. Xiao Xiao was not in the room, and it was still Glinda and Bernie, who were busy with their own things. Wu Hang poured himself a cup of tea and sat down. Seeing that the two ghosts didn't want to pay attention to him, he casually said, I asked Lilith about making dolls. The two ghosts turned their heads to look at him at the same time, and Glinda said, What did he say? It's a level 19 puppeteer in the headquarters, named Mortimer. Wu Hang said. Glinda continued, then how do I order a doll from him? Lilith said that his personality is rather strange, and he won't accept orders from ordinary people, but now that I'm a hero, the association will announce this matter, and he should accept our order. Wu Hung repeated Lilith's words to the two souls. Oh, I said you must have a way. Benny flew over to praise him. Wu Hung continued, we should prepare the portrait first, and send it to each other together. Oh, do we need to hire a painter? Benny asked. Glinda thought for a while. It feels a bit strange to ask a painter to paint our portrait. Aren't there any skeletons who are good at painting? Yes, there are so many skeletons, and there is no one who can paint. Benny also agreed. Wu Hung glanced at the two souls, and they were too dependent on the skeleton. I had thought about it when I came. Mansion technique opened. Wu Hung looked at the two translucent faces of the two, and began to construct their bodies and faces inside. Soon, a somewhat similar human figure stood behind the stone door, like a model in a clothing store. Glinda and Benny both widened their eyes, and watched the two human figures appear in front of them. See if there is anything to adjust? Wu Hung said on the side. Benny said, Mrs. Glinda, please adjust it first, I will think about it. Glinda flew in, observed the doll closely, and said softly, bigger eyes, a little thinner here. Just like retouching a picture, Glinda began to make some adjustments inside. Bang! Glinda controlled a book and smashed it on his head, saying angrily, whose chest is as big as a watermelon? Adjust it back for me. Wu Hung touched his head, I think it looks better this way. Glinda knocked twice more, angrily, this is not for you to play with. Stop knocking, got it. Wu Hung adjusted according to the other party's request, and a somewhat elegant and beautiful lady appeared in front of him. A blue long skirt, her hair was piled up high, and a few strands of curly hair fell on the side of her white neck. The eyes were bright, the face was soft, and the neckline was slightly lowered, revealing the collarbone and fair skin. Wu Hung looked at Glinda in the ghost state, and then looked at the model in the mansion. You were so beautiful before. I thought you were praising me. Glinda said unhappily. Is this okay? Wu Hung asked. Glinda flew around and nodded with satisfaction. It's okay. Wu Hung took out his mobile phone and took several photos. Benny, have you made up your mind? Wu Hung asked. Benny glanced at Glinda, who was admiring her model in the mansion, flew over and whispered, if you like, I can make it a little bigger. Wu Hung looked at her with some surprise. Glinda always drove with him, so he always teased her about this. Benny really regarded it as her hobby. He looked at her and said, adjust it slightly. It's not convenient if it's too big. The two discussed and began to make adjustments. Not long after, a model, who looked like Benny appeared in front of him, wearing a floral dress, a small brown belt, long hair hanging down her shoulders, a round face, and a childish and enthusiastic look. Wu Hung looked at her and missed the enthusiastic and cheerful Benny he met in Blackstone Town. How is it? Benny asked from the side. It's pretty good looking, exactly like you were before, Wu Hung said with a smile. Was I always this good looking? Benny was a little embarrassed. Before I was busy with work, maybe I wasn't in the best shape I am now, but I still look good. Wu Hung praised earnestly. Thank you. I think it looks good like this. Let's do it this way. Benny took another look and confirmed the plan in front of her. Wu Hung continued to take out the camera and took a few photos. After everything is done, the boundary gate is closed, and Glinda begins to write a letter to the puppeteer of the headquarters. With Wu Hang's identity, plus more money, the other party should not refuse this business, but it is still necessary to write a letter in advance to communicate with the other party. Discuss the price and some corresponding requirements. Glinda is busy writing letters, and Wu Hung sees that the sky outside the window is getting dark, so he returns to the room to rest. Time flies, and another 3 days have passed. Wu Hung, with the ghost, sits in a tower building, looking at the vast launch site in the distance. The huge rocket stood on the launch pad, emitting a cold and majestic metallic luster in the sun. In the center of the launch site, skeletons in vests of different colors were conducting the final inspection. Uncle, what should we do if the launch fails? Xiao Xiao manipulated the puppet, and lay on the recliner next to Wu Hung. Wu Hung tapped her forehead lightly. Don't say unlucky words at the critical moment. Hee hee, it doesn't hurt. Xiao Xiao shook her head and said something boastful, and then continued, then pray for success. No, we have a grudge against the gods of this world, so we can't make random wishes. Wu Hung didn't bother to pay attention to her, and looked back to the distance. The skeletons began to evacuate the site. When everything was ready, the bottom of the rocket ejected a blazing flame, and the huge roar was like the roar of an angry beast, resounding throughout the sky. Under the powerful thrust, it slowly left the launch pad and flew into the vast universe. Wu Hung and the three souls watched the rocket take off. It slowly became smaller, and then only the white tail flame could be seen. After completely disappearing from sight, he stood up and put away the two chairs. Let's go to the control room. Teleportation. Wu Hung and Xiao Xiao appeared in the control room full of skeletons. All the skeletons were busy. About 20 minutes later, the huge screen showed the picture of the ground. Wu Hang's eyes condensed success. But he was not sure. Walked to a skeleton and asked, "Did it succeed?" The skeleton nodded. Wu Hung clenched his fist and continued, "I leave it to you. If you need anything or have any questions, go to the island owner's house to find me." The skeleton nodded again. "Let's go back and write a letter." Wu Hung walked back holding Xiao Xiao's hand. Grenda, who was floating beside him, asked, "Who are you writing to again?" "To the religious leader. Ask him if he is convinced." Association headquarters. The religious leader's office study. The room is square in layout, with dark brown floors on the ground. On the walls around it, there are exquisite religious paintings depicting the life and deeds of Saidu and God's revelation. Religious hero Saidu sat behind the desk, calmly looking at the documents in his hands, but frowning, as if suppressing the anger in his heart. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. "Come in," Saidu said in a deep voice. The door opened, and a clergyman walked in, bowing slightly. "We have contacted some representatives of the Chamber of Commerce, and ordered them to stop dealing with Treasure Island," the clergyman said softly. "What are their attitudes?" The Chamber of Commerce of the Elf Tribe, and the Starflower Chamber of Commerce of the Wood Elves said that they need to pass the message back and then respond. The remaining Chambers of Commerce has signed an agreement and stated that they will suspend all cooperation with Treasure Island. The clergy continued to answer. Sidon narrowed his eyes. Starflower dares to do this? The elves dared to say this because two of the ruling leaders are elves. The Wood Elves have not seen a hero for many years, and they dare to take this attitude. Yes, the clergyman answered directly. It seems that the elders of the Wood Elves are all old and confused. It's time to change a group of people. Saidu sneered. Dong dong dong. At this time, the door was knocked again. Come in. Another clergyman came in, with a serious face. Chief, your letter. Where did you send it from? Saidu waved his hand. The clergyman stepped forward and said, Treasure Island. Chapter 877. Treasure Island. Hearing these three words, the study room was instantly quiet. Saidu frowned, and even the clergy who had just reported the situation of the Chamber of Commerce turned to look at the person who had just come in. Treasure Island represents Wu Hung, and even letters from the local association will not be sent to him. Wu Hung wrote to him, What does this mean? Afraid? Want me to help mediate this matter? Saidu immediately had this thought in his mind. Even if Wu Hung became a hero, he was alone and could not compare with the Holy See at all. Now you know you are afraid. It's too late. The letter was delivered to him, and Saidu took it in his hand. While tearing open the envelope, he did not let the two clergymen in front of him go out. The letter was unfolded, and his eyes fell on the content. Saidu's expression suddenly became serious, and a huge rage rose in his eyes. Bang! A palm fell heavily, and the desk in front of him broke into pieces. The two waiting clergymen were also startled, and looked at Saidu intently. What did Wu Hung write in the letter? It can make the leader so angry. How dare you? Saidu gritted his teeth, holding the letter tightly in his palm. Leader? A clergyman shouted with concern. Saidu raised his head suddenly, his eyes were bloodshot, and said, You go out. Stop the business of the Chamber of Commerce for a while, and wait for my news. The two did not dare to stay any longer, and left the room directly after saluting. Saidu sat back in the chair, unfolded the wrinkled letter in his palm again, and looked at the content inside again. I demand that the church revoke the slander against me as a pagan and blasphemer, and at the same time, not allow any forces or individuals that are not related to this matter to be harmed. Otherwise, I will destroy all the church buildings of the church, and any clergy will be within my target range. Even if I watched it for the second time, it is hard to believe that someone dared to threaten the church in such a tone. Ordinary people would not dare, and the heroes in power would not dare either. But only Wu Hung dared. Even Saidu thought that he really dared to destroy churches everywhere and kill clergy. Damn pagan! Saidu cursed. At this moment, he felt angry and regretful. Why didn't he kill him directly? Even if the headquarters would blame him for this matter, he was dead, and no one would offend him for a dead person. But now, he has become a hero, and is challenging the majesty of the church again and again. Saida's mind turned quickly, and found that there was really no good way to deal with the content of the letter. Wu Hung could give up the treasure island. Can the church still defend the churches in various places? Suppressing the anger in his heart, he opened the drawer and wrote a letter to the church. On the other side, in the study of the Sword of Justice Hatterai. After knocking on the door, the assistant walked in. Chief, Wu Hung, the island owner of Treasure Island, sent a letter. Wu Hung, since he became the island owner, most of the chief meetings of the headquarters were held by him. Hatterai said in a deep voice, "Bring it here for me to see." The letter was sent over, and after tearing it open, he looked directly at the contents inside. He scanned the text. Hatterai raised his eyebrows. The content of the letter mainly said two things. The first one was that he felt that the headquarters' counterattack against him was a little unfair, but he also understood the headquarters' help in this matter. The second one was that he would cooperate with the investigation of the second investigation team. The content of the letter was not long, and he put it aside after reading it. Wu Hung was really hard to figure out. Before, it was just newspapers and products, but in the headquarters and various places, this person appeared in everyone's sight. This time, he was promoted directly to a hero, and was able to kill the Pope. It was really special. But judging from the content of the letter, Wu Hung still trusted and had an emotional basis for the association. In this incident, it formed a sharp contrast with the attitude of the Holy See. Especially since the Holy See was not right, Hatterai was even more disgusted with the Holy See's actions this time. He leaned back in his chair and thought for a while, then said to the assistant waiting in front, "Write a letter to Claudio and ask him to remind the church not to do anything that violates the regulations of the association." "Yes." The assistant nodded and left the room. Hatterai leaned back in his chair and continued to think about Wu Hung. Now that there is another hero, it is obviously not appropriate to let him be the local flag bearer. So what position should be assigned to him? Treasure Island. The light flashed, and Wu Hung appeared in the courtyard of the island owner's mansion holding Xisha's hand. Xiao Xiao pulled out her hand and ran upstairs. Wu Hung shouted, "Xiao Xiao, we have to go back later, don't run around." "Ah?" Xiao Xiao suddenly stopped, walked back, and sat down on the chair. "Oh, then I wait for you. Let's go upstairs together." Wu Hung walked into the training room, where several maids and Sayonara were training at their respective positions. Seeing him come in, Minnie wiped her sweat and walked over. "Master, are you here to watch us train? Don't be too tired, take a break after a certain period of training." "I know, Master," Minnie said coquettishly. Wu Hung put his arm around her shoulders and said, "Chief Lilith is going to move to the hero's mansion. Arrange a few skeletons and arrange the electrical appliances for them. Ask if she needs anything, and we will help her prepare everything." "I will definitely satisfy Chief Lilith," Minnie said with a smile. Wu Hung continued, "I'm going upstairs. You don't need to call me for dinner tonight." "Okay," Minnie agreed. Wu Hung asked Xiao Xiao to go upstairs, and Minnie returned to her training position. Sayonara glanced at Wu Hung, who was leaving, and asked, "Minnie, what did Wu Hung say?" "The master said that I should help Chief Lilith install the electrical appliances, and will not come downstairs for dinner tonight." Minnie smiled and said, "Since the master is not here, Sister Sayonara will live with me?" Sayonara said, "Okay, let's chat together tonight." Return to the study. Xiao Xiao controlled the puppet to walk back to the display cabinet, and then flew out in the form of a ghost. The three ghosts directly entered his body. Wu Hung opened the door and walked directly in. On the other side, it was the warehouse area of the Korean base. When Wu Hung walked out, the sky was blue, and the leaves of the green belts on both sides of the road had turned dark brown, swaying in the breeze, and a few leaves fell from time to time. It may not feel that much in Treasure Island, but here, it has entered late autumn. It should be the same season in Rentam City in the other world. At the door of the warehouse, an off-road vehicle was parked there, and a skeleton was waiting in the driver's seat. After Wu Hung got in, go back to the base. The vehicle started and rushed to the base. After arriving at the base, Wu Hung took out his phone and dialed Chi Hansai's number. After 2 rings, the other party answered, "Hello. Are you not at the base?" Wu Hung asked. "I'm in the residential area. If there's anything, I go back now." Chi Hansai answered directly. Wu Hung said, "No need to come back. I want to ask you, if the satellite launch is successful, can ordinary mobile phones make satellite calls, or do they need any operation?" Chi Hansai replied, "Just install a phone card that supports satellite communication, and then the satellite will activate the communication function, and you can make calls normally." "Do you have such a phone card?" Chi Hansai said, "There are a lot. I will arrange for someone to deliver them to you." "How many do you need?" Give me 20 first. Okay, wait a moment. Chi Honkai hung up the phone. Not long after, the phone was dialed back. After the call was connected, Chi Honkai said, I have someone deliver them to you. With your help, things are much simpler. Wu Hung praised with a smile. Otherwise, I would be in vain as the deputy leader. Chi Honkai said, and then said, so, you went out to launch satellites these days? Wu Hang's ability to teleport is also a kind of supernatural power, in Chi Hankai's opinion. Now, he needs a satellite phone card, which obviously means that the satellite prepared before has been successfully launched. Well, it has been successfully launched. You have made the greatest contribution to this matter. Wu Hung praised. Chi Honkai smiled and said, is there a reward? Yes, I will give you a reward when I come back next time. Ah, you are leaving? Chi Hankai's tone changed. Wu Hung said, I will go back to Shinfu City today. Chi Honkai immediately said, I will go back and see you off now. The airport is inside the base. If there's anything you can give me, I come see you next time. Wu Hung said, standing there. Then call me if you need anything. Chi Honkai replied. Minister Jean is coming. Let's not talk about it for now. Okay. After hanging up the phone, I saw Minister Jean jogging over, and the person following behind him was holding a cardboard box. Minister Jean saluted first, then said, Chief, this is the phone card you asked for, and this is the program. Install it in your phone, and you can also send text messages and video calls. In addition to the phone card, there is also a USB flash drive. It is a bit difficult to send text messages in the other world. After all, there is no relevant input method, but video calls should be quite useful. I can see when Mansha and my daughter. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Wu Hung waved his hand, and the box in the other person's arms disappeared directly. We should do it. Minister Jean saluted again. You can go back. I will discuss with Chi Honkai and reward you for your performance this time. Minister Jean looked happy. Thank you, leader. Wu Hung waved his hand and walked towards the airport. The plane was controlled by the skeleton pilot and had been parked at the airport. After Wu Hung got on the plane, he arranged the itinerary, and the plane took off and left the Korean airport. The plane did not take the route of Yantong City. Instead, it flew directly over Shinfu City. Wu Hung explained to the skeleton on the plane, and got off the plane on the flying carpet. It landed in the city center. He looked around and walked towards the central building. Uncle, are you going back to the prison tonight? Xiao Shipu asked. Not tonight. Wu Hung said. Then I go see my mother. Okay. Wu Hung agreed, and Xiao flew in. He walked to Li Yahong's office, knocked on the door, and walked in. Li Yang smiled when she saw him coming back. You didn't tell me you were coming back. I give you a surprise. Wu Hung sat down. It's not like I don't know you, what's the surprise? Li Yang looked like he had seen everything before, and then asked, Are you leaving tonight? I accompany you tonight, and go to the prison tomorrow. You have a conscience. Li Yang muttered, walked out openly, and sat sideways in his arms. Wu Hung took out the cardboard box he brought back and said, By the way, prepare 20 mobile phones for me, install the phone cards, and the software in the USB drive. Satellite phone cards? We have them here too. Li Yang said. Then use ours next time. Li Yang nodded, picked up the intercom, and handed over the task. After arranging people to take the things away, Li Yang continued, Now, Gao Rong is arranging people to restore Xiao AI's smart library. It is estimated that in a few days, we can use satellites to retrieve the data inside to help us resume production. If modern networks still exist, all parties can query relevant content through the internet. It is still very helpful for the current development of the base. Wu Hung frowned and thought for a while, then said, We should also arrange some skeletons to study in the intelligent library. Do we need to arrange skeletons for this? Li Yang was stunned. It won't hurt to arrange some for us. Okay, I talk to Gao Rong tomorrow and arrange for skeletons to study there. Li Yang agreed directly. Looked at the time. Standing up and saying, Let's go have dinner first, and then go back to the room to talk. Yes. The two walked out of the office and headed for the cafeteria. The next day, early in the morning, Wu Hung rode a flying dragon, and when he arrived above the prison, he jumped down directly and released feather falling technique in the air, and landed on the open space in the middle. He dusted himself off and walked into the monitoring room. As soon as he sat down, Xiao and Benny rushed in from front and back. Xiao shouted excitedly, Uncle, they evolved, not, they are level 20. Benny also said, 2 of them have reached level 20. Wu Hung was delighted, and Granda, who did not follow him, also showed some joy. During the time when they were away, a zombie finally reached level 20. Which two zombies? Wu Hung asked. From cells 202 and 204. Benny answered. Modified to cells 202 and 204. Wu Hung said to the skeleton beside him. The skeleton adjusted the surveillance camera directly, and the screen showed the images of the two cells. The two zombies did not change much. The only thing that could be seen was that they seemed to be taller than before, and the wings behind them were also a little bigger. Wu Hung stood up and said, Let's go and transform the skeletons. Okay, Xiao Xiao said excitedly. The other two ghosts followed him out. Treasure Island, Association. Deacon's study. Lilith sat on the sofa, picked up the teacup and drank tea calmly. Shiryali put down the phone and said, Chief, Minnie said Wu Hung went out, and she didn't know when he would be back. Lilith said, When will the investigation team ship arrive? Shiryali replied, According to the news sent, it will be in the afternoon, and Wu Hung may be able to come back. Humph, running around everywhere. Lilith's tone was a little dissatisfied. Chapter 878. The second investigation team will greatly affect the headquarters' subsequent decisions. If this step is not handled well, the previous efforts may be in vain. He clearly reminded Wu Hung to stay on Treasure Island during this period, but he agreed and turned around and was not on the island. Lilith's expression was still calm, but she blamed this unreliable man in her heart. Chief, Wu Hung may have important things to do. Shiryali lowered her head and whispered to her man to defend him. Lilith glanced over here, and then said, Notify Underwire and ask her to represent the city hall. Then, tell her that Wu Hung is on his way back after inspecting the route by boat. Yes, Chief. Shiryali called the island owner's house again and handed over the matter. Prison. Wu Hung walked out of the monitoring room with the three ghosts. As soon as he stepped into the cell area, he heard the roar of zombies coming from inside. And the rotten stench that permeated the air. After all, it was a place for experiments and training zombies. No matter how much it was cleaned, there would still be the rotten smell of zombies. Arriving at the door of cell 202, Xiao Xiao stuck his head into the iron door and took a look. Then he pulled back and took a look and said, It's still locked with iron chains, no problem. Open the door, Wu Hung said to the side. The skeleton holding the key unlocked the door. Roar. The moment the iron door opened, a furious roar was heard. The strong zombie roared at the people who came in, and the iron chain on his body was tight and made a creaking sound. Wu Hung raised his hand and released lightning beam, and a thick silver snake hit the zombie's chest. The huge force knocked it out. Wu Hung waved his hand behind him, and several high-level skeletons rushed in directly. Before the zombies struggled to stand up, the weapons in their hands fell on the zombie again and again. It's not dead yet, Benny said. The bloody zombie on the ground had lost its ability to move, but its strong vitality had not killed it yet, and its body was recovering from its injuries on its own. Kill it, Wu Hung said behind him. A skeleton held a spear and pierced the zombie's mouth directly. The zombie stopped struggling and collapsed. After confirming that he was dead, bone are released, the flesh of the corpse falls off, and the skeleton with wings stands up from the ground. It is over 1.9 meters tall, with a silver-gray luster on its bones, and a strange fire flickers in its empty eye sockets. Even though it looks no different from ordinary soul fire, it has a cunning and dangerous feeling. Spirit Skeleton Thief, Level 20. Seeing the name given to the skeleton on the panel, Wu Heng's eyes suddenly condensed. Professions appear. The first Level 20 skeleton, Shanshan, was named Spirit Skeleton on the panel. It means that the skeleton has entered a new stage. And this time, it not only has a spirit skeleton, but also comes with a profession thief before the zombie transformation. A kind of expectation also rose in my heart. Check the skeleton panel immediately. Spirit Skeleton Thief, Level 20. Attributes: Constitution 48, Strength 59, Agility 71, Intelligence 38, Perception 55, Charisma 12. Features: Hollow Skeleton, Flying High Soul. Features: Biological Deformation, Physical Deformation, Long and Short Sword Specialization, Grandmaster, Dagger Specialization, Master, Leather Armor Specialization, Master. Skills: Dark Concealment, Weakness Surprise Attack, Reflex Evasion. Dark Concealment: when in a crowd, corner, or dark place, your own sense of presence will be greatly reduced, playing a concealing role. Weakness Surprise Attack: can quickly and accurately find the target's weaknesses and flaws, and can accurately grasp the opportunity to make the most effective attack. Reflex Dodge: forms a reflex condition for danger, and can greatly avoid sudden danger. Looking at the panel, Wu Heng's eyes lit up. Sure enough, some characteristics of the previous profession were inherited. Especially the weapon specialization and armor specialization were inherited. It also means that this skeleton is no longer just an increase in level and attributes, but can truly use the original weapons and equipment. In terms of skills, 3 skills are retained. Hide in the dark can reduce one's presence. Weakness attack is to find the target's weakness and then attack. Reflex dodge is to form a neural reflex to the attack, and can quickly dodge some sudden attacks. Each of them is in line with the characteristics of the thief's profession, and it is more like inheriting the basic skills of the thief. The acquired skills are not inherited. But the combat power of the thief at level 20 is definitely not bad, and he also has the ability to fly. We agreed last time, who will give it a name. Wu Heng looked at the 3 ghosts beside him. Last time, they discussed that the 3 ghosts would name the skeletons that would be transformed later. Glinda said, "Forget it, I'm not interested." Benny also smiled and said, "Xiao Xiao is still talented in naming." Wu Heng looked at Xiao Xiao. "You are the one who is expected to name it." Xiao Xiao said directly, "It's called Tiao Tiao, and 204's is called Wu Gai." "Good guy, 204's name has been named." Wu Heng asked in confusion, where did the inspiration for the name Tiao Tiao come from? "It's more active." Xiao Xiao gave her own answer. "Does it sound bad? Would it sound more powerful if it's called Tiao Tiao?" "Let's call it Tiao Tiao." Wu Heng looked at the skeleton and ordered, "You be called Tiao Tiao from now on." The skeleton nodded his skull and walked out of the mincemeat. Wu Heng took out an iron sword, picked out the corpse core from the mincemeat, and put it in a plastic bag. This is a level 20 corpse core. Although the corresponding potion has not been developed yet, it is still a treasure. "Let's go to 204. Wu Heng said, walking out with the ghost and the skeleton. Benny followed behind and chatted with Xiao Xiao. "Have you thought of the names of the other rooms?" "I have thought of the first 3, and I haven't thought about the rest yet," Xiao Xiao said. Glinda asked, 204 is called pot cover, what is 203 called? "Star eyes, or stars." "Because it has 4 eyes?" Benny said. "Yes. Does it sound nice?" "It sounds nice," Benny said with a smile. Glinda also added, "Your uncle is probably the only one who can give a dead army such a name." Xiao Xiao asked, "Really?" "I think about it more later." All the way to cell 204, the door opened, and Wu Heng rushed in with the skeleton. After a quick kill, Bone Service was released. 2 meters tall, with silver bones and whiter, and a black carapace like an insect on the back, with wings like a cicada's wings visible inside. And this skeleton's carapace is even bigger, like it has 2 black door panels on its back. Spirit Skeleton Warrior, level 20. The second one also retains his previous occupation. Not bad. Spirit Skeleton Warrior, level 20. Attributes: Constitution 68, Strength 62, Agility 55, Intelligence 35, Perception 41, Charisma 12. Features: Hollow Skeleton, Flying High Soul. Features: Biological Transformation, Physical Transformation, Two-Handed Sword Specialization, Grandmaster, Shield Specialization, Master, Heavy Armor Specialization, Master, Military/Conventional Weapons Specialization, Master, Military Swordsmanship, Master. Skills: Strong Guard Stance, Assault Charge. Also inherited the original expertise and skills. This skeleton belongs to the warrior class, and its weapon specialization includes two-handed sword and shield. In terms of skills, Defense Stance strengthens both offense and defense, which is a relatively comprehensive ability, and Assault Charge is to attack the target and speed up the advance. Wu Heng was quite satisfied with the skeleton. After finding the corpse core and putting it away, Wu Heng asked, "Xiao Xiao, what's his name?" "Pot cover." Xiao Xiao flew over. Wu Heng glanced at the black shell covering the wings behind the skeleton. It feels like a black pot, but every level 20 zombie, after transforming into a skeleton, has a big lid on its back like a black pot. "From now on, you will be called the pot lid," Wu Heng said to the skeleton in front of him. Glinda muttered on the side, "Just spoil it." Let's go back first." Wu Heng waved his hand, and walked out with the newly transformed skeleton and ghost. After walking out of the door, he said to the skeleton outside, "Clean up the room, it will be useful later." The rest of the skeletons rushed into the cell, and started cleaning. Return to the monitoring room. Wu Heng assigned the original weapons and equipment to the 2 skeletons. These were their own weapons and equipment when they were alive, and Wu Heng did not move them, just re-equipping them. The skeletons put on their armor and sheathed their weapons. They stood aside in a proper manner. They looked more like guards than Shan, who was wearing a cloak. Wu Hung looked at the skeletons and said, Xiao, let me confirm with you again. Confirm what? Xiao asked curiously. Wu Hung pointed at the skeletons in front of him. The first one is called Shan, the thief is called Tao, and the warrior is called Guigai, right? Yes, the names are so easy to remember. Xiao nodded and agreed. Wu Hung continued, what if new warriors join in the future? Then give them new names. Uncle, you won't remember number 2 and number 3 again, will you? Xiao flew aside. Grinda said from the side, your uncle is the laziest, probably afraid that the names are hard to remember. They are all level 20 skeletons. Don't they deserve their own names? Xiao stood up for the skeletons. Wu Hung hesitated. This is talking about human rights. Okay, you win, Wu Hung said immediately. He looked at the time, and then said, let's go back to Treasure Island first. Lilith is moving in the next 2 days. Let's prepare gifts and go to see her. Yes, I want to go too. Xiao immediately remembered this. The 3 ghosts returned to their bodies, and Wu Hung took the 3 skeletons and walked into the gate together. Treasure Island. The wide harbor, the sea breeze with a salty and humid smell blew freely. Zalagui led the association members, and Anweer led the city hall officials, all standing at the port waiting. On the sea, a huge fleet appeared in sight. The huge sails were raised high under the encouragement of the sea breeze, like white clouds floating in the sky, and the flag of the association headquarters hung on the mast fluttered in the wind. The bow was carved with a majestic beast, ferocious and terrifying. As the fleet got closer, a large number of local residents began to gather on both sides of the port. They whispered, who is coming here again, such a big scene. The hero of the headquarters, the Pope of the church. I don't know when it started, but it's not uncommon for high-level professionals, or people with special identities, to come to Treasure Island. What kind of bow is this? It looks like a monster. Some association members muttered. Sure Yali glanced slightly and said softly, the bow totem of the hunters of the headquarters. I heard that these people have straightforward personalities, so don't talk too much when you come. It was said in a tactful way, but everyone heard that these people had a bad temper and didn't talk nonsense when they came. Not long after, the giant ship of the association slowly approached the shore under the command. On several ships, members of the association of different races, and wearing different clothes came down one after another. After quickly guarding the port, a group of people came down from the central ship again. The leader, a dwarf wearing dark blue clothes and various patterns embroidered with gold thread, walked down the ship with his hands behind his back. He was not short, but his body was unusually strong. Under the tight clothes, the outline of muscles could be seen. His hair was tied back, and his red beard was long and dense, braided into several thick braids, inlaid with sparkling gems and metal ornaments. The pupils of Zalagui and the others all shrank. From the appearance and posture in front of them, they guessed the identity of the other party in their hearts. Stepping forward quickly, Zalagui said respectfully, Zalagui, the deacon of Treasure Island, greets Chief Bruno. Headquarters, the leader of the hunters, Stonehammer Bruno Baldic. When the others behind heard the leader, their expressions immediately became serious, and they saluted together. The dwarf looked majestic, with a powerful pressure like a mountain. Some professionals of lower levels were trying hard to control their legs from swinging, so as not to be laughed at by their companions when they returned. He glanced at everyone in the room and frowned again. Who is Wu Hung? Anweer was a little nervous, but she still gritted her teeth and took a step forward, saying respectfully, the island owner is on the way. The dwarf leader's eyes narrowed instantly, and his frown made his face look even more severe. He snorted coldly, is he on the way, or did he run away? The staff on the side of the city hall were already shaking their legs, and their foreheads were covered with sweat. Shilagui wanted to step forward to help speak, but Shiryali pulled her clothes from behind. 1 or 2 words won't solve the problem. Speaking up now will make the investigation team feel that the local association has a close relationship with the island owner's mansion. It will be more troublesome in the future. When mentioning Wu Hung, Anweer's tone became a little tough. If the island owner wanted to run away, he would have run away long ago. Since he has waited until now, it will definitely not be like you think. The dwarf leader looked at the fox girl in front of him with some surprise, and then forced a smile on his face. You are quite courageous. Lilith is guarding the treasure island, and I don't believe he will run away. Let's go in first. The crowd walked towards the island together. Zalagui quickened her pace and followed the dwarf leader, letting Anweer step back a little. Leader, The association has prepared a place to stay. I will take you there first. The dwarf leader ignored her and said directly to the back, "Go to your respective positions and return to the association before dark." "Yes." The rest of the investigation team, following behind him, immediately dispersed. As if they had made a plan, they went to investigate the places they had arranged. The dwarf leader then looked at Zalagwi. "Take us to the location of the West City District." Zalagwi narrowed her eyes. These people had a map of the island, or knew the general distribution of the entire treasure island in advance. She also knew that the other party would investigate directly after arriving on the island. She couldn't change anything, so she asked someone to prepare the carriage and said, "Chief, please." The dwarf leader got on the carriage and rushed to the location of the West City District. Treasure Island, West City District. This is the factory area on the island, including pens, watches, clothing factories, and other factories that have been moved here are all arranged in this area. The dwarf leader stood in the shade of the tree and waited for a while. Several members of the investigation team who released the exploration scroll came back. "Leader, there are a large number of undead creatures in these buildings. We have also found undead creatures here, a lot of them. We have also detected them here." They reported one by one. They said basically the same thing. A large number of undead creatures were found inside, and there was no sign of a living creature. This result made the dwarf leader look ugly. He didn't believe that there would be any results on the first day of arriving on the island, but the place in front of him was also worthy of suspicion. At the back of the team, Anvir shouted, "Chief, this is a factory, and there are skeleton workers inside." Except for the initial reception at the port, the people in the city hall were no longer qualified to approach the leader and the investigation team. The dwarf leader looked at the factory area in front of him. "Go in and check." "Chief, you are not allowed to enter here," Anvir shouted from a distance. Zalagwi also said, "Chief, these skeletons guard this place, and no one is allowed to approach in the past. Should we wait for the island owner to come back and let him take us?" The dwarf leader ignored them and continued forward with the others. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as they approached the wall, gunshots rang out. Bullets shot into the ground in front of the few people as a warning. "Humph, control them," the dwarf leader ordered. Whoosh! Someone threw out a vine whip, which turned into tentacle-like vines after touching the wall, tying up the skeletons with machine guns and rifles on the wall. Whoosh! Several more figures rushed up the wall and controlled the skeletons. One of them looked at the rifle in the skeleton's hand and put it away. Zalagwi said to the person beside her, "Go and ask for Lilith." Sure Yali nodded and left quickly. Tap, 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 more skeletons gathered here. On the investigation team side, several figures also rushed towards the skeletons quickly, intending to take the initiative to control the other party. Suddenly, a stream of light flashed across the sky. In the blink of an eye, the person who rushed forward flew backwards like a cannonball. Then, the rest of the people also flew out in all directions, hitting the wall and the thick tree trunk. Wu Heng's figure appeared soon after, looking at the investigation team, then at the dwarf in front of him, and said, "Chief Bruno, have you found evidence of my crime? You're going to kill my skeleton guards when you get to the island?" The dwarf leader looked him up and down. "Wu Heng?" Wu Heng didn't say anything, but his eyes were still looking at him, as if he wanted a result. "Why? You don't want us to investigate?" The dwarf leader looked at him and said. Wu Heng replied calmly, "I can take you in, but you can't force your way in." Chapter 879. The sudden change made the investigation team quickly draw their weapons and prepare for battle. However, when they heard that the person coming was Wu Heng, everyone's brows frowned again and stared at the figure in front of them. Behind the investigation team, Zalagwi, Anvir and others had a flash of joy in their eyes, but it was immediately replaced by uneasiness. The conflict with the church has not been eased yet, and there will be no conflict with this dwarf leader again. "Wu Heng, you are so brave, the leader is here, you still dare." A member of the association shouted loudly, and halfway through his words, Wu Heng waved his hand, and the other person's mouth disappeared. He touched his mouth with fear in his eyes. In the outside world, Wu Heng's becoming a hero has not been made public, and there are many different rumors about some related aspects. But the situation in front of him made the people on the investigation team look ugly. Only Lilith, who is good at transformation and curse, can seal a high-level professional casually. The dwarf leader looked at him, and there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. The ability he used was Lilith's Law Deprivation. The skills were not difficult to obtain, but not many could be learned. He looked at the tall figure that knocked the members of the association away again. The skeleton body could be seen under the flying cloak. "Dead servant, dead servant that can easily knock away a level 19 professional. Moreover, there are 2 skeletons around Wu Hung that are not much different. Sure enough, he is different from ordinary professionals. It seems, the island master Wu Hung is resistant to the investigation team. The dwarf leader had a low voice, which was intimidating without anger. The position of the hunter in the association is different from other departments. Responsible for exploring ruins, discovering secrets, and hunting those monsters that are extremely harmful. Most of the members are adventurous and straightforward. Wu Hung looked at him calmly and said, "If it is a normal investigation, I will welcome it, but if it is a group of robbers, please go back." "Arrogant!" the dwarf leader shouted, his face flushed, and his aura swept around like a surging heat wave. With a strong sense of oppression, everyone present trembled in their hearts. Wu Hung also began to gather magic power. When he released his aura, the sky was covered with dark clouds and thunder rolled. Bone dragons were circling above, and the skeleton army below was also gathering here. The eyes of the investigation team were a little solemn. If a fight really broke out, the leader might be fine, but they would definitely not be able to leave the island. Wu Hung still stared at the other party. This time, with 3 level 20 skeletons, he was more confident than facing the Pope. Enough. Just when the 2 sides were on the verge of a fight. After a shout, Lilith's figure fell from the sky. The huge bat wings were folded, and she stood in the middle of the 2 sides, saying in a cold voice, "Have you 2 had enough of making trouble? Humph, attack the members of the investigation team," the dwarf leader said coldly. Whoosh, Lilith waved her hand, and a black sickle slashed at the other party. The energy of the dwarf leader burst out and dispersed the black sickle. She knew the temper of the dwarf leader, and combined with what Shiryali told her when she came to find her, she had guessed almost everything. Wu Hung was about to speak, but Lilith looked at him with a pair of sharp eyes and waved her hand again. The mouth disappeared immediately. Wu Hung wiped it himself, and the mouth reappeared. "Don't you think it's troublesome enough? Do you really want to start a war between heroes?" Lilith stood between the 2 sides and scolded the leaders on both sides. The dwarf leader's eyes changed, and then the momentum around him dissipated, and the scorching wind around him disappeared. Seeing that the other party had stopped, Wu Hung also dispersed the dark clouds in the sky. Wu Hung had a friendly reception for the second group of investigation teams. After all, this was the headquarters helping him to clear up the accusation made by the church. They said that he was conducting some undead experiments on the island. As long as those things were not found out this time, it would prove that the church was completely wrong, and the association would have reason to protect him. But the attitude of this group of investigation team still made him a little angry. Now that Lilith has come forward, she does not intend to let things continue to deteriorate. "Captain Lilith." Lilith stared at him with a pair of cold eyes. Wu Hung immediately raised his hand and said, "Someone stole the weapons of Treasure Island." He pointed at a person at the back of the investigation team. Swish! Everyone turned their heads to look over. At the back of the team, a person stood there with wide eyes and a look of panic. He thought he was doing it in a relatively secretive way, but he never expected that the people in the investigation team didn't find out, but Wu Hung, who came later, knew about it. The weapons of Treasure Island are quite special. Everyone knows that they are powerful, and only Treasure Island can make them. "Did you take something?" the dwarf leader turned around and asked. The other party was sweating on his forehead. He knew that he couldn't hide it. He stretched out his hand and took out a rifle. He explained, "When I controlled the skeleton, I subconsciously put it into the space ring. Please forgive me, Master Wu Hung." After that, he stepped forward and presented it with both hands. Seeing that he really took out the things, the whole audience was in an uproar. What happened before can be explained by contradiction. But the situation in front of him was somewhat unreasonable. Taking someone else's things. The dwarf leader stared coldly at the person behind him, clenching his fists. Wu Hung was a person who would write to the headquarters directly when he had grievances. If he was not caught today, he would be blamed on him if he found out that the weapon was lost later. The dwarf leader stared at the other party and said coldly, "Detain him, cancel his status as an investigation team, and wait until we return to the headquarters to investigate again." Wu Hung put away his weapon, and the person who stole the weapon slumped on the ground and was dragged away by the other 2. The dwarf leader looked at Wu Hung again, brought the topic to the scene, and said, "We have dealt with what needs to be dealt with. Can Wu Hung Island Master take us in for inspection? Or wait until you have delayed enough time, then we can go in for a walk." "Please!" Wu Hung waved his hand, the factory door opened, and he walked in with the investigation team. Walked through the courtyard and directly into the factory. A large number of skeletons stood on both sides of the assembly line machinery, doing their own work. And at the end of the machinery, you can see the finished assembled products, proving that this is indeed a factory. The investigation team and others stared blankly. Lilith was also here for the first time, her eyes full of novelty. They actually used machines and skeletons to match this kind of working mode. The undead you investigated are all workers here, Wu Hung said casually. The investigators who followed him began to record non-stop. Some members of the investigation team used the exploration scroll inside. But apart from the undead creatures here, no traces or clues of the undead experimental base were found. Wu Hung continued to introduce. The products of Treasure Island, including pens and watches, are all produced in these factories. They involve the commercial secrets of the island, so ordinary people are not allowed to come in. It turns out that this is really a factory. Before coming in, it seems that the fox girl in the city hall also talked about this, but no one wanted to listen. Some things are like this. Only when you have the right to negotiate, the other party is willing to listen to what you say. Without this qualification, the other party will take interrogation or more radical methods. After the inspection here, Wu Hung continued to lead the investigation team to the remaining factories, all of which were tours in the factory yard and factory buildings. Just take a look. There is no need to worry that they will steal the technology. After all, no substitute has been developed after so much research outside. We are not afraid that these people in front of us will steal any business secrets. We checked all the places we were going to, but did not find any clues or suspicious places. The dwarf leader continued, Master Wu Hung, you need to go to the association with us. We need to ask some questions then. Okay, I am willing to cooperate with any reasonable investigation, Wu Hung said. Everyone got on the carriage and returned to the local association together. In the conference room, on both sides of the long conference table, several people from both sides sat. The dwarf leader, Lilith, and 2 members of the association, as well as 2 investigators from the headquarters. From the perspective of the ghost, in addition to the 2 leaders at level 20, the remaining one was level 19, and the remaining one, including 2 investigators, were all level 18. It was a relatively luxurious lineup. On the other side, Wu Hung, Shi Lagui, Shi Yali, and 2 local investigators. In the middle of the 2 sides, there was a bronze mask with a hideous shape. Mask of Listening, special item. Effect, identify lies. Side effect, the user tells the same number of secrets. Description, point the mask toward the target, and you will see the mask smile at the speaker. After using it, the user will satisfy the curiosity of the mask and tell the corresponding number of secrets of his own. Polygraphing, special item. It seems that this is the time to ask yourself questions. After the staff who brought the tea left, the dwarf leader said directly, Let's start. The level 19 elf beside him pointed the mask on the table towards Wu Hung and said, Island Master Wu Hung, I need to ask you a few questions to complete this investigation. Ask? Wu Hung said. The elf asked, Have you ever conducted any sacrifices of living beings or experiments on the dead? No. Wu Hung answered decisively. After speaking, he glanced at the mask, and there was no change. The elf then asked, Why are there so many skeletons on your island? Chapter 880. This involves the secret of my ascension. Wu Hung hesitated, but still said, I can only tell you that most of the corpses I bought were bought outside. The elf looked at the strange object and did not react. It was the truth. What's the matter with these strange-looking skeletons around you? I can't tell you. I can only say that this has nothing to do with the dead spirit experiment. Wu Hung said directly. The 4th question, the elf asked, Are you reincarnated? Or occupied this body in other ways? No. Wu Hung replied. The elf looked at the dwarf leader and Lilith, and when he saw the other party nod, he turned the mask back. The room fell into silence again, with only the investigators of both parties constantly recording on paper. When the writing sound ended, the dwarf leader continued, Okay, the problem is over. We will stay on the island for 2 days, and continue to investigate in some places. Wu Hung said, I will take you to the place guarded by the skeletons. Okay. Perhaps, the dwarf's attitude improved a lot because he felt that Wu Hung was really fine. You can go back. The dwarf spoke again, as if releasing a prisoner. Wu Hung took back the idea that he had just felt that his attitude had improved. Leader Lilith, we will go back first. Wu Hung stood up and greeted Lilith. The other party nodded. Wu Hung took the people from Zalagui's side and left the meeting room directly. Opened the door and walked out. Some members were waiting at the door. Is Wu Hung okay? Kavina squeezed into the crowd and asked with concern. As a teammate in Blackstone Town, And because Wu Hong was transferred here, she didn't want him to get into trouble. It's okay, I'm honest, and I'm not afraid of them investigating, Wu Hong said with a smile. Kavina breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that he's okay, that dwarf. Wu Hong immediately made a gesture to silence. He's in the room. Kavina reacted, shrank her neck in fear, and didn't dare to say more. Wu Hong dared to confront the hero, but she was just an ordinary team leader, so how could she challenge him? After saying hello to the people here, just as Wu Hong was about to go out, he saw a man wearing a hood that completely covered his face, standing in front of him, bowing respectfully to him, his eyes full of anxiety and pity. The hood was pulled down, revealing a closed mouth. Over at the factory, the professional whose mouth he had sealed. Wu Hong waved his hand casually, and the other person's mouth reappeared. Thank you, Island Master Wu Hong. The other party bowed again. Yes. Wu Hong nodded and walked away. The other party kept bowing, and when his figure disappeared, he stood up slightly. In the meeting room. After Wu Hong and others left, only the people from the headquarters were left in the room. Lilith said, Bruno, control your bad temper. Why don't you go and talk to that kid? The dwarf asked back with a glare. You are more than 200 years old, and he is just over 20 years old. You want me to talk to him? Lilith questioned. The dwarf leader stroked his beard and felt that what the other party said made sense. He said, if there is no problem with Treasure Island, I will certainly not say anything. I will report today's events back to the headquarters. You should also restrain yourself in the next few days. Lilith said directly. I know what to do. You don't need to remind me. The dwarf stood up and said, let's go out first. He has to bear the side effects of the strange object. Lilith also glanced at the elf man holding the mask, stood up and followed him out of the room. The door closed, and the elf man could be heard saying to the mask, I chased after his wife because of a man. Return to the island owner's house. Shannara and the maids all surrounded him. How is it? Is the headquarters not giving you any trouble? Shannara asked anxiously. Anvir came back early, and she must have told these people about the matter. Wu Hong said, it's okay, they asked me some questions at the association again, and there is no problem at all. Wu Hong was also a little surprised about the undead experiment. When the other party asked, have you performed any living sacrifices or dead soul experiments? The first thing that came to Wu Hong's mind was the prison in the zombie world. Although he answered no, he was prepared to be discovered by the strange object. But the strange object did not react. What is the mechanism of the mask to identify lies, mental fluctuations, language, or perception? In short, it did not have the effect of detecting lies. It is also possible that the prison does not fall into the category of dead soul experiments. Will they continue to investigate? Anvil continued to ask. We will stay for 2 more days. I will follow you to any key places on the island. Wu Hong leaned on the sofa and stretched. He then hugged the shoulders of Chanela and Anvil on both sides. I'm glad you're okay. Anvil half leaned in his arms. Shanvil said, thank God that Chief Lilith was here this time, which helped ease the conflict between the two sides to a great extent. I feel the same way. Minnie brought a cup of tea and said, Master, Mrs. McIntosh called earlier. Yes. Wu Hong stood up, walked to the phone and called back. Soon, McIntosh's voice came from the other side. Sir, you should know that the association's hunter fleet has landed on the island. I know, I just came back from there. McIntosh continued, after they landed on the island, they arranged some people at the port to go to different places for exploration. Some people asked for information in the tavern, and some people used similar exploration scrolls in the residential area, the periphery of Port Number 2, and several commercial streets. Wu Hong raised his eyebrows. This dwarf leader looked rough, and had made arrangements in advance. Don't interfere with these. There is nothing they want to check on our island. Just have someone keep an eye on it. Wu Hong said. Understood. I make arrangements first. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Wu Hong continued to call the association's deacon's study. Over there, in order to avoid suspicion, he did not go to the study with the 2 sisters. Now is a good time to call and inquire about the situation. After 2 rings, Shiryali's voice came from the other side. Hello. Is it convenient to talk? Wu Hong asked. Yes, it's just me and Zalagwi. How are they? Shiryali lowered her voice and said, we arranged dormitories for them, and they all went back to the dormitories. Oh, I'm glad there's nothing wrong. Be kind, I tell you if there's anything. Association, in a spacious and bright dormitory. The dwarf leader sat at the table, and took off the clips hanging on his beard one by one. Behind him stood the dwarf deputy, who also had a thick beard, reporting the arrangements for the members. Most of them lived on the ship, and the rest lived in the association dormitory. At this time, there was a knock on the door. The deputy walked over to open the door, and several people who had gone out came in. "Chief." Several people saluted. "How is the investigation going?" The dwarf leader glanced over here. These people were the people who were investigating separately at the port. One person reported, "We explored the island separately. There are a lot of skeletons, but we didn't find any experimental bases or transformed cemeteries." Another person followed up, "We asked the local residents. He is very popular on the island. The residents don't believe that he would conduct necromancy experiments at all." The other people also reported their own situations. The intelligence was similar, except that the number of skeletons was too exaggerated, and no clues of any experiment were found. The dwarf leader nodded. This result was not surprising at all. The improvement was fast, the island was clean, and the residents loved it. This person could be a necromancer. Go back and rest, and continue to check the rest of the area tomorrow. The dwarf leader said directly. "Yes." Several people answered. "Let everyone on the island behave themselves. Whoever dares to cause trouble in this matter will leave the hunter on his own." The dwarf leader gave another instruction. "Yes, leader." After bowing again, several people left the room. The door closed. The deputy hesitated, but still asked, "Leader, do you think there is something wrong with him?" "It is unlikely that there is a problem. Lilith is the best at intelligence. If there is a problem on the island, she would have found it long ago," the dwarf said with a smile. The deputy said, "This island owner is indeed quite courageous." The dwarf leader said with a smile, "I didn't quite believe that he dared to kill the Pope before, but now it seems that he does." The island owner's residence, the study. After Wu Hung came back, Grinda, who had gone out to investigate, flew back first. Grinda said, "The leader has arranged for other people to investigate on the island, and they will leave the team tomorrow to continue looking for clues. I asked Macintosh to arrange people to keep an eye on us. We don't have any evidence in this world, and they can't find out even if they die of exhaustion." Wu Hung picked up the teacup and took a sip. Grinda nodded. "Be careful too, someone is framing us at this time." "Yes, it will draw people's attention to this aspect." Wu Hung nodded. While talking, Benny also flew back. First, she said, "Wu Hung, let me ask you a question about the male elf. He told his secret to the mask in the conference room. What he pursues is spiritual love. What do you mean? Is there a mental problem?" Chapter 881. Spiritual love. What is this word? You don't know this? Glinda looked at him, trying to figure out if he really didn't know or was just pretending. Wu Hung shook his head. "I'd never heard of it." "What does it mean?" It sounds like Glinda also knows this word. Benny explained, "It's a spiritual love that doesn't rely on physical desire. Wasn't it rumored in the tavern that the second prince had this kind of love you?" Wu Hung suddenly realized, "You're a troublemaker." At that time, it was rumored that the second prince liked men. Later it was proved that the second prince just looked feminine and liked literature and art more, and he had a princess. The two girls were stunned, and Grinda was the first to react and said, "Vulgar, and a wizard." Bernie also understood the meaning, but she had worked as a maid in a tavern, and smiled and said, "No, love at this level is not just about gender." I limited myself. It turns out that gender is not important. With that said, it feels like love is really on the spiritual level. Grinda continued, "It's written in some books, and some are not limited to species." Damn! Wu Hung was shocked. I was still limited by my thoughts. It's not limited to species. The species mentioned here definitely does not refer to the feelings between races. Otherwise, I wouldn't bring it up like this. Then, Wu Hung reacted and looked at Grinda. "What books do you usually read?" "I read them when I was in Rentam City before. I don't have time to read these now." Glinda defended herself. Wu Hung also recalled the male elf who asked him the question. He was level 19, and his status in the association was second only to the hero, but he had this kind of sexual orientation. The elves have a long lifespan, and they have deeper pursuits in many things. Art, archaeology, and aesthetics, the elves are leading the trend, and now it seems that they are indeed quite advanced. Wu Hung continued to look at Benny and asked, "That male elf, what is the level of his spiritual love?" Glinda also looked over with gossip. Benny said, "He likes men, and because of a man, he deliberately pursued the other's wife." Wait, the plot is a bit complicated. Wu Hung stopped immediately. Glinda helped him sort out his thoughts. What's complicated? He fell in love with a man, but the other party was married. so he pursued the other party's wife to get close to him. Wu Hung didn't care about the relationship between these characters, and then asked, in the end, did it succeed? No. He was answering about the side effects of the mask, and he mentioned this matter, but he didn't say the result. Then he said, Wu Hung and Grenda both felt a little sorry. Catch him and interrogate the body. Grenda said, is it because of this? I'm going to report you to the Vatican. Wu Hung said, you're sick. Grenda rolled her eyes at him. Let's not talk about him. Did the investigation team say anything else? Wu Hung continued to ask. Benny shook her head, indicating that there was nothing else. Granda said, it's what I just told you. Tomorrow, some people will conduct normal investigations, and some will conduct private investigations. Wu Hung nodded. Try to keep an eye on them when you have time. Okay. The two souls nodded. While talking, Xiao Xiao also flew back and said, I went to the fleet to see it. There's nothing special about it, but the decoration is better. After all, it's the ship the leader is riding on. Benny followed. That's right, but it's not as good as our ship, Xiao Xiao said with a smile. Wu Hung sat at his seat and chatted with the three ghosts for a while. Minnie called him to eat outside the door, so he went downstairs to eat. After dinner, sitting in the living room, he chatted with the maids for a while, mainly talking about the second batch of investigation teams. While chatting, the phone rang, and Minnie answered it and said, Master, Lilith leader called. Wu Hung stood up and took the phone. The leader is looking for me. Lilith's cold voice came over. What's wrong with you? You were away during the day, and you came back and had a conflict with him again. I didn't know the investigation team was coming today, and when I first arrived, he led people to attack the factory. I had to stop them. If the equipment inside was broken, it would be difficult to restore it. Wu Hung said his difficulties. Lilith took a deep breath, calmed her tone, and said, the second investigation team is very important. Don't have conflicts with them again. They will only stay for a few days, and then they will leave. It can be felt that Lilith is still trying to prevent the situation from getting worse. I guess after persuading the dwarf leader, he came to persuade me again. Understood. As long as he doesn't do anything, I will fully cooperate with the investigation team. Wu Hung promised. If he dares to do anything, I will deal with it. You do your own thing, Lilith said again. Okay. Wu Hung agreed. After talking about this, the two hung up the phone. The maids went to the training room to train. Wu Hung sat in the hall for a while, and went upstairs to his room. Returned to the bedroom. Wu Hung lay on the bed, thinking about what happened today. The biggest gain was that he transformed 2 level 20 skeletons this time, and it also proved that zombies with professions in life would still retain their professional characteristics after transformation. Even if they have no skills after transformation, the higher weapon specialization will increase the combat effectiveness of the skeletons. Unlike Shan Shan, whose main means of attack are only collision and punching. You can consider arranging one for One-Man Shah. One-Man Shah is in charge of Rantam City, so safety is more important. When the time comes, assign one person to go there to protect the safety of the mother and daughter. There shouldn't be any enemies that can fight against them at level 20. The second point is to upgrade the level of the remaining zombies, and strive to reach level 20 as soon as possible and transform into skeletons. After thinking about the arrangements in the zombie world, Wu Hung thought about today's investigation team again. The first time he met the investigation team, he didn't have a good impression of each other. Fortunately, Lilith arrived in time and resolved the direct fight between the two sides. Later, I took the investigation team to visit the factory, and used the strange objects to question them, which went relatively smoothly. Moreover, the investigation team would definitely not find anything on the island. Just like Lilith said, they would only stay on the island for a few days. We would leave when the time came, and we would never have a chance to see them again, so why bother with them? Thinking in my heart. The door opened, and Shannara came in from outside after washing up. What are you thinking about? Wu Hung said, thinking about the investigation team. Shannara lifted the quilt and crawled in, lying on her side, and said, rest early. Yeah. Wu Hung hugged her from behind and closed his eyes. In the next few days, the investigation team conducted a more detailed inspection of the island, and they tore open so many exploration scrolls that they didn't know how many they used. Wu Hung was somewhat impressed by the other party's wealth. I really want to inspect the entire island. Wu Hung also tried his best to cooperate with the other party, and accompany the other party to inspect some important places on the island. Although the attitude of the dwarf leader was still the same, he was much more restrained. Didn't act too overbearing. On the third day of the inspection, The developed areas on the island were basically inspected. The members of the investigation team returned to the association for the final summary. The dwarf leader sat in the main seat and listened to the various reports from the people below. The accompanying investigators kept recording to ensure that no information would be missed. After all the information was collected, everyone present frowned. No one found any information about the Necromancer experimental base or the transformation pool. Chief, could this be the place he left for us to check? A member of the investigation team said. It's not that we have to find out anything, but the island is abnormally clean. There is no necromancy laboratory, no necromancer's magic building. He is loved by the islanders, and even feels that the residents of the island will not believe the association saying that Wu Hung has a laboratory on the island and conducts evil necromancy experiments. This person is actually a necromancer. The dwarf leader stroked his beard and said, it's possible to make reasonable guesses, but the final decision still depends on the evidence and clues. In the association's investigation, everything depends on what the investigation finds. In addition, the investigators of the headquarters and the local investigators are following the records. If no directional clues are found, the final decision will also be based on the investigation records, not the feelings of these people. After everyone's reports have been summarized and recorded, the others are still discussing in a low voice. Okay, we have to take all these clues back, the dwarf leader said, and continued, everyone go back and prepare, and then return to the headquarters. Yes. Everyone answered and began to go back to pack their luggage. Then, they walked out of the association and headed for the port. The island owner's mansion. Glinda flew back and said, they have finished the summary, and did not find any clues on the island. Wu Hung also smiled, as expected. They are going to the port. Don't you want to see them off? At least it should look good on the surface, Glinda said. Wu Hung thought for a moment. See if anyone notifies us, we go directly there, as if we are monitoring them. While speaking, there was a knock on the door. Minnie's voice came in, Master. Deacon Zalogwi called and said that the new leader is leaving, and notified you to go and see him off. Wu Hung and Glinda looked at each other, and then said to the door, go right away. Port. Wu Hung brought the city hall staff, and Zalogwi brought the association members. Appeared at the port. The members of the investigation team boarded the ship one after another. After the dwarf leader talked to Lilith for a few words, he also came over. Wu Hung said, Leader Bruno, wait until this matter is over, and then come to the island to stay for a few more days. The dwarf leader looked at him, and said, let's talk about it then. Your island is also a troubled place. Damn it, I'm just being polite to you. How can this person always make people angry when he talks? Anyway, if I leave today, I won't see him anymore, so it's better not to come. Then I visit the headquarters again if I have a chance. Wu Hung gritted his teeth and said again. Zalogwi squeezed up and said with a smile, Chief, I wish you a safe journey. Well, the association is well managed. If there are any problems here, you can write to me. The dwarf leader said something to Zalogwi, then turned around and got on the boat. After everything was ready, the fleet with a ferocious beast hanging on the bow slowly left the port. While waving goodbye, it gradually went away. Let's go back too. Wu Hung led them back. In the carriage, Wu Hung and Lilith took one. I talked to Bruno and found nothing on the island. There will be basically nothing to do on Treasure Island after we return, Lilith said calmly. Thank you for your trouble, leader. Wu Hung thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Lilith was really good to him. In the conflict with the church, he could clearly feel that she was biased towards him. Lilith nodded and continued. The hero's mansion has been renovated. I will move there tomorrow. I bring Xiao Xiao to see you then, and I also get to see the new house and your elegance. Slippery tongue. Lilith rolled her eyes at him. The carriage arrived near the island owner's mansion. The two of them returned to their own mansions. Island owner's mansion. After Wu Hung returned, he told Shannara and the maid who were waiting at home that the investigation team had left. When they heard that nothing had been found, the women in the family were relieved. Wu Hung continued, I go upstairs. Minnie will call Macintosh and ask her to come for dinner tonight. Okay, master. Minnie agreed and went to make a phone call immediately. Wu Hung also went upstairs and walked into the radio room. He glanced at the record book in front of each radio station. After confirming that nothing happened, he sat in front of the radio station connected to Wenman Shah and picked up the receiver. Wenman Shah, can you hear me? He waited for about 2 or 3 minutes. Wenman Shah's voice came over, Master, I'm here. Hearing the other party's voice, Wu Hung smiled unconsciously and asked, How are you doing recently? When Manshaw said in a gentle voice, I take care of the children and deal with some matters in several cities every day. I am busy. Apart from missing you, everything else is fine. Wu Hung leaned back in his chair and asked, Is there any problem with the cities of the second prince? No problem. The exchange of officials and the handover of the army have been completed. Natalia is still pretending to be the second prince. She has completely taken on the role and summoned the former officials several times. I can't tell it all, Wen Manshaw said with a smile. Natalia is the name of the second prince's wife. When Wu Hung left Rentam City, the princess stayed in Rentam City, using masks and voice-changing props to pretend to be the second prince to stabilize the situation. The original plan was to disguise for a while, then find a reason to leave, reduce the number of times the second prince appeared, so as not to be exposed. Now it seems that the princess has been pretending until now, and it's going pretty well. That's good. Is there any problem with the eldest prince? Wu Hung continued to ask. When Manshaw thought for a moment, and said, The prince has recently begun to send troops to the border, and there have been traces of high-level professionals in Rentam City recently. Wu Hung frowned and immediately thought of the reason for this change. The religious leader left the kingdom of Yeko because of the death of the Pope, and the prince began to make moves again. Except for the heroes, ordinary members of the association can hardly deter those people. Is Rentam City in danger? Wu Hung asked. There is no danger at the moment, Wen Manshaw answered. Wu Hung thought for a moment and comforted. It's okay, I will arrange a high-level skeleton to protect you later. Karanmu is with me, enough to protect us, Wen Manshaw said. Karanmu is level 17, plus an evil sword. He can also play the strength of level 18 or even higher. But after all, it involves the safety of Wen Manshaw and her daughter. And my daughter, you should be careful, just listen to my arrangements, Wu Hung said directly. I know, master. Wen Manshaw's voice became softer, and then she said, The power plant you mentioned before can be arranged. The original plan for the occupied second prince's territory was to build some power plants. At the same time, develop the minerals and other resources in various places. Now that some territories have stabilized, we can go there together. Okay, I will arrange for the mechanic to build the power plant tonight. The other party is a corpse ghost, an 18th level mechanic. You will receive him when the time comes. Wu Hung introduced. I understand. That's it for now. I arrange for someone to go there as soon as possible. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Wu Hung walked out of the room. After going downstairs, he had already started preparing dinner. Rob, go and call Costas over, Wu Hung said. Okay. Rob agreed and ran out quickly. Not long after, when he came back again, Costas, a cloaked corpse, followed him. Before, Wu Hung arranged for him to go to Nettle City to help the fifth princess build a power plant. After returning, he optimized some of the equipment provided by Wu Hung in his own laboratory. There were some results. The power plant was simplified, and many complicated steps were simplified and replaced by magic buildings. The mechanized part and the area occupied were greatly reduced, but the demand for magic buildings also increased. Sir! Costas bowed respectfully. Wu Hung said, Sit down. Costas sat down on the side. Wu Hung told him in detail about the city of Rentam. The main thing was that there were several cities in the north of the kingdom of Yeko, and he needed to go there to build power plants. It's all up to you, sir. Costas agreed without hesitation. How many people do you need to take with you? How many cities in total? Costas asked back. Wu Hung thought for a moment. The number is a bit large, but we have to build them one by one. Don't rush to build them all at once. Costas thought for a moment and said, I will take 10 strange machine masters, and the rest can be helped by local personnel. Okay, you can mobilize the personnel you need yourself, and I will arrange transportation for you. It will take a total of 7 days, and you will set off soon, Wu Hung said. Then I go back and prepare. Costas stood up immediately. Okay. Costas left. Almost half an hour later, Costas came back with 10 skeleton artificers. My lord, I'm ready here, Costas said directly. Wu Hung nodded, glanced at his side and said, Pot lid. A tall skeleton with a body of nearly 2 meters, wearing heavy armor and holding a two-handed sword came out. Wu Hung said, You go with them. The mission is to protect and obey a woman named Wen Manshaw. You will know who it is then. The pot cover did not respond and walked directly behind Costas. Wu Hung issued train tickets to all the skeletons, and took out 2 satellite phones and handed them to him, one for you and one for Wen Manshaw. You can contact me by dialing the number. He demonstrated it to him directly. Costas was a little surprised when he took the phone. Is this also a strange device you invented? It's not my invention. When you come back, I find the blueprint for you. Don't break it. Wu Hung instructed. Understood. Let's go. Call me when you get there. Costas led all the skeletons to tear up their tickets and board the train one by one. After the last skeleton boarded the train disappeared. It is estimated that outsiders still have tickets. If they board the train at this time, they may really think it is a ghost train. After Costas left. After returning to the hall and waiting for a while, Macintosh, who is responsible for the island's intelligence, walked in from outside. Wu Hung motioned for everyone to eat, and casually chatted about some arrangements on the island. After dinner, Wu Hung continued to gather everyone in the living room, took out a mobile phone, one for each of you. I will teach you how to use it later. Several people took one each, and Catwoman Roby took it up and looked at it, and said, we know how to use these. The tablets and mobile phones in the island owner's mansion, the maids including Shannara have them. But they are only used to take pictures. Wu Hung said, you all know the phone at home, now each mobile phone is a separate phone, and you can talk after dialing. After that, he demonstrated it, and dialed one of the numbers. Minnie's phone rang. After the call was connected, Wu Hung spoke on the side, and the voice came out of the phone at the same time. Wow! The eyes of several women lit up. New props. In the future, you can call directly when you have something. Shannara took the phone, thought for a while, and said, can I use it to call you outside Treasure Island? As soon as he said this, everyone looked up at him. Wu Hung smiled and nodded. In most cases, it is possible. You can call me when you return to the Wood Elves. Shannara's eyes widened instantly. You know, the conventional means of communication for all tribes is still to deliver letters. If Wu Hang's prop can be like the phone on Treasure Island, it can deliver messages immediately without any distance. Then, the transmission of information is too convenient. Especially when used in military and war, it will show a more terrible effect. Wu Hung ignored the change in Shannara's face and said directly, there is another function called video call. Introducing, he turned the ordinary call with Minnie into a video call. In the video, Wu Hung and Minnie's appearance appeared. The women explained and discussed again. Wu Hung explained it once and let them study it by themselves. The function is very simple. After using the landline at home, this kind of mobile phone is also easy to understand. When it was a little late in the study, they returned to their rooms to rest. The next day, the hero's mansion. Wu Hung held Xiao Zhao's hand and knocked on the door of the mansion. The door opened, and an old man in a neat butler's uniform looked at Wu Hung and the others. Island Master Wu Hung, Miss Xiao Xiao. Hello, Grandpa. Xiao Xiao greeted them very obediently. This butler came with the second batch of survey team ships. Is Chief Lilith here? Wu Hung also said. Yes, please come in, Lord Island Master. Island Master's mansion. Just as Wu Hung left, there was a sound from the door of the Island Master's mansion. A representative of the Wood Elves came in and bowed slightly to Shannara, who was sitting on the sofa. Elder Shannara. Well, what's wrong? Shannara looked at him curiously. He actually found this place. It seems that there is something urgent. The Wood Elf glanced at the maids around. Shannara said, it's okay, just tell me directly. The Wood Elf said, the Elders' Council sent a message saying that Chief Saidu summoned the caravan representatives of the headquarters and notified the Starflower Chamber of Commerce to stop trading with Treasure Island. I want to ask you what happened specifically. Not allowed to trade with Treasure Island? Or did the chief notify it personally? Shannara's eyes narrowed instantly. Chapter 882. The specifications of the hero's mansion are similar to those of the Island Master's mansion. The main building is also 6 stories high, but the number of rooms is smaller. Passing through the front yard with a fountain and a flower bed, we entered the wide hall. The walls were hung with dark-colored tapestries, oil paintings depicting noble hunting, and deer antler ornaments. The furniture in the living room was similar to the color of walnut, and the edges of the long table and the wooden legs of the sofa were carved with vines, animal claws, and other complex and exquisite patterns. The air conditioner was blowing cool air, and the sweeping robot was cleaning the floor. It gives people a feeling of a mix of classical and modern decoration styles. To be honest, it doesn't look good. Chief. Wu Hung greeted with a smile. Xiao Xiao said, Uncle, where is the gift? Wu Hung took out several items he had prepared. Xiao Xiao took them and said, Sister, this is a demolition gift that my uncle and I prepared for you. Moving to a new house. Wu Hung corrected on the side. Oh. Xiao Xiao sat directly next to Lilith, put the gift in front of the two of them, and introduced, This is the phone my uncle gave me, and the phone case I picked for you. A cell phone? You gave me one last time. Lilith watched Xiao Xiao tear open the package. Xiao Xiao said, this time it's different. You can make calls. I teach you. After opening the package, she inserted the phone card very skillfully, and turned on the phone for debugging. The housekeeper brought tea and cakes to Wu Hung, and hung a natural jade in front of Xiao Xiao at the corner of the table. After assembling it, Xiao Xiao showed it to Lilith and dialed a number. Then, the cell phone in Wu Hang's pocket rang. He answered it very cooperatively and said, "Who are you looking for?" Hearing the real-time voice coming from the phone, Lilith raised her eyebrows. Radio. Yes, it's similar to a radio station, and can also be understood as a landline without a line. Wu Hung explained on the side. Lilith's mansion also has a landline installed, and she has used radio before, so she is also very receptive. Xiao Xiao pulled Lilith again and continued, "Sister, we can also video call. If you miss me in the future, we can video call." With the operation of the hand, the ordinary call turned into a video call. Wu Hang's face can be seen on the phone. Lilith's eyes widened, a little surprised. This kind of phone is probably too useful. Do you know how to do it? Xiao Xiao asked. Yes. Lilith nodded. Xiao Xiao helped her put on the phone case and said, I picked the phone case for you. If you find a good one in the future, I will help you collect it. Thank you, Xiao Xiao. I like it very much. Lilith smiled on her calm face. After Xiao Xiao showed off for a while, Lilith turned her gaze back to Wu Hung and asked, Do you have a lot of these phones? I have a few, mainly distributed to a few important people around me. Wu Hung said with a smile. Lilith glanced at him and said, If you can give it to the headquarters. No. Wu Hung knew what she was going to say, and answered directly. It was nothing more than whether other leaders of the headquarters could also be equipped with such phones, so that they could exchange information and communicate better in the future. Lilith looked puzzled. Wu Hung explained, This prop is very expensive, and there is no plan to distribute it to the outside world. Moreover, this prop is a big burden and cannot be given to others to use. The satellite is enough to support more people. But Wu Hung didn't plan to give the phone to others. He was not short of money, and he didn't need any major events to increase his reputation. It was enough for his own people to use it conveniently. Lilith didn't quite understand, but nodded, Okay, I listen to you. He took a sip of the teacup and continued, After this, the headquarters will mediate the conflict between you and the church, and then the fact that you have become a hero will be announced to the outside world. Don't cause trouble during this period. After a pause, he added meaningfully, The Holy See is very happy to see you make a mistake at this time. Wu Hang's eyes narrowed. I understand. Thank you for your hard work, Chief. According to Lilith's words, if the headquarters did not find anything, it means that the Holy See's claim that there is a necromancy laboratory on Treasure Island is slander. The reason is not valid, and the Pope was killed when he attacked Treasure Island. It was a waste of his death. As long as nothing happens before the headquarters issues a notice to clarify, the matter will basically be determined. Lilith nodded and continued, It depends on how you are appointed after becoming the leader. Treasure Island's flag bearer is fine. Wu Hung said with a smile. The flag bearer's status is not worthy of you, the island master. Lilith said unhappily. What about the elder status? Wu Hung guessed. The former deacon Yimi Luo, after returning to the headquarters, was the elder status. Elder is appointed at level 18. You are not suitable. Let's see how Hatarai and others discuss it. Lilith said casually. It doesn't matter, as long as I can stay in Treasure Island. Wu Hung said. Lilith served tea and water again. You don't ask for much. Be content with what you have. Then, the two chatted about the sect. Wu Hung planned to report the sect to the association after this incident. It would also help to explore and increase faith. After sitting here for a while, Wu Hung got up and left, while Xiao Xiao stayed here and continued to teach Lilith how to use other functions of the mobile phone. Leave Lilith's mansion. Wu Hung went to the association again, and gave the two elf sisters mobile phones. At the same time, he taught them how to use them. At noon, Wu Hung left the association, and used teleportation to return to the island owner's mansion. Golden light flashed. Wu Hang's figure appeared in the courtyard of the island owner's mansion. Robe, who was watering the flowers, looked over and said, Master, Sister Shaunera is looking for you. What's wrong? Wu Hung asked. Robe said, The representatives of the Wood Elves came this morning, and seemed to say that the Holy See would not allow them to cooperate with Treasure Island. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. Where's Shannara? Upstairs. I go up and take a look. Let the skeletons water the flowers, and do more training when you have nothing to do. I know, master. I just took a break as well, Robe muttered. Wu Hung touched her head and walked upstairs. Outside Shannara's room. Knocked on the door and walked in directly. Shannara looked up at him and asked, "Is the new home of Chief Lilith good?" "It's okay, but I don't like the style of the vampires. I still like the style of the Wood Elves." Wu Hung sat down on the side. "I don't believe you," Shannara said with a smile, and said directly, "The Starflower representative of Treasure Island came and told me about the Chamber of Commerce. Tell me about it in detail." Wu Heng's expression also became serious. Then, Shannara told the whole story. Basically, the representatives of various chambers of commerce at the association headquarters, including the local representatives of Starflower, were called to a meeting by the religious hero Saidu. All chambers of commerce were not allowed to have any trade or other cooperation with Treasure Island. The Wood Elves did not agree directly, but it was not an easy thing to reject the church and the head of the headquarters. Under great pressure, Wu Hung frowned and listened to the other party. Lilith had told him before about restricting the cooperation between the chambers of commerce and Treasure Island. It was an encyclical issued by the new pope. He also wrote a letter to the religious leader, telling him that if he did not cancel the encyclical, he would demolish all the churches he knew along the way. It seems that the other party did not take his words seriously. The reason why the Wood Elves are waiting for news under pressure is easy to guess. The first point is that they have always had a good relationship with Treasure Island. In order to maintain the friendship between the two sides, Shannara was given the status of an elder. The second point is that the two sides have signed various cooperation agreements for several years, including food, medicine, copper plate iron ore, and Wu Hung also provided several products from the island. The two sides have cooperated to this extent, and it is impossible to cancel the cooperation with just a word. Looking up, Shannara was still sitting there, waiting for his reply. Wu Hung asked, "What do you think?" "From my perspective, I would like to tell the elders that you have become a hero, and it is not a loss to bet on you, and it will be easier for me to do both," Shannara said, and then said, "But this is my idea, I still think of you first, don't delay your future work." When Shannara thought about the problem, in addition to standing from her own perspective, she also considered Wu Heng's side more. Wu Hung thought for a moment and said, "Then do as you said, and tell them that I have become a hero. If other chambers of commerce do not cooperate with Treasure Island, we can provide them with more of the subsequent purchases and sales of several products from Treasure Island." Shannara's eyes lit up, and then she was a little skeptical. "Will it affect you?" "I have also talked about this with Chief Lilith. She said that after the investigation team returns and proves that there is no problem with Treasure Island, the headquarters will withdraw the investigation of us, and will also announce that I have become a hero. The addition of a new hero to the association is also an improvement for the entire association," Wu Hung explained. "That's great. I tell the local representative now." Shannara smiled. She was really afraid that Wu Hung and the Wood Elves would break up, which would make it even harder for her to be in the middle. Wu Hung said, "Write a letter to the Council of Elders. Word of mouth may spread the news in advance. Don't let more people know." "Okay, I write the letter first," Shannara said directly. "You write it. I also think about how to deal with the Holy See." Shannara nodded, and Wu Hung walked out of the room, returned to his own study. Only Granada was floating on the side, reading a book. Wu Hung released animated object, and the kettle floated up and filled a cup of tea. After sitting down, he said, "The religious hero warned the major chambers of commerce and told them not to continue cooperating with us." Granada looked over. "What's going on?" Wu Hung repeated what Shannara had just said to her. Granada was a little surprised. "The letter I wrote last time didn't matter." "Yes, it seems that no one took it seriously," Wu Hung said. Glenda thought for a moment and said, "The investigation team has just left. You should not be impulsive. Destroying one or two churches will not cause any loss to the Holy See, but will give them a new reason. Well, at least now is not the time to turn against each other again. Just now, Lilith told me that after the investigation team returns, the headquarters will clarify the slander of the Holy See against Treasure Island. It also means that all the previous reasons of the Holy See will be invalid. On the association side, I don't have to take responsibility for the dead pope. But if now, I destroy a church or kill a clergyman in revenge, things will become chaotic again." "What are you going to do?" asked Granda. Wu Hung thought for a moment and said, "I will bring this up with the headquarters. The Vatican is obviously provoking and seeking revenge, so the headquarters should take care of it. Also, please write me a letter, mocking him for only threatening ordinary professionals, and asking him to come to Treasure Island if he has the guts, and then send him the maps of churches in various places. Okay, I finish it, and you can read it. Glenda flew back and started writing the letter. It took an afternoon. After Glenda finished writing the letter, Wu Hung asked the maid to deliver it directly to the association. The sky was dim. Wu Hung ate with the maids, and then returned to the room to rest. Late at night at the port, under the lights, a huge cargo ship was parked in the brightly lit port. Hilary Rose led the association members, and quickly boarded the ship. The human deputy deacon of the association led the way and said, "The crew of this ship found on the route north of the island is all there, but they are all a little crazy and mentally confused. The food and fresh water on the ship are almost exhausted." Several people walked into the cabin quickly. As soon as they stepped in, a damp and foul smell hit them in the face. It made several people in the team retching. Several light stones were hung in the cabin. Zalagui looked inside, and saw that the corner was crowded with ragged crew members, who kept mumbling. Faintly, they could hear words like "can't get out, can't escape." "Is the captain still here?" Zalagui and others did not go in, but stood at the door. Compared to inside, this side can be ventilated and the smell is less. "Here, drag the captain out," the deputy deacon said, and 2 members of the association dragged a man out. Sheila took out a scroll from her space ring and tore it open. A light blue energy penetrated into the other party's forehead. The madly struggling captain calmed down. When his pupils focused, and saw several figures in front of him, fear reappeared in his eyes. He sat on the ground and said something loudly. "We are from the Treasure Island Association. You are safe now." The deputy deacon spoke. The captain raised his head carefully, confirmed the figure in front of him, and said, "We got out? Tell me what happened to you." Zalagui asked directly. We were trapped in the fog, and we couldn't get out. We thought we were going to die." The other party hugged his head again in his memory. The people in the association looked at each other. At the same time, an idea came into their minds. Ghost ship. The ghost ship that has been rumored on the island recently. In the morning, Wu Hung washed his face and brushed his teeth, then returned to the bedroom and patted Sinella's butt. "Get up. Don't sleep at night, and don't get up during the day." Sinella turned over and turned her back to him. "I don't have anything to do. Go and do your own thing." Wu Hung continued, "Let's go to the church later." "I get up right away. Let me lie down for a while." Sinella mumbled in her mouth, and it was unclear whether she was awake or talking in her sleep. Wu Hung walked out of the room, and went back to the study to take a look. Benny was chatting with Granda, talking about the ghost ship that was circulating on the island. "Ghost ship? Found it?" Wu Hung sat down beside her. Benny said, "A ship docked at the port last night. I heard that everyone on the ship went crazy, scared crazy by the ghost ship. If they are all crazy, who is driving the ship?" Wu Hung seized the loophole. "Rumors among the people will exaggerate some things. Of course, just listen to it, it's more interesting." "I don't know. Maybe some of them are not crazy." Benny paused and said uncertainly. Granda said, "What ghost ship? You both know about it." Wu Hung explained, "I heard Zalagui mention it before, saying that a fleet saw a ship in the fog in the Emerald Sea and defined it as a ghost ship. I thought it was over." Ring. As he was talking, the phone rang. It was Zalagui's number. Wu Hung answered. "Zalagui, what's wrong? Come over, I have something to tell you." Zalagui's tone was a little serious. "What's the matter?" Wu Hung asked. "The ghost ship matter, and the letters from other associations asking for your assistance," Zalagui said. Chapter 883. Ghost ship? And a letter for help? Wu Hung glanced at the ghost who was also listening. Just now, he was discussing the ghost ship with 2 ghosts, and Zalagui called about this matter. "Is it the ghost ship you told me about a few days ago?" "Yes, a ship docked last night, and everyone on the ship went crazy. We used a scroll on the captain to wake him up, and asked about the relevant situation." Zalagui paused slightly, and then said, "They encountered a ghost ship, and were trapped in the fog for about half a month." Wu Hung narrowed his eyes. "So, there really are ghost ships in the Emerald Sea." As he spoke, he took out the Emerald Sea sand table from his space ring, and carefully looked at every place in the sand table. There were no signs of any ghost ships or strange ships. No ships that looked like ghost ships were seen. Or, is there a pirate ship or some other ship disguised as a ghost ship, planning something? One idea after another emerged from his mind. "I think there should be one. Come over here first, and let's discuss it." Zalagui's voice continued to come out of the phone. "Okay, I go over now," Wu Hung replied. He hung up the phone, and put the phone back in his pocket. The 2 ghosts were still floating on one side. Benny said, Look, everyone on the ship that docked last night was crazy, and you still don't believe it. I don't disbelieve you. I don't believe those sailors. Wu Hung said, as he began to change his clothes. Benny also said, in fact, I also doubt that a boat full of crazy people, how can they get here? Wu Hung put on his clothes and walked out, and the two ghosts followed behind him. You guys are coming with me too? Since becoming a hero, except for some special things, the ghosts don't follow me as often as before. Now, I spend more time on my own things. After all, with Wu Heng's current strength, not everyone can threaten him. Glenda said, listen to the ghost ship. Yes, I go with you to see. Benny also said. Okay. Wu Hung didn't say much and went out directly. Returning to Shannara's bedroom, the plumpwood elf with sleepy eyes, wearing a burgundy silk nightgown, sat in front of the dressing table and combed her hair. Seeing him come in, she thought he was rushing her again, so she said, okay, I be there soon. Wu Hung stood beside her, put his arm around her shoulders and said, I can't go. Shannara looked up suddenly, her eyes widened, reason. The association sent a message saying that a ship docked last night, and the crew on the ship went crazy after seeing the ghost ship. Ghost ship? Shannara's eyes lit up. Go ahead, find out clearly, and come back to tell us. The attitude changed so quickly. Wu Hung hugged her shoulders and said, when we have time, let's go to the church together. Shannara stood up, went back into the quilt, and waved her hand. Go ahead, tell Minnie that I won't have breakfast. Wu Hung glanced at her, opened the door, and went downstairs. After saying hello to the maids, he used teleportation directly, and went to the association. Deacon's study. The two elf sisters were sitting at the desk processing documents. Shi Logui frowned, and Shiryali yawned from time to time. Wu Hung knocked on the door and walked in. The two sisters looked up at the same time. What's going on? Wu Hung sat down. Zalogui came out from behind the desk and handed him the investigation record from last night. She said, according to the captain who woke up, there were 3 ships in the fleet. They lost their direction after being shrouded in fog. She paused and looked at him, then continued, we suspect that fog has negative energy, which will affect the sense of direction of creatures in the fog and gradually lose their reason. Those who go out to sea are all veterans. Normal fog will not force them into this state. The crew members, who go to sea all year round, are very good at dealing with various situations at sea. Moreover, they will be equipped with rangers. If the fog is not too large, the tame beasts will be able to find the direction, and will not be trapped by ordinary fog for such a long time. Shiryali also came over and took out her mobile phone. These are some photos taken last night. Wu Hung took the photos and looked at them again. The dim cabin was full of huddled crew members, and the surrounding environment. It was like a monster squatting together, gnawing at something. Didn't they say there were 3 ships? How come only they came out? Wu Hung asked. It was clearly written in the records. The ship drifted to the north, and was found by a patrol ship and towed back to the port. Zalogui said, I don't know. Before he went crazy, the other 2 were still there. Now only they came out. Are there any monsters in the fog? Wu Hung asked. Zalogui shook her head. The captain who woke up said he didn't see anything, but he could hear some strange noises, like the sound of sand and gravel rubbing against each other. There are no monsters. That's right, if there were, the people on the ship would not have survived. Where is the ghost ship? Wu Hung asked. He said he saw a ship, and the fog was moving with the ship, and he was sure that it was a ghost ship. Zalogui answered seriously. In other words, a ghost ship really appeared in the Emerald Sea. Whether there is a real ghost or a professional pretending, it has indeed trapped people in it for a long time. When the time comes, let's make it public so that each caravan can bypass the fog when they find it, and also ask them about the approximate location where they are lost. Wu Hung returned the investigation record from last night to her. Okay, Zalogui said, and then took out a letter from the space ring. There is another letter, which is a letter from Hold City requesting assistance. Wu Hung is the flag bearer of the Emerald Sea. Although he did not do any work related to the flag bearer during his tenure, some places need to rush to help, and the flag bearer is needed to coordinate and mobilize. Otherwise, the deacons and deputy deacons of various places are not allowed to leave the garrison at will. This is the regulation of the association. Wu Hung took the letter and looked at it and raised his eyebrows. What's it about? Shi Logui asked. Shiryali also waited for him to speak with curiosity. Wu Hung handed the letter to her. It said that an unknown fog was found, and a ship disappeared after entering. It is requested to mobilize personnel with a rank above deacon to assist in the investigation. Shi Logui and Shiryali looked at each other. They were a little surprised, but also felt that it made sense. So, the location of the fog has been determined, in the area of Holt City. Zalogwi said directly. Where is Holt? A coastal city in the Celtic Kingdom. Zalogwi answered. Celtic Kingdom, I know Lopez City, and I have been ordering skeletons from the Snake Emblem Consortium there for a long time. Wu Hung thought for a while. Is it close to Lopez City? Not far, but there is a certain distance. Zalogwi answered, sat aside and thought for a while, and then said, I will take a team to help. Sure Yali's eyes condensed. Let Wu Hung call the nearby deacons over. The fog incident caused a lot of uproar, and the local deacons needed help and reinforcements, which must be dangerous. In her opinion, her sister did work hard, but she was able to achieve her current success largely because of Wu Hung. In actual combat, and dealing with sudden dangers, she may not be at the level of a real deacon. Wu Hung frowned and thought for a while, then said, Zalogwi, you stay in the local area, I will go over to deal with this matter. You go directly, the Holy See came to find. Zalogwi stopped talking halfway, carefully glanced at the door, and said in a low voice, let's wait for the news from the headquarters. It's okay, it won't take a few days, and Chief Lilith is on the island. The church won't come to cause trouble. Wu Hung replied with a smile. The Emerald Sea couldn't see the location, and the local association requested support again. Obviously, this fog is a bit special. In addition, in the information Zalogwi got, he also noticed a detail that the fog has a negative energy effect, which can make people lose their way and go crazy. This made him alert. His skilled Death Breath, after being released, will become a cloud and mist, which will cause the life force that stays in it for a long time to decay, and the wounds to become infected and rot. The mist of the ghost ship is also very similar to the ability of the Necromancer. Is there really a ghost ship, or is it made by someone to slander him? During the period when the headquarters was investigating Treasure Island, Wu Hung even suspected that the Vatican had done something. Are you sure you want to go? Sure Yali also looked at him. Wu Hung nodded. I go over and take a look. Be careful. Zalogwi said with some concern. I'm a hero. There will be no problem. Wu Hung smiled and nodded. The two sisters were still quite confident about his strength. After 2 consecutive instructions, they didn't say much. Write me a certificate of assistance, and I take it over when the time comes. Wu Hung continued. Sure Yali walked back, started writing the certificate of assistance, and then took Zalogwi's seal and stamped it. After talking about this matter, Zalogwi continued, I remember you have a magical item that can restore people's sanity. Those sailors are still crazy. The two of them dealt with the pirate village together. At that time, Wu Hung used a magical item to restore the entire group of unconscious whisperers. Zalogwi still remembers this magical item. Yes. Wu Hung took out the staff and handed it to the other party. Zalogwi took it and said, I return it to you later. After that, he walked out directly. Wu Hung sat in the study and chatted with Sir Yali for a while. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Zalogwi came back from outside and returned the staff to him. When are you going? I leave in a moment. Don't spread this matter. I tell you the result when I come back, and then announce it to the public. Wu Hung stood up. Got it. Zalogwi forced a smile and took 2 steps forward. Wu Hung held the other person's face and kissed her on the lips. Sir Yali also came over, and Wu Hung kissed his sister again. Okay, I come back to find you. Be careful. Wu Hung nodded and left the study room. Returned to the island owner's house. Wu Hung gathered all the women in the family together. He told them everything about the ghost ship. After everyone understood, he said, if Chief Lilith comes to me, tell them that I received a letter for help and went to support them. Okay. Minnie nodded and continued, Master, the fog can trap people. Will you be trapped in it too? The others also looked over. Although Wu Hung was a hero who would never die, he was really trapped inside and couldn't get out. It was also a troublesome matter. No, I have a tracking item. If I really get lost, I can use it to point out the direction. Wu Hung replied. He had also thought about this. He brought a tracking necklace. He could use the clothes on the maid to point to the direction he was in, and then he could just get out. Moreover, he didn't think the fog could trap him. The hero and the level 20 ghost can be controlled, and the ship can't get out. Oh, that's good. Minnie nodded. After everything was explained, Wu Hung walked to the courtyard, put on the train conductor's hat, and the ghost train appeared in front of him. He waved behind him, and got on the train directly. First, write the words Holt City on the itinerary, wait for a few seconds, and the door did not close. Prove that the train did not record this location. I had to write Lopez City, the door closed, and the train went into the void. In the afternoon, the train arrived at the wilderness of Lopez City, determined the direction with the city guards, and rode a motorcycle to the target city. Holt City, Local Association Meeting Room. On both sides of the long table in the room, many people from the local association sat around. The first one was a human swordsman, in his 40s, with a beard and a resolute face. Leather armor and leather boots, with a long sword hanging from his waist. It was the local deacon, the person in charge of this incident. The deacon looked at the deputy deacon and the other captains below, and said solemnly, "The mercenary team that accepted the commission yesterday has not returned. Now the relevant commissions have been withdrawn to prevent anyone from missing. The city lord has also applied to the kingdom for reinforcements, but it will take some time. Do you have any ideas? The mercenary team that accepted the exploration of the fog yesterday still hasn't returned. In order to avoid further losses, the commission issued by the association was also withdrawn." On both sides of the conference table, the local deputy deacon and a group of captains sat. One of them said, "These few times of entering are not completely fruitless. What can be confirmed is that this fog is indeed released by the ghost ship, and it is not the skill of some professional." Another person said, "Let's not talk about things that have been confirmed. Several famous mercenary groups in the city are trapped inside, which is also a loss for us. Deacon, I think we should apply to the headquarters for a tool that can identify the direction or restrain the fog. According to the procedure, we should wait until the arrangements are made on the treasure island before applying to the headquarters for the tool. It's already so late. Judging from the speed of the fog, it will probably reach the coast by then, and the loss will be even greater." Everyone was talking in a low voice, and a few people with bad tempers had already turned from talking to quarreling. The deacon took a deep breath, patted the table hard, and asked, "How many days has it been since the letter was sent to Treasure Island?" A female captain replied, "Deacon, according to the time, if the fleet is all right, it was just delivered to Treasure Island yesterday." "Just arrived yesterday. Why is it so slow?" One of the deputy deacons said, "Deacon, you can ask the deacons of the nearby city association for help. Some surrounding support. It shouldn't be a problem to report afterwards." The deacon was thinking, and was about to speak. The door of the conference room was knocked gently, and everyone stopped talking immediately. "Come in," the assistant said. The door was opened a crack, and the staff poked their heads in and said, "Deacon, someone from Treasure Island is here, saying that they are members of the association who are here to assist in the investigation." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the room turned their heads to look over at the same time. "So fast? Didn't they say that it was just delivered to Treasure Island yesterday? What kind of communication method was used, or did someone intercept the letter? Please let him in." The door was pushed open, and a hooded figure wearing leather armor outside, and wizard robes inside walked in. "This is the letter I came to help with." The figure who came and handed the letter, with the seal of the association, to the other party. The deacon took it, and took a look. It was stamped with the seal of the deacon of Treasure Island, and it was indeed someone from Treasure Island. After reading the letter, he looked up at the other person again. He came alone, and he sounded young. "Who was this person transferred here? You yourself?" The local deacon frowned, and his tone was somewhat dissatisfied. It was such an important matter. They only arranged one person to come, and he was a young man. The person on the other side did not answer, but took off his hood, revealing his original face. The dissatisfied discussions behind him stopped abruptly, and everyone looked at him. "Black hair and black pupils? The owner of Treasure Island? I asked for support myself, but I didn't expect to call the flag bearer of Emerald Sea as well." The local deacon looked at him with a little curiosity. He was the young man with the most news and rumors in the entire Emerald Sea area. The deputy deacons and captains at the conference table also made a discussion, curious and surprised. The local deacon put away the letter of assistance and said, "I am the deacon Zackley. Wu Hung, the flag bearer of Emerald Sea." As expected, everyone nodded. There was no other person in Emerald Sea who looked like this. The letter for help mentioned that a deacon or a veteran professional was needed for support. As for Wu Hung, according to rumors from the outside world, his level was uncertain. Judging from some gossip and the newspaper reports, he must be above level 15. After all, the newspaper reported that he defeated Prince Luan. The island master Wu Hung came earlier than expected. Zackley's tone also became polite. "This kind of person has an immeasurable future, and will definitely become an elder in the future. There is no need to leave a bad impression on the other party. We use some methods to hurry up." Wu Hung said vaguely, and asked directly, "Tell me about the situation here." "Okay, please sit down." The deacon gestured with his hand, and then said straight to the point, "Recently, a fog appeared on the sea." "I know about the fog. Do you have any clues?" Wu Hung interrupted the other party, and started from the beginning. The deacon nodded, his tone solemn. "There is a ship in the fog, and there are enemies similar to iron golems on the ship, which will attack the approaching ships. At present, the situation inside is only this, which is the information provided by those who got out by chance. Now the fog is still expanding, and the mercenaries who entered last night have not come out. In addition to the ship, there are also iron golems. The association's iron golems are a second-level reward, and the corresponding level is also level 12. No wonder it needs the support of people above the deacon." "Why are you still letting people in?" Wu Hung asked. "The commission has been revoked." The deacon continued, "Island Master Wu Hung, do you have a prop to identify the direction? If we just go in rashly, we may also be trapped." Wu Hung said, "I have a strange item to identify the direction. You go and prepare it. We will enter the fog later." "Today? So urgent." Chapter 884. One of the deputy deacons hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Master Wu Hung, the fog may be more dangerous than the information we have collected. Can you tell us what kind of strange item you have? We have an idea in mind to avoid any problems." In the eyes of these people, the biggest problem with the fog is losing the sense of direction. There are really difficult to handle dangers in it, but as long as you can find the direction, you can still escape. Without the direction, there is no chance to escape. Wu Hung flipped his hand and took out the tracing pendant and explained, "This is a strange item for finding people's traces. When the time comes, as long as you carry the items of the people left outside, you can point out the direction where the other party is." After this explanation, everyone also understood the function of this strange item. It is a little different from the effect of distinguishing directions as imagined, but it is indeed a method. The mage's brain is useful. You can put it away. The middle-aged deacon also had some idea in his mind, and looked at the others. "Do you have anything else to say?" Everyone shook their heads. The middle-aged deacon said directly, "Then go back and prepare, and then gather at the association." "Yes." Everyone nodded. "Go back and prepare." Everyone stood up, saluted and left one after another. The middle-aged deacon looked at Wu Hung and said with a smile, "Thank you, Island Master Wu Hung, for coming to support us. It should be, we are all in the Emerald Sea, and we should help each other." Wu Hung also responded politely. The middle-aged deacon looked at him with some surprise. Just now, he made the decision to enter the mist. I thought he would be a proud person. Of course, with the age and achievements of the island owner in front of him, he also has the capital to be proud. In private, he is also very easygoing. "I have someone prepare a dormitory for you. Rest for a while. I have someone notify you later." "Okay." Wu Hung nodded. The two walked out of the room together. The two tall skeletons waiting at the door still attracted the attention of the deacon. Wu Hung briefly explained his attendant, and the other party did not ask more questions. He called the staff to arrange a dormitory for Wu Hung, and after talking to him for a few words, he went to do his own thing. Wu Hung followed the staff and walked into the dormitory. The dormitory was about 40 square meters, with a double bed and a desk. Two skeletons stood at the door. Wu Hung sat down by the bed, took out his mobile phone, and adjusted the satellite positioning to see if it would work when he entered the fog. It was also a means of identifying the direction. He studied it for a while. Xiao Xiao and Benny flew back, and Xiao Xiao said, "Uncle, they all went down to prepare. There is nothing special." Benny followed and said, "I follow the deacon. He also went to arrange the boat." After arriving here, the ghost was also in charge of intelligence work. I already suspected that there was something wrong with this fog, so I had to be careful in all aspects. "What level is the deacon?" Wu Hung asked. "The deacon is level 13, one of the deputy deacons is level 11, one is level 10, and the rest are level 8 or 9. Benny answered. Just now in the meeting room, the deacon, deputy deacon and captain were present. There were no ordinary members. The impact of the fog now was that ordinary professionals would die if they entered, and even captains were struggling. There was no need for ordinary members to participate. While talking, Granda also flew back and said the same thing. There is nothing special in the city. It should not be a conspiracy against you. Wu Hung nodded, indicating that he understood. Several people continued to wait in the room for a while. About 2 hours later, there was a knock on the door, and the voice of the staff, "Sir, the deacon asked me to call you downstairs." "Okay, I go down now," Wu Hung said to the door. He stood up and went out with the skeleton. Port. The ship was ready, and everyone got on the ship and headed towards the deep sea. The ship that the association and Wu Hung were riding on was a warship, which was more sturdy and equipped with many equipment. Walking into the cabin, you can also see a lot of fresh water and food, which are really trapped by the fog. It can also keep these people alive for a while, waiting for rescue from outside. The deacon came in from outside and introduced, "The fog has spread to almost half of the city. You can enter a certain area outside freely, but you will get lost if you go deeper. Our ship will enter, and the other ships will stay outside to support. These are the items of the outer crew, and the people who stay in the city. If you get lost, you will have to rely on your rare item." After saying that, he handed over 2 items. The first one is a sailor's headscarf, and the second one is a lady's silk scarf. At a glance, you can tell which one is for the outer crew, and which one is for the people who stay in the city. Okay. Wu Hung put away the things handed over. He also made preparations, but pointed in the direction of Treasure Island. "Master Wu Hung, did Treasure Island also know about the fog?" The middle-aged deacon sat down opposite and asked casually. "The news brought by the caravan said there was fog and ghost ships," Wu Hung replied. Looking back now, the association's response to the whole situation was still a little slow. It took some time for the news to reach Treasure Island. Only now did these people realize that the fog could not be controlled. The middle-aged deacon said this with a worried look on his face, not wanting to continue the conversation. At this time, Benny, who was investigating outside, flew back and went directly into Wu Heng's body. The images after the investigation were also shared. A large area of fog appeared in the direction of the ship. There was no edge at all at a glance. It was really as large as half a city, and according to the deacon, the fog would expand. If it was not controlled or investigated to find out some useful information, it would expand to the offshore area sooner or later. Wu Hung took out his cell phone and confirmed the eye positioning again. It was still effective, and there was no problem. Dong, dong, dong. After a while, the door of the cabin was knocked, and someone said, "Deacon, we are close to the fog." The middle-aged deacon raised his head and looked at Wu Hung. "Master Wu Hung, let's go out." "Okay." Walking out of the cabin, the fleet had entered the edge of the fog. The light fog enveloped several ships, and the others also used some methods to cover their mouths and noses. "We go in, and they will stay outside. If we don't come out the next day, they will search for a distance inside. If they still can't find us, they will ask for help from the headquarters and ask the elders to help." After the deacon finished speaking, the rest of the ship stopped, and the ship on his side directly fixed the rudder, started to move forward in a straight line towards the depths of the fog. As we moved forward, the fog around us became thicker, and visibility did not exceed 5 meters. In addition to the visual range being affected, other senses, even hearing, were greatly affected. Even the deafening waves became smaller. Wu Hung could feel the various negative energies in the fog, and this energy was still increasing as he went deeper. He glanced at the other people on the boat. Everyone had prepared some corresponding props to resist the influence of the fog. The boat continued to move forward. You can see broken planks, broken sails, and some wooden barrels and sundries, floating with the waves. There are living people. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Everyone followed his gaze, and saw a figure lying on a broken board. Judging from his clothes, he should be a sailor. "Pick him up," the deacon ordered. The rope was lowered, and someone went down directly. As soon as he approached the floating board, the sailor suddenly jumped up, roared, and tried to drag the person who went down into the sea with him. The person who went down was the captain. He punched the target in the abdomen with 2 fists and knocked him unconscious. Then he carried him back to the ship. His mind was affected by the fog. Someone came out before and was in this state. The middle-aged deacon explained to Wu Hung. Someone bent down and fed the potion to the person who was carried back. After the other party woke up, he roared again and pounced on him with his teeth and claws. This state is somewhat similar to that of zombies, but the attack method is different. The zombies still stood up and pounced on the other party. The man in front of him half squatted and moved forward, like Gollum in The Lord of the Rings. This man was controlled again, and the association used a scroll. The crazy sailor's eyes became clearer, and he changed from being aggressive to a frightened rabbit, curled up and kept muttering something. "We are from the association. How did you get out? You are safe now. Can you understand what I say?" The deputy deacon of the association asked several questions in succession, but the other party did not show a normal answer. "Pa," 2 big mouths slapped directly, and the deputy deacon said coldly, "How did you get out? Otherwise I will chop you now." I don't know." "What did you see inside?" The deputy deacon continued to ask. "We saw a ship. We wanted to avoid it and leave, but no matter how we went around it, the ship would appear in front of us. What about the others? I don't know. Papa, 2 more slaps, think about it. The sailor said timidly, holding his head with both hands. I don't know. The deacon said, lock him up. Yes. The man was taken away, and the deacon came over and explained to Wu Hung, everyone is under a lot of pressure and behaved a little rudely. I will talk to them after the mission is over. Wu Hung nodded and said nothing more. I felt okay, but for these people, they were facing the pressure of life and death. The ship continued to move forward. The others went to work, and Wu Hung sat down on the side. A small voice sounded in his ear, Uncle, is this a ghost wall? According to the sailor who just salvaged it, once the ship enters a certain distance in the fog, it will approach the ghost ship no matter which direction it goes. It is somewhat similar to a ghost wall. But this is a different world. The ghost wall is a term in my world, and this is generally an illusion. Well, it really looks like it now that you put it that way, Wu Hung said. Xiao Xiao leaned on his shoulder. Is there really a ghost? Wu Hung said, what are you talking about? With our profession, ghosts should be afraid of us. Oh, that's right, then you protect me later, Uncle. Xiao Xiao said. You protect me. I'm a child. I'm a college student. Wu Hung didn't give in at all. Xiao Xiao was in charge of Wu Hang's surroundings, while Bernie and Granda checked around the hull. The fog had little effect on the ghosts, and the energy contained in it made the 3 ghosts feel more comfortable. Moreover, there is a sense of connection between the ghost and Wu Hung, so there is no need to worry about not being able to find him. After a few words with Xiao Xiao, he picked up his phone and looked at it again. The location was still there, but the position did not seem to be moving in a straight line as before. The ship continued to move forward. After rescuing the first person, the atmosphere of the team became more solemn. Everyone lowered their heads and did their own things, and no one spoke. And the impact of the fog on people was also getting worse. Some team members had already started taking some potions to dispel abnormal conditions to keep themselves awake. After an unknown amount of time, the ship entered an area with broken decks all around, and several large and small ships without people on the decks. You can see the kingdom's cruise ships, merchant ships flying the flag of the Chamber of Commerce, and ships of the mercenary group. Boom! The ship under my feet pushed aside a ship in front of it, forcibly making way. And with this collision, crash! Countless figures emerged from the decks of the ships, roaring at this side in the fog. Then, all the ships around, a large number of people came out, standing densely on the deck, staring at the ship that broke in. One of the ships started moving, approaching this side. Then, all the ships of all sizes in all directions started moving, approaching this side, speeding up, as if they were going to crash this side. Damn it, we are here to save you! Someone shouted loudly outside. The others also looked unhappy, looking around, looking for a solution. If the boat is gone, there is no way to swim back even if there is a direction. Prepare to sink the approaching boats. The deacon kicked the member, who was still shouting, and gave a loud order. There is no time to care about so much now. If some people don't die, they will die here. Crack! The equipment on the ship began to turn and aimed at the approaching boats. Wait a minute. Wu Hung pulled the other party. Master Wu Hung, I can't care about so much in the current situation. I will write a detailed report and submit it to the headquarters after I return. The deacon shook off his arm, his tone anxious. Let me try first, Wu Hung said, and a bronze bell with a wooden stake appeared in front of him. Bell? Everyone looked over here. Come here and ring the bell. Wu Hung pointed at one of them. The other party didn't understand, but still came over, picked up the bell hammer, and hit it directly. Dong! The low bell sound spread instantly. The 2 skeleton attendants beside him trembled slightly. The thick fog around the ship spread out in all directions, as if blown by the air waves, and the crazy crew on the ship trembled the moment they heard the bell. From madness, they turned into cowering fear, and all went back to their cabins. Holy bell, after ringing, it drives away evil and avoids disasters. I didn't expect it to be useful at this time. The crazy crowd retreated to the cabin, and the local deacon and others were also surprised. The owner of the treasure island is more reliable than expected, and even has such a prop. I was also glad that he was the one who came to support. If it were other deacons, I'm afraid they would not be able to deal with such danger. Wu Hung said to the person who rang the bell, the side effect is repentance. You just repent here, and don't need to do other work. If there is another crazy person, you continue to ring the bell. After that, he looked at the others and said, keep going. The ghost ship should be not far away. The member who rang the bell had a bitter look on his face. He knelt down and repented to the bronze bell. The others also gained a lot of confidence because of this strange object and continued to speed up the ship. After the bell rang, the fog enveloped again. The visibility also dropped to 3 meters. On this vast sea, 3 meters can only see some debris around the ship. There were more and more debris on the sea, as if entering a swamp full of broken wooden boards. Following the current, it hit the hull. It's the ship of the Golden Eagle mercenary group. Among the broken wreckage, the Association and others saw a familiar flag floating on the sea. Everyone looked grim. They only saw the flag, but no crew members or bodies. There are words on the flag. One person said, "Pick it up." The bee's tamer clamped the curved hook and hooked the flag in the sea, and was pulled up directly by the crew. The blank space outside the pattern on the flag. 2 sentences were written. This ship is a tomb. Someone triggered some mechanism and released the ship. There are iron golems above level 12 on the ship. Ships that come in later must not approach this ship, otherwise they will be attacked. The legendary ghost ship is a tomb. Wu Hung and the others frowned at the information left by the mercenary group. A tomb will be on the ship? The deputy deacon was a little surprised. The middle-aged deacon replied, "If this is a tomb, it makes sense. It is easy for things with such serious negative effects to appear in a tomb. Many strange items with necromancy effects come from cemeteries. Of course, not every cemetery has them. It depends on the strength of the tomb owner and the environment. In short, it is not easy." Is it the Pirate King? The previous Pirate King, where he was buried, is not clear. A captain expressed his guess. It is possible. Rumor has it that the Association couldn't do anything to him at that time. It makes sense that he died on the ship. Another person agreed with this statement. "What do you think, Wu Hung Island Master?" the middle-aged deacon asked. Wu Hung raised his head and shook his head again. "I don't know either. I've only been in Emerald Sea for 2 years, and I only know the Pirate King. I don't know if there are any other strong men. The Pirate King's tomb is really possible. The previous owner of Treasure Island found the treasure left by the Pirate King, but did not mention the body. The Pirate King's glory in his life was in this sea area, so it is very reasonable for him to find a way to be buried in this sea after his death. Well, let's just assume it is the Pirate King's tomb," the middle-aged deacon said. At this time, someone shouted, "Look ahead." Everyone looked up. Then, they saw a strange ship floating on the sea in the fog in the distance. As they got closer, the hull became clearer. The hull was rotten, with big holes in it, and the wooden boards were covered with strange dark green moss, flickering in the thick fog. The statue on the bow, which was originally majestic, now only had a pair of empty eyes and an open mouth, spewing endless smoke. The sails were tattered, floating weakly in the dead air, making a rustling sound. Ghost ship. Someone took 2 steps back and almost fell to the ground. Chapter 885. It's really a ghost ship. Even though the intelligence mentioned the ghost ship, I was mentally prepared. But when I saw it with my own eyes, I was still shocked by the weirdness and oppression brought by the ghost ship. The middle-aged deacon looked ugly, his senses were affected, and he didn't find the target until the ghost ship was close to his face. He said in a deep voice, "Prepare for battle." The rest of the people also acted quickly to prepare for possible dangers. Wu Hung stood at the back of the team, with Shan Shan and Tayo Tayo, 2 level 20 skeletons, beside him. Xiao Xiao flew down from the sky and whispered in his ear, "Uncle, can a cemetery be placed on a ship?" In a special environment, Xiao Xiao can always focus on unimportant things. There is indeed a saying of ship burial, which is arranged on the ship like a cemetery, and then the ship is pierced and sunk to the bottom of the sea. Wu Hung answered in a low voice. "Wow, Uncle, you know so much." Xiao Xiao cooperated very well and then asked, "Is this the tomb of the Pirate King? I think their analysis makes sense." Ever since Wu Hung and his companions came to Treasure Island, there have been legends and events related to the Pirate King. Now, Wu Hung has become a hero, and it is rare to see pirates in the entire Emerald Sea. There is a ship cemetery suspected to be that of the Pirate King. It is like a curse that has been haunting the Emerald Sea. You will know when you go in, Wu Hung replied. At this time, the middle-aged deacon came over, and Xiao Xiao stopped talking. The deacon said solemnly, "Master Wu Hung, from the information we have collected, it can be confirmed that there are iron golems on the ghost ship, but what I am most worried about is the owner of this tomb. The power of the dead is so strong." The other party didn't say anything more, and Wu Hung also understood what he was worried about. If this ship is really a tomb, and there is such a strong power of the dead, it is hard to say whether the owner of the tomb will be waiting for them inside. "I am a necromancer, it's not a big problem," Wu Hung said calmly. "If there are ghosts here, or the owner of the tomb has become a corpse ghost, it is unlikely to reach level 20. Therefore, it is completely within his scope of handling. The middle-aged deacon was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to be so confident. After a pause, he still said tactfully, "It's better to be careful." As he was talking, the ghost Benny flew back from the opposite side, entered his body, and shared his scene. 4 tall metal puppets were walking towards the deck. Every step they took was a creaking sound after the collision of metals. Wu Hung looked up and said, "The puppets are coming out, be careful." The middle-aged deacon was stunned. After 2 or 3 seconds, the ranger in front shouted, "There is a figure coming out of the ghost ship. It's a metal puppet." Then, a 2-meter-tall figure wearing copper-green rusty armor walked out of the deck of the ghost ship, holding a bronze sword in one hand and a spear in the other. "Attack!" The middle-aged deacon gave the order directly. Bang! The crossbow roared, and the crossbow arrows as thick as arms blasted directly towards the target area. Shaw! The crossbow arrows passed by the puppet's shoulder armor, and a spark burst out. Almost, at this time, the metal puppet on the opposite side half-crouched with a sound of clacking. The next second, it jumped directly, intending to cross the distance between the 2 ships and jump directly to the side. Prepare to meet the attack, pay attention to cooperation. The middle-aged deacon still shouted loudly. The other deputy deacons and captains hastily tore open the scroll and held the pills under their tongues. They looked solemn and prepared to meet the enemy. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows and looked a little surprised at the iron puppet that jumped. So flexible, not to mention that it is made of metal, it doesn't look like it can do such a move with all the rust on it. "Shan, go up and clean them up," Wu Hung said casually. Whoosh! Everyone only felt a gust of wind passing by, and then saw a figure suddenly grow larger in the air and hit the puppet directly. Bang! With a violent crash, the 2-meter-tall puppet was knocked out, smashing the already dilapidated ghost ship behind it. Then, the tall cloaked figure quickly turned back in the air and knocked the second and third puppets back to the ghost ship. Only the 4th one fell on the deck here. Everyone was stunned. There were 4 iron puppets, and only one came over. Only one left, kill it. Sizzle, bang. The silver-white lightning beam shot out from the back and instantly hit the chest of the iron puppet that fell on the deck. The last iron golem also flew back half a meter and hit the ship's fence. The metal body staggered and tried to get up. Boom, boom, boom. 5 consecutive lightning bolts struck from the sky, like a punishment from heaven, drowning the golems. The lightning disappeared, and the iron golems were no longer moving. The middle-aged deputy deacon and the rest of the association staff stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes. 4 iron golems. 3 were knocked back, and the only one who came over was turned into a pile of parts before he could even stand firmly. What happened to the crisis? Isn't the iron golem strength at level 12? No, that's not right. There are so many debris outside. It can't be so easy. If it can be solved so easily. What about the pills I took in advance for the state I added by tearing the scroll myself? Master Wu Hung. The middle-aged deacon came over and wanted to ask about the next plan. The fighting on the ghost ship continued. It was obvious that they were still fighting with the remaining iron golems. Wu Hung waved his hand and said, "Come over and get ready to board the ship." "Prepare to board the ship," the middle-aged deacon ordered loudly. The ship approached again, and hooks were thrown over, hooking the fence of the ghost ship to close the distance between the 2 sides. After the 2 ships connected, everyone jumped directly onto the ghost ship. One of the 3 iron golems was broken, and the remaining 2 were also beaten by the skeleton servants. The middle-aged deacon waved his hand and led his men to kill directly to speed up the speed of clearing the target. After all, it was not clear whether the owner of this ship was still alive. On the association ship, Wu Hung stared at the dilapidated ship full of holes and dark green moss. No panel or description appeared. Is this ship not a strange object? I thought it would be a special object like Ghost Train. Now it seems that it is not this ship that has special effects. Wu Hung, there is a coffin inside, and there are many things similar to burial objects in other cabins. At this time, Granda also flew back and said directly. Xiao Xiao was surprised. It's really a tomb, Auntie. Is this the tomb of the Pirate King? Granda showed a hint of surprise and said, it could be the Pirate King. He fits the idea of using the ship as a cemetery. Xiao Xiao is really smart. Xiao Xiao was a little embarrassed and said, it was just analyzed by the association members, not me. Wu Hung followed up with an explanation. Just now the crew fished out a flag in the sea, which had clues left by the investigation of the mercenary group and mentioned that the ship was a cemetery. Oh! Glenda nodded, and then added, the coffin was open, and there were many dirty things inside. Open? Is there a body inside? Wu Hung asked. There are some body remains, but I'm not sure if they belong to the original owner of the coffin. Glinda answered. Wu Hung nodded. Let me see. Glinda got into the body, and the scene inside the ship was shared. The central area of the ship was built like a building, with eaves and beams, trying to show the same feeling as a normal house as much as possible. Glinda's perspective began to move, passing through several cabins. Inside the cabin, the furniture was rotten, and the floor was covered with mud and debris. Only some exposed corners could be distinguished as some utensils. That is, the burial objects in the tomb. Then, he passed through the wall and entered the main tomb of the ship. A sarcophagus was placed in the middle. When he saw the sarcophagus, Glinda was obviously a little surprised. He stood at a distance and hesitated for several seconds before flying over. The coffin lid was placed 1 meter away, and a large amount of turbidity was accumulated in the sarcophagus. If you look closely, you can see black things and some broken bones. Then, Glinda circled again before flying back. After watching the shared video, Wu Hung released Glinda again. Glinda asked, How did you open the coffin lid? I'm not sure yet. Let's go in and take a look. Wu Hung said. There are only 2 possibilities. One is that the tomb owner opened it from the inside, and the second is that someone went in and opened the coffin lid. The information left by the mercenary group mentioned the cemetery. Maybe they had some way to avoid the puppets and open the coffin. Master Wu Hung, the battle is over. A captain looked over and shouted. Yes. Wu Hung nodded and walked directly onto the ghost ship. The skeleton flapped its wings and flew over. Several people from the association were checking the puppets on the ground from a distance. Seeing Wu Hung coming up, the middle-aged deacon led the team over. He said, I have never seen the style of the puppet. It is not made by the association or mainstream puppets. Wu Hung did not understand this aspect either. He had given the iron puppet he exchanged for merit to Andwire before, and he had not observed it himself. Let's go, we study these puppets when we get back. Wu Hung said. Okay. The steward nodded, turned around and ordered, You guys stay outside to guard the ship, and the rest of you follow me in. Yes. Everyone answered. Being led by Wu Hung all the way, everyone's pressure was greatly reduced. On the deck, the battle was so fierce, if there was still danger inside, it would have rushed out long ago. The rest was to check the ship and investigate. The investigation task, which was originally expected to lose half of the manpower, was so easy, and the rest of the people were also happy. Moreover, it will definitely be a great achievement after returning. Everyone responded happily and acted according to the order. Wu Hung walked into the cabin with 2 skeletons and several association members. There was a creaking sound under his feet. The 3-meter-high corridor was corrupted, damp, and dripping with water. Wu Hung led several people all the way to the main room. The middle-aged deacon took out 2 light stone lanterns from the space ring and handed them to the 2 association captains behind him. For lighting. There were a few words written on the door of the main room. The one who opens the door will die. Before, Glinda came in directly through the wall, but he didn't see the words on the door. It's a bit unlucky. Open the door. Wu Hung waved his hand. The 2 skeletons behind him went forward and pushed the door hard. Bang! The whole door fell inward and hit the ground. Entering the tomb, there was a tall stone platform in the middle, and on the stone platform was the sarcophagus that Glinda saw. The whole stone platform and the sarcophagus were connected together, as if they were a whole piece of stone that was carved into its current appearance. The people in the association became nervous again. The middle-aged deacon wanted to say something several times, but he held it back. Following Wu Hung, he walked up the stone steps and approached the sarcophagus. Wu Hung released a dancing light technique above the sarcophagus. For light balls circled in the sky, illuminating the surroundings. The scene inside the sarcophagus was exactly the same as what he had seen before. The coffin lid was placed aside, and the inside was turbid. The middle-aged deacon looked at the open sarcophagus, with a solemn look in his eyes. He looked around vigilantly and said, Did the person in the coffin come out? As soon as these words came out, the people behind him also became nervous. If the tomb owner became a dead spirit, he might be more powerful than the puppet outside. Wu Hung said, He is not on the ship. If he really came out, he left the ship. The people in the association now fully trust Wu Hung, but the tomb owner's departure is still a big deal. Said, if he comes out, it is not a small matter. After he comes out, he must report to the headquarters for a detailed investigation of this matter. Let's wait and see. Wu Hung said, Dig it out and see if there's anything in there. The skeleton stretched out his arm, and fished in the muddy dirt. Some broken bones and armor fragments were fished out and thrown on the ground, and a stone slab full of words was taken out. Wu Hung took out a bottle of water, and the people in the association immediately reacted and took it to wash the stone slab. The words on the stone slab gradually became clear. Wu Hung looked at the words on it intently. The words on the stone slab should belong to the ancient words of this world. But in his eyes, it has been translated. It says that there was a princess who was beheaded because she seduced the king and aroused public anger. The tomb owner was ordered to escort the princess' body back to her hometown to arrange the funeral. After all the obstacles along the way, he finally returned to the princess' hometown. He found that the dynasty had changed, there was no hope of saving the country, and there was no place for his home. So he built a mausoleum on this ship and buried it forever. The translation of the text may be a little incomplete, but that's probably what it means. Seeing Wu Hung reading it seriously, the middle-aged steward beside him asked curiously, "Master Wu Hung, what's written on it?" Wu Hung raised his head and repeated the content to them again. Not only these people, but also the three invisible ghosts listened carefully. The middle-aged steward smiled and said, "Master Wu Hung also knows these words. I, Hongwen, know a little bit." Wu Hung said, and then said, "The name of the tomb owner is not written on the stone slab, but it can be a general of a certain kingdom, and the level should not be high." Hearing him say that his level is not high, the other people all raised their eyebrows. The puppets guarding the tomb outside are all level 12 deacons, and the level of the tomb owner must be higher. Reaching level 15, or even level 18, how can this be not high? Of course, everyone thought in their hearts, and the deacon still said, "Well, you are right." Through this stone slab, it can be determined that the other party is not the pirate king, and if the level is not high, even if it is transformed into a zombie or a ghost, the damage will not be that great. It can be safer. Tap tap tap. At this time, footsteps came from behind. Everyone looked back vigilantly, and saw the two people guarding outside walked in. "What's wrong?" the deacon asked in a deep voice. One person said, "Deacon, a body was found on the ship, a dwarf." Chapter 886. A dwarf's body was dragged over. He was dressed like a sailor, and there were several chisel-like tools hanging beside him. The middle-aged deacon frowned slightly. "Where did you find it?" Entering the depths of the fog, the sea was full of wreckage of broken ships, and no body was seen. Some of the information obtained was also preserved by the handwriting left on the flag by the mercenary group. After boarding the ship, a body was actually found. In the mezzanine of the floor outside, it feels like he fell down and was killed by the puppet. The member of the association answered. The deacon continued to ask, "Are all the things on you here?" "Everything is here. We have brought everything we found nearby." The member answered directly. The deacon turned around and said to Wu Hung, "Everyone is very disciplined in this matter." This was explaining to himself that his subordinates would not hide anything. Wu Hung nodded and looked carefully at the dwarf's body. The wounds on his body had been severely rotten due to soaking, and it seemed that he had been dead for some time. After a quick glance, he released talking with the dead. The dwarf corpse sat up suddenly, scaring the others, who drew their swords and retreated with alert faces. Wu Hung asked directly, "Why are you here?" The corpse vomited a mouthful of sea water, and then replied, "To explore this ancient tomb." Wu Hung raised his eyebrows and looked at the deacon, who said, "You don't look like someone from the mercenary group." Wu Hung then asked, "Tell me how you know about this ship." The corpse paused for 2 or 3 seconds and replied, "Ron got a message that there is such an ancient tomb under the sea. We used the water clock to explore here. When we evacuated, I didn't escape. Grave robbers." Instantly, this word came to everyone's mind. That is to say, these grave robbers triggered a certain feature of the ship, causing it to reappear on the sea. The third question, "What did you get here?" The corpse continued to answer, "We salvaged a lot of funerary objects, but we don't know what they are." The sarcophagus was opened, and some valuable or seemingly valuable things in other cabins were taken away by these people. The tomb robbers in this world are completely different from those in the modern world. Archaeology and collection are not mainstream, so the ancient burial objects are not that valuable. The most valuable ones are the rare objects found in the cemetery. For ordinary people, the worst rare objects are also the rewards corresponding to the third-level merit. Selling for a few hundred silver is not a problem. Wu Hung glanced at the deacon next to him and asked him if he had any questions. The deacon said, "Ask the others where they will go, and see if you can find them." Wu Hung asked, "Where will your companions go after they leave?" The corpse pondered for a moment and replied, "They will probably follow the clues to the next cemetery." "There is another cemetery?" There is only one question left. After thinking for a while, he asked in a deep voice, "Tell me about the last cemetery, and tell me everything you know." The corpse replied, "The last cemetery is the cemetery of a princess. She was very popular with the king before, and there must be many burial objects." After the 5 questions, the corpse lay back on its back. "The other party is here, and he must have found clues to the princess's tomb." The corpse did not mention the location of the second tomb, so he probably didn't know the exact location. "These damn guys killed so many people. We must catch them." The members cursed in a low voice. "Master Wu Hung, if you don't need the corpse, I will take it away first and see if I can find clues about this tomb robbing group." The deacon spoke. Wu Hung said, "You can take it away, I am of no use." "Okay, roll it up." The body was wrapped up, and the deacon put it directly into the space ring. After confirming that there was nothing else to investigate in the room, Wu Hung said, Let's go out first and see how to solve the fog." "Okay." Several people walked out of the cabin and returned to the deck. The people guarding outside immediately came over and asked about the situation inside. Wu Hung walked to the bow. "This ship is not a strange object. That is the murderer's bow hanging on the bow. The closer you get to the bow, the thicker the fog becomes. You can even see the black particles floating around the dancing lights. Go to the bow and look at the beast's bow that is spewing smoke. Feying miasma bow, strange item. Effect, spews miasma. Side effect, corrodes living things. Description, hang on the bow and spew out miasma full of negative energy, covering the area." Sure enough, the strange item is here. In other words, only this monster-shaped bow is the strange item that creates miasma. Wu Hung walked over and used the mansion technique to create a lifting device, took off the bow, and put it into the space ring. As the ferocious monster bow disappeared, the fog began to fade. Snap! The violent cracking sound continued. The ghost ship under his feet began to make a harsh cracking sound. "Master Wu Hung, it seems that this ship can't hold on for much longer. Let's retreat first." The local deacon ran over and said. The rest of the crew had already returned to the association's ship along the rope. "Go back," Wu Hung said. As everyone left, the ghost ship completely broke apart. It sank to the bottom of the sea. Only some fragments, wreckage with moss, still floated on the sea. "Let's go. The fog is dissipating. Let's go back first." Wu Hung looked at the sea and said directly. The deacon nodded and shouted behind him, "Return! Return!" People shouted. The rest of the people also shouted loudly with excitement. This dangerous mission not only did not reduce the number of people, but also because of the participation of the island owner, things were surprisingly simple. They were just acting as crew members, just following along. After returning, they will definitely get good merits. I just hope that the merits will not be downgraded because of too smooth. Outside the fog. The ships guarding outside looked at the endless fog ahead in surprise. Someone rubbed his eyes and carefully identified several times. When he confirmed that the fog was really dissipating and the trapped ship was gradually revealed in the distance, he immediately woke up. He turned around and shouted, "The fog has disappeared." The deacon and others succeeded. Walala! A large number of people came out of the cabin. They stared at the fog that was gradually dispersing with the wind. The other few ships were also full of people, cheering towards the distant direction. In an ancient tomb in the deep mountains. In the dim tomb, several tomb robbers held up the illumination stone and looked at the sarcophagus in front of them with bright eyes. "Ron, there is a stone tablet here." One of the young men wearing glasses brought the illumination stone close to the stone tablet on one side and carefully identified the words on it. "What's written on it? Is it the tomb of the princess?" Ron turned his head and said, his voice echoing in the empty tomb. The young man pushed his glasses. He could only make out some of the words on it, but he could also half-guess what it said. He said, "The princess is a fox demon. She bewitched the king, causing the people to resent and the ministers to rebel. In the end, the kingdom was destroyed, and her head was cut off and sent back to her hometown." "Fox people?" One of them looked over curiously. "It's not written, it should be the fox people, but I don't know which king it is. The human race prefers fox people, but I haven't heard of this story." Another person said, "You really think you are an archaeological team? Open the door quickly and see if there are any good things inside." Someone urged. "We found this place with great difficulty, not to explore some bullshit story. Whether we can find 1 or 2 rare items and make a fortune is the real thing." Several people made preparations and began to open the coffin lid. A cold breath emanated from the sarcophagus, and everyone skillfully kept their distance. When the smoke and smell inside dissipated, a few scrolls that slowed down the air cleared the miasma in the air. Several people quickly gathered together. Various burial objects were placed inside. The gorgeous cloth lost its color in an instant, and the body collapsed in an instant. But there were still many burial objects inside. It's a fortune. Several people showed excitement on their faces. So, you are here to take these burial objects? A person standing behind suddenly spoke, a male voice, but the tone was hesitant and slow, like a woman. Everyone paused and turned around to look at the person who was speaking. Ron said coldly, "What are you doing? You are talking nonsense at this time." "Nonsense?" The man narrowed his eyes slightly, and said coquettishly. His originally rough face showed some strange tenderness. Then he sighed, "I was woken up by you." As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed. Even if they were still guessing a second ago, now they heard this, they were basically certain in their hearts. Sure enough, he was a person in the ancient tomb. After doing it so many times, he still encountered such a thing. Walala, everyone frantically took out scrolls and props, trying to protect themselves. The young man with glasses said in surprise, "You are a fox demon." Fox demon. The man who was just charming had a moment of trance in his eyes. Then his expression became serious and his tone was cold. "If you were the nobles in the hall, I would admit it if you called me a fox demon, but you guys dared to call me that." The next second, the tomb robber instantly knelt on the ground, his head turned up to the sky, and wisps of blue soul fire floated out of his mouth. All fell to the ground. Only the man with glasses was left, kneeling on the ground, his face full of fear. "Tell me about the outside." The gentle male voice sounded again. Holt City, Association Dormitory. Wu Hung sat at the table with his mobile phone propped up on it, making a video call with Zalagui and Shiryali. Zalagui said, "I'm glad you're not in danger." After all, the fog incident was quite a big deal. As soon as he came back, he contacted Zalagui and told the two sisters about the incident in detail. "Do you look down on me or heroes?" Wu Hung asked. The fog is indeed difficult for local forces, but it is not dangerous for himself. Those iron golems can't beat his skeletons. Zalagui just hummed and asked, "Have you investigated those tomb robbers?" "The local association will investigate again. When I get the portrait, I will also check Treasure Island. The other party is dwarfs. I suspect they may have been to Treasure Island." Wu Hung thought for a moment and said, "Okay." Zalagui nodded. Wu Hung thought for a moment and then said, "By the way, is tomb robbing illegal?" He really didn't know whether tomb robbing was illegal in this world. He only knew that the excavation of corpses by necromancers was listed in the clauses of all countries. Thinking about it this way, it's really unfair to treat necromancers. But this regulation is not surprising. Wu Hung considers himself a decent person among necromancers. He also bought a lot of corpses from the Snake Emblem Consortium. Most of these corpses were dug out, with soil still in the gaps between the coffins. A normal necromancer would definitely dig up a good corpse if he knew it. Zalagui said, "Since so many people died, and their minds were disturbed, they will definitely be investigated." "Do you think these people died in vain?" "That's right. So many people died, and several ships of people showed mental abnormalities. These tomb robbers will definitely be wanted, and the wanted level may be relatively high. It depends on whether we can find detailed information." "You are right. How can you be a deacon? You are talking nonsense again." Zalagui glared at him. Wu Hung continued to ask about the Treasure Island. There was no problem there. Everything was normal. Seeing that the business was over, Shiryali came up and asked, "When will you be back?" "Wait for me to hand over to the deacon here, and I will go back after confirming that there is no problem." Wu Hung replied with a smile. "Then when you come back, come to eat?" Shiryali said. Zalagui nudged her with her elbow, signaling her not to be so blunt all the time. Wu Hung smiled and said, "I go see you guys when I get back." "Have you been training well at home?" "Yes, we have already made a training plan," Shiryali said proudly. "Great." Wu Hung also clapped his hands in support. The three chatted for a while, and then hung up the phone. "Uncle, the deacon is here." As soon as he hung up the phone, Xiao Xiao flew in. Immediately afterwards, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." The door opened, and the middle-aged deacon walked in directly with a smile on his face. "Master Wu Hung, the fog has completely disappeared, the trapped ships have been brought back for treatment, and some ships have been arranged to search the location of the previous ghost ship to confirm whether there are other clues. Wu Hung is the flag bearer and personally participated in this operation. It's okay to tell him about the progress. You can handle it." The deacon continued, "The portrait of the tomb robber has been drawn, and people have been arranged to investigate. We have cleaned the patterns on the puppet's armor and helmet and restored its original appearance. It's just right for you to go to Hongwenhui to confirm the time and kingdom of the tomb. If any ancient tombs or ruins are found in various places, they must be reported to the Hongwen Society. If the information is important, it will also be counted as merit. Okay, just leave it to me, Wu Heng said with a smile. All the puppet fragments that were collected were taken out, and Wu Heng also put them directly into the space ring. The deacon smiled and said, this time, thanks to the help of the island owner, we were able to do so smoothly. It should be, even if it doesn't happen in the Emerald Sea, you can ask for help from Treasure Island if you have difficulties, Wu Heng said directly. The deacon stood up again and bowed, thank you, Island Master. You're welcome. The two chatted in the room for a while, and the other party explained the rest of the matter. After confirming that there was no problem here, Wu Heng left the city and took the ghost train back. Headquarters, the chief meeting room. Around the gorgeous round table, the three ruling chiefs of the headquarters sat. Sword of Justice Hadalai. Holy Light Arbitration Saidu. Stone Hammer Bruno. The other two leaders, Lilith, were in Treasure Island, and the leader of Hongwenhui was in the Holy See. All the people in the headquarters were busy with Wu Heng and the Holy See. Since entering this room, the religious leader Saida had a cold face and sat in a chair without saying a word. Hadalai glanced at him, and his eyes fell on the dwarf leader Bruno again, saying, Bruno, you investigated Treasure Island, you tell me. Bruno spoke directly, there is no problem with Treasure Island, there is no so-called undead experimental base, nor any related experiments, or an environment for cultivating undead power. The religious leader's eyes suddenly condensed. Bruno, did you investigate it carefully? Chapter 887. The dwarf leader with a fiery red beard asked in a serious tone, do you want to say that I am protecting a necromancer? The religious leader looked directly at the other party, not believing that the necromancer would have no problems at all. But as the dwarf leader, with the hottest temper, and the most direct approach, he would never hide anything for the other party. Besides, the two sides had no intersection before. He said in a deep voice, have you checked it carefully? The dwarf leader frowned, feeling that his ability to do things was questioned by the other party, and said in a deep voice, want to fight? Arena or somewhere else, you can choose. I'm talking to you about serious matters. Have you checked carefully? The religious leader still asked. If you don't trust us, you can go to Treasure Island to check it yourself. In the past, he would really go to Treasure Island. But the other party has become a hero, and the conflict between the two sides has intensified to the current state. He really doesn't dare to lead the team to investigate. That kid always does things differently from normal people. Enough. The Sword of Justice Hadalai slammed the table hard to calm the two arguing leaders. There are 5 ruling leaders in total, and now there are only 3 here, and they can still quarrel like this. The two people who were arguing stopped talking, and Hadalai continued, tell me the details of the investigation. He had already read the report sent by the investigator. From the records, there was indeed no problem with Treasure Island. But we still have to listen to the leader's opinion. The dwarf leader slowly took a sip of tea, and then said calmly, after we arrived on the island, we directly inspected the important areas mentioned in the intelligence. Several sites are factories on the island, and the undead creatures detected are skeletons responsible for production in the factory. In the following days, we divided into several teams and conducted a detailed search on the island, but did not find any suspicious locations. The hunters are good at excavation and exploration. They are also the most professional in finding secret places among several departments. Even if some places are covered or moved in advance to deal with inspections, the hunters can find the corresponding clues. Such a detailed investigation did not find anything, which is enough to prove that there is no place they are looking for on Treasure Island. The dwarf leader paused for a moment and continued, when we left, we searched the surrounding islands again, but we didn't find anything. Instead, we found some mines and money boxes left by pirates. The religious leader narrowed his eyes, and asked again, how do you explain so many skeletons? The dwarf leader replied, we used strange objects to question him. According to him, he bought the bodies from the Snake Emblem Consortium. By so many? With the financial resources of Treasure Island, I don't find it strange. The dwarf leader said, it is not a glorious thing for the flag bearer of the association to buy corpses from the Snake Emblem Consortium. If he were still an ordinary professional, even if he was level 18 or 19, the association could use this as an excuse to give some warnings or punishments. But now the other party is a hero, and the unreasonable things in the past are done. The Sword of Justice took over the conversation and said, have you met Lilith? Yes, The house is well decorated. The dwarf leader stroked his beard, and there seemed to be some special meaning in his words. What did she say? The Sword of Justice continued to ask. Lilith was in charge of the Whisperers. If any site on the island was moved in advance, she would also get relevant information. Moreover, the other party had contacted me before and mentioned the information that Wu Hung had contact with the leader of the Snake Emblem Consortium. She said there was no problem on the island, and that Wu Heng's mind was focused on various strange machines, and he was not so interested in necromancy. The dwarf leader spoke. Judging from the various strange machines and the improvement of some items, he is indeed more accomplished than in necromancy. The only thing that reflects his achievements in magic is his rapid progress in level. The three of them remained silent for a while. The Sword of Justice looked at the two and asked, "Do you have anything else to say about this?" The religious leader said, "I have a question." The other two looked at him. The religious leader continued, "The improvement of magic requires constant experimentation and learning. The necromancy faction is the rarest among the mage factions, and there are even fewer people who have achieved success. He became a hero so quickly, and even without any obstacles. Isn't this worthy of doubt?" The Sword of Justice nodded slowly. His growth rate is indeed surprising. Do you have any clues? The religious leader looked more serious and said word by word, "I have long suspected that he was reincarnated or his body was stolen." Lilith said that this question can be confirmed that the other party is not one of these two. The Sword of Justice said directly, "This is also okay." The religious leader narrowed his eyes again and wanted to speak. The Sword of Justice spoke first. The association's investigation is based on evidence and records. We can make reasonable guesses, but we cannot jump to conclusions based on guesses alone. The religious leader's words were stuck in his throat. Now any questions he raised were based on speculation based on the other party's abnormalities. There was no substantial evidence. The matter has been investigated clearly, so let's make a decision according to what we have discussed before. Because of this kid, the leaders' meeting has been held over and over again. I am tired of you even if you are not tired of it. The dwarf leader continued to speak. The Sword of Justice looked at the religious leader again and said directly, "From now on, any investigation into Treasure Island and Wu Hung will be cancelled, and the identity of the leader will be disclosed to the association to increase the association's external influence. The addition of a new hero will have a significant impact both externally and internally on the association. I have no objection." The dwarf leader expressed his opinion. The religious leader remained silent. No one answered, and the matter was settled. The Sword of Justice continued to announce the second thing, saying, "From now on, the flag-bearer status of Wu Hung Treasure Island will be cancelled, and a field leader will be appointed, who will enjoy all the treatment of the association leader except the right to govern." "No objection," the dwarf replied. The religious leader still did not speak, and his face was full of suppressed anger. The Sword of Justice nodded slightly, then it settled. The headquarters will announce it first, and then release the news to the resident associations, and post notices one after another. Okay. The dwarf leader nodded. After the matter was over, the dwarf leader and the religious leader stood up and left the meeting room directly. The Sword of Justice sat in the chair and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. This matter finally has a result. The Holy See is an important part of the association, and there is a ruling leader. Wu Hung is also special, growing fast, with many ideas and strong abilities. If they really force the other party to go to the Snake Emblem Consortium or the Immortal Emperor, it will also be a loss to the association. This result is not bad now. As for the conflict between Wu Hung and the church, let's mediate it later. After thinking about it, he also walked out of the meeting room. The leader's study. Religious hero Saida came back from outside and sat on the chair with a gloomy face. Treasure Island didn't find anything. Even if I don't believe that a necromancer can be so clean, the facts are in front of me, and the rules of the association are based on records and evidence. Even if he was the leader, there was nothing to say about this matter. The announcement that there was no experimental base on Treasure Island indirectly proved that the judgment of the Holy See was wrong. The Pope and the two ships of the Holy See died in vain on Treasure Island. How could this happen? Knock, knock, knock. Just when he was full of anger, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." The priest's assistant opened the door and walked in. "Leader, what's the matter?" The assistant stepped forward lightly and carefully pushed the letter in his hand forward. "Leader, a letter from Treasure Island." Saidu's eyes widened. He actually dared to write to him at this time. "Give it here. You go out first." The assistant handed the letter forward and turned to leave. Saidu took the letter and felt that the envelope was bulging, much thicker than a normal letter. What did he write? It's so thick, Did he write a lot of words to show off that the investigation team didn't find anything? If it was just like this, Saidu would only feel that the other party was childish and ridiculous. He sneered in his heart, tore open the envelope, and poured the letter into his hand. A letter, and a folded map. Map. Saidu frowned and stared at the unusually clear map in his hand. This is a map of the Emerald Sea. The other parts are blurred, but the location of the church in each city is unusually clear. How to draw such a map? It's like an oil painting, and it's so clear and accurate. Threaten me again, and clean up the churches everywhere? The Holy See is indeed more worried about this matter. After all, the two sides have different financial resources. The other side has only a treasure island, and the Holy See has built hundreds of years to reach today's scale. But the current situation is different. The association recognized his identity as a hero. If he really destroyed the church and killed the clergy based on the previous conflicts, it would completely meet the association's definition of a cult. At that time, the heroes of the association and the heroes of the church would kill each other together. Moreover, he didn't believe that Wu Hung dared to do so. That kid was crazy, but his brain was not stupid. He did so much just to wait for the association to recognize his identity. It was nothing more than sending the map over to mock himself. I just felt that the other party was still so childish, using this trick to vent emotions, but it was useless. He continued to unfold the letter. When he opened it, a piece of paper stuck in the letter fell out and landed on the table. Saidu's eyes froze, and he stared at the paper on the table with wide eyes. On the palm-sized paper, there was a colorful image, his appearance, and his naked body. He twisted his body, and made a hard shape with his hands in front of his chest. Saidu's eyes widened, and a feeling of shame and anger surged into his heart. What is this? How can there be such a thing? His hands trembled as he looked at the letter. There was very little content. I know the location of every church you have. If you threaten the Chamber of Commerce that cooperates with Treasure Island, I will post this kind of photo in all churches so that all believers can see your inner side. I will keep my word. If you don't believe me, you can keep trying. Saidu stared at the letter, bloodshot eyes. A feeling of shame and humiliation filled his mind. He couldn't imagine what impact this kind of picture would have on him. Damn it, this kid would definitely dare to do it. After hesitating for a long time, he said angrily, "You dare." Dang dang dang. The anger in the conference room, coupled with the letter at this time, only felt the blood rushing up, his feet were unstable, and he staggered back to the chair. The violent friction of the chair made the assistant push the door open directly. "Chief. Get out," Saidu said in a deep voice. The assistant glanced at the other party, and left the room again. At this moment, he did not maintain the dignity and calmness of the leader. The headquarters, a mansion filled with various puppets. The dwarf, wearing purple-blue clothes and single-sided glasses, looked at the letter in his hand. Treasure Island flag bearer? The dwarf sneered, tore the letter into pieces, and threw it on the ground. "Everyone wants to order from me." Immediately, a puppet with a strange shape came forward to sort out the shredded paper. "Go get the clothes, I'm going to visit the respected leader Lilith." The dwarf stood up from the slightly low chair, and called to the side. Immediately, a puppet came over and helped him put on the dress. He checked his attire in the silver mirror, then walked out of the room, and headed for his destination. "Knock, knock, knock." After knocking on the heavy door, the dwarf said respectfully, "Mortimer is here to visit Chief Lilith. Please let her know." "The chief is not here. I will tell him about your visit when he returns." The servant who opened the door was also respectful. "Not here? Oh, thank you. I visit you another day." The dwarf was a little disappointed, but he still spoke carefully. The door closed again, and the other party turned and walked out. "Is it Wu Hung from Treasure Island? Is he a hero? The announcement has come out, it must be true. Isn't he a businessman? He sells pens and pills. Who knows, but he is definitely a hero." The dwarf stepped on a low stool, put one foot on the car and took it back. Treasure Island. The letter he just received seemed to be written by Treasure Island. After thinking for a while, he got off the carriage and headed for the association hall. As soon as he entered, he saw countless people crowding in front of the notice board. The dwarf took advantage of his height disadvantage and squeezed in front to look at the notice. Treasure Island Wu Hung became the association's field leader. Enjoy all the treatment of a leader. Wu Hung? Treasure Island. The dwarf widened his eyes and turned to rush to his residence. Treasure Island. Wu Hung took back the two skeleton servants' mansion technique and appeared at the port wearing a hood. After the battle with the Pope, the port was rebuilt and some facilities were improved. Outside the room, where the ship manager was, a notice had been posted. The content was that a ghost ship appeared in the Emerald Sea and had been eliminated by the Emerald Sea flag bearer Wu Hung. The second one was to collect relevant information about tomb robbers. The ghost ship is indeed real. A bunch of crazy people got off the ship that was docked at the port. I saw it with my own eyes. At the critical moment, the island owner was still powerful. He is a necromancer, and the ghost ship just fits his professional expertise. That makes sense. People around who were also reading the notice gathered together to discuss. Treasure Island was not affected by the fog and the ghost ship, and at most there were some rumors from all sides. The more they spread, the scarier they became, and there was no substantial loss. In addition, Treasure Island was recently sanctioned by the church, and there were not many ships coming and going. Wu Hung stood in the crowd and eavesdropped for a while. Feeling that nothing was wrong, he took a carriage and returned to the island owner's mansion. Enter the gate. The maids rushed out with joy. "Master, are you back?" Minnie asked. "Yes." Wu Hung hugged the 4 maids who rushed over. Cattleman Roby said, "Master, has the ghost ship been solved? Is there really a ghost ship?" It seems that Zalagwi has not told them about the ghost ship. "I will tell you when we get into the house." Wu Hung walked towards the house. Sanera also came out from inside and said with a smile, "Are you back?" "Well, did you miss me?" Wu Hung asked with a smile. "Missed you." "It's okay to miss me, as long as you think about me." "Childish." Chanela glared at him unhappily, and her face was full of joy when she saw her man coming back. Entering the living room, Minnie helped him change his clothes. Several women in the family sat in the living room, prepared fruit wine and snacks, and looked at him eagerly. "What for?" Wu Hung asked. "Didn't the master say to tell us about the ghost ship?" Luo Bei said. Wu Hung sat down and said, "The ghost ship is a tomb built on the ship." "Tomb?" Everyone was more interested. Then, Wu Hung told everyone about the exploration of the ghost ship. The women in the family were surprised that someone would build a tomb on the ship, and they hated the tomb robbers for causing such a big incident, because they killed many people. After the story was finished, Wu Hung said, "You guys chat, I clean up, and then go visit Chief Lilith." Several people nodded, and Wu Hung walked upstairs. After a simple packing, he took Xiao Xiao downstairs, and then released teleportation towards Lilith's mansion. Wu Hung and Xiao Xiao sat in the living room and waited for a while. Lilith, wearing a dark blue dress, walked down from upstairs slowly. "Sister Lilith." Xiao Xiao waved and greeted. Lilith smiled. "When did you come back?" "Just came back. My uncle asked me to come here," Xiao Xiao said directly. Wu Hung touched her with his arm, then smiled and said, "Is the leader resting upstairs?" "Yes." Lilith sat down opposite, and the housekeeper brought tea and cakes. Lilith continued to ask, "So, what is the matter that made you, a hero, come all the way here?" There was a hint of questioning in her tone. "Tell him not to run around." Before the investigation team came, he was not on the island, and he left again just after the investigation. After a long time, he just had a good attitude and didn't do what he promised. Wu Hung said, "The situation is indeed quite serious. There are more than 1,000 people affected. I am the flag bearer, so I have to go and deal with it." Lilith raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect it to be so serious. She was collecting intelligence again and asked, "What's the matter?" "Ghost ship. There have been rumors about this on the island for some time." "Tell me about it." Wu Hung told the story of the ghost ship again. Lilith said, "I did receive information about the ghost ship, but I didn't expect it to be so serious. I will arrange the wanted notice for the tomb robbers. Don't worry about this. If you arrange it, they will definitely not be able to escape." Wu Hung said politely, and then asked, "Chief, is there any news from the investigation team?" Lilith glanced at him. "I thought you didn't care about this matter." "How could I not care? I am innocent." "Yes, yes." Xiao Xiao nodded. Lilith took a sip of tea. "It's out. Wait for your announcement. You will be the leader in the future." Wu Hung responded, and was happy. "Thank you, leader." Return from Lilith. Wu Hung called the sisters Zalagwi, and arranged to have dinner there tomorrow. Today, he stayed in the island owner's mansion to sort out some things. Wu Hung did not tell the others about the leader's news from Lilith. It would not be too late to wait until the announcement came down. After dinner, Wu Hung returned to the study. Xiao Xiao was at Lilith's place, while Brenda and Bernie were busy with their own things. He sat down at the desk and took out the iron puppet armor that the local deacon gave him when he left. The armor had been cleaned, but it was still covered with thick patina. But the pattern on it, in the middle of the armor, was a pattern that looked like a monster, with big eyes and a huge mouth and fangs. On both sides were swirling patterns with cloud and thunder characteristics. It looked like a pattern that appeared in a myth. Should these be handed over to Hong Wenhui? Glinda glanced over here. Well, let Hong Wenhui see which country's armor style it is. I always feel that it is familiar. Chapter 888. Such a complex style is rare for armor. Glinda agreed. The armor is made of bronze. Bronze has long been eliminated in modern armor and weapons, and iron ore is divided into many categories, such as ordinary iron, refined iron, and dwarven iron ore. It is enough to prove that the tomb of the ghost ship has a long enough history. If Hong Wenhui has any information, let's ask. After taking a few photos, Wu Hung brought a box and put the armor parts and some fragments into it. That's fine. Glinda nodded. Neither Wu Hung nor Glinda were very interested in history. If there were relevant materials, they could take a look. If not, they would not spend as much time as Hong Wenhui to decipher ancient secrets. But this time, the ghost ship also made me certain of one thing. The panel can also provide translation for the older inscriptions. If I am stuck in the hero stage, helping Hong Wenhui to decipher ancient documents may be a good way to retire. After packing everything, Wu Hung put it into the space ring. Wait for someone to send it to the association tomorrow. Glinda returned to his seat to read a book, while Wu Hung drank tea and thought about the next plan in his mind. From Lilith, it can be confirmed that the headquarters has recognized his identity as the leader. The rest is up to the headquarters to issue an announcement. When it is announced everywhere, it will be a big event to become a hero, and many people should know him. Unfortunately, fame is no longer useful to him. I opened the panel and took a look. Faith, 21/50,000. During this period, it has basically not increased. In Mexico, it seems that not many people believe in my identity as a fairy master. It seems that I still have to focus on improving faith, at least build the church on Treasure Island first. Try to collect some faith. The headquarters has confirmed my identity as the leader, and the religious leader should have received the letter I wrote to him. I don't know if it makes him angry. There is no big plan for the zombie world at present. The base is stable, and the survivors can live normally. Moreover, killing ordinary zombies will not improve myself at all. The next step should be to cultivate high-level zombies. I can't always catch high-level professionals from the other world, so I can cultivate some of the original deformed zombies and promote their evolution. After reaching level 20, kill and transform into skeletons. I thought about the following plans in my mind. I also roughly have a direction. He looked away and looked at Glanda beside him, asking, Glanda, you've been reading books for so long, but you still haven't learned any skills? I haven't read for a long time, so I can't learn, and it's quite boring. Glanda answered directly. Benny also turned around and looked over. A level 20 ghost, the panel says that it can learn skills of the same attribute. Glanda has been reading books for a long time, but he hasn't learned any skills. Benny has also reached level 20, but she didn't pay much attention to this matter. You won't be affected by Xiao Xiao, Wu Hung said curiously. Glinda said, I thought about it, your skills are not very helpful to our combat power. Even if we can really learn them, the way we kill the target is still to possess the body. Wu Hung glanced at the other party, and what he said made some sense. You can't expect the ghost to fly over and release a bone-serving technique or weakening ray on the opponent. If the target level is low, just possess and break the neck. The opponent is also level 20. These skills are not very useful to the target, but will expose the traces. Wait until I collect higher level skills, Wu Hung said. Glinda said, if you have that time, why not collect some rituals to improve skills? Which one is more useful than your skills? Wu Hung was stunned by what the other party said. Rituals are indeed easier to improve. Moreover, many effects are more suitable for ghosts. Wait until I collect materials, Wu Hung said. Glinda did not say anything more to him, and his eyes fell back on the book. Wu Hung looked at the sky outside the window, and went back to his room to rest. The next day morning, after breakfast, Wu Hung sat in the living room and waited for a while. Chanela, with her long hair tied up, walked down slowly from upstairs. High boots, tight trousers, trouser legs tucked into the boots, black innerwear inside, and a brown hood with a shawl outside. Unlike the noble lady in the past, today she looks like a ranger who is going to perform a reconnaissance mission. Let's go, Chanela said directly after coming down. The two agreed to go to the church to see the decoration today. They had no experience in this area, so they could only improve it as they went along. Why are you wearing this outfit today? Wu Hung stood up and followed them out. It's more convenient to go to the construction site, Sanera explained, then said, why, it doesn't look good? It looks good, but it's different from before, and it feels fresh, Wu Heng said with a smile. Sanera rolled her eyes at him and said, I wear it for you to see in the evening. Let's go first, so as not to keep others waiting too long. The two got on the carriage and headed for the church. Arrived at the central area. Outside the church, the dwarf designer of Treasure Island was waiting outside with many people. Seeing Wu Heng and Chanella get off the carriage, he quickly stepped forward and saluted, Master Island Master, Madam Chanella. Wu Heng hummed, and Chanella asked, How is the progress? It's going very smoothly. Once the plan is confirmed, the remaining materials can be brought in. The dwarf designer answered immediately. Chanella nodded and continued, Where is the design drawing? Show it to Wu Heng. Here. The designer took out the drawing and quickly brought it to Wu Heng's eyes. Then, he began to compare the design drawing and describe the plan and effect of each location on the spot. The gate, window, and the top of the corridor are all specially designed. Different from the semicircular arch of the church building, the church here uses a pointed arch, which looks more vertical. The type of column is composed of multiple thin columns, which looks more gorgeous and has a sense of lines. In addition, there are stained glass with pictures of young men improving strange machines and expelling pirates. The lines are beautiful and often appear in the vines and flower carvings in the Wood Elf buildings. Together, they form the Treasure Island Church in front of us. Wu Heng listened to the introduction of the dwarf designer and looked at it from inside to outside. The lines that appear continuously, and the vertical sense that is raised as high as possible make the whole hall give people a sense of stability and majesty. The Wood Elf elements mixed in the details have a little vitality, which makes the building not so depressing. It fits the style proposed by Wu Heng and Chanella, which reflects a professional but not oppressive style. Similarly, it can be seen that many designs are different from the church, so that the difference between the two can be clearly distinguished. How is it? Chanella asked on the side. Very good, Wu Heng said. Hearing this, several designers on the side also breathed a sigh of relief. The design draft of the church has been deleted and revised many times, and this time it has been renovated to the current level. If you are still not satisfied, it will be more troublesome. That's good. If the shape and style are okay, let them continue, so that we can finish the work as soon as possible. Sanera continued. Okay. Sanera nodded, continued to explain to the designer beside her, and then asked, Let the subsequent materials go into the factory. The dwarf designer agreed. Sanera continued to ask, How long will it take to complete the work? It will be completed in 5 to 7 days. The dwarf designer said directly. Assign someone to keep a close eye on it. Yes. After visiting the church, Wu Heng went to the association and handed them the wooden box that was packed last night. Sent it directly to the headquarters of Hong Wenhui. After coming out again, he and Chanella took a carriage back. In the carriage, Chanella said, The letter I wrote to the Elders' Council should have arrived. I don't know what their attitude is. Before, the Wood Elves representative came to the Island Master's mansion and asked Chanella about the Treasure Island and the church. Chanella wrote a letter to the Elders' Council, in which she mentioned that Wu Heng became a hero. Don't worry, the result will definitely be good, Wu Heng said with a smile. Sanera looked at him and said leisurely, I'm afraid that if I tell them that you have become a hero, they won't believe it. They have never seen you, and they only heard the information sent back. Why not believe it? The association's announcement will come down in a few days, Wu Heng said calmly. Sanera raised her eyebrows and said in surprise, The result is out? Wu Heng motioned her to lower her voice, and then said, Leader Lilith said that the headquarters has become my leader, and the announcement has been sent to various places. The elders will discuss it for a few more days, and it is estimated that they will receive the association's announcement. Shannara smiled and said, I am looking forward to the expressions of other chambers of commerce after seeing the announcement. They gave up a hero just because of a warning. I am afraid they will wake up and slap themselves a few times. It's not their fault. The deterrence of the church is there. Wu Heng didn't care much about other chambers of commerce. The deterrence of the church is there, especially for ordinary chambers of commerce. Without the support of the country and race, the church can easily crush them. Shannara was a little surprised and stepped forward to pinch his face. I didn't realize that you have the demeanor of a hero. What are you talking about? I'm always generous. The carriage returned to the island owner's mansion. Sanera went to the training ground to train with the maids, and Wu Heng went upstairs and returned to the study. Let Benny call Xiao Xiao back, and then go to the zombie world. Walk out of the gate. The other world is still Xinfu City Prison. Xiao Xiao, go see if there are any zombies that have reached level 20. Wu Hung released the ghost and said directly, "Okay." Xiao Xiao agreed and flew to the prison with Benny. Wu Hung walked to the surveillance camera and confirmed the surveillance situation in the entire prison. Xinfu City Prison should be the most normal one among all the bases. It was still the original defense layout, and various skeletons were busy with their own things. Glinda asked, "Why didn't the strange object respond when the investigation team asked you about the necromancy experiment?" Wu Hung also thought about this question after the incident. He replied, "I guess there are several possibilities. One is that the zombie world is different from the other world, and the effect of the strange object is limited. The second point is that the cultivation of zombies does not belong to the necromancy experiment. The third point." After a short pause, he continued, "Third, I think the magic item didn't work at the time, and the side effect of the magic item is that the user takes the initiative to tell his secret, so there is no way to judge whether the magic item has worked." Glinda narrowed his eyes slightly. "So, you think the third possibility is the most likely? Then why didn't it work?" Wu Hung talked about the third point the most, and obviously preferred this statement. Wu Hung explained, "Remember when we first arrived at Treasure Island and I was still the deputy deacon, an inspector came to the island and used the sincere clay doll to question me? At that time, the strange object did not produce any effect." "Yes, I forgot about this matter." Glinda also remembered this matter. At that time, the inspector came to the island and questioned himself about the strange object. It was not that there was no effect, but the mental interference of the strange object was blocked by his awakened strengthened will. Strengthened will was the passive ability awakened by Wu Hung when he took the corpse core in Blackstone Town. This time, Wu Hung believed that it was this ability that blocked the effect of the strange object. "Then you won't be afraid of the association's questions anymore," Glinda said thoughtfully. "Wu Hung has too many secrets, and this kind of magic item can't produce any effect. It's too important for him. I'm a hero, I'm afraid of his questions, so both sides can get by," Wu Hung said unconvinced. "Just brag." While the two were talking, Xiao Xiao and Benny also flew back. Xiao Xiao said excitedly, "Uncle, the zombie in room 203 is level 20. We can kill it." It always feels weird when these words come out of a child's mouth. But another zombie reached level 20, which is indeed a good thing for Wu Hung. "Let's go. Let's transform the zombies first." Wu Hung stood up and led the ghost to the cell area. Cell 203. The zombies turned into corpses, and bone slavery was released. A skeleton slowly stood up from the ground. It was more than 1.8 meters tall, and also had wings on its back. Spirit Guard, level 20. Attributes: Constitution 45, Strength 47, Agility 51, Intelligence 38, Perception 65, Charisma 12. Features: Hollow Skeleton, Flying High Soul. Expertise: Biological Deformation, Physical Deformation, Heavy Crossbow Specialization, Grandmaster, Bow and Arrow Specialization, Master, Leather Armor Specialization, Master. Skills: Watcher, Deadly Aim. Watcher can guard and alert fixed locations. Lethal Aim: after aiming, the attack becomes more lethal, attacking the target's weaknesses and fatal parts. This time, the skeleton also shows its occupation, a guard. In terms of occupational characteristics, guards are similar to rangers, and the use of weapons tends to be bows and crossbows. The difference is that guards are good at guarding some fixed locations. And in the defense area, the slightest movement can find the target and attack. Actually, it's not bad. Let's see where to arrange it on the island and be responsible for security work. Find the fallen corpse core and put it into the space ring. Wu Hung asked, "Xiao Xiao, what is its name?" "Xinxian, I plan to call the next one Mingwa." Xiao Xiao flew over and said. Wu Hung scratched his face. The name of his undead servant was getting cuter and cuter. "Your name will be Xinxian from now on. Follow me out." Wu Hung walked out with the skeleton. Then he asked the skeleton guarding outside to go into the cell to clean up. Return to the monitoring room, give the original equipment to Xinxian, and after everything is put on, reopen the boundary door and walk in. The Island Master's Mansion. Wu Hung walked out with the skeleton and assigned the new member Star Eyes the task of guarding the Island Master's Mansion. This also added some defense to the Island Master's Mansion. When there are other places that need it later, we can arrange it then. Wu Hung said hello to the maids and used teleportation to leave. The next second, he appeared in the butler's mansion. When he stepped into the building, Shi Logli came up happily, put her arm around him, and said in a somewhat reproachful tone, "Didn't you say you would come to eat when you come back? I have to write a report first when I get back. I also got some armor patterns from the cemetery. I need to sort them out and report them to the Hongmen Association. Wu Hung explained to the other party. The two on the ghost ship is strange? Zalodwi was also interested. Wu Hung sat down in front of the sofa, took out the photos taken by his mobile phone, and showed them to her one by one. Zalodwi looked at them seriously, while Wu Hung put his arm around her shoulders, put his hand through her clothes, and held it in front of her chest. The elf with blonde hair and pointed ears was also used to these little movements. She leaned against the other party, and continued to look at her phone. At this time, Sher Yali also came out of the kitchen, looked at the two people who were cuddling together, and said, "It's time to eat." Wu Hung walked over and sat down at the dining table. "Where is the skeleton chef I arranged for you?" The two sisters sat on both sides. Sher Yali said, "I will cook a few dishes for you, and it will cook them normally." "That's great." Wu Hung smiled. Sher Yali asked, "Are you going back tonight?" "No." Ratam City. In the spacious and bright hall, Wenman Shah was wearing a coat and sitting on the sofa. Soon, footsteps were heard at the door, and the maid led two figures in. One was nearly 3 meters tall, wearing heavy armor, holding a two-handed sword, and behind the tight metal helmet, one could see the faint blue soul fire. The other was about 1.7 meters tall, hunched over, and wearing a heavy cloak. Treasure Island Artifact Master Costas, meeting Lord Wenmancha. The hunched figure bowed slightly, and the voice he made sounded unusually hoarse. Wenmancha's eyes lit up, and she stood up immediately, with a very enthusiastic attitude, saying, "Mr. Costas, you are finally here." Whether he came from Treasure Island or was a high-level mechanic, he deserved her enthusiasm. Costas stood up and said, "Lord Wenmancha, this is the phone that the island owner asked me to give you, saying that you can use it yourself. This is called Guigai, a high-level skeleton attendant, responsible for protecting your safety." Wenmancha looked to the side, and saw a skeleton wearing heavy armor and unusually tall. He turned back and looked at Karanmu, who was protecting him. He took the phone from him and said, "Please come in, Mr. Costas. I have someone prepare dinner for you." "You're too polite, Lord. I've turned into a ghoul." Costas continued calmly, "Lord, if it's convenient for you, can you tell me the location and requirements of the power plant that needs to be built?" "Okay, please come in." Chapter 889. Following Wenmancha into the living room, Costas looked at the decoration of the entire building, the elf paintings, the dwarf sculptures, the human vases. Under normal circumstances, these things would not appear in this remote town under his feet. It can even be said that even the elves and dwarves have no chance to come into contact with them. The luxury items of these races can also show that the island owner likes the female city owner in front of him. Of course, when he came here, the island owner also mentioned that the city owner in front of him had also signed a contract with him. A trustworthy person. After sitting down, Wenmancha asked someone to bring a map and unfolded it on the coffee table between the two of them. "Mr. Costas, starting from this city, we need to build a power plant." Costas looked down and saw that the number was indeed a bit large, so he asked, "Lord City Lord, what is the demand for electricity?" "Currently, it is mainly supplied to street lamps, and the development of some surrounding mines." Wenmancha replied. Costas nodded. "Okay, I can set off tomorrow and go to the first city to take a look. If there is no problem, I will start planning. At that time, I will need corresponding magic buildings and accessories, and I will need the Lord City Lord to arrange them. Magic buildings are the shortcoming of Ratam City. I will arrange for someone to order from the Snake Emblem Consortium. Please make the drawings as detailed as possible." Wenmancha agreed directly. Ratam City has experience in building power plants, and since the last time the leader of the Snake Emblem Consortium passed by here, the relationship between the two sides has become more friendly. Many orders from Ratam City began to be ordered through the Snake Emblem Consortium, and the cooperation between the two sides was relatively smooth. "The drawings will be drawn in a standardized manner, don't worry," Costa said. Both of them were very polite. They used honorifics when speaking to each other. Wenmancha smiled and nodded. "Then I will arrange a train and guards to escort you there tomorrow." "Okay." The main things were discussed. The two continued to talk about Treasure Island. Wenmancha still yearned for Treasure Island, because the weather there was good, there were many races, and it was lively, and most importantly, she could be with Wu Hung. But now the child was young. Even if it was a ghost train, a journey of several days was a burden for the baby. Costas didn't know much about Treasure Island. He was more focused on his work. After arriving at Treasure Island, he rarely went out to join in the fun. As they were talking, the maid came down and said softly, "Madam, the young lady is awake and must be hungry." When Manshaw looked at Costas and said apologetically, "Sorry, the child is still young and clingy." Costas suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the island owner favored the other party. It turned out that he already had a child. He also stood up and said, "Then I won't bother the city lord. If you have any questions, we can contact by phone." "Okay." When Manshaw nodded and said to the maid, "Take Mr. Costas to the arranged residence." "Mr. Costas, this way please." The maid took him away. Costas nodded and followed the maid. There were several accompanying skeleton mechanics standing in the courtyard. Led by Costas, they went to the prepared residence together. "Go and bring the child down," when Manshaw said to the maid. The maid went upstairs and brought the child down. When Manshaw opened her clothes and fed, while observing the tall skeleton that was newly arranged for her. The body is close to that of a burly orc, and the armor has been specially treated, and insect-like wings can be seen from the back. Is this also a race from Treasure Island? I have never heard of it. From now on, you will stay by my side and be responsible for protecting my safety. Skeleton Potlid walked behind her and stood aside. The next day, in the morning, Wu Hung came back from the Elf Sisters and just sat in the living room for a while. The satellite phone rang, and the caller ID showed that it was Manshaw. It seems that the mechanic Costas has arrived in Rentam City. The speed is still relatively fast. After answering the phone, Mansha's uncertain voice came from the other end. "Master?" "Well, Costas has arrived," Wu Hung said. "He arrived yesterday afternoon. I hope I didn't disturb your rest." Mansha's tone was smiling. "It's as if I always sleep late," Wu Hung retorted. "Minion where? Don't they pester you every day? You must be very tired," Manshaw said jokingly. Wu Hung counterattacked, "Come on, they say you are the most clingy." In my heart, I was thinking, now there are more than just a few maids at home. There are elves and wood elves inside and outside, but after becoming a hero, the body can be restored even if it is damaged, so the consumption in this regard is minimal. Who said that? I love them in vain. Manshaw seemed to have returned to the gang's sister-in-law. Wu Hung said, "Stop making trouble. Have you explained the matter?" "We have discussed it. Before calling you, Mr. Costas has taken the train to the first city for a field investigation. He will send the plan back at that time, and I will cooperate," Manshaw said seriously. "In fact, most cities do not necessarily need electricity. But the advantages of power plants are also obvious. The flame furnace provides heat energy to convert electricity. After it is built, there is basically no extra cost. It does not need to consume fuel like modern thermal power plants, and it is not easy to break down. The converted electricity can extend the activity time of residents, increase urban consumption, and develop surrounding resources. Later, Wu Hung also plans to provide residents with residential lighting. Of course, the light bulb factory must be built first." Wu Hung said, "Just discuss it, and then arrange someone to protect Costas. We only have one high-level strange machine master. I have arranged someone to protect him, and I will also pay attention to this aspect." Manshaw replied, "As long as you don't say that you are sent by Treasure Island, you won't attract any attention if you keep a low profile." After talking about this, Wu Hung asked, "Is there anything going on in Rentam City recently?" Manshaw thought for a while and said, "It's nothing big, but some intelligence said that the prince has arranged some people to enter the city. Because of the conflict between himself and the church, the religious leader returned directly to the headquarters while investigating the affairs of the Echo Kingdom. The eldest prince began to make some big and small moves again." Without waiting for Wu Hung to speak, Manshaw continued, "I plan to give one of the skulls you arranged for me to Natalia to protect his safety. Natalia is the second prince's princess, using the mask given to her by Wu Hung to play the role of the second prince, used to stabilize the balance between Rentam City and the second prince's power. If the second prince died in Rentam City, it would also endanger the current attitudes of both sides." "Okay, just arrange one to go there." Wu Hung agreed. Manshaw continued, "Which one is stronger, Karamu or this new Potlid?" Wu Hung glanced at her and said, "The new one is stronger, a level 20 warrior." 20. Manshaw exclaimed suddenly. She thought of level 18 or 19, but didn't dare to think of level 20. Wu Hung said, "Don't shout, the skeleton is indeed level 20, except for the hero, the rest of the enemies are not a problem." Now I remembered that I hadn't told Manshaw that he had reached level 20. But it didn't matter, the announcement came down immediately. Manshaw sat in her seat for a long time, and then asked again, "Is it really level 20? "Level 20, just know it yourself, don't tell anyone." "Oh, okay." Manshaw nodded subconsciously. Several things were arranged. Wu Hung then asked, "Where's your daughter?" "I asked someone to see if she's asleep," Wen Manshaw said. Not long after, Wen Manshaw said softly on the other side of the phone, "Dad is on the other side." Wu Hung clicked the video call on the screen, and then said, "Wen Manshaw, click to accept the green button." "Oh!" Wen Manshaw clicked. The next second, the pictures on both sides appeared on the screen. Wen Manshaw widened her eyes, and subconsciously shouted, "Master? This is a video call, we can meet like this in the future." Wu Hung explained, and then smiled and said, "Chin Chin, do you miss your dad?" The child looked at the screen, then crawled into Wen Manshaw's arms, and looked for food. Wen Manshaw smiled, the child is young, eating is more important than anything else. After that, she began to feed the child. The child ignored him, so Wu Hung introduced the video call to Wen Manshaw. The two chatted for a while, and hung up the phone. He got up and walked out of the room. When he reached the stairs, he heard Minnie's maids calling Sister Wen Manshaw. He had just finished talking to himself, and then he talked to Minnie and the others. Standing at the stairs, he looked down. Go upstairs and walk into the study. In the study, the three ghosts were busy with their own things. Wu Hung said, "Let's go to the zombie world." "Okay." Grinda and Bernie got into the body. Xiao Xiao said, "Uncle, are you going to the central square today? What do you have to do?" Wu Hung asked. "If you go, take the doll with you, I show it to my mother," Xiao Xiao said. Wu Hung thought about it. It was nothing anyway, okay. After putting the puppet into the space ring, Xiao Xiao also got into the body. He opened the boundary gate on the side, and walked in directly. Walk out of the boundary gate. Release the ghost, and go to see the level of the other zombies in the cell. Now, there are 4 level 20 skeletons around him. To some extent, it feels no worse than some forces. The only difference is that the level 20 skeleton is only an improvement in combat power, and cannot directly kill the hero. But for combat, there is still an advantage. For example, several skeletons surrounded the hero, wounded or restrained the opponent, and then killed him. At this time, Xiao Xiao flew back from the direction of the cell, saying with regret, "They didn't reach level 20 this time, they are so slow." Benny smiled and said, "It will be reached sooner or later, you can name it first." "That's right." Xiao Xiao smiled again. Wu Hung stood up and said, "Let's go to the central area." "Great, I want to show my mother the doll." Xiao Xiao cheered. The weather here has entered winter. Wu Hung rode the skeleton flying dragon and flew towards the central area. Even though his body was strong, the biting cold wind in the sky still gave people the feeling of a blade shaving their face. The 3 ghosts followed and chatted, while Wu Hung curled up and kept his mouth shut to hurry on. Arrived at the central area. Wu Hung went upstairs and took out the doll in the empty corridor, saying, "Knock on the door before entering the house. Don't scare your mother." Xiao Xiao completed the possession, and the doll stood up from the ground. "Uncle, you said that as if my doll is not good looking." Wu Hung said, "People in this world have never seen these things, unlike us who are well informed. Take care of your mother." Xiao Xiao tilted her head and felt that it made sense. "Okay, I understand." As she said that, she ran to the door of Zhao Yanquo's room, knocked on the door, and then said, "Mom, are you there?" After hearing the response from inside, Xiao Xiao made an okay gesture to this side, opened the door and walked in. Seeing that there was no screaming in the room, Wu Hung walked towards Li Yahong's office. He knocked on the door, opened it and walked in. In the office, Li Yahong was working on the computer, and music was playing on the speakers next to her. Seeing Wu Hung coming in, Li Yahong's eyes lit up. "Are you willing to come out? I thought you were going to spend the rest of your life in prison alone. I missed you, so I came to see you," Wu Hung said with a smile. "Humph, I don't believe you," Li Yahong said, and then said to the speakers, "Shall I lower your voice?" The volume of the speakers was reduced, which did not affect the conversation between the two. Wu Hung said, "Is this thing still usable? Didn't I tell you last time? We restored Xiao AI's program, and then connected to the satellite, and it can be used normally," Li Yahong said, as she made him a cup of coffee. It seemed like she had told him about this. Wu Hung thought for a while and said, "Is this program difficult?" Li Yahong brought the coffee to him and asked, "You want Skeleton to learn it? I heard that a database is also needed, but it shouldn't be difficult." "How do you feel?" Wu Hung said directly. "Let's give it a try. We have the personnel anyway. It won't be a big loss to arrange some skeletons to learn," Li Yahong said directly. "I select some skeletons, and you can arrange them." "Okay." Li Yahong nodded and agreed. Wu Hung took a sip from the teacup and then asked, "Is everything fine at the base?" "No, Everyone is relaxed in winter. We don't have to worry about food and drink, and the heating is sufficient. It is definitely the best base. Li Yahong's tone was somewhat proud. Even the official shelters in various places could hardly have the conditions of his base at present. In addition to exchanging food from here, not every shelter can have sufficient and stable electricity. That's good, it proves that our previous efforts were not in vain. Li Yang smiled, then looked at him seriously. Are you the savior arranged for the end of the world? Many people say so. No need to kowtow. I didn't kneel either. Li Yang leaned forward and continued, by the way, a survivor provided information not long ago that there is a large amount of gold reserves in the vault of Pujiang City. The skeleton pioneer team has cleared it out, but the door of the vault is made of alloy and has various locks, so we can't open it. Vault? Wu Hung looked at her in confusion. Bank vaults, they have looted a lot, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Well, the intelligence said that the reserves are more than 200 tons. Damn, 200 tons. Chapter 890. In the past, the gold was looted in grams or kilograms. This time, 200 tons were directly looted. It was a bit surprising to hear it suddenly. Where did you get the information? Is it accurate? Wu Hung was a little curious. Li Yang said, the local shelter sold it to us. Originally, they wanted to take this batch of gold to exchange for food with us, but found that they couldn't open the vault with their ability, so they sold the information to us. The information was 10 bags of food. If we can take it out, we will pay them 100 bags. Even in the end of the world, the door of the vault cannot be opened casually. Such a few tons of gold reserves are basically the gold stored by the country, and it is estimated that even artillery shells cannot blow open the door. The survivors who knew this location found that they could not get the gold inside at all, so they exchanged information for food. Do you know the location? Wu Hung asked. Treasure Island has already shown a strong ability to gather wealth, but 200 tons of gold is still a considerable fortune. At present, Treasure Island has many places to spend money, and it needs to develop the sect in the future. It is still necessary to prepare more gold. As long as we agree to the transaction, they will arrange someone to take us there. Shi Hankai said. Wu Hung reacted and found that the other party also asked for 10 bags of food. You contact them, and tell them that we agree and ask where the location is? Wu Hung agreed directly. Okay, I do it later. Li Yang picked up another piece of paper from the table, handed it to him and said, this is the factory that is going to resume work in the next few months. Take a look and see if there are any problems. Wu Hung took it and looked at it. There are still many industries that have resumed work, including daily necessities, supplies such as water pipes and wires, chemicals and other corresponding items. It can be seen that the original plan was to speed up the restoration of modern living standards. Wu Hung took a closer look and felt that there was no problem. Xinfu City is already very stable and safe, and it is normal to resume production. Okay, then insert some skeletons. Okay. Li Yang nodded. The two sat in the room and chatted for a while, and then went out to the site where the skeletons were stationed. Select the skeletons with relatively high intelligence, and then let Li Yang arrange them to learn the corresponding knowledge. After selecting the skeletons, Li Yang took the skeletons to arrange work, and Wu Hung returned to his dormitory. He explained the principle of the smart speaker to Glenda and Benny, and the two souls just felt a little magical. Dong dong. The door was knocked twice, and Xiao Xiao came in wearing a mask and a hat. Wu Hung looked at her. Why are you dressed like this? There are many people outside, and my mother said not to scare others. Xiao Xiao took off her mask and said, your mother is quite thoughtful. Wu Hung also agreed with this statement. Xiao Xiao muttered, what's there to be afraid of? My doll is so beautiful. You really have no taste. For modern people, this has nothing to do with whether it looks good or not. The main thing is that the doll stood up, which was very scary. In particular, it seems that a similar scene has been played in a ghost movie. Have you finished talking with your mother? Wu Hung asked. After chatting for a while, someone came over from her side, so I came back first. Will Uncle go back tonight? If you don't go back, let's have dinner with my mother. Xiao Xiao turned around and looked over. Glenda and Bernie also looked over. After such a long time, they all had some guesses about Shishia's unfinished business. It all depends on what Wu Hung thinks. Wu Hung said, next time, I prepare a gift. Okay. Then it's a deal, don't regret it. Xiao Xiao said immediately. I'm a college student, I don't lie to children. Wu Hung patted his chest. Ring ring, ring, the phone in Shishia's pocket rang, and after answering it, she said, okay, I go over now. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Xiao looked over, are you going back tonight? Then I won't go back, you go stay with your mother. Okay. Xiao Xiao jumped off the chair and walked out the door. When she reached the door, she turned around and looked over. By the way, uncle, my mother is level 6. Can she be a captain in the association? The captain needs to be level 8. Your mother can be a small leader in the gang. Wu Hong answered. The leader is fine too. Xiao Xiao said and turned away. Glinda looked over and said, her mother's leveling up is pretty fast. It's possible that her profession and the radio are more compatible. Wu Hong thought and said, to improve a profession, you have to do things related to your profession. Zhao Yanqiu's profession is a bard, and her work at the base is a fixed program on the radio channel. There is no need for a special venue, and she just talks every day. It is probably this aspect that made her improve faster. It's possible. Glinda nodded. Benny smiled and said, both mother and daughter are very talented. By the way, what level is Li Yong? Did you check it just now? Wu Hong asked. Benny said, level 3. If I had known, I would have let them choose a life profession. Everyone is good at different things. You should let her switch to a mechanic. Glinda said. She can only repair cars, but she can't be a mechanic. Knock, knock, knock. The door knocked again, and Li Yong opened the door and walked in. The two ghosts disappeared, and Li Yong looked around the room. Who are you talking to? With Xiao Ai. I'm here. The speaker responded. Wu Hong continued, are you done? Everything has been arranged. The base for providing intelligence will be waiting for you at Wahai Street in Pujiang City tomorrow, and he will take you there. Li Yong said. Okay. Wu Hong used his mobile phone to locate the map and found the corresponding location. Li Yong continued, are you free tonight? It's okay. Then I borrow your place to take a shower. Li Yong blinked. Wu Hong glanced at her, and after the two ghosts left, he said seriously, hold the table with both hands. What's wrong? Li Yong felt a little wronged, but still held the edge of the table with both hands. Wu Hong picked up the fly swatter beside him, slapped it, and said, didn't you have any training? Li Yong showed a look of being discovered, and defended, I'm a little busy. You dare to talk back, take off your outer pants. The next day, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Wu Hong arrived in Pujiang City by plane, and then took the skeleton dragon to the agreed location. It has been 2 years since the end of the world. Most of the survivors are gathering in official bases or large bases, but there are also some small shelters that still survive alone. But the living environment should not be as good as the large bases. The only advantage is freedom. Wu Hong opened his phone and looked at the location, pointed downward, and the dragon swooped down and landed in the middle of the empty road. Flipping off the dragon's back, Glinda said, there are 3 people downstairs in the building ahead. 3 figures could be vaguely seen in the corridor of the building. Benny and Xiao Xiao quickly flew over to check around, and flew back and said, there are only 3 of them, and no ambush or other dangers were found. While talking, the 3 people on the opposite side also approached carefully, walked a distance, stopped and shouted, are you from the Xinfu City base? Seeing him get off the skeleton flying dragon, and the skeleton flying dragon is currently only owned by Xinfu City. Wu Hong said, yes, Deputy Chief Li has contacted you. After confirming each other's identities, the 3 people on the opposite side walked over quickly. The leader was in his 40s, with rough skin, wearing a down jacket inside and brown leather armor outside, the kind of leather armor produced by tanners in Xinfu City. The other 2 were slightly younger, one was in his 30s with a beard, and the other was even younger, probably less than 30 years old, wearing glasses. They were also dressed in warm clothes inside, and leather armor outside. Carrying a large backpack, the weapons they carried were a one-handed axe and a machete. They were dressed like a scavenger. The leading man came over, stretched out his hand and said, Fu Han Jin, the leader of the local base in Pujiang City. Wang Cheng, from the Xinfu City base. Wu Hong shook hands with the other party and asked, where is the vault? Hearing the name Wang Cheng, several people looked up and down again. Anyone who could ride a bone dragon here must be a senior member of the base, but they had never heard of the name Wang Cheng. Just you? Fu Hanzhen asked in confusion. They had thought of many ways to get the gold in the vault, but they didn't get it, so they sold the information to the Xinfu City base as a favor. Unexpectedly, this person was the only one who planned to go there. Wu Hong said, I came to take a look first. Oh, I came to see the scene in advance. The 3 people on the opposite side suddenly realized. Almost. Wu Hong said. Fu Hanzhen continued, then let's go. The vault is over there in the back. There are some scattered zombies nearby. We still have to take a detour on the way. Wu Hung didn't say much. Okay, let's go. The other three nodded and turned to walk to the back. The road was full of scrapped cars and various waste. As they hurried on, Fu Hanjin also said, "The living conditions over there should be good, right?" "Not bad, except for the lack of internet. There is not much difference from before the end of the world," Wu Hung replied. Behind him, the bearded man said, "Xinfu City, the temperature is much colder than here. There is an electric heater, which is also okay." Wu Hung answered casually. Hearing this answer, the three of them showed a little envy. The young man with glasses said, "Oh my god, I'm so envious. You have such a good life." The man with glasses continued to ask, "It is said that King Yin Lu is a reincarnated person, who was reincarnated before the end of the world. Is it true?" Wu Hung turned his head and took a look. "Is that what is said outside?" "What else? It's like he rose up like a cheat. He must be a reincarnated person," the man with glasses said with certainty. Wu Hung said, "I don't know, maybe. Before the end of the world, there were still many science fiction apocalyptic novels. The standard configuration of the male protagonist is to be reborn and prepare in advance. If it is someone else who is quickly promoted, he should also suspect that the other party is a reborn person, or has a system for issuing tasks." The few people walked for a distance. Fu Hanjin, who was in the front, stopped and whispered, "There are zombies in front. They should be wandering over." Looking up, there is an office building of a central bank in front. On the roadside outside the building, four zombies staggered back and forth. After several people hid, Fu Hanjin explained, "Your skeleton army has swept through, but there are still some zombies left. There should be no other zombies nearby. Let's kill them one by one." The person behind said, "Okay, Brother Wang Chong, wait a moment. We will go to clean up the zombies, and then we will go in," Fu Hanjin said. Wu Hung nodded, and the three of them bent down and rushed out. Fu Hanjin was the first to bear the brunt, and the exposed skin could be seen turning red, and the muscles were prominent. A power-type mutant. Puff. The battle axe in his hand chopped directly on the opponent's head. The other two also quickly killed the remaining zombies, and after the last zombie fell. Crash. Suddenly, four zombies broke through the glass from the upstairs and pounced on the few people. "Damn it, pretending to be big." Fu Hanjin cursed in his heart. If he gets scratched or bitten, it will be over. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A sound of breaking through the air sounded, and four stones whizzed in, hitting the heads of the four zombies accurately and falling to the back. Fu Hanjin led his men to quickly finish off the zombie and cut off its head. Then he looked at Wu Hung, who was walking over. "Thank you." Wu Hung said, "It's okay, there are no zombies inside. Where is the vault?" "This way." Fu Hanjin led the way, walked into the building of the central bank, and then walked towards the basement. After passing through the first few doors, they arrived at the last round metal door. "The gold bars are inside," Fu Hanjin said. Wu Hung nodded and said to the three people, "I need to take a few photos and study them. You wait for me at the door for a while." Fu Hanjin and the others raised their eyebrows and nodded. "Okay, call us if there's any danger." "Yes." The three of them walked out directly. A small figure also appeared. "Uncle, there's really a lot of gold in there." Glenda and Bernie were also surprised. "It's all turned into a mountain." 200 tons. Wu Hung said, took out the bronze key, found the keyhole in front of the sealed silver-white metal door, inserted it, turned it gently, and slowly opened a door as heavy as a wall. The key was pulled out, and the light curtain connecting to the other world disappeared, revealing the vault inside. Rows of metal cabinets were neatly stacked with gold bricks. Wu Hung took a quick look and put the gold bricks and cabinets into the storage space. After putting everything away, Wu Hung looked at the door. After confirming that it was impossible to dismantle it, and it was useless to dismantle it, he turned around and walked outside. After walking out of the door, Fu Hanjin and others stood outside and chatted. Seeing Wu Hung coming out, he said, "Is it done? So fast." "It's done. Let's go back." Wu Hung walked out, and the three followed him out. Fu Hanjin said, "Go to our base and stay for one night. The rest of you can come tomorrow, and then find a solution." Wu Hung said, "No, I'm going back first. You can contact Li Yang directly, and get the remaining food." "Ah, give it to us directly? You have the final say?" The man with glasses looked at him. "I will talk to the deputy leader. I can't let you work in vain," Wu Hung said with a smile. "Okay." Walking out of the building gate, Wu Hung stood in the middle of the road, waved to the sky, and the bone dragon fell. Ride on the back of the bone dragon, and say, "Goodbye." Seeing that the other party was really going to leave, Fu Hanjin had no intention of keeping him, and waved his hand, "Goodbye." The bone dragon flew up into the sky and disappeared, and the three people still stood there. "What's wrong with him?" the youngest of the three said. "It should be that he feels that it is really impossible to open it, so forget it," another person said. Fu Hanjin looked at the direction where he disappeared and said, "Let's go back and take a look." The three of them walked back to the bank quickly and entered the vault. As soon as they entered, they saw the open metal door and the empty vault. "Damn, it's empty. What a thief. Where did he put the things inside? I didn't see it. It's empty inside." The man with glasses thought for a while and said, "It's said that their leader has space ability. Is that person just now?" The other two also widened their eyes. Wood Elves, Elders Meeting Room. 5 Wood Elf elders from the tribe sat around the round wooden table. The theme of this meeting was still the church's warning to the Starflower Chamber of Commerce. The Wood Elves had not seen any heroes for a long time, and the strength of the race was also declining over time. In the early years, they were still devoting all their resources to cultivating heroes, and in recent years, even the 18th level professionals began to be cut off. And this year, Starflower and Treasure Island began to cooperate closely, which made the tribe's deficit for many years begin to improve. But at the moment, the warning from the Holy See still made everyone feel pressured. "So, today's meeting is still about the Chamber of Commerce and Treasure Island?" The female elder sitting in the third seat spoke softly. "It is related to this matter." The chief elder spoke. One of the elders sighed softly and said, "Although it is a pity, Treasure Island and the Holy See are still not comparable. We can ask Shannara and Wu Hong to complete the subsequent orders as much as possible during these 2 times, and forget about it later." Another elder said, "Wu Hong is not a fool. Why would he do this? If he wants to terminate the transaction, there is a penalty in the agreement. You can let Shannara say it." Dong dong. The elder in charge tapped the table lightly, looked up and said, "Listen to me first." Everyone shut up. The elder slowly said, "Shannara sent a new letter, which mentioned something. Maybe it's worth discussing again." "What is it, elder? Just tell me," the female elder said. The elder didn't keep the secret and said directly, "The letter only wrote one thing: Wu Hong became a hero." As soon as this was said, everyone looked at the elder. After a long silence, someone said, "Interesting, has Shannara been obsessed with that boy? She even dared to say such unrealistic words." Another elder said, "Shannara has been in charge of Starflower for so many years. How could she make up such a thing? Do you believe that Wu Hong became a hero?" The other party suddenly kept silent and stopped talking. The Wood Elves carefully investigated Wu Hong's information, kept in touch with him, and let Shannara contact him freely. They also valued the other party's potential and felt that he had the hope of reaching level 18, or even becoming a hero. "But you said that humans can become heroes in their 20s. This is just like a foolish dream. No matter how smart a woman is, she will lose her ability to think once she comes into contact with love." "Humph!" The female elder snorted in dissatisfaction. "Of course not you." The other party immediately changed his words and continued, "I think there is no need to discuss it. Since the other party even said such a thing, let's end the cooperation on the grounds that he cheated." The other elders remained silent, which was also a statement. "Hey!" The elder sighed slightly. Just as he was about to make an announcement, there was a noise outside the door. "What's wrong?" "Open the door and take a look," the elder said. The door opened. A group of elders' attendants or assistants were standing at the door. Then, behind the 5 elders, their own people stood and whispered something in their ears. When they heard what the other party said, the 5 people's eyes widened instantly, full of surprise. Chapter 891. Listening to the assistant's report, the 5 elders showed an expression of disbelief at the same time. After all the assistants and attendants left the meeting room, the room remained silent for a few seconds. After a long while, the elder said, "It seems that we have received the same news." The elder in the second seat said, "If you are also the one who appointed Wu Hong as the field leader, then we have heard the same thing." No one spoke, and tacitly accepted this matter. The middle-aged female elder in the third seat said softly, "It seems that the information sent back by Shannara is true, but we are a little bit." Fortunately, the good news came in time. The elder interrupted and continued, "Now that the identity of Wu Hong hero has been confirmed, let's continue to discuss the cooperation with Treasure Island." The result that had just been determined now became a continued discussion. In the 5th seat, sat a man with long hair and heavy dark circles under his eyes, who looked like an artist who stayed up late all year round. He rubbed his eyes and said, "Before discussing this matter, I am a little curious. Is the information we collected about Wu Hung true? Has anyone in history become a hero in their 20s? It sounds like a question, but it also reminds others that it is a bit abnormal to become a hero so quickly. The Necromancer faction is a bit special. The direction of their research is related to death and life, and most of the current methods of prolonging life are developed by the Necromancer faction. For elders wearing green robes and looking a little old said softly, "It is indeed worthy of suspicion." The third elder said, and then added softly, "But these are not important after he becomes a hero." The third elder is right. The first elder said calmly, "Let's continue to discuss the matter of Treasure Island. Besides, the association headquarters has not found anything. It is meaningless for us to speculate whether he has any problems here." In addition to the information said by Shannara, the Wood Elves are also collecting some information. The Pope attacked Treasure Island, and the association investigated Wu Hung several times. The Wood Elves also got the news. It is possible that Wu Hung was an old monster who survived with some special magic. But the church and the association did not investigate it, and appointed the leader of the other party. It is meaningless for them to discuss these things. Hero is a threshold. Once they step over it, ordinary rules can no longer bind them. The second elder coughed lightly and said, "Even if Wu Hung becomes the leader, his foundation is still not comparable to that of the church. If there is no such thing, we can win him over through Shannara's relationship, but now the church is still the best choice." The third female elder said softly, "We need to consider two things. First, will the headquarters mediate the conflict between the two sides after Wu Hung is appointed as the leader of the association and has all the rights of the leader? I think the headquarters will not allow the conflict between the two leaders to be so big, at least they will mediate. Second, Wu Hung was able to become a hero in a short period of time. Does he have a set of methods to quickly improve? We have always had a good relationship with him. Is it possible to support a hero of the Wood Elves?" After the words fell, the others fell silent again. The first point is about the conflict between the two sides. The headquarters will definitely not allow the conflict between the two sides to continue to deteriorate. Maybe they are already mediating it now. If they cut off their relationship with Wu Hung now, it will be more difficult to repair it later. Besides, the other party has become a hero, and is no longer an ordinary island owner of Treasure Island. The second point is also the most important, the method of becoming a hero. According to his promotion route, can he also support another hero in a short period of time? If a hero can appear quickly, then no matter how much pressure the church puts on them, the Wood Elves will seize this opportunity. And after hearing this, everyone began to wonder if they could become heroes. What the third elder said makes sense. The fifth elder, who had dark circles under his eyes, was the first to agree. He published newspapers and improved several kinds of products. Now that I think about it, these are all means of accumulating reputation. No one in the entire headquarters, or the top leaders of various races doesn't know who Wu Hung is. He does have some ability. The fourth elder also said. The second elder said, the attitude of the church cannot be ignored. Since the third elder has put forward his opinion, is there any solution? The third elder glanced at the other party. Naturally, it is up to everyone to discuss and decide. I can't suggest any solution. The first elder looked up and said in a gentle tone, "Whatever you say, whether right or wrong, it is the result of the joint decision of the elders." Hearing what the first elder said, the third elder's eyes condensed and said seriously, "Standing on Wu Hang's side may change the current predicament of the Wood Elves. Agreeing to the church to cut off contact with Treasure Island will only make us return to the way we were before." The others pondered for a moment. The meeting room was silent again, for nearly a minute or two. The fifth elder with dark circles under his eyes said, "Grand Elder, I choose Wu Hung." The fourth elder, who rarely spoke, also said, "Winning over Wu Hung will maximize our interests, and the previous cooperation was also good." 3 of the 5 elders chose Wu Hung. The Grand Elder looked to his side. "Second Elder, what do you think? I can have someone go to the Vatican and tell them that the signed order has not been completed, and try to delay it for a while, and see what happens next." The second elder also said. The elder nodded and said directly, "Okay, the elders will write a letter to Shannara, expressing their willingness to continue to cooperate with Treasure Island, and at the same time arrange a delegation to go to Treasure Island to congratulate Chief Wu Hung." He glanced at the people below. "Fifth elder, you go to Treasure Island." "Okay." The fifth elder nodded. "That's it for now, let's adjourn the meeting." The elder stood up. The other elders also stood up and walked out. Treasure Island. The announcement of the headquarters was posted on the bulletin board of the association. The mercenaries and association team standing in front of the notice board all looked at the content in shock. Appoint Wu Hung as the field leader, and enjoy the corresponding rights of the association hero. The island owner has become a hero? A human hero in his 20s? Oh my god, this is too exaggerated. At the same time, all the previous doubts can be explained. How did the Pope leave during the attack on Treasure Island? Why did the association arrange so many leaders to come to Treasure Island to investigate? It turns out that the island owner has also become a hero. Treasure Island also has its own hero. The news spread quickly on the island, from the central area to the residential area. Everyone was shocked by the news, but the announcement with the seal of the headquarters had to be believed. Deacon Study. Shiryali put down the phone and said angrily, "He disappeared again." Shilodwi put down the letter in her hand and said, "Did Minnie say where he went?" "It's the same old excuse, he went on a cruise." Shiryali's tone was helpless. "Tell him when he comes back. There's no need to rush." Shilodwi also smiled. The announcement from the headquarters proved many things. It means that the investigation team did not find any problems. It also means that Treasure Island is more reasonable in the conflict with the Holy See, leaving the Holy See with no reason to restrict the headquarters appointment of Wu Heng. Seeing this result, the two sisters were very happy. Shiryali came over, sat down beside her, put one hand on her sister's shoulder, and continued to ask, "What did the headquarters write in the letter?" "In addition to the appointment of Wu Heng, there is also a new flag bearer on the way," Shilodwi said. "New flag bearer?" Shiryali frowned. "Yeah. I hope there won't be any new problems." Shilodwi's tone was a little worried. Zombie World, after Wu Heng returned to Xinfu City. Li Yong drove him to the prison. Fu Hanjin contacted me. I told him to come and get food at any time. After all, it was agreed before. Now that I got the gold, I have to pay the corresponding food. Yes. Wu Heng continued. We can also collect the locations of gold reserves of various countries from all over the country, and we can exchange information with food. This incident also reminded me. Ordinary people cannot get the large gold reserve locations of various countries, so I can collect some myself. Okay. I will tell all the bases when the time comes. It should not be difficult to find information in this regard, Li Yong said while driving. Wu Heng thought for a while and said, the living conditions of some small bases are relatively poor in winter. Let's see if we can recruit some talents. What kind of talent? Li Yong continued to ask. People who are developing modern weapons and equipment, or technicians who can speed up the restoration of modern environment are all fine. Let them tell me what they will tell me. I can't say for sure, Wu Heng said. I do both things together after I go back. Li Yong saw that Wu Heng did not make any new requests, so she glanced over and said, Is Xiao Xiao here? No, she's playing Superman outside. Are you looking for her? Li Yong continued, Have you made an appointment with Sister Zhao to have dinner next time? Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. Who told you that? Don't be nervous. I don't object to you looking for Sister Zhao. We have a good relationship anyway. Li Yong gave him a look that said, You know what I mean? In this regard, Li Yong was very generous. At that time, she also covered her eyes, and then replaced Chi Han Kai, playing a trick of guessing who I am. She confirmed her relationship with Chi Han Kai. According to her, a leader like Wu Heng could not have only her. It is better to find someone with whom you have a good relationship than to find someone else outside. It will save you a lot of trouble in the future. Don't think too much. Xiao Xiao wants the three of us to have a meal together. It's hard to say how it will turn out. Wu Heng replied. Li Yong said, Sister Zhao will definitely have no problem. It depends on what you think. Wu Heng was suddenly speechless. I just felt that Glinda and Benny, who were invisible in the back row, were almost touching each other's faces, listening to the conversation between the two. We talk about it later. When you go back, train more. I go to see you next time, and check your combat effectiveness. Wu Heng changed the subject. I try. Li Yaheng's expression froze. When she mentioned this, she felt pain in her buttocks. He really beat her. The two chatted casually, and Li Yong parked the car for him at the gate of the prison. Wu Heng got out of the car, and Li Yong rolled down the window and said, Call me when you have time. Well, go back early. Wu Heng waved to the other party. Xiao Xiao also floated aside, waved and said, Goodbye, Auntie. Goodbye. The car started, and Li Yong drove away. Wu Heng led the ghost into the prison. Xiao Xiao went to the cell to look at the zombies, and complained for a while that they had not upgraded yet. They returned to Treasure Island together. The island owner's house. Wu Heng came down from upstairs. As soon as he stepped on the first floor, the maids rushed over. Master, the association has issued a notice to recognize your leadership. We don't have to be afraid of the church anymore. Now the whole island is discussing your becoming a hero. The maids spoke in a mess, with excitement in their tone. Wu Hong also understood what it meant. This was the official appointment of the headquarters. From now on, he truly became the leader of the association. Calm down, it's not a big deal. Wu Hong touched the heads of several people one by one. Anweer looked up at him and asked curiously, Master, you are not surprised at all. Did you know about this in advance? The little fox is really smart. I heard about this from Lilith before. Several maids nodded, showing an understanding look. There was a sound of running from upstairs. Xiao Xiao controlled the puppet and ran down. Looking at the people gathered at the stairs, he asked in confusion, What's wrong? What's wrong? Robe said, the master was appointed as the leader by the association. Oh! Xiao Xiao answered, and then said to Wu Hong, Uncle, I'm going to find Sister Lilith. Go ahead, let Leader Lilith come to dinner tonight. Wu Hong said. Okay. Xiao Xiao nodded and ran out directly. Rob said, Xiao Xiao also knows? Xiao Xiao was there when Lilith said that. Wu Hong sat down in the living room with a few people. Minnie took out 3 letters from the space ring and handed them over. Master, the association also sent 2 letters. 2 letters. Wu Hong took them, put the 2 on the coffee table, and tore open one to check. The first one was the appointment letter from the headquarters. It was written in a complicated way. The main content was that Wu Hong's level was promoted to level 20, and he had made outstanding contributions to the association. He was appointed as the field leader, and had the same treatment as the leader of the association except for the ruling power. The second half is that after becoming the leader, the identities of flag bearer and inspector will be cancelled. After Wu Hong finished reading it, he was not surprised at all. As the leader, the power he can use is naturally higher than that of flag bearer and inspector, so these 2 identities are unnecessary. Moreover, the corresponding levels of flag bearer and inspector do not match his own. It is okay to cancel it. Continue to tear open the second letter. This letter is an ordinary letter. Dear Leader Wu Hong, I heard that you have become a hero admired by everyone. At this moment full of cheers and applause, please allow me to offer my belated congratulations. Previously, I have carefully considered the puppet order you put forward and am willing to help you make the puppet. But as for the payment method, I have a special proposal. I hope you can help me promote my reputation as a reward for making the puppet. I look forward to your response and hope that our cooperation will be successfully completed. Mortimer. The puppeteer's reply to himself. The little puppet is now handed over to Lilith for customization, but there are 2 ghosts at home who are looking forward to the body. Judging from the words in the letter, it is not as difficult to contact the ghosts as Lilith said. Last time, Lilith said that the other party had reached level 19, and it seemed that he wanted to use his help to become a hero. Wait until the evening, and discuss with Granda to see how to complete this cooperation. Putting down the letter, several maids still looked at this side. Wu Hong said, one is a letter from the headquarters, which is about appointing their own leader, and the second is a puppet master, who plans to customize a small puppet for the ghost. Oh! The maid suddenly realized. I thought there was something special, but it turned out to be this. Wu Hong asked, where's Chanella? After learning that you became a hero, Sister Chanella went to meet several Chamber of Commerce representatives who stayed on the island, and she hasn't come back yet. Minnie said. Wu Hong nodded, and then said, let's celebrate in the evening. Minnie will call Zalogui and Macintosh, and ask them to come to the island for dinner later. Okay. Hearing that there was a celebration, several maids got up to prepare dinner. In the city of Nidal, the residence of the 5th princess, several figures in black robes rushed quickly among the skeleton guards. Wherever they passed, large pieces of skeletons were crushed by sword energy and magic, and scattered into white bones all over the ground. Over there, try to catch them alive. Someone shouted loudly, and took the other 2 people, and rushed directly to the 5th princess behind. The 5th princess's face was solemn, and she held the sword tightly in her hand, and her fingertips turned white due to the force. At this time, the sky was covered with dark clouds, followed by lightning falling from the sky. The figure rushing forward suddenly stopped. Then an old wizard with a white beard, and several members of the association came from a distance. Dean Janvito. The 5th princess shouted as if she had survived a disaster. The old wizard, dressed like Gandalf, with a flowing beard and an unconcealed anger on his face, roared at the people opposite, you dare to break in here, you are looking for death. Boom! Another large piece of lightning struck from the sky, and several people in the black robe were killed instantly. The rest of the association members also attacked the rest. Although the religious leader has returned to the headquarters, The investigation of the Echo Kingdom is still not finalized, and the city of Netale is an important location of the association. These people came here to kill the 5th princess. They didn't take the association seriously, and they didn't take them seriously. Seeing that the mission failed, several assassins shouted, "Retreat." After saying that, they turned and ran. The association members and the surrounding skeletons began to block them. Only 2 were left, and the rest escaped. The association member walked back and said, Jan Vito said, "Collect the characteristics of these people and issue a wanted order in the city." "Yes." The member replied and turned to leave. Jan Vito looked at the 5th princess. "Your Highness, come with us to the association dormitory first. It will be safer." The 5th princess took a deep breath. "Okay, wait a moment. I go back to get some things." After saying that, she took the maid upstairs. She put the radio that Shannara left for her into the space ring. Chapter 892. Island Lord's Mansion. After the dinner celebrating Wu Heng's becoming the leader. In the living room, Shannara, Zalagwi, Shiryali, Macintosh, Minnie and Andweir sat around the coffee table and chatted. The air conditioner was whirring and delivering cold air, making the space at a relatively comfortable temperature. The dignified and mature wood elf picked up the teacup and drank a sip with elegant manners, then said, "Deacon Zalagwi, Treasure Island has a new flag bearer. Do you have any news? Do you know who the other party is?" The letter didn't give a clear answer. Hillary pondered for a moment, then continued, "But I feel that people who have conflicts with Treasure Island should not be arranged to serve as flag bearers." Although it was not explicitly stated, it can be heard that it was the Holy See. The priests of the Holy See are also a kind of profession, and naturally they also hold some positions in the association. Minnie said indignantly, "I don't believe that people from the Holy See dare to come here as flag bearers. Now is not the time for the Holy See to come to the island at will and make decisions." Shiryali smiled and said, "There's nothing to worry about. Not to mention that Lilith is still on the island. Wu Heng now has the power of the leader. Even if he doesn't have the power to govern, can he still be afraid of the flag bearer?" Assistant Shiryali is right. Sannera also agreed with this statement. When Wu Heng was not the leader, he was not afraid of the Pope. Now that he has been appointed as the leader, he has the power to override all professionals. It is even more impossible to worry about a flag bearer. On the contrary, the new flag bearer should be more careful. After all, he is working under the eyes of 2 leaders. Everyone agreed with this statement and felt relieved. Shiryali looked at the plump wood elf who seemed to be at home, and asked as if chatting, "Sister Shannara, are you still living in your own mansion? Don't you have servants with you?" Zalagwi also looked over curiously. The relationship between Wu Heng and Shannara was known to the maids at home, but it was never made public. After all, Shannara had a husband and name. During this period, Shannara worked hard for Treasure Island and always appeared in the island owner's mansion, so the elf sisters began to doubt their relationship. "I won't stay for a few days. I have to go back to Nataliai City. Some things in the mansion will be left to Minnie and the others," Sannera replied. Minnie also cooperated and said, "Well, we will arrange some skeletons to do it. It's not troublesome." The 2 elf sisters nodded and believed this statement. Sannera continued to look at Shiryali and Shilagwi and asked with a smile, "Do you 2 have someone you like? You are all adults and have a certain status in the association. You should consider this aspect." The 2 sisters blushed. Zalagwi glanced at her sister, as if to say, "Why did you mess with her?" Shiryali said unyieldingly, "I have someone I like. He's very good." Shannara showed a surprised expression and said, "Is he also from the island? If you have time, please introduce us to each other." Shiryali glanced at the figure chatting with Lilith in the distance and said, "There's a chance he's shy." On the other side, Wu Heng and Lilith sat at the bar, tasting some wine brought from the modern world. Lilith put down her glass and said calmly, "Did you write a letter to Sayadu?" Sayadu is the religious leader. Wu Heng was not surprised that the other party knew about this. After all, the letter was mailed by the association, so it was normal for Lilith to find it. He said seriously. He threatened the Chamber of Commerce that cooperated with Treasure Island as the leader of the association. I wrote to him and asked him to withdraw the threat. Nothing else? Lilith looked at him suspiciously. Nothing else, just this one thing. I can't talk to him about other things. Wu Heng picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Lilith retracted her gaze and said, "This department will mediate the conflict between you. The Holy See is a bit strong. Don't have any more problems on your side. Just wait for mediation." Understood. Wu Heng agreed with a smile. Lilith continued to ask, "What are the plans next?" Wu Heng paused for 2 or 3 seconds and said, Several factories will be built in Treasure Island in the future, so that residential areas can also use electric lights and some equipment, and there is also foreign trade to increase income. You plan to make this lighting prop available to all residents of the island? Can they afford it? Lilith felt that the other party's idea was a bit bold. Magic props have been developed for many years, and the lighting stone is not a rare prop. But the people who use it are still high-level professionals, and ordinary people can hardly afford the cost of the lighting stone. This is why the streets of Treasure Island are more lively at night than during the day. Everyone will come out to chat with the light of the street lamps, and go back to sleep until late at night. The electric light props of Treasure Island are even better than the lighting stone. It seems that the price will be higher. There will be a certain fee, but it will be within the range that ordinary people can afford. Wu Hung said. Lilith nodded. You can try it. Only after hearing Wu Hung say this, Lilith felt that he would really do it. Chief, do the vampires need it? After Treasure Island tries it, I will help you build it too. Wu Hung leaned forward. Lilith raised her eyebrows slightly. Let's see the effect here first. The vampires can move normally at night, but that doesn't mean they don't need lighting. But she has to wait until the experiment on Treasure Island is over before she considers whether she needs these. That's okay. Wu Hung continued. Chief, I have 2 questions for you. Go ahead. I heard that there is a training ground in our headquarters that can increase training efficiency. Is that true? Wu Hung asked directly. This news was heard from Letelai of the Snake Emblem Group. Lilith nodded. Yes. How was it built? Will Treasure Island have a chance to build one? Wu Hung asked. Are you planning to build one for Minnie and the others? I didn't expect you to care about your maids. Lilith said. The training ground is only useful for heroes below the level of heroes. Now that he has become a hero, he must have used it for the maids at home. Wu Hung still looked at her, waiting for a reply. Lilith said, You are the leader, you can apply for construction, but the price is a bit expensive. Each area is comparable to a second-class merit item. Treasure Island is not short of money now. It is not a loss to buy strength with money. Wu Hung continued to ask, Chief, the second thing I want to ask about the sex reporting. Do you want to write a letter directly, or do you need other information? Lilith said, You can just write a letter to the headquarters normally, stating the name of the sect and what the doctrine is. How to write the doctrine? Are you asking me? What is the ideological concept of your doctrine? Lilith looked at him fiercely again. You don't want to establish a sect just to piss off the Holy See. How can that be? Wu Hung scratched his head. Lilith still had a suspicious look in her eyes. While the two were talking, Xiao Xiao came out of the training room with a shuttlecock in her hand, followed by Catwoman Roby and White Lop-Eared Rabbit Annette. The 3 of them were playing shuttlecock in the training room. Throwing the shuttlecock to Roby, he ran over and said, Sister Lilith, are we going to your house to play games? Lilith looked at Wu Hung. Do you have anything else to do? Nothing. Wu Hung said. Then I go back first. Lilith waved and walked out with her little hand. In the living room, Zalagui, Shiryali, and Macintosh saw Lilith walking out. They also said hello and left the island owner's house. Wu Hung arranged for skeletons to escort them, and the maids began to clean up. The others left, and Wu Hung returned to the study. Grinda and Bernie were reading books and watching TV series in their respective seats. Seeing Wu Hung come in, Grinda said, I thought you would keep so many women overnight. Just to celebrate becoming the leader. Wu Hung sat down on the side. You can split yourself, right? You should be able to handle so many people. Grinda raised her eyebrows and said. Wu Hung ignored her words and said, The puppeteer has replied. Does anyone want to hear it? The 2 ghosts immediately turned their heads to look at them. Grinda asked directly, How is it? What does the letter say? Wu Hung took out the letter and handed it to the other party, and then said, He agreed to make puppets for us, but he doesn't need money. Instead, he wants us to help him promote his reputation. The letter unfolded in the air, and the 2 ghosts gathered together to read the contents. After reading it, Benny said, When Lilith customized the doll, what did she pay with? Lilith must have paid. Wu Hung said. Grinda frowned and thought for a while, and said, The other party's request is a bit too much. Why? Benny turned to look at Grinda. She also felt something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what the problem was. Grinda controlled the letter to float to the desk, and then said, Because the benefits of both parties are not equal. Last time, Lilith said that the other party was a level 19 puppeteer. If we agree to his conditions, we will get a puppet, and he is likely to become a hero. After a slight pause, he looked at Benny and Wu Hung and said seriously, No matter how many puppets there are, they are not as good as a hero. Benny also understood and said in surprise, He really dares to think about it. Becoming a hero is the ultimate goal of every professional. Let alone a few puppets, many countries and races have exhausted their resources and have not cultivated a qualified hero. Wu Heng also smiled and said, "This is also what I'm thinking about. Let's discuss it with you and see how to deal with this matter." Benny frowned, then said, "He can't be the only puppeteer. Find someone else to customize it. Puppet master is a profession, and making that kind of puppet is not a unique skill. It shouldn't be difficult to find another puppeteer." Glinda said, "Kill him and keep him by our side for us to do." Wu Heng paused. "You are possessed by Xiao Xiao, and your words are so scary." "I'm just kidding." Glinda smiled and continued, "Benny's words make sense, but I think we can tell him what we can do. If he doesn't agree, we can find another puppeteer, but his skills are just inferior." Wu Heng asked, "What do you think we can offer in exchange?" Glinda said, "I think that using a section of the newspaper to publish his story can also be used as a publicity for his reputation. As for the pill promotion page, don't even think about it. The newspaper originally collected intelligence from all over the place and published it. There is nothing wrong with choosing a location as the condition for exchanging dolls." "Then how many dolls should I exchange for each time I publish it?" Benny asked. "I think 3 dolls are enough for each time I publish it in the newspaper." Glinda looked at Wu Heng. "Wu Heng, what do you think?" "I want 5, so that the other party can have a bargaining basis," Wu Heng said directly. "I think it's okay. What about you, Benny?" Benny also smiled and said, "I agree. Let's see what he says then. He's not the only puppeteer." After 1 person and 2 souls voted, Wu Heng made a direct decision. "Then it's settled. Glinda writes the letter tonight and mails it back tomorrow." "Okay," Glinda agreed. Wu Heng continued, "You need to help me write 2 letters. One to apply for a training ground to the headquarters, and the second to report our sect. The sect needs a name and doctrine." "What do you want to name the sect? How do you write the doctrine?" Glinda asked. "The sect thing will wait until we have discussed it, and then write to the headquarters," Wu Heng said. "That's fine," Glinda said, and flew back to the desk happily and started writing. Wu Heng sat aside for a while, and felt that there was nothing to do, so he returned to the room to rest early. Returned to the bedroom and turned on the air conditioner. Lying on the bed with his hands behind his head. The appointment of the headquarters has been made, which also proves that the information Lilith revealed to me in advance is accurate. The church can no longer make any small moves. I can also use this opportunity to build the church. Find a better way to collect faith. There are also the conditions of the puppet master. At the other party's level, money is no longer attractive to him, but using fame as a condition is a reminder to myself. Is it true that newspaper publicity can also be made into a business? I have become a hero in 2 years, which will definitely be a hot topic among professionals. This has never happened in history. As long as the newspaper can publicize the fame, there should be many people who want to publish their information in the newspaper. I can also use this to exchange for some skills and rare items. Especially the skills, those I have, are not as good as the skills of the hero. At least not as good as the Pope's thousands of golden swords, and the giant sword that is like a divine punishment. Then, there are the people under his command. Except for himself becoming a hero, the people under his command are as different as the gap. The only one who has reached level 18 is the ghoul mechanic Costas. The other party is not a combat profession. If you want to establish a sect now, you must at least have some high-level professionals who can take charge of things. The high-level ones can't all be skeletons. It gives people a feeling that all the masters in the sect have been killed and turned into skeletons. Thinking in his heart, he determined the subsequent plan. First, establish the sect and find a stable way to collect faith. Second, collect skills and recruit some reliable high-level professionals. As for the zombie world, I feel that Li Yahong's reconstruction plan is quite good, and there is nothing I need to change. What I should focus on is the zombie prison. I need to continue to supplement high-level professionals to cultivate level 20 skeletons. I thought about all the short-term goals in my mind. The door opened, and Shannara walked in wearing loose pajamas. He yawned and said, "I thought you were asleep." As he said that, he crawled into the quilt and curled up in his arms. Watching a movie downstairs? Wu Heng hugged her soft and tender body. Shannara said enviously, "We played games together. Rob is the best. It's better to be young. You talk as if you are so old." Wu Heng continued to ask, "How is the construction of the church going?" "It will be completed in the next 2 days. I will tell you then," Shannara said. "Yeah." Wu Heng also nodded in agreement. The two hugged each other, and just when Wu Heng closed his eyes and was about to go to sleep, Shannara suddenly spoke, What's going on with Zalagui and Shiryali? Wu Hung was stunned. What's going on? Your heartbeat is so fast. Sonara leaned against his chest and looked up at him in confusion. What's wrong with you? Wu Hung scratched his face. Which one? Sonara asked. Seeing that the other party did not answer, he frowned and said, Sisters, are you playing so big now? You won't be angry, will you? Wu Hung glanced at the other party. Sayonara took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. I'm still very angry, but what can I do? You become a hero, and the two of them are not too many. Okay, I still love you the most. Wu Hung hugged the other party. Humph, if you dare to lie, I will join the Holy See and say bad things about you everywhere. Wu Hung hugged her again. The next day, early morning, Wu Hung checked the letters written by Granda. The first one was for applying for a training ground, nothing special. The second one was written to the puppeteer. The main point was that the newspapers of Treasure Island could have a good publicity effect, but it was not something that could be published casually. If you are willing to cooperate with the other party, 5 high-quality puppets can be exchanged for an opportunity to be published in the newspaper. After confirming that there was no problem, he handed it to Robe and asked her to send it directly to the association and mail it to the other party. Sitting in the living room on the first floor, watching the maids train for a while, the skeleton guarding the radio station came down from the stairwell. Wu Hung glanced at the skeleton. It was the skeleton guarding Shannara's radio station. But Shannara was sleeping in her bed. Let's go to the radio room. Wu Hung followed the skeleton into the radio station and sat in front of it. The recorded content was written in the notebook. Wu Hung Island Master, can you hear it? Is it used like this? Madam Shannara, Wu Hung Island Master, can you hear it? 3 messages in a row. Wu Hung also roughly guessed the other party's identity. It should be the 5th princess, who stayed in Natalia's city. Picked up the microphone and said directly, I am Wu Hung, is there anyone? Soon, a surprised voice came from the other side, Island Master Wu Hung, I am Brittany. Well, what's wrong? Wu Hung asked. He hurriedly contacted me. There must be something wrong. The other party said seriously, yesterday at dusk, a group of assassins attacked the city lord's mansion. The other party's level was very high. The guards and skeletons arranged by the city lord's mansion suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, Dean Janvito of the association rushed over and repelled the other party. The assassins attacked the city lord's mansion, and they were of a very high level. The city of Natalia began to become unstable again. Are you injured? Wu Hung asked. Thank you for your concern, the island owner. I am not injured. I moved to the dormitory of the association. The 5th princess replied. It's good that you were not injured. Wu Hung continued to ask, was it arranged by the eldest prince? I suspect it was them. Chapter 893. The 5th princess' voice was somewhat disappointed. The idea of brotherly love that she had held before had completely disappeared after this incident. Wu Hung asked, have you checked the corpse? The 5th princess took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and said, Dean Janvito used the scroll. These people are from the Shadow Brotherhood. They were hired to assassinate me, and they came from the direction of the Yeko Kingdom. Then, the Dean said that this organization is a well-known organization in the human race that specializes in assassination. Shadow Brotherhood? My skeleton attendant Tayo Tayo is a member of the Shadow Brotherhood. When he was trying to assassinate Wenmansha in Rentam City, he was caught in prison and trained as a zombie. According to the intelligence collected before, the supporters of the eldest prince are the sect, the second prince is the secret society, and the secret society hired the Shadow Brotherhood to perform some tasks. The one who came to kill the 5th princess this time is the Shadow Brotherhood again. Either the eldest prince also hired the Brotherhood, or the secret society is starting to do something weird again. What did the association say? Wu Hung continued to ask. The 5th princess replied, they only told me to stay with the association. They also said they wrote to you and the headquarters, and asked me to wait for reinforcements. Before the new flag bearer took office, Wu Hung was still the flag bearer of the Emerald Sea. He was still responsible for dispatching reinforcements. Wu Hung then asked, didn't the killers leave? The association has intelligence that people are guarding outside the city, and have not left too far. It is suspected that they are waiting for others, or are planning to take action. The 5th princess said. Wu Hung sat on the chair and thought for a while. He didn't have any plans for today. He could go over to help the 5th princess deal with this matter, and add high-level zombies to the prison. After thinking it over, he said, I understand. Don't go out yet. Wait for me to deal with it. You want to come? The 5th princess said with some self-blame, I have to trouble you again. That's it for now. I talk about it after I get over there. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Wu Hung sat on the chair and pondered for a while. Then he gave his seat to the skeleton investigator, and got up and walked out of the room. Walking upstairs, I saw Shannara, who had changed her clothes, coming downstairs. Going out? Wu Hung asked. Shannara said, go to the church to check the progress. The fifth princess sent a message via radio. The city lord's mansion was attacked at dusk yesterday. She is now living in the local association dormitory. Wu Hung said. Shannara frowned. She is not injured, right? It is said that she is not injured, but some skeletons have been lost. Wu Hung said. The prince's people? They are from the Shadow Brotherhood, most likely hired by the prince. Wu Hung leaned on the handrail of the stairs. Shannara thought for a moment and said, what arrangements do you have? I go over there. The ghost train is also very fast. Deal with these people first. Wu Hung replied. Shannara was not in a hurry to go out now. She looked at him and said, after you go over there, arrange a high-level skeleton to protect her. It's not a good idea for you, a leader, to run around all the time. Okay, I listen to you. Wu Hung smiled and nodded. I go out first, and come back early in the evening. Shannara said, and continued to go downstairs. Wu Hung returned to his study. Glinda and Bernie were in the room, and Xiao Xiao should have gone out to play. Called the two ghosts in the room, and said hello to Minnie. Summoned the ghost train in the courtyard and headed to the city of Netale. The train appeared again. It had arrived at a wilderness outside the city of Netale. Put on the hood and walked directly into the city. This period of time has passed. The city of Netale has regained some vitality. The streets are bustling, and the taverns and shops along the street are open as usual. The most conspicuous thing is the street lamps erected on both sides of the road, and the flags of Treasure Island and Yeko Kingdom are hung on the lamp poles. To the outside world, Treasure Island and the city of Netale have signed a defense agreement. In fact, the fifth princess promised him the joint management of the territory. Looking at the street lamps decorated with unusually gorgeous lamps, Granda floated beside him and said, the fifth princess is doing a good job. Benny also said, last time this place was like a ghost town, but now it is lively. After all, he is from a royal family and has received a different education from us, so it is normal that he is good at business. Wu Hung said. Benny said, that's not the case. I feel that the second prince's business is not as good as the fifth princess. He occupies so many territories, and is caught in the middle, and beaten by both sides. The second prince is special. Glinda also said with a smile. The second prince played a good hand badly. There are officials following him, the secret society provides money, and some people are rich. In the end, he was beaten by the eldest prince in the front, and by the city of Rantam in the back. If the religious leader had not been investigating the eldest prince at that time, he would not have waited for Wu Hung to come over, and the second prince would probably have died. One person and two souls chatted while walking. After entering the association hall, the two ghosts stopped talking to avoid attracting other people's attention. Wu Hung stood in front of the notice board and took a look, but did not see the announcement of the headquarters announcing that he became the leader. Judging from the time, the news was still on the way. He took out the inspector's emblem and showed it to the guard guarding the dormitory. Go upstairs to the dormitory where the fifth princess lives. Knock on the door. Soon, the maid who always stays with the fifth princess opens a gap and looks over cautiously. Who are you looking for? Wu Hung takes off his hood, revealing his original face. It's me, Wu Hung. Great detective. The maid's eyes light up. Then she turns and runs into the room, shouting, Princess, the island owner is here to save us. Wu Hung glanced at the door that was gradually opening, and felt that he should be allowed to enter. Then he walked in and closed the door. Soon, footsteps came from the inner room, and the fifth princess in leather armor came out, her big black eyes full of surprise. You are so fast? You use props to hurry on your way. Where are those people? Wu Hung said directly. They should still be outside the north of the city. The fifth princess said. Let's go now and solve it early, so you don't have to worry about it later. Wu Hung said. The little maid who was making tea turned her head and said, My lord, the tea is almost ready. Come back and drink. Wu Hung walked to the side of the fifth princess and held her shoulder with one hand. A circle of light formed under their feet in the blink of an eye, and the two disappeared. The little maid widened her eyes. The princess was taken away just like that? In the wild. A golden magic circle appeared, and Wu Hung brought the fifth princess to the place where the ghost train stopped. The fifth princess was still a little unresponsive, and found that the room had turned into the wild, and her body trembled. Wu Hung asked, North, right? Yes, The last intelligence said they were outside the city to the north. The fifth princess said. Wu Hung took out a flying carpet, took her on it, and headed towards the north of the city. On the way, the ghost Benny flew back and got into the body, sharing a picture. In a stone house similar to a hunter's hut in the wild, there were 4 figures wearing black robes. From Benny's perspective, one person was level 18, 2 were level 16, and 1 was level 15. It was a relatively luxurious lineup. After watching, he released the ghost and asked to the side, "For people, all wearing black cloaks, are there any others?" The fifth princess hugged his arm and said, "For people ran away." That's them. The number of people matched, and the content of their discussion must be these people. The flying carpet quickly approached the hunter's cabin and landed on the ground. "You wait here." After saying that, he walked towards the stone house. As soon as he approached, he heard a scream and curse from the stone house, and then the 18th level black-robed man broke through the door and rushed out. Bang, the lightning beam shot out, and the figure who had just stepped out of the door flew out again. Wu Hung followed him in. On the ground were 3 corpses, whose necks were broken by ghosts. The 18th level black-robed man had a burnt chest, and was vomiting blood. The lightning bolt was released again, and the figure who struggled to get up was completely obedient. The mansion spell was released, revealing the huge space behind the stone door, and several skeletons left inside. "Carry these corpses in." The skeleton walked out, dragging several corpses, and walked into the mansion spell. "Straighten their heads, be gentle, don't twist them off." The skeleton straightened the corpse's head. When everything was ready, resurrection was released, the corpse's chest rose and fell, and began to vomit blood accumulated in the chest cavity. With a thought, 4 cages formed in the space, and all 4 people were imprisoned. "You are not from here. What are you going to do? You are the owner of Treasure Island. Are you the owner of Treasure Island? I can give you money, we can discuss it. I will give you money too." The 4 people spoke loudly, trying to communicate to let them go. Wu Hung waved his hand, and the 4 people's mouths disappeared. They could only stay in the cage, full of fear and anxiety. The mansion magic was closed. Wu Hung walked out of the stone house, and the 5th princess immediately came up to him, "Master Island Master. It's over, let's go back." Putting his hand on her shoulder, a magic circle appeared, and the 2 disappeared. In the dormitory, Wu Hung and the 5th princess appeared, and the little maid said in a daze, Princess, Master Island Master, you are back." The 5th princess also looked at Wu Hung. The black-robed man was knocked back, but they should all be dead. Wu Hung said, "They are all dead, don't worry." The master and servant both breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Master Island." The 5th princess thanked her, and the maid followed suit. The 2 sat down on both sides of the desk again. The tea that had been brewed before was still steaming. Wu Hung said, "I will arrange a high-level skeleton to protect you, which can also make you safer." The 5th princess wanted to be humble, but she didn't know how to say it when the words came to her lips. "I do need some protection. I can't ask the island owner to come and save me every time there is a problem. This time, I waited for the reinforcements from the association, but next time, I may not even have the chance to wait for reinforcements." "Thank you, sir." The 5th princess thanked him. The mansion technique was opened again, and Wu Hung said, "Caxiu, come out." Caxiu, the 18th level boxer, walked out of the mansion technique and stood aside honestly. "From now on, you are responsible for protecting the 5th princess, that is, her." Wu Hung gestured to the 5th princess opposite. Caxiu looked at the other side with his hollow eyes, walked over and stood behind him. "Island Master, isn't this your attendant? Leave it to me." The 5th princess hesitated. Caxiu had been protecting Wu Hung before. Now it's his turn. "I protect you first," Wu Hung said. Seeing that he had made the arrangements, the 5th princess nodded gratefully, "Yes, Master Island Master." Then, Wu Hung took out 2 tickets, put them on the table and pushed them over. "These are 2 rare tickets. When you are in danger, tear them open and fill in Treasure Island in the itinerary." "Ghost train?" The 5th princess immediately reacted after looking at the ticket. It seems that she has also heard of the legend of the ghost train in the Yek Kingdom, so it is not surprising to hear about it. "Yes, the ghost train. Remember to eat, and go to the bathroom when you are on the train, and don't tell others. If the enemy knows you have a ticket, you may not even have the chance to use it," Wu Hung instructed. "I know." The 5th princess also nodded. After putting away the ticket, like a municipal minister, the 5th princess introduced the development of the city during this period. Wu Hung listened to it, and said with a smile, "Well done, you are very talented in this area." The 5th princess was full of joy and said shyly, It's all thanks to your support, sir. Wu Hung didn't say much on this topic. Where's Philippa? Captain Philippa is at the port. I haven't informed her about what happened last night. The fifth princess said. If there is danger, you can also contact Philippa by radio and ask her to provide support. Okay. The two chatted for a while, and Wu Hung stood up and said, I'm going back first. Contact me if you have anything. Thank you, Island Master, for coming to rescue us. The fifth princess thanked him. Wu Hung nodded, put on his hood again, and left the room. Port, Naval Base. Most of the people here are skeletons, and some of the other navy in the city. Of course, the main fighting force is still the modern ships and skeleton navy led by Philippa. After a brief inquiry, he came to the room where Philippa was. He knocked on the door, and heard the response from inside and walked in. In the room, Philippa sat on a chair, with her legs and high leather boots resting on the edge of the desk, fiddling with a toy sold on the street. The parrot on the desk was sleeping there. What are you doing? Philippa glanced at him and asked casually. Wu Hung took off his hood and said, Captain Philippa, you are becoming more and more like a captain now. Hearing the familiar voice, Philippa raised his eyebrows, and saw that it was Wu Hung, and jumped up in surprise. Running up and swooping, Dad. The sleeping parrot was startled and looked around in fear. Wu Hung caught him and said, Keep your voice down, people outside might hear you. Why are you here? I missed you so much. Philippa kissed him hard on the face. The fifth princess was assassinated last night. I came to see her. You are biased, right? You came to see her. Philippa said angrily. Wu Hung patted her, but, is everything okay here? I take you back to stay for 2 days. Okay, I go and explain. Philippa got off him, opened the door, and went out to explain the work. After a while, she came back and said, Let's go, the boat is ready. No need for a boat, it's too slow. She said, and opened the mansion technique, take the parrot in, I let you out when we get there, and don't let the prisoners inside go. What race are they? Why don't they have mouths? Philippa asked curiously. Human race, don't worry about it. Wu Hung said, and closed the mansion spell. Use teleportation spell, leave the city, take the ghost train, and return to Treasure Island. After returning to Treasure Island, go directly back to the island owner's house. Wu Hung opened the mansion spell, and released Philippa. Uncle, why didn't you call me when you went out? Xiao Xiao ran out of the living room. Philippa pointed at Xiao Xiao, what the hell is this? Philippa, you are so rude. Xiao Xiao said angrily. Do you know me? Philippa was even more surprised. Wu Hung said, This is Xiao Xiao, my ghost, possessed by a magic prop. You should be careful when you speak. Don't act like a pirate. Philippa smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, Xiao Xiao. I'm used to being a pirate. I apologize to you. It's okay. Xiao Xiao said, then ran to Wu Hung and asked, Uncle, why didn't you take me with you? I just went out to do something, and I saw you were out playing, so I didn't call you. Take me with you next time. Business is more important. Xiao Xiao pinched her waist and said, Xiao Xiao is awesome. Wu Hung smiled and touched her head, pulling Xiao Xiao inside. Philippa stood behind and looked at the backs of the two, whispering to the parrot on her shoulder, You won't come to steal my dad. Idiot, Captain. After dinner, Philippa went back to the tavern to see her mother Millicent. Wu Hung told Chanella and the other maids about the other party. Several people were also a little surprised at Wu Hang's current fighting speed. I went out in the morning and came back in the afternoon. I killed a high-level professional like level 18, and most of the time was wasted on the road. Heroes are really scary. When the night got darker, they all returned to the room to rest. The next day, the zombie world. Wu Hung walked out of the boundary gate with the ghost, and went directly to the cell area where the zombies were imprisoned. Starting from cell 205, the 5 connected cells behind it all imprisoned the zombie kings of level 19. After this period of time, it should be almost level 20. By then, with so many level 20 skeletons around him, whether facing ordinary professionals or heroes, they will be a force that cannot be underestimated. Starting from 201, lock them up in one room each. Wu Hung opened the mansion spell, and said to the inside. Several people who were already seriously injured were dragged out by Shan Shan, their equipment was pulled off, and they were thrown into the cell. Wu Hung waved his hand casually, and the sealed mouths of several people reappeared. Your name is Wu Hung, I remember, as long as you can let me go, any conditions can be proposed. I can give you money, lots of money. Amid the noise, Wu Hung asked the skeleton to close the iron door. He said, just like before, let them recover for a day, and then directly cultivate zombies. The skeleton alchemist nodded. After the task was handed down, Wu Heng also returned to the cell, picked up the phone, and called Li Yong. Li Yong, how is the factory going? Li Yong said, the lighting factory you mentioned is almost ready. Okay, I go there now. Chapter 894. The skeleton dragon landed in the middle of the road, and Wu Heng jumped off the dragon's back. The car door not far away opened, and Li Yong, wearing a long black down jacket, came over directly. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? You even rode a dragon here. Before Wu Heng could speak, Xiao Xiao appeared from the side and said, Uncle is in good health, he won't catch a cold. Li Yong smiled and agreed, so amazing. Really, Uncle won't die now. Xiao Xiao said with his chest puffed out, as if he was talking about himself. Who is more capable, you or your uncle? Li Yong turned her head to look at her. Xiao Xiao paused, we are both capable in different ways. Xiao Xiao is really smart. After walking a few steps forward, I saw the lighting factory that Li Yong mentioned. On the wall at the entrance of the factory, there were a few big words written, Xinghui Lighting Factory. Now with satellites and databases, it is quite easy to find some old factories. Li Yong said. Can you find the vault? Wu Heng mentioned the vault again. This can't be found on the satellite. I have already released the news on the radio. There should be some news later. Li Yong said, and then said, by the way, Qi Hankai mentioned a superpower in Mexico who can control metal. What's wrong with her? Wu Heng asked. Qi Hankai said that she should be able to open the lock of the safe through her ability, and she suspects that she can also open the door of the vault. Li Yong said as she walked. The ability of the female superpower is called metal nerves, which can control metal through physical contact. Maybe it can really be opened. Let her find a bank vault to try. Okay. The two entered the backyard of the factory, and saw a large number of busy skeletons. Li Yong introduced, this is an integrated factory. Different workshops are responsible for producing different parts. The workshop in front is for producing lamp heads, and there are also some workshops for wafers and resin packaging in the back. The skeletons have packed them all. The production of a full set of lamps requires a relatively complicated process. Fortunately, the current factories are all integrated production, so there is no need to look for other factories outside. Then, they walked into a workshop, where various machines were packaged. Here, Wu Heng specially left a group of skeleton mechanics to organize data and disassemble machinery. It doesn't need to be too high level, just be able to keep records and number them. After looking at the workshop, the two continued to the row of warehouses behind, where various lamps were neatly arranged. These are probably enough for some people in Treasure Island to install the lamps. After looking at all of them, Wu Heng said, I will stay here to arrange the transportation, you go back first. If you need any more factories, tell me when the time comes. Those machines may not be usable after a long time. Li Yong said. Okay, I will sort them out when I go back, and tell you what I need when the time comes. Wu Heng said. Li Yong nodded, then I will go back first. Okay. Li Yong left, walked out of the factory and drove away. Wu Heng opened the boundary gate in a workshop, and then selected the location of the factory on Treasure Island and connected the boundary gate. He asked the skeleton to start moving the equipment and finish lamps in the warehouse. He moved from the morning to the late night, and finally moved everything. Taking advantage of the night, he teleported back to the island owner's mansion. The next day, early in the morning, Philippa and Robert's quarreling sound came from downstairs. Opening the door and going downstairs, the two quarreling people shut up, and Robert smiled and said, Master, breakfast is ready. Well, you can make a scene, but you are not allowed to fight. Wu Heng hugged the two of them. Rogue complained angrily, she's grabbing food to eat before dinner. Wu Heng doesn't care about you, so you should care. Master didn't see it, and he would care about you even if he saw it. It's not your turn to care. Anweir came out from the other side, holding a branch in her hand, and said, Shut up and wash your hands. The two of them choked, glared at each other, and turned to wash their hands. Anweir smiled and said, Master, don't care about them. Get ready for dinner. As they were talking, Chanella also came down from upstairs. He didn't come back last night, so Chanella slept in her room. All the breakfast was served on the table, and several people sat at the table to eat. Wu Heng said, Wire, I plan to install street lights for the Chamber of Commerce on Lighthouse Street first. You arrange people to count the merchants' wishes, and then formulate a charging standard. Okay, Master. Anweir agreed first, and then said, Is the charging standard uniform for each store? Then, we will use a meter and charge according to usage. Wu Heng said. Chanella glanced at the two of them, and said softly, Treasure Island has long days and short nights. Installing electric lights will not allow merchants to continue for a long time. If the price is too high, merchants will feel repulsive, and you are also building a church recently. This is to remind myself that the next plan is to collect faith. Don't let this matter have a negative impact on my reputation. Then don't set the fee first, and see what the merchants are willing to do. Wu Hung said. Okay, master. And Weir nodded. Chanela continued, the church is almost done, let's go over and take a look later. Okay. In the city of Nidal, the association hall. A new notice was posted on the notice board. More and more people gathered around, and the association members and mercenary teams all looked at the posted notice in surprise. Wu Hung became a hero, and was appointed as the field leader. The island owner, who had always been popular, became a hero this time, and was appointed as the leader by the headquarters. The old wizard Janvito leaned on a wooden stick, his eyes wide open, full of disbelief. Compared with other people, he had contact with Wu Hung many times. A young man who grew up very fast, and spoke very uniquely. But it still felt incredible to become a hero in such a short time. A few months ago, the other party was chasing me to borrow a skill book. Thinking about it now, I still feel a little regretful. At that time, I thought about taking him as an apprentice, and he also invited his Magic Research Association to establish a research institute in Treasure Island. Even if I complete one, I can get closer to the other party. Oops, I felt a little angry. I squeezed out of the crowd and walked to the counter, get an envelope and writing paper. Okay, Dean. The city lord's mansion. Princess, princess, where are you? The little maid shouted as she ran in. The fifth princess, who was reading the documents, immediately took out her weapon, thinking that another killer was coming. But seeing the other party's excited look, it was certain that he was not a killer, and she gently scolded, "Why are you shouting so loudly?" The maid panted several times and said, "Princess, the association has issued a new announcement. The owner of Wuheng Island has become a hero, and has been appointed as the field leader by the headquarters." As she spoke, her face became more excited. "What? Did you see it right?" The fifth princess stood up suddenly, and her voice became louder. "Yes, everyone is talking about this matter. The whole city knows about it," the maid said. The fifth princess also widened her eyes. At this time, thinking back to the other party's easy killing of the 18th level professional, everything made sense. A feeling of joy rose in her heart. It seemed that she had better vision than her elder and second brothers, and found a hero to back her up. "Princess, princess!" the maid called out twice. The fifth princess came back to her senses, and said directly, "Let's go, and send congratulations to the leader via the radio." Lopez City. In the office study of the person in charge of the Snake Emblem Consortium. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door, and the staff walked in. Letelai asked without raising her head, "What's wrong?" The staff member said respectfully, "The association has updated the announcement. Wu Hung, the owner of Treasure Island, has reached level 20, and has been appointed as the leader by the headquarters." Lady looked up suddenly, and the figure with black hair and black eyes immediately appeared in her mind. "Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? The association's announcement has been released, and stamped with the headquarters seal. It should be correct." Lady was full of surprise. She pondered for a long time, and then said, "Write a letter, and say that the venue for the auction at the end of the year will be added to Treasure Island. I will discuss the venue with Chief Wu Hung." "Yes." Treasure Island. Wu Hung and Chanela got off the carriage together. In front of them was a towering and solemn church. The style of the entire building was still the spire, towering columns, and some exquisite and lifelike carvings. Walking into the hall, the interior decoration was still gorgeous. It also reflects the artistic and aesthetic attainments of the Wood Elves. Chanela asked, "Are you satisfied?" "Very satisfied. It's more beautiful than I thought." Wu Hung looked around the entire hall. "As long as you are satisfied, you can change it later if you have new ideas," Sanera continued. The two walked inside. In the middle was a white marble pier, which would be used to erect a hero sculpture. "What are you going to do with the sculpture?" Sanera asked again. "That's up to you." Sanera glanced at him. "Then I'd paint 2 portraits for you when we get back. You can decide which one is right." "What about taking pictures? Oil painting is too slow. You have to stand for hours to pose." Shannara had painted a portrait of him. Standing in front of him without moving was actually quite painful. "Then take a photo first, and I adjusted based on the photo later," Shannara said, and then said, "Have you thought of the name of the sect? And do you need candidates for priests and missionaries?" "They are not ready yet." Wu Hung was a little embarrassed. Shannara looked like she knew it would be like this and said, I arrange a few wood elves to act as priests temporarily. They are good at propaganda and have good appearances. Let's see. If there's really no one, help me arrange for a wood elf to come in. Wu Hung said. The two continued to walk inside. In addition to the church hall in front, there is also a separate prayer area next to it. In the back is the courtyard and living area. It's basically just a renovation, not as big as the hall. Ring, ring, ring. The two walked to the backyard. Shannara's phone rang. The phone can't receive signals when it's placed in a space ring, so it has to be carried with you. He glanced at the caller ID, Minnie is here. After that, he answered the phone directly. Okay, I go back now. After hanging up the phone, he explained to Wu Hung, Minnie said that the fifth elder of the Wood Elves is here, and we have to go back. Do you have any other arrangements here? Fifth elder? Make sculptures and recruit priests, just these two things. Wu Hung said. Okay, I make the arrangements. Let's go back and see what the fifth elder is here for. Shannara said. Wu Hung put his hand on her shoulder. The two disappeared. The island master's mansion. Wu Hung and Shannara appeared. Then, they saw two elders and guards of the Wood Elves guarding the door. He bowed slightly to the two. Entering the hall, a male Wood Elf wearing a purple robe with gold pattern sat on a sofa, with long hair and dark circles under his eyes. His figure and appearance were still upright and handsome like a Wood Elf, but his temperament seemed to be deficient in blood. The Wood Elf with dark circles under his eyes turned around and found Shannara and Wu Hung. He first looked carefully, then stood up and saluted. It's an honor to meet you, Chief Wu Hung. It seems that the Wood Elves received the news of his becoming the chief earlier. They also arranged for the elders to come. Shannara introduced, this is the fifth elder of the Elder Council, Aldrin, who is mainly responsible for diplomatic work. Wu Hung smiled, Elder Aldrin, don't be so polite, please sit down. The fifth elder smiled and said, to celebrate your promotion to the chief, we brought you a gift. As he spoke, he took out gifts from the space ring one by one and placed them in the empty space in front of him. This is a bit too polite. Wu Hung glanced at the gifts. Some gifts are still what I should give. The fifth elder was still polite. Shannara said, Minnie, take the gifts down first. Several maids came out and moved the gifts to the next room. Tea and snacks were served, and Wu Hung and the fifth elder chatted politely. Then, the fifth elder said, this time, in addition to congratulating you on becoming the leader, I also came here to bother you about the Vatican. Shannara should have told you that the Vatican has warned several chambers of commerce. I know about this. Wu Hung nodded. The fifth elder continued, the attitude of the Wood Elves has always been to stand with Treasure Island, but we cannot ignore the threat of the Holy See, so we plan to reply to the Holy See on the grounds that the order signed between us has not been completed. I hope you don't mind it. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. The Wood Elves really don't want to offend both sides. It sounds good, but it's nothing more than dragging both sides. The situation has not deteriorated. The cooperation between the Wood Elves and Treasure Island is still continuing, and another elder has been arranged to come to explain the matter. But if the situation worsens, and the two heroes of the church target Treasure Island, the Wood Elves will have an excuse to deal with the church. Although I immediately thought of the other party's little tricks, I didn't feel strange. Adults weigh the pros and cons when doing things, not to mention that a race is involved. Shannara glanced at Wu Hung, then looked at the fifth elder, with some dissatisfaction in her tone. Leader Lilith said that the headquarters is adjusting this matter, what else is there to worry about? The fifth elder also said helplessly, you also know the situation in the tribe. There are some things that the Elder Council is helpless about. The cooperation was going well, but they were threatened like this. The Wood Elves were also very upset, but there was nothing they could do. They couldn't fight, and they couldn't stand the church's harassment. Then, the fifth elder said, Chief Wu Hung, the Elders' Council has another decision to build an alchemy research institute on Treasure Island. Some of the unique formulas of the Wood Elves will also be shared with Treasure Island. Wu Hang's eyes narrowed. The Wood Elves took out the potion formula. Chapter 895. The Wood Elves are the most outstanding among all races in plant-based potion research. It can be said that all races that want to increase food production purchase potions from the Wood Elves. Before, in order to allow the zombie world to grow food on its own, Wu Hung communicated with the Wood Elves to buy the formula, and the conditions allowed them to make any formula, and promised not to sell potions and food to others. However, the Wood Elves never agreed, and only agreed to increase the supply of food and potions. Now the Wood Elves took the initiative to bring up this matter. Wu Hang's mind turned quickly, and he came up with 2 points. First, in the conflict between him and the church, the Wood Elves played the role of fence-sitters, and they also knew that Wu Hung would not be satisfied with their decision. Therefore, they took out the formula of the race's core potion to prove that they were more inclined to their side. Another point is that Treasure Island was mass-producing pills at a speed that was difficult for this world to understand, and the corpse core potion was sold to the outside world. Let them think that Treasure Island also has strong alchemy technology, and the two sides can cooperate and absorb each other's knowledge. The latter view is my own guess, but it is not impossible. Two ideas flashed through my mind quickly. He looked up at the other party again, and then said, Treasure Island doesn't need the formula at the moment. The smile of the fifth elder opposite froze. It seems that he didn't expect Wu Hung to refuse so decisively. A few months ago, Treasure Island was very eager to get the formula from the Wood Elves. The room fell silent. Shannara glanced at both sides and said to the five elders, the church has existed for so many years, and what role it has played in the Wood Elves. We all know that if relying on them could make the race strong, we would not have waited until today. On the contrary, the cooperation between Starflower and Treasure Island in the past 2 years has allowed a large number of products to be sold. It was said implicitly, but it was also explaining one thing. If the church had helped the Wood Elves, they would have become strong long ago and would not have waited until today. Making friends with Wu Hung is the most advantageous situation. The fifth elder smiled bitterly and said, of course we know this, but with the strength of the Wood Elves, there is no way to make enemies with the ruling leader. He took a deep breath, then stood up and saluted Wu Hung. Chief Wu Hung, the Wood Elves came with sincerity. If you have any needs in the future, the Wood Elves will fully cooperate with you. Wu Hung fell into thought, and after a while, he continued, I plan to build a church on Treasure Island. Do you have any suggestions? The fifth elder looked a little puzzled, glanced at Shannara, and then turned back. What do you need? We are willing to support you as long as we can. Seeing that the other party still didn't understand what he meant, he said directly, the space developed on Treasure Island is limited. I plan to build more than 50 churches next year. The fifth elder raised his eyebrows, stood there and pondered for a long time, and said, on behalf of the Wood Elves, I can promise to build 10 churches for you in the territory of the Wood Elves. 30, Wu Hung said. The fifth elder shook his head, Chief, I can't promise you so much. We need to go back to the elders' meeting for discussion, which may take a long time. 20, the construction site cannot be less than the scale of the town. Wu Hung said. Okay, I can promise you on behalf of the Wood Elves. The fifth elder also agreed happily. Wu Hung looked behind him. Minnie, go prepare an agreement. Yes. Minnie left quickly, and when she came back again, she took out the prepared agreement. The content was very simple. Build 20 churches in the territory of the Wood Elves within 1 year. Both of them looked at the agreement and signed it. The Wood Elves elder also breathed a sigh of relief. The signing of the agreement also meant that the relationship between the two sides had eased. After the agreement was signed, the fifth elder continued, what about the Alchemy Research Institute? Wu Hung said, I will set up a research institute on the island, and you can arrange for relevant personnel to come over. Okay, I will ask the alchemists in the tribe to come over. The fifth elder said with a smile. The topic became much easier afterwards. The two chatted about things on the island, and the sales of pills to the Wood Elves for a while. They sat there until noon. The fifth elder stood up and said, Chief Wu Hung, I will go back and write a letter to the Council of Elders to implement the agreement we have reached as soon as possible. Wu Hung nodded and asked, are you going back directly, fifth elder, or are you going to live here for a while? I plan to go to the city hall and choose a property to buy. The fifth elder said. Shannara said on the side, the place where I lived before is still vacant. If you don't mind, you can live there temporarily. The furniture is complete. That's the best. We really have no place to live. The fifth elder smiled. Shannara took out a deed, and the key to the place where she lived. Wu Hung looked at the address on the deed. It was next to where he lived at the beginning. At that time, he rented a 4-story building with a courtyard in the Snake Emblem group, and Shannara lived next to him. That's the property. After the fifth elder put it away, he said, Chief Wu Hung, I go back first. Well, if you have something to do, just come over. You can find me or Shannara. She has the final say on the island. Wu Hung said. The fifth elder bowed again and turned to leave. Shannara said, I take you to your residence, so you don't get unfamiliar with Treasure Island. Okay. The fifth elder did not refuse. Wu Hung sent the Wood Elf to the door. Shannara, the fifth elder, and the guards left. After walking a distance from the island master's mansion, the fifth elder smiled and said, it can be seen that your relationship is really good. Shannara said, when we were together, he was only level 15. There was also some special meaning in the words. When Wu Hung was not grown up, he put everything on him, and the choice of the elders was still hesitant and weighing the pros and cons. The fifth elder was also a little helpless. Who would have thought that a human would become a hero in such an exaggerated way? I don't know if Shannara really saw the other party's potential, or just relied on her own luck. You have more vision and courage than us, the fifth elder said with a smile. Elves and wood elves are similar, and their ideas are more avant-garde than other races. Although the Elders' Council revoked Shannara's status as president, the reason was not to not allow wood elves and races to fall in love. Shannara continued, will the elders agree to Wu Hung building a church in the country? The fifth elder replied, the Elders' Council has discussed it, and will fully support Wu Hung. If the pressure from the Holy See is not really too great, they can directly help him build a church. Shannara raised her eyebrows, with some surprise in her eyes. She knew very well what Wu Hung lacked the most. He had no country of his own, no backing, but the location of Treasure Island was special, and Wu Hung did have some ideas in business, so he relied on trade to promote himself to a hero. But now, he needed to build a church, and he could only build one within the scope of Treasure Island. And more, he needed land, population, and a country or power that allowed him to build a church. In other words, the Council of Elders had made up its mind to bind itself with Wu Hung. Don't worry, we won't be the second Yek Kingdom. The fifth elder continued, when the time comes, I hope that Chief Wu Hung can take care of our wood elves. It won't be the second Yek Kingdom. If the Yek Kingdom had treated Wu Hung well, then the country would have had a unique hero. Unfortunately, since the old king was old, the country has become corrupt. Shannara glanced at the other party and continued, he promised me that as long as the wood elves don't do anything excessive, he won't make enemies with the wood elves. You can let the elders rest assured. This mainly depends on you. The fifth elder nodded. Shannara asked again, there is still one thing I don't quite understand. Building a church for Wu Hung, aren't you afraid that the people in the church will find out? The fifth elder said, it takes a certain amount of time to build a church, and the church is warning about the starflower, not about things between sections. Will the church listen to this explanation? It depends on how the headquarters mediates their conflicts during this period of time, and the deterrent power of the leader of Wu Hung. I believe that with the leader's growth rate, it should not be difficult. The fifth elder said, and then took out a brocade box from the space ring. This is given to you by the elders. Be careful to protect yourself on the island. Shanila looked at the gift and said, no need. The elders approved it. If you don't want it, I will accept it myself. The fifth elder said directly. Thank you. Shanila took it, and put it directly into the space ring. Then, the two chatted about the situation on the island, and learned about the details of the last time the Pope attacked Treasure Island. As he spoke, he headed for the designated residence. The island owner's mansion. Master, look at this, a leaf carved out of gold. Wow, this gem is so big. This looks like a feather, very beautiful, I wonder what it's used for. Wu Hung was sitting in the living room, and the maid shouts came from the next room. Due to the lack of heroes, the overall strength and status of the wood elves are not as good as those of the elves, but the inheritance and craftsmanship, even aesthetics and culture are very similar. The gift set were naturally exquisite and valuable. He ignored the shouts from the next door. Wu Hung was thinking about the matter of the wood elves this time. The biggest gain this time was that the wood elves were willing to build a church for him. As for whether the agreement would be torn up by the other party, it depends on the situation later. They should not do such a stupid thing. Thinking in his heart, Benny and Glinda flew back from outside, and Benny went directly into the body. The conversation between the fifth elder and Shannara was also shared directly. After reading it, he released Bernie again. Bernie said, it seems that the wood elves did come with a friendly attitude. Glinda appeared on the other side. Becoming a hero will make everyone treat you with a friendly attitude. Oh, philosopher! Wu Hung said in surprise. Glinda rolled his eyes at him and continued, Treasure Island is still a little too small. It is also a good thing for you to be connected with the wood elves. Well, I hope everything goes well, Wu Hung said. In the inner room, the maids came out with a few items to decorate the room. The two ghosts shut up and disappeared again. In the afternoon, Shannara returned from outside. She changed into a home outfit and leaned lazily on him. Have you dealt with the fifth elder? Wu Hung asked, hugging her shoulders. He stayed in that house. If he hadn't brought you so many things, I wouldn't have planned to let him live there. That's where we're together. Shannara pouted, looking like she was disgusted with him. Wu Hung said, why does the fifth elder have such dark circles under his eyes? How should I know? He was like this when I met him, Shannara said, and took out a gift box from the space ring, saying, "The gift from the Elders' Council. I haven't seen what it is yet." As she said that, she opened it directly, revealing a headband made of vines, with a green gem inlaid at the front. Oak Life Crown, wonderful item. Effects: healing, detoxification, plant communication, animal control. Side effects: addiction. Description: the crown made of oak vines, in addition to its own meaning, also represents the wearer's special status among the Wood Elves. Addiction: it will reach its peak for the creatures it depends on, and the effect may disappear over time. For effects, and they are all quite practical. The value of this item has reached the level of items that can be exchanged for first-level merit. Oak Crown. Shannara said the name directly. Do you know it? Wu Hung looked at the other party. Shannara said, "It belongs to the same series as my amber pendant." As she said that, she pulled the amber pendant out from the gap in her chest. Amber pendant. The reason why Wu Hung and Shannara can be together is largely due to the side effects of the amber pendant. The first person who opens his eyes in the amber will feel dependent, and this dependence turns into love in Shannara's body. Of course, Shannara does not reject this feeling towards Wu Hung. Now looking at the side effects of this crown, you will understand the meaning. The dependence-independence addiction corresponds to oneself. It doesn't seem to be a side effect. How can they become addicted when they sleep together every day? This strange thing works well, Wu Hung said. Shannara nodded. It's one of the better treasures among our race. It seems that the Wood Elves really care about Treasure Island. Shannara leaned on him again. If you allow, you should also take care of the Wood Elves more. Yes. Wu Hung nodded. The two chatted for a while, and Wu Hung went upstairs to the study. Shannara went to check the gifts with the maids. Near dusk, Philippa came to the island owner's house with a parrot on his shoulder to eat. Looking at the gifts on the floor, she screamed, "Wow, how can there be so many good things? I've never seen them even as a pirate." Minnie said, "Don't rummage around. What if they get damaged?" "They're not that easy to damage. These are from the Wood Elves. They're really rich." After Philippa finished speaking, she noticed Shannara looking at her from the corner of her eye, and immediately changed her words. "No, I mean, the things from the Wood Elves are really beautiful." Wu Hung also came down from upstairs and said, "Pick a few of what you like." "Really?" Philippa started to choose happily. Dinner was served on the table. Wu Hung said, "Wire, tomorrow you and Shannara go to the central area to choose a place as the site for cooperating with the Wood Elves to develop potions." Underwire looked up and asked, "Are there any requirements for the site?" Wu Hung looked at Shannara, who said, "No requirements. The site should be spacious, and it would be best if there is a basement to store materials. The materials can be placed in the refrigerator." Wu Hung said, "That's no problem. The place is quieter. They need a certain environment for alchemy." Shannara continued. "Okay." Envier also nodded. After dinner, the women in the family went to the training room. The next day, in the morning, Xiao Xiao controlled the puppet and walked on the commercial street of the port area holding Wu Hung's hand. Wu Hung was dressed as an adventurer with a hood on his head to cover his face. Xiao Xiao was also dressed like a local child with a hood on his head. One big and one small, walking along the road. Except that Xiao Xiao was jumping around and was obviously a child. There was nothing special about him. He looked up at the sign above and walked directly into the shop on the side. The shop was a little deserted. Seeing the two people coming in, the counter owner glanced at them and said with a smile, "Sir, what do you need? I will introduce it to you." "Pick a gift for my mother, she is a bard," Xiao Xiao said first. "We just got a new batch of goods here. Sir and lady can choose some." The boss kept smiling and walked back to the counter to take out two props. Introduced. "This is the new goods of our Chamber of Commerce." Chapter 896. Wu Hung held Xiao Xiao in his arms and looked at the props that the boss brought up. There were two types in total. One was a dark green cloak, and the other was a white wind chime of unknown material. Inspiration cloak. Description: a cloak that contains revelation. When wearing it, the bard will be more sensitive to the things around him, and weave them into his own stories and songs. Melody wind chime. Description: a wind chime blessed by the wind fairy. When the bard plays the instrument, the wind chime will automatically sound. When the breeze blows, the wind chime will also spontaneously play a soft melody. Wu Hung glanced over, and the information of the two props appeared in front of him. At this time, the boss also began to introduce, "This first item is one of the best-selling props of our Chamber of Commerce, called the Inspiration Cloak, engraved with a variety of complex inscriptions, which can make the bard more creative. The second item is called the melody wind chime. In the absence of accompaniment, you only need to hang up the wind chime, and you can follow the accompaniment. The boss also talked about the usage scenarios. The cloak is used as a prop to increase inspiration, and the other can be used as an accompaniment instrument. Uncle, which one is better? Xiao Xiao asked. Wu Heng said, how much are these two? The boss kept a professional smile. The cloak is 172 silver, the wind chime is 45 silver. If you buy both, I will charge you 200 silver. I want both, Wu Heng said generously. Okay, customer, I will pack it for you right away. The boss folded the cloak and put the wind chime in a brocade box. Wu Heng continued to ask, do you have a skill book? High level, easy to learn. Yes, I get it for you. The boss went to get the skill book again. Soon, several skill books were taken out. Most of them require some threshold, or are more suitable for the other world. After screening, I finally chose 2 skill books. One is called Ear of the Forest, which can observe the situation with the help of the senses of friendly animals around. Some of them are like the ability of shared vision of rangers and tamers, which should be more useful in the zombie world. The second one is called Ode to Vitality, and the music is more emotional. It is a passive skill, and it can provide an increase to oneself after learning it. After choosing, Wu Heng paid the corresponding silver coins. Wu Heng took Xiao Xiao out of the store, and bought a large bunch of flowers at the flower shop along the way. The two chatted and started walking back. After returning to the island owner's mansion, he asked the skeleton with 2 world languages to translate the newly bought skill book. In the afternoon, he told the maids, open the boundary door in the study, and went to the zombie world. Zombie world, on the way to the central square. The skeleton driver was driving the car, Wu Heng was sitting in the passenger seat, Xiao Xiao was controlling the puppet, and chatting with 2 ghosts in the back seat. Today was the time to have dinner with Zhao Yanqiu as promised to Xiao Xiao. As the time was approaching, I suddenly felt a little nervous. Because of unfinished business, Xiao Xiao's level had been stuck at level 18. As the first ghost, he fell behind Glinda and Bernie. Xiao Xiao couldn't tell what he wanted. He said he wanted a giant bear doll, and he also said he wanted his mother to become a professional. After satisfying all the requirements, the restriction of unfinished business was still not lifted. If Treasure Island had been peaceful, it wouldn't matter whether Xiao Xiao upgraded or not, as long as she was happy. But now that I have reached level 20, the level of enemies I have to face is also increasing. Especially during this period, there was a conflict with the church, and it is not certain that the 2 sides will fight one day. The church's skills have a restraining effect on the undead, and Xiao Xiao may be in danger at this level. Therefore, the unfinished business should be resolved. And Zhao Yanqiu is also a mature and beautiful woman. The 2 have met several times, and are not repulsive to each other. But the main connection between them is still Xiao Xiao. Ring ring ring. Hello Mom, my uncle, and I will be there soon, don't worry. Well, I know. Xiao Xiao said a few words on the phone in the back row, and then hung up. Said, Uncle, my mother said that the meal is not ready yet, so we don't have to worry. There's still some way to go, and we're almost there. Wu Heng said. Xiao Xiao nodded and continued chatting with the 2 ghosts. The car stopped outside the building in the central area. Wu Heng wore a mask and took Xishi's hand and walked towards Zhao Yanqiu's dormitory. Knock, knock, knock. Knock on the door. Soon, the door opened and Zhao Yanqiu stood behind it and looked out. She had long hair neatly tied and wore golden earrings. She had light makeup on her face, bright eyes, and red lips. It can be seen that she was dressed very carefully. She wore a slim-fitting light blue turtleneck sweater that fit her body and outlined soft lines. The collar was slightly open, revealing a small piece of fair skin. She wore slim black trousers that outlined her straight legs. Because she was at home, she wore a pair of light blue slippers. Perhaps because of her job, Zhao Yanqiu seemed younger and fairer than when she first met her, and she had the temperament of a little star. Mom, you're so slow to open the door. Xiao Xiao pushed the door open and walked in directly. Wu Heng followed behind him, and handed a bunch of flowers in his hand to the other party, for you. Thank you. Zhao Yanqiu's face turned slightly red, and she whispered, taking the flowers in her hand, come in quickly. After Wu Heng came in, Zhao Yanqiu smelled the flowers in her hand, and put them in the vase beside her. Then she said, you 2 sit over there for a while, dinner will be ready soon. After that, she went straight into the kitchen. Xiao Xiao sat on the sofa, and turned on the TV, which was playing cartoons. Then he whispered, Uncle, where are the props? Why didn't you send them to my mother? Your mother was too quick, and went straight into the kitchen. she didn't have time to send them. Wu Hung said as he sat aside. Then I send them later. Xiao Xiao said, and she was really worried about this matter. Not long after, Xiao Yanqiu brought up the last dish. He said a little embarrassedly, Chief, you can eat now. Wu Hung took out the props and skill books. These are what Xiao Xiao and I prepared for you. They will help your career. There are gifts. I'm a little embarrassed. Xiao Yanqiu said with a smile. The green cape was opened. Xiao Yanqiu looked at it. A shawl? The pattern on it is really beautiful. Shawl? In the modern world, no one really uses cloaks. A shawl will do. Anyway, it will work if you put it on your body. Then he looked at the wind chimes and planned to hang them on the window. Xiao Xiao said, Mom, these are props. They are all very useful. Then he repeated what the shop owner said in the morning to Xiao Yanqiu. Xiao Yanqiu looked confused and asked at Wu Hung, Xiao Xiao is fine. It is indeed used this way. Thank you, Chief. I like it very much. After that, he put the props and skill books on the bookshelf on one side, and sat on the dining table together. Wu Hung sat opposite Xiao Yanqiu, and Xiao Xiao sat on the side. Xiao Yanqiu took out the red wine again and said, What do you like to drink? I don't have much here. I exchanged it with my colleagues this morning. This is fine. I don't have the habit of drinking these. Xiao Yanqiu nodded and filled his glass with wine. How about trying my cooking? Wu Hung took 2 bites and praised, It's delicious, the taste of home cooking. Xiao Yanqiu smiled and said, Then eat more. The two chatted casually, and the atmosphere was still a little strange. Wu Hung wanted to say something to make them closer, but felt a little awkward. In addition to Xiao Xiao, who was sitting next to him, there were 2 invisible ghosts not far away, staring at this place as if they were watching a good show. Xiao Xiao said, Mom, do you think we look like a family? Xiao Yanqiu's face turned redder, and she whispered, Xiao Xiao, don't talk nonsense. Wu Hung put down his chopsticks, put his arms on the table, and said, Last time I listened to the radio, you can play the accordion. It sounds very good. Xiao Yanqiu's eyes lit up. Really? It's my hobby too. Wu Hung picked up the red wine and asked while drinking, What song is that? It doesn't seem to be pop music. Xiao Yanqiu said, Well, it's a song from a French movie called Angel Amélie. There is a backup of this movie in the bass. Wu Hung looked up and met her eyes. I haven't seen it. Let's watch it together next time. Xiao Yanqiu's face flushed slightly, glanced at Xiao Xiao, and nodded gently, okay. After that, the two fell into silence again. Xiao Xiao looked at the two of them from the side, feeling that if they continued like this, they didn't know how long it would drag on, so she said directly, Uncle, do you want to kiss your mother? Xiao Yanqiu was startled. Xiao Xiao. Wu Hung stood up, walked in front of him, grabbed him and pulled him up. Xiao Yanqiu's body was tense, and she whispered, We haven't touched each other many times. Wu Hung said, For the children. As he spoke, he put one hand around the other's waist, lifted the other's chin with the other hand, and kissed him directly. A long and gentle kiss. Xiao Xiao also stood up and hugged the two of them. He buried his head in their waists. Dad, Mom. Ghost release skill, unfinished business. Late at night, Wu Hung suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the small panel. The unfinished business was indeed unlocked. A burst of joy rose in his heart. The unfinished business of ghosts is more like a knot in their hearts. After completing the last wish, they still need to untie the knot themselves. At that time, Granda's unfinished business was also unlocked in the second half of the night after helping her kill her husband who killed her. Xiao Xiao also unlocked the unfinished business after a few hours. Finally, I can upgrade Xiao Xiao, and the efforts for so long have not been in vain. Thinking in my heart, I hugged the delicate body with messy hair and still sleeping in my arms. The other party murmured that he couldn't do it anymore, but didn't wake up. Wu Hung also closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. He also closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next day, early morning, Wu Hung woke up from his sleep, and Xiao Yanqiu was still sleeping in his arms. He helped her put away the hair stuck on her forehead, and saw her eyelashes trembling gently. You're awake, Wu Hung said with a smile. Xiao Yanqiu opened her eyes when she saw that she was discovered. You're awake, I make breakfast for you. As she said that, she covered her chest with a quilt, sat up, and revealed her white and slender back. Wu Hung reached out and touched the other person's back, saying, What time are you going to the radio station? Why don't you take a break? Xiao Yanqiu looked back at him and said stubbornly, Who is afraid of who? Wu Hung opened his arms, Come. Xiao Yanqiu blushed and got into his arms again. After breakfast, Xiao Yanqiu happily went to the radio station to broadcast the program. Xiao Xiao and Wu Hung sat in the living room watching TV. Wu Hung said, Xiao Xiao, You can continue to upgrade. Really? That's great. Xiao Xiao cheered, and then said, Can I still call you uncle in the future? You didn't say that before. Wu Hung looked at her. It's so embarrassing. Xiao Xiao was a little embarrassed, and said, My mother also told me not to call you randomly, for fear of affecting you. Zhao Yanqiu probably meant that she didn't want to mention this matter in front of Li Yong. After all, apart from Li Yong, no one else had the opportunity to get in touch with Xiao Xiao. Wu Hung said, Which name do you like? I feel that calling you uncle is more convenient. Then call me uncle, I call you Xiao Xiao. As long as we live together, the name doesn't matter. Wu Hung said with a smile. Xiao Xiao said, Uncle, what you said is really good. Glinda muttered to the side, This guy has a way to coax women of all ages. Yeah. Benny nodded in agreement. Xiao Xiao continued to ask, When are we going to upgrade? I also want to be a heroic spirit. I call and ask. Wu Hung took out his phone and dialed Li Yaheng's number. What do you want me to do? Li Yaheng's voice came over. Wu Hung asked, Is there any place nearby to clear the zombies? Yes, it's in the nearby city, and you need to take a train to get there. Li Yang said. She had been asked to count some areas that were missed before. Send me the map, I go there later. Wu Hung said. Do you need me to go with you? No, just arrange a train for me, and I go there directly. Okay. The two talked for a few words, and the map on the phone was sent to them. After taking a quick look, he stood up and said, Xiao Xiao, say hello to your mother, we're going to upgrade. Okay. Treasure Island Association. A team composed of the headquarters Hong Wenhui, and the hunters walked directly into the association building. The cool breeze from the central air conditioner was blowing, which made the team feel a little strange. The treatment of the association here is good, and there is such a cooling device in the hall. It is probably designed by Wu Hung leader. I have also heard that many strange machines on Treasure Island are not sold to the public, only owned by Treasure Island. Then it would be very comfortable to work here. The few people chatted and felt curious about many things on the island. At this time, the elf with short hair came over and said softly, Everyone, the deacon invites you to the meeting room. Please lead the way. The leading person kept smiling. Several people came to the meeting room. After knocking on the door, they walked in directly. Deacon Zalagui, I am Elder Gar from the headquarters. The leading elf said directly. Elder, Zalagui and Shiryali were moved. The elves are also a large tribe, and not everyone knows them. Zalagui bowed respectfully. Elder Gar, do you have any instructions for coming to Treasure Island? Gar said directly. Hong Wenhui received the picture records and text records sent by Chief Wu Hung. Chief Claudio asked us to send a reply letter, and at the same time wanted to discuss some things with Chief Wu Hung. Claudio is the name of the leader of the Hongwen Society. Okay. Shilagui nodded and said to Shiryali, Notify the leader Wu Hung and see if he is here? Shiryali nodded and walked out of the room. Shilagui continued to talk with the others. Kelp Kingdom, Lanala City. On the noisy streets, pedestrians hurried back and forth, stepping on the muddy and stone-paved roads, making a rustling sound. The fruit and vegetable seller shouted at the top of his voice, and the blacksmith in the workshop with his bare upper body flying sparks. A young man with slightly dark skin, wearing a brocade robe and glasses, walked quickly into a tavern and returned to the reserved room. He opened the package and took out the magic soul pot. He bowed slightly and said, Madam, your items have been exchanged for gold and silver coins. A wisp of ghost emerged from the magic soul pot, forming an illusory female figure, and whispered, Well, have you bought the props to nourish the ghost? I have already placed an order with the Snake Emblem Consortium. They are the most efficient force. As long as the money is enough, there will be results soon. The man still bowed and said. The ghost said lightly, Well done, it seems that keeping you is the right choice. The man did not answer, but continued, When I came back, I went to the association to take a look. There are 2 pieces of news that you may be interested in. Go! The first one is that 3 of the tomb robbers are on the wanted list of the association. A second-level reward is offered to find their traces. They have stayed in the city. The people of the association may find something. The man said. Are you one of them? The ghost asked. Not me. The man answered. What about the second thing? The second thing is that the owner of Treasure Island became a hero, the youngest and fastest improving hero, and now everyone is discussing his deeds. The man said, with some surprise in his tone. He is also a tomb robber? The ghost didn't know why he mentioned him. The youngest hero was not important to her, leaving the environment of the cemetery. To maintain the ghost state, all kinds of props and strange objects were needed. There was no mood to care about these. The man pushed his glasses and glanced at the other party carefully. He spoke softly, "My lady, he is a necromancer hero." Chapter 897. In the next 3 days, Wu Heng took Xiao Xiao to clean up zombies in remote places and absorb residual souls to increase experience. Now thinking back, choosing the profession of necromancer was really a correct choice. It was not really a choice. After all, in a place like Blackrock Town, there was only one necromancer's job transfer scroll, and there was no other choice. And the zombie world was a great help to his profession. This help was not only to kill zombies to gain experience, but also from the initial batch conversion of skeletons, to the later cultivation of level 20 skeletons, and now to upgrade the level of ghosts. Every item was used. If I had chosen other professions, or mages from other factions, I would have only upgraded my level. Unlike now, the development is quite comprehensive. In the distance, the battle between skeletons and zombies continued, and wisps of residual souls floated into the sky. Xiao Xiao made a Superman flying posture, rushed towards ghosts one after another, and quickly absorbed the residual souls. Xiao Xiao's unfinished business, in addition to wanting a father, should also be the safety of her mother. Glinda floated aside and said softly, "What do you mean?" Wu Heng asked casually while sitting in the passenger seat of the car. "When you and her mother were in the room that day, we were chatting outside. Xiao Xiao mentioned that she wouldn't have to worry about her mother so much in the future," Glinda said. Glinda and Benny were both alone, and their unfinished business was to kill the murderer. Xiao Xiao was really different from them, as she had relatives alive. Although she complained about her mother always talking about her, she would go back to accompany her every few days. Moreover, the unfinished business was not mentioned. There could only be one last wish, maybe two, one for the safety of the father, and the other for the mother. Now Zhao Yanqiu is tied to this hero, and in Shishia's opinion, it is indeed the safest and most reliable way. This child is still worrying the adults. Wu Heng said. "What a good child," Glinda said on the side. Benny also said, "Xiao Xiao is really good." "Why, you want to steal the girl," Wu Heng said unhappily. Ghost level increased to level 20, physique +1, agility +4, intelligence +4, perception +3, charm +3. Unlocked features. Legendary heroic spirit. Unlocked features. Legendary invisibility, legendary telekinesis control, legendary possession. As he spoke, system prompts rang one after another. Wu Heng sat up straight and looked forward through the windshield. The little body that devoured the ghost also solidified a lot. Huh. Xiao Xiao flew back directly, his head passed through the windshield, and his body remained outside. "Uncle, am I level 20? Level 20, you are also a heroic spirit," Wu Heng said. "Great. I am awesome." Xiao Xiao cheered. Glinda and Bernie also said, "Congratulations, Xiao Xiao, you are also level 20. I told you, we are 3 carriages, pulling Uncle forward," Xiao Xiao said excitedly. Xiao Xiao felt a little disappointed that he failed to reach level 20. Now he has reached level 20, and everything is the same. Wu Heng said, "What do you mean by pulling me forward? I am also level 20. Uncle's level 20 is not as good as ours." Xiao Xiao puffed out her chest. "I don't agree with this view." "What is the view?" Shishia's eyes were confused. "It's just a statement," Wu Heng explained, opened the door, handed the ghost train ticket machine to a skeleton, and asked him to go down and transform the remaining souls into tickets to avoid wasting them. Then the skeleton army moved forward and accelerated the speed of killing zombies. Wait until the zombies were cleared. The ticket machine and the transformed tickets were sent over. Wu Heng put it into the space ring, and continued to go downstairs to transform the corpses on the ground, and collected the corpse cores at the same time. After the work was completed, Wu Heng began to return with the skeleton army. Return to Xinfu City. Wu Heng did not return to the Central Mall, but directly asked the skeleton to drive back to the prison. When he arrived at the prison, it was already dark. Xiao Xiao went to the cell area to check the level of the zombies, and there was still no change. Wu Heng opened the boundary door in the monitoring room and returned to Treasure Island with the ghost. It was late at night in the Island Master's mansion. After releasing the 3 ghosts to move freely, Wu Heng simply washed up and went back to his room to rest. Lilith's mansion. "Sister, shall we go ride a motorcycle?" Inside the dark red wooden coffin, Lilith suddenly opened her eyes, her aura burst out, and the wooden coffin made a creaking sound like teeth aching. And the next second, when she saw Xiao Xiao above her head through the coffin lid, her aura quickly dissipated. "Xiao Xiao? Sister, did I disturb you? You're so grumpy when you wake up. Xiao Xiao sounded apologetic. Grumpy when you wake up? Is that a new word you invented? Lilith's eyes softened, and she pushed open the coffin lid and sat up. I didn't invent it, and I don't know who invented it, Xiao Xiao said. Is your uncle back? Lilith continued to ask. He's back, Xiao Xiao answered. Lilith stood up from the coffin, adjusted her skirt, and looked at her carefully several times. Xiao Xiao, did you fly here directly? Well, it's too late. The island owner's mansion is closed, so I flew over to play with you. I bring my puppet tomorrow, and we play games. Xiao Xiao floated beside her. Lilith's brows were still furrowed. Before, she could capture Xiao Xiao when she was invisible, but this time, she didn't notice her existence before she called her. She thought quickly in her mind. What was the reason for this change? One is that Wu Heng performed a ghost ritual on Xiao Xiao, which added the ability to enhance invisibility. The second is the level of the ghost, which has caught up with her and reached level 20. But this second point is a bit too exaggerated. There is no record of a level 20 ghost in the book. Xiao Xiao, where have you been these days? You are not on the island when I look for you. Lilith changed clothes in the inner room. Xiao Xiao also followed and said, You went to level up. I have to work hard too. As expected. Lilith's heart moved. Although I don't know what method Wu Heng used to level up a level 20 ghost, it is definitely a level increase. Wu Heng is a hero, and he also has a level 20 ghost. This treasure island is a bit scary. After simply packing up, Lilith took her out. Next time, sister will customize a taller doll for you, and we can ride a motorcycle together. Xiao Xiao said, Uncle won't let me, saying he's afraid I fall. If it breaks, I buy you a new one. Don't listen to him. No, I have to listen now. Xiao Xiao said, and then said, Uncle said to get me a smaller motorcycle, the kind that I can ride. Smaller? Lilith's eyes lit up, and she coughed lightly. Tell him to give me one too, and we can ride together. Okay. One person and one soul walked out of the mansion. Lilith spread her wings and flew into the sky, and Xiao Xiao followed, heading towards the newly developed, uninhabited area. In the early morning, Wu Heng came down from upstairs. The maids had already prepared breakfast and greeted with a smile. Master, you can eat. Wu Heng sat at the dining table, and the cabwoman Roby brought the tableware. Minnie said, Master, Assistant Yali called you a few days ago, and said that someone from Hong Wenhui came to the island and wanted to see you. Hong Wenhui? I did write a letter to Hong Wenhui, and mailed the information and photos of the last exploration of the ship tomb. But they should have replied to me, and arranged for someone to come. Is there a problem with the information I sent? Did they say what happened? Wu Heng asked. Minnie shook her head. No, just told her to tell her when you come back. Shannara said on the side, There is a wood elf accompanying the Hongwen Association. I mentioned this matter when I visited yesterday. Wu Heng looked at the plump wood elf in home clothes. What did he say? He said that the Hongwen Association said that they found an ancient relic, which may be related to the information you sent, so they came here halfway. Shannara said directly. Relics related to the information. Okay, I go and take a look later. Wu Heng said. Notify the association that you are back. The other parties should come to visit the island owner's mansion, but the family can't always have people come, so it's better to go to the association. After all, it's business. After talking about this matter, the few people talked about some things on the treasure island. After breakfast, they simply packed up, changed into a nice dress, and used teleportation to go to the association. Deacon's study. Wu Heng pushed the door and walked in, and the elf sisters looked at him at the same time. Seeing his clothes, they all raised their eyebrows, and Yali asked, Why are you wearing so nice today? Are you going to the ball? Wire said, I'm a hero now, I should dress decently. Wu Heng sat down with a smile. This sentence was said by Shannara, but the two sisters didn't know their relationship with Shannara yet. So Wire was temporarily changed to Wire. Yes, Wire is right. Yali agreed. Shi Lodwi said, People from Hong Wenhui and hunters came. You were not on the island at that time, and you have been living here for a few days. Do you know what happened? Wu Heng asked. I don't know. The team was led by two elders, so I am not qualified to ask more questions. Zalodwi answered. Where are they? I can see them now. Wu Heng said. Zalodwi looked at Yali. Go inform them, and go to the meeting room. Okay. Yali nodded, and walked out directly. There were only 2 people left in the room. Zalodwi asked, Have the 5 elders of the Wood Elves settled on the island? She is now in charge of the island's defense dispatch. She didn't know about the 5 elders at the time, but she received news in the past few days. Wu Heng said, I became a hero, and he'd brought some gifts. Let's go to his house later, and take some of what you like. What's wrong with me taking what they gave you? I don't want it. She lugly raised her head, and said unyieldingly. What's yours and mine? They all belong to us. You just say it. She lugly rolled her eyes at him, but her face was full of smiles. While talking, Shi Yali opened the door and said, they went to the meeting room. Wu Heng also stood up. Let's go and listen to what they are talking about. The three of them walked out of the study together, and headed for the conference room. Along the way, they notified the staff to prepare refreshments, and send them to the conference room. Inside the conference room, Wu Heng talked to the two elves, and walked directly into the conference room. 6 people sat around the long and narrow conference table. They looked a little different from their clothes. On the left were elves, wood elves and dwarves, and on the other were 2 dwarves and a 6-armed Bedala. When the door was opened, everyone looked over. First, he glanced at the elf sisters, then at Wu Heng. Crash! The sound of a chair sliding across the ground was heard, and everyone in the room stood up, saluted and shouted, Leader Wu Heng. The voices were uniform, and the attitude was respectful. The 2 sisters were startled by the uniform shouts, and immediately realized that they were saluting Wu Heng. Living with Wu Heng, they didn't have much feeling, but outsiders had to respect the leader. Not only because the other party was the leader recognized by the association, but also because they could easily take their lives. Now that I think about it, I would also do the same thing when I met the leader of the association. The 2 sisters turned to look at their men, their eyes full of light. Be more casual, sit down. Wu Heng smiled. After Wu Heng and the 2 sisters sat down, the others followed suit. At this time, the door opened, and the staff brought tea and cakes, placed them in front of everyone, and then left again. Wu Heng said, Are you from Hongwen Association? The elf on the opposite side took the lead and said, Master Leader, I am the elder of Hongwen Association, Gar. Then, he introduced a dwarf with an iron-gray beard on the opposite side. This is Karak, the elder of the hunters. The dwarf stood up again and saluted Wu Heng. Is this the feeling of power? It's really good. Wu Heng nodded, and the dwarf sat down again. Hongwen will come with the hunters. Is there any mission? Wu Heng asked again. The elf gal was still speaking. This time, we need to go to a site for exploration and item protection. From some relevant information, it is very likely related to the ship tomb you explored. Chief Claudio asked us to ask if you want to go with us. Hunters represent exploration and excavation of relics and secrets, while Hongwenwi represents the study of ancient documents. When there were ruins, the 2 parties also had joint actions. And this time, I came to Treasure Island because I wrote to them last time to ask for information about the patterns on the ship tomb. Claudio, the leader of Hongwenwi, directly arranged for them to come and planned to explore the next ruins with him. Without waiting for Wu Heng to answer, the elf elder took out another letter and handed it over respectfully. This is the reply letter from Chief Claudio to you. Wu Heng took the letter, opened it directly, and looked at the content on it. Chief Wu Heng, we checked the records of the letter and the pattern on the armor, and compared it with similar armor. We can confirm that these symbols and words also appear in other ruins and cemeteries. It can be confirmed that these symbols come from a country or civilization. According to the records and the scale of burial objects in the ruins and ancient tombs, it can prove the former glory. But there is also a problem. We have not found the history of this country and race, nor have we found any official records or folk legends. This is the direction we are currently exploring. Elder Gal is leading a team to a similar ancient site. I am dealing with the affairs of the Holy See. If you are interested, you can go with me. Be careful to protect the relevant records and burial objects. Claudio Albert. Looking at the contents of the letter, Wu Heng's eyes narrowed slightly. It has a glorious history, but no records have been left. In this world, due to the long lifespan of many races, ancient records are very complete, especially the elves are keen to record these things. However, there is no record of the information on the ship tomb. A glorious and non-existent country. Combined with the cloud and thunder pattern seen before, some of the guesses in my heart were more certain. After reading the letter, Wu Heng raised his head again and asked, Elder Gal, tell me about the ruins this time. Chapter 898. Yes, Chief. The elf elder sat up straight and began to introduce. There has been news about this site for a while. At first, the local association in Kuta City sent some antiquities, saying that they were found by fishermen and some items along the coast. The room remained quiet, listening to the elf elder's story. Apart from the beginning, the rest of the information is much simpler. The site is located on an island. The first archaeological team set out a long time ago, but there has been no news since then. The archaeological team formed by the Hongwen Society and the hunters belongs to the second group, led by 2 elders. Wu Heng listened and nodded. Although it was not stated explicitly, the first archaeological team must have encountered danger. Even if the news in this world is slow, it is impossible that there is no news at all until now. Chief, here are some records, you can take a look. The elf elder took out some information and records from the space ring. Wu Heng took it and took a look, and his brows frowned. In addition to the patterns that appeared on the puppets, there are also some carvings similar to birds and beasts. Wu Heng felt more and more that this was related to the ancient dynasties of his world. The reason why the 2 worlds were connected was actually easy to figure out. Bronze key. This key was obviously made of ancient craftsmanship and was definitely not a modern product. Wu Heng looked up at the other party and said, I read the letter from Chief Claudio. He hopes that I will accompany you to avoid any danger. Now, I know why this team waited for me on the island for 3 days. The first archaeological team did not send back any news, which made them feel dangerous. If I, a hero, could follow them, this danger would be greatly reduced. The elf elder said, there is a level 18 professional in the first archaeological team. Since he disappeared, no news has been sent back. There is indeed a possibility of danger. Wu Heng nodded and continued to ask, how long will it take on the road? It will take about 5 days to leave from Treasure Island, and you need to prepare enough food and water, without stopping at a port for supplies. The elf answered, 5 days. It would take 10 days to go back and forth, which is a long way. Not necessarily. After arriving, you can use the ghost train to come back early, just calculate the distance you have traveled. Wu Heng did not answer immediately, but thought silently. It is impossible not to be curious when clues related to his own world appear in the other world. However, I still have some concerns about leading with him. If I follow these people to do archaeological research, will it bring any danger to Treasure Island? It is hard to say that the news will reach the ears of the religious leader as soon as I leave. He raised his head again and said, you stay for another day. I need to confirm the arrangements with the city hall. Then I will inform you whether you want to follow. The dwarf elder of the hunter stood up suddenly. When he met Wu Heng's gaze, his attitude immediately became respectful and said, Master Leader, we have been delayed for a few days than originally planned. Dwarves are impatient and speak directly. Similarly, they are easy to offend people. Wu Heng looked at him and asked, are there any time requirements? There is no fixed requirement, but the first archaeological team is only missing. If you go there earlier, you may find survivors. The dwarf continued. Sure, Yali said on the side, this elder, do you still want Chief Wu Heng to follow you as soon as he heard the news? No preparation is needed at all? The dwarf elder glared and wanted to say something, but he didn't say it. Someone pulled him from behind, and the dwarf sat back down. Wu Heng glanced at the other party and said, I will inform you tomorrow whether you want to go over, and you can also prepare everything you need on the island. We will wait for your news. The elf elder agreed. Wu Heng also nodded and said, that's it for now, let's go back and prepare. Several people bowed and left the meeting room directly. Wu Heng took the elf sisters and left to return to the study. Deacon's study. Sure, Yali slammed the door shut. That dwarf is so weird. He wants Wu Heng to go with him directly. Normally, he should give people time to prepare. Sure, Logwi returned to her seat. Dwarves are like this. You never get angry when those dwarves talk to me like this. Sure, Yali's expression froze, and she held back the rest of her words. There is a deputy deacon dwarf in the association, and his words are also very irritating. I'm angry too, all of us. After saying that, Sure Yali sat next to Wu Heng, hugged his arm, and asked, are you going? Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, the only thing I'm worried about is whether the Vatican will do anything to Treasure Island after I leave. They have 2 large ships coming. If you leave, the news will definitely spread. Hilary Rose said, and then said, but it's not a big problem. Leader Lilith is on the island, and won't allow such a thing to happen. The headquarters is mediating the conflict between the 2 sides. If the religious leader comes, Lilith alone will be enough to contain him, and the current pope will not be able to attack Treasure Island together. Because the leader of the Hongwen Society is still in the Holy See, he will definitely not let a hero stay there, and come here to mess up a small island. As for arranging some high-level professionals to make trouble, it is even more impossible. Lilith is on the island, and she was sealed up and went back to be punished. Thinking about it this way, it is not a big problem for me to leave. Moreover, the maids at home also have tickets to leave directly. That makes sense, you are still smart. Wu Hung smiled and praised. Zalogwi blinked, and Sher Yali said, "Can't we not go? Why get involved with him?" Wu Hung said, "I am also interested in these ancient cultures. Also, the leader of Hongwen wrote to me. He was very caring towards us before. If I don't go, it will seem a bit unkind." "Okay then." Sher Yali nodded. Wu Hung pulled out his arm, and put his arm around the other's shoulder. "I will tell leader Lilith and ask her to protect the island." Sher Yali leaned in his arms, saying leisurely, "We are worried about you." "I am a leader. I won't be in danger." Wu Hung hugged him. She Logwi glanced at the two of them and warned, "You two, don't mess around here." Sher Yali snorted and didn't say much. Wu Hung said, "I go talk to leader Lilith and see what she thinks." "Okay, whether you go or not, give us a call." She Logwi instructed. "Yes." Wu Hung stood up and cast the teleportation spell, and his figure disappeared. Sher Yali stood up, tidied up her messy clothes, and said, "These people are really troublesome. You are too attached to him." She Logwi said, "By the way, should we mention this to our parents? He has become a hero, so there should be no problem." Sher Yali looked over. She Logwi frowned. "What can I say? We are good friends with one person. I can't say it out loud." "That's right." The magic circle flashed, and Wu Hang's figure appeared at the door of Lilith's mansion. After knocking on the door, the housekeeper opened the door and looked out. With a respectful attitude, "Leader Wu Hung." "Is Leader Lilith here?" "She's playing games with Miss Xiao Xiao," the housekeeper said, pushing the door open, and Wu Hung walked in directly. Walking into the living room, he saw Xiao Xiao and the lowly-like Lilith sitting in front of the TV playing games. Seeing Wu Hung come in, Xiao Xiao shouted, "Uncle." Wu Hung stood behind the two of them, watching the two characters fighting on TV. Xiao's understanding of the game was obviously stronger than Lilith's, and she could use some moves, while Lilith's main attack method was to trip. "Give me some leeway, Chief." Lilith, who was already a little angry because of her defeat, turned around and said angrily, "Go away, don't stand there and bother me." Wu Hung sat down at the back, and the housekeeper brought him some tea. After taking a sip, he said, "Chief Claudio wrote me a letter, hoping that I would accompany the archaeological team to check out a site." "Is this what they came to the island for?" Lilith said without turning her head, and the characters on TV were still squatting and kicking at a high frequency. "Yes, but I'm afraid that if I follow them, something might go wrong at Treasure Island." Wu Hung directly stated his purpose. "You want me to help you look after the house?" Wu Hung smiled and said, "I can't trust anyone else, but I can trust you, the leader. I'm not like those little maids in your house. I won't fall for your tricks," Lilith said calmly. "Really?" Wu Hung emphasized. Lilith continued, "I heard that you prepared a motorcycle for Xiao Xiao. Can a child drive it?" Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. "I prepared two for you. They're really nice. When you take Xiao Xiao out to play, it's safer to ride one." Lilith glanced at him. "Come back early. I can't always watch over here for you." "Understood." Wu Hung agreed. Now it's clear that Lilith is the best at talking. The two stopped talking, and Xiao Xiao shouted something like, "Watch me do a combo." Soon, the battle on TV ended, and Lilith was defeated. Hearing the laughter from behind, Lilith turned back and looked at Wu Hung, who was secretly giving Xiao Xiao a thumbs up. "Can you play?" "No." "Come on, let's fight." Xiao Xiao gave up her seat and sat aside. Wu Hung sat in front and started fighting with Lilith. Lilith's eyes widened, watching her character's health bar being hit to the bottom in the air. "Wow, Uncle is so powerful," Xiao Xiao said. Lilith's eyes widened, with anger and disbelief in her eyes. As she said that, she was about to pounce on him and tear him apart. Wu Hung immediately said, "I only know this one person, and I won't know the rest." As if to verify her own statement, the person behind was defeated by Lilith. "The leader is really powerful," Wu Hung said with a smile. Lilith glanced at him with a reproachful look, and then said to Xiao Xiao, "Let's play something else." "Okay." Wu Hung was squeezed down again, stood up and said, "Leader, I'm going back first. I leave with the ship tomorrow. Help me look after the house." Lilith waved her hand, indicating that he understood. Leaving the mansion, Glenda and Benny flew over from the direction of the association. The dwarf elder and the elf elder had a private chat for a while. "Whether you follow them or not, they will leave tomorrow morning. They didn't find anything else," Glenda said. After the meeting, the two ghosts went to investigate the intelligence to determine if these people had other purposes. Benny also said, "I went to the ship at the port and didn't find anything special. The things they talked about were all related to the ruins this time." Wu Hung nodded. "It seems that there is no problem." Grinda then asked, "Do you want to go with me? I have an agreement with Lilith. She will take care of Treasure Island. Let's go, and come back quickly." Wu Hung said. "Lilith is very nice to you," Benny said with a smile. Grinda said on the side, "In addition to upgrading, he is the best at dealing with women." Benny nodded in agreement. "Yeah. I will sue you too for defamation." After listening to the conversation between the two, Wu Hung released the teleportation spell and returned to the island owner's mansion. During dinner, Wu Hung told the women in the family about his departure with the archaeological team. No one had any objection to this decision. After all, Wu Hung was now the leader, and there would be no danger. Wu Hung also told the women to call him if there was anything, and to use the tickets to leave immediately if there was any danger. "Don't worry about the tickets, he has plenty." The maid and Shannara also agreed. Night fell. There was a knock on the bedroom door, and Philippa, wearing a light-colored long dress, walked in directly, sat down by the bed, and said, "I go with you." Wu Hung put his hand on the other's leg and said, "You are too low-level. Who are you looking down on? I have a lot of sailing experience, and their ships are not as fast as ours." Philippa continued. Wu Hung was also thinking about this matter. Although the other party's fleet was large, it was still not as fast as his own ships. Seeing his hesitation, Philippa continued, "Please, I will listen to you when I go there, and I can take care of you." "You take care of me?" "Really, I will be honest, I will hide in your mansion, and I promise to be obedient." Philippa raised her hand and swore. "Okay then, tomorrow you drive a battleship and go with us." "Okay." Philippa clenched her fist and waved it, then took off her long skirt and got into the quilt. "It's dark, I won't go back." At this time, the door opened, Shannara walked in, looked at the two of them. "Is there anyone here today?" After saying that, she closed the door and was about to leave. Wu Hung said, "Captain Philippa, capture the rich wood elf woman, I will interrogate her strictly." "Yes." Philippa shouted and ran out to hug Shannara, who was about to leave. She dragged her to the bedside. The next day, at the port, the two headquarters ships docked at the port were making final preparations. The workers lined up and stepped on the bridge planks to move the supplies to the ship. The dwarf elder looked in the direction of the island and said, "It seems that Chief Wu Hung is not planning to come." The elf elder looked at the time. "Not everyone is interested in archaeology and ruins. We will leave after the goods are moved." "Well, it's just that we wasted so many days," the dwarf leader said. The elf elder smiled. "It's not a waste of time. We bought a lot of things on the island. We can make some money by selling them when we go back." The dwarf smiled and said, "I have to say, this island is really magical." As he spoke, a huge horn sounded from the back of the ship. Everyone on the ship was startled and looked at the huge and strange iron ship that suddenly appeared in horror. On the contrary, the workers who worked at the Treasure Island port all year round just took a look and continued to work. At this time, someone came over and said, "Elder, someone on the ship is signaling to follow the ship." The two elders frowned, and the elf elder said, "Ranger, let the trainer board the ship to see the situation." A falcon landed on the iron ship and shared vision, then said, "Elder, the owner of Wuhing Island is on the ship. He will take the ship of Treasure Island. Let our fleet be ready, and we can go to the ruins." The two elders looked happy, and the dwarf elder urged, "Hurry, speed up the transportation." The elf elder said, "Send a flag signal and ask them to wait a moment. We will set off soon." The crew on the ship sped up. Half an hour later, the ship set off and left together. "Huh?" The skeleton dragon landed on the deck, and Philippa jumped off the dragon's back with the wood elves and the archaeological team, knocked on the door of the cabin and walked in directly. "Chief Wu Hung." The wood elf saluted respectfully. "Sit down." Wu Hung gestured. "Thank you." The wood elf sat down. The wood elf sat down beside him, looking at the layout of the cabin with some curiosity. Unlike their ship, this place doesn't look much different from the room, and it doesn't shake that much. Handing him a bottle of mineral water, Wu Hung asked, "I want to ask you something." "Chief, please tell me. Are there many sites like this in archaeology?" Wu Hung asked. The wood elf pondered for a moment and said, "Very few, but they are also attractive enough." "How do you say it?" Chief Claudio believes that exploring this culture may overturn previous conjectures and explore more real life of ancient civilizations.